In the world of Naruto, seize him, don't let that brat escape. Emo-chan dashed desperately through a narrow alley, pursued by a group of menacing assailants. His clothes were tattered, his face smeared with dirt, yet his eyes radiated defiance and resilience. This was not the first time he had been hunted ever since he traversed into this realm and acquired the magnetic release bloodline limit. He had become the target of various factions' ambitions. Though his breath grew increasingly labored, his pace did not falter. Suddenly, a dead end loomed ahead. Panic gripped Emo-chan as he glanced back at the approaching foes, despair flooding his heart. Is this truly the end? He gritted his teeth, unwilling to surrender so easily. Little brat, you can't run anymore. Come along quietly, or you'll wish you hadn't, one burly man growled menacingly. Emo-chan's mindset shifted as he beheld the imposing figures before him. He began to mutter frantically, Why? Why must I endure this? All I want is to survive. His gaze grew increasingly frenzied as he clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. He shouted, You want to capture me? Come then. They'll take you down with me. The men were momentarily taken aback by his sudden ferocity, but quickly regained their intimidating demeanor, advancing steadily. Fool, he's just a kid. Don't be frightened. Capture him. Our master will reward us. As the men approached, a maniacal grin spread across Emo-chan's face. Ha! If I can in the world of Naruto. Chaos ensued as a voice echoed. Seize him. Do not let that little brat escape. Machin raced desperately through the narrow alley, pursued by a furious mob. His tattered clothes and dirt-streaked face belied the fierce determination and defiance in his eyes. This was not the first time he found himself fleeing for his life, ever since he had traversed into this realm and acquired the magnet release bloodline limit. He had become the object of desire for various factions. His breath quickened, yet his pace remained unwavering. Suddenly, he confronted a dead end, tightening his chest in despair as he glanced back at the approaching pursuers. Is this truly the end? He gritted his teeth, unwilling to succumb to capture. Little brat, there's nowhere left to run. Come along quietly, or you'll regret it, one burly man threatened viciously. As he faced the menacing figures, a shift occurred within Machin. He muttered frantically, Why? Why must I endure this? I just want to survive. His gaze turned manic, fists clenched, body in the world of Naruto, catch him. Don't let this brat escape. Emo-chan raced desperately through the narrow alley, pursued by a menacing group of assailants. His clothes were tattered, his face covered in dirt, yet his eyes gleamed with defiance and resilience. This was not the first time he had been hunted. Ever since he had traversed into this world and acquired the magnet release bloodline limit, he had become the target of various factions. With each breath growing more labored, his pace remained unyielding. Suddenly, he found himself at a dead end. Panic surged within him as he glanced back at the encroaching pursuers, despair flooding his heart. Is this truly the end? He gritted his teeth, unwilling to surrender so easily. Brat, you won't get away this time. Come quietly, or you'll regret it. One of the larger men growled menacingly. Emo-chan stared at the imposing figures before him, his mindset shifting as he began to mutter frantically. Why? Why must I endure this? I only wish to survive. His gaze gradually morphed into one of madness as he clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. With a fierce roar, he declared, You want to catch me? Then come. I'll take you all down with me. The men were momentarily taken aback by his sudden surge of ferocity, but they quickly regained their menacing demeanor, inching closer. Fool! He's just a kid. Don't be intimidated. Capture him, and the master will reward us. As the men advanced, a frenzied smile spread across Emo-chan's face. Ha! If you want to me live, then let's end this wretched world together. With that, he gripped the wooden stick in his hand and charged forward. Unfortunately, armed only with reckless determination and no real strength, he was soon met with fists and kicks from the men. Writhing in pain on the ground, he continued to roar defiantly, Come on, if you dare, kill me. As long as I survive today, I will annihilate your entire clan one day. The men grew increasingly ruthless, leaving Emo-chan bruised and bloodied. Just as his consciousness began to fade, a fierce wind howled, and a violet-blue figure descended from above. Konan coldly regarded the men, commanding, Stop. The assailants froze in terror, trembling as they gazed at her. You, who are you? This brat is wanted by our master. Konan narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice icy as frost. Akatsuki, Konan, that I have taken this brat under my protection. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing the name Akatsuki, the men's faces turned ashen, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The current Akatsuki was founded by Yahiko, an organization established for the belief in peace, gathering many exceptional companions. Today, Konan had come out to gather supplies and happened upon the scene of several men assaulting a young boy. She had rushed forward to intervene. Lady Konan, we had no idea this was the person you wanted to protect. Please spare us. The men begged, bowing profusely. Konan cast them a cold glance. Leave. Do not let me see you commit such acts again. As they conversed, Emo-chan struggled to rise, his face twisted with madness. Die. All of you just die. Bang! One of the men caught off guard was struck on the head and collapsed to the ground, blood spilling forth. The other assailants stood frozen in shock at this sudden turn of events. Konan, equally startled, quickly reached out to restrain Emo-chan. Enough! Do not act impulsively. Emo-chan's eyes were bloodshot, panting heavily, still gripping the wooden stick tightly, as if prepared to strike again at any moment. They deserve to die. They all deserve it. He roared. Konan grasped Emo-chan's arm firmly, stating, killing them will not resolve anything, it will only ensnare you deeper in hatred. Emo-chan's body quivered slightly, his emotions beginning to stabilize, yet the fire of rage in his eyes remained unquenched. At that moment, the injured man on the ground groaned in pain, while the rest of the assailants regained their composure, fear evident in their eyes as they glanced at Emo-chan and Konan. Lady Konan, what should we do? One man stammered. Konan furrowed her brow. Take him for treatment, and mind your actions in the future. The men hurriedly helped their injured companion and rushed away. Konan turned to Emo-chan, speaking earnestly. In this chaotic world, hatred will only lead you astray. Come with me to Akatsuki together. We can seek a true path to peace. Emo-chan looked at the girl before him. Her violet blue hair, styled into a bun, adorned with a pale blue paper flower on the right side of her head, her amber eyes accentuated by light purple eyeshadow. Realizing this was Konan from the early days of Akatsuki, he laughed maniacally. Peace? Huh. Where's the peace in this world? This damned world, why was I brought here? Konan sighed softly, responding, precisely because this world lacks peace, we must strive to create it. Come with me, perhaps within Akatsuki, you'll find your answers. Emo-chan cradled his head in his hands, crouching on the ground, his voice quivering with despair. Why me? Why must I endure all of this? Konan knelt beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Fate can be elusive, but we can choose how to confront it. Everyone in Akatsuki shares the same belief. We believe that through effort, we can change this world. Emo-chan lifted his gaze, gratitude shining in his eyes. You don't understand the cruelty of this world. You cannot achieve this, just give up. Though he appreciated Konan's rescue, he was aware of Akatsuki's future trajectory. Having spent several years in this world, he had endured daily struggles, once contemplating learning ninjutsu. However, that very thought led to his discovery of possessing the magnet release bloodline limit, resulting in attempts to mold him into a weapon of war. He held a unique understanding of ninjutsu and warfare, never considering surrendering his studies. He knew that to survive, one must possess formidable strength, until he witnessed others his age being sent to the battlefield after mastering ninjutsu. It was then he realized he was merely cannon fodder. To avoid being sent off to die in battle, he began a life of flight. Given the current ninja world war and the shortage of ninjas, they could not afford to dispatch operatives to capture a half-hearted pawn, granting Emo-chan a chance to escape. Konan gazed steadfastly at Emo-chan, asserting, how can we know if it's impossible unless we try? Each member of Akatsuki is prepared to give everything for this cause. Emo-chan offered a bitter smile. What does giving everything amount to? The darkness of this world is unfathomable. Konan grasped Emo-chan's hand, earnestly declaring, even if there is but a glimmer of hope, we must not abandon it. Besides, you do not wish to continue fleeing forever, do you? Emo-chan fell silent, recalling the harrowing days of evasion, a sense of bitterness washing over him. Konan continued, in Akatsuki, we will grow together, grow stronger one day, we will change everything. Emo-chan lifted his gaze, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. But, Konan interrupted, do not hesitate any longer, come with me. I believe, deep down you yearn for genuine peace and tranquility. Emo-chan took a deep breath, as if solidifying his resolve. Fine, I will go with you. But if it ultimately fails, I will accept it. Konan smiled faintly. We will not fail, we shall succeed. With that, Konan led Emo-chan onto the path towards Akatsuki. Ding! Successfully joined Akatsuki.as. It was an invitation from Konan. The replication system has been activated. Chapter 2. The Akatsuki organization. Upon hearing the prompt sound resonating in his mind, Emo-chan felt a surge of excitement, though he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. Xiaonan led Emo-chan into the Akatsuki's base, introducing him to the assembly. This is Emo-chan, who will henceforth be our companion, she articulated. The others glanced at Emo-chan, nodding in acknowledgement as a form of greeting. Emo-chan silently observed his surroundings, mentally strategizing on how to leverage the system to enhance his strength. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Host. This system is capable of item duplication. Would you like to proceed with duplication now? Emo-chan contemplated for a moment and inquired, can I duplicate ninja tools? Affirmative. The system responded. A glimmer of light sparked in Emo-chan's eyes as he resolved to commence by duplicating some practical ninja tools, gradually augmenting his power to establish a foothold within the Akatsuki. His heart swelled with exhilaration, thinking, finally, I too possess a system. Surely, a traveler cannot lack a golden finger. Dear system, can ninjutsu be duplicated as well? He queried eagerly. The system's voice promptly replied, alas, host. This system can only duplicate items. Ninjutsu falls outside its purview. Emo-chan's anticipation crumbled in an instant, and he could not help but voice his discontent. Isn't that rather disappointing? How can I rapidly grow stronger then? Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, reasoning, well, having something is better than nothing. I shall first investigate what useful items I can duplicate. While Emo-chan was lost in contemplation, Xiaonan approached him, stating, Emo-chan, take some time to familiarize yourself with the environment. Soon, we shall all be comrades striving for peace together. Emo-chan nodded, temporarily setting aside his thoughts about the system, and followed Xiaonan to explore the various areas of the Akatsuki. As he wandered, a boy with orange hair clad in a black robe, accompanied by another boy with red hair and faintly purple-patterned eyes, approached them. Xiaonan, is this our new companion? Yahiko inquired with a broad grin. Xiaonan nodded. Introducing, this is Emo-chan, who has just joined us. Yahiko extended his hand towards Emo-chan with a smile. Welcome, Emo-chan. From now on, we are family. Emo-chan, feeling slightly awkward, shook Yahiko's hand, replying, thank you. At that moment, the red-haired boy, who had been silent, spoke up. I am Nagato. I look forward to your support. Emo-chan gazed into Nagato's unique eyes, marveling internally. So, this is the Nagato with the Rinnegan. Xiaonan continued. This is our leader, Yahiko, and this is our companion, Nagato. Emo-chan promptly expressed his respect. Greetings, leader. Greetings, brother Nagato. Yahiko laughed heartily. No need to be so formal. We at the Akatsuki are not bound by strict protocols. Nagato nodded slightly. Indeed, relax. Xiaonan added, Emo-chan, as you have just joined us, spend some time with them to understand the organization's operations and everyone's roles. Emo-chan replied, understood, Sister Xiaonan. Yahiko waved his hand. Come, Emo-chan. I shall enlighten you about our goals and missions. Thus, Emo-chan followed Yahiko and Nagato, beginning to unravel the mysteries and legends surrounding this organization within the Naruto universe. Ah, Emo-chan, I have come to collect the ninja tools. The cheerful figure of Jiraiya approached. After spending some time with the group, Emo-chan gradually grew accustomed to their presence, choosing to ignore the playful jibes directed at him. Upon utilizing the system to duplicate an infinite supply of ninja tools, Yahiko, in his excitement, mistakenly assumed this was a manifestation of Emo-chan's ninjutsu abilities and assigned him logistical duties within the organization. Xiaonan was particularly delighted, for her unique ninjutsu required a plethora of explosive tags, and with Emo-chan's abilities, they would no longer fret over the organization's financial constraints. Emo-chan shot Jiraiya a sidelong glance and said with mild irritation, just wait, I will fetch them for you shortly. Jiraiya chuckled, no need to be so fierce. Emo-chan. As Emo-chan gathered the tools, he muttered, you do talk too much. Once he secured the ninja tools, Jiraiya patted Emo-chan on the shoulder. Thanks. Emo-chan, I owe you a drink later. With that, he dashed away. At that moment, Xiaonan approached with a smile. Emo-chan, thank you for your efforts. Emo-chan shook his head. It's no trouble. I am glad to assist everyone. Xiaonan gazed at him with admiration. With you here, our resource management will be much more manageable. Emo-chan, feeling bashful, scratched his head. I am merely doing my part. Xiaonan gently patted his shoulder, reflecting. If only your duplication ability could replicate items perfectly, We could amass wealth and aid even more people. Emo-chan smiled helplessly. I wish that were the case. But contributing to the organization in this manner is commendable enough. Xiaonan nodded slightly. Regardless, your abilities have been immensely beneficial. By the way, the organization may soon embark on a new mission, so ensure that your resource preparations are up to par. Emo-chan's expression turned serious. Sister Xiaonan, rest assured. I will ensure everything is in order. Xiaonan smiled warmly. That is reassuring. I have faith in you. With that, she turned and departed. Emo-chan watched her retreating figure, silently clenching his fist, vowing to himself to excel further. After diligently preparing an abundance of ninja tools each day, he began to study various ninjutsu. During his spare moments, he explored methods to harness the system's capabilities to elevate his prowess. Alone in his room, he furrowed his brow at a ninjutsu manual, attempting to form hand seals as instructed, yet each attempt ended in failure. Why is ninjutsu so difficult to master? Emo-chan lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. Subsequently, he redirected his focus back to the system, contemplating, if the system can only duplicate items, how can I maximize its potential to enhance my strength? Emo-chan began experimenting with various possibilities, modifying and combining the duplicated ninja tools in hopes of creating more formidable weapons. However, each endeavor fell short of his expectations. Just as he began to feel disheartened, a sudden idea sparked in his mind. If I cannot directly duplicate ninjutsu, can I perhaps duplicate items that aid in its practice? With this thought, Emo-chan's eyes lit up, and he embarked on a new series of experiments. Chapter 3. An unchangeable tragedy at the outset. Emo-chan endeavored to emulate the third Kazekage from Naruto, experimenting with magnetism to manipulate iron sand. Ultimately, the results mirrored those of the ill-fated magnetic user from the plot, merely enveloping individuals in a semblance of magnetic force. Emo-chan furrowed his brow, gazing at his rather unsuccessful experiment, his heart weighed down by disappointment. Alas, I had hoped to command iron sand with the same grandeur as the third Kazekage, yet all I can do is cover others in magnetic force. What is the utility in that? He lamented to himself. However, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he contemplated how to enhance his magnetic abilities. Perhaps I can refine the strength and precision of my control, and in doing so, develop a unique combat style, he encouraged himself quietly. Thus, he immersed himself in further attempts and training. Time stretched endlessly as he trained, and he lost track of how long it had been. Upon rising one day, he discovered that Yahiko and the others were absent from the organization. Approaching Konan, he grasped her shoulder and inquired, "Where have Yahiko and the others gone?" Startled by Emo-chan's sudden gesture, Konan composed herself and replied, "They said they were meeting with Hanzo." Upon hearing this, Emo-chan's face contorted with shock and fear. Before Konan could say more, he shouted in anger, "Did I not tell you not to meet with Hanzo? Why did you not heed my warning? When did they depart?" Konan, taken aback by Emo-chan's intense reaction, stammered, "They just left not long ago." Without another word, Emo-chan turned and dashed towards the exit of the organization. Konan called after him, "Emo-chan, where are you going?" Without looking back, he yelled, "I am going to bring them back. I cannot allow a tragedy to occur. Stay at the base and do not follow." Emo-chan's heart raced with urgency. He understood the peril of this meeting and fervently hoped to intervene in time. Beside Konan, a plump, bald man asked, "What should we do now? Is something wrong with the leader?" Konan gritted her teeth and replied, "Do not panic. We will wait at the base. I trust Emo-chan to handle this. But we must prepare for the worst." The bald man looked worried. "I hope they remain safe." With unwavering determination, Konan gazed in the direction Emo-chan had gone. They will be. Meanwhile, Emo-chan sprinted with all his might, continually praying that he was not too late. He had not anticipated that Yahiko would disregard his counsel and proceed to meet Hanzo alongside Nagato. He feared that Konan had already been captured. With mounting urgency, he quickened his pace, hoping to arrive before disaster struck. At the Akatsuki base, Konan shouted, "Everyone, follow me. Something has happened with the leader." As Emo-chan raced forward, beads of sweat streamed down his forehead, his anxiety mounting. "I must catch up. I must." Meanwhile, Konan led a group of individuals hastily towards the location where Yahiko and the others were meant to meet. Emo-chan's breaths grew increasingly labored, yet his speed remained undiminished. Visions of potential calamities swirling in his mind. There must be no repetition of tragedy, he roared internally. Just then, as Konan and her companions set off, the plump man queried, "Has something occurred with the leader?" Running, Konan's face reflected her urgency as she replied, "According to reports from our members at the borders of the Land of Fire, Konoha's Umbu forces are converging on Hanzo, and Emo-chan's anxiety suggests he has learned something." The plump man frowned deeply. "Is Hanzo plotting against the leader? What shall we do?" Konan clenched her jaw. "Let us not dwell on that. We must hasten our pace and provide support to the leader." Everyone quickened their steps, stirring up clouds of dust beneath their feet. Suddenly, two figures appeared before them, causing everyone to halt. The individuals were peculiar. One wore a mask, while the other had a face split in black and white. The masked man spoke nonchalantly. "What a pity. I cannot allow you to pass here." Konan shouted angrily, "Eliminate him." The members of the Akatsuki charged towards the mysterious duo. However, the masked man swiftly vanished, reappearing behind one of them, and with a flick of his kunai, that person collapsed. Meanwhile, the being resembling a pitcher plant waved his arm, summoning dozens of pale, humanoid white Zetsu, who surged towards Konan and her team. "Be careful," Konan shouted. Yet, the white Zetsu moved with alarming speed, engaging in a chaotic brawl with the Akatsuki members. Despite their valiant resistance, the sheer number and formidable strength of the white Zetsu soon led to a stalemate. Konan, frantic, fended off the attacks while searching for an opportunity to break through. The masked man lurked nearby, seizing moments to strike, rendering the Akatsuki members defenseless. Moments later, the ground was strewn with bodies, and the masked individual departed alongside his pitcher plant companion. Torrential rain poured down, washing away the blood-soaked earth. On the other side, Emo-chan remained oblivious to the fact that his comrades had once again ignored his counsel and had all met their demise. He continued to run, gasping for air, a sharp pain piercing his heart, though he could not discern the cause. He simply felt that something dreadful had occurred, fueling his frantic pace. Emo-chan's steps grew heavier. Yet the unrest within him propelled him forward without respite. The rain lashed against his face, blurring his vision, yet it could not extinguish the urgency within him. What has happened? Why is this occurring? Emo-chan murmured, the sensation of heartache intensifying. Meanwhile, not far from the Akatsuki base, in a silent grove, rain continued to wash away the blood that soaked the ground. Emo-chan pressed on, sprinting towards an unknown fate. After what felt like an eternity, he arrived at a desolate expanse, where he spotted a multitude of ninjas gathered atop a hill, led by Hanzo. He anxiously searched for the figures of Yahiko and the others. His gaze fell upon Konan, bound beside Hanzo, her eyes wide with terror as she looked down. His heart sank as he spotted Yahiko lunging toward the kunai in Nagato's hand. Emo-chan's eyes widened, and he screamed in anguish, "No!" Yet, his cry could not avert the impending tragedy. Yahiko's body fell heavily, and Nagato let out a pained roar. Fueled by rage, Emo-chan charged at Hanzo, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Hanzo, I shall end you." Hanzo regarded the approaching Emo-chan coldly, scoffing, "You overestimate your abilities." Surrounding ninjas moved to obstruct Emo-chan, but he had succumbed to a frenzy, disregarding all else as he unleashed his magnetism in a desperate attempt to break through the barriers. Chapter 4. The madman. With a swift motion of his arm, Emo-chan conjured hundreds of shurikens that soared toward the coalition of ninjas. Clang, clang, clang. This unskilled throwing technique was effortlessly deflected. One ninja sneered, "Boring little brat. Allow me to send you on your way." Emo-chan's eyes flared with rage, filled with murderous intent. "You all shall perish. I'll wipe you out." As he spoke, he drew forth a shuriken inscribed with an explosive seal and hurled it into the fray. In an instant, hundreds of identical shurikens followed suit. Boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted, flames leaping into the sky amidst thick clouds of smoke. Many ninjas screamed in agony, their formation thrown into disarray. "This little brat has some tricks up his sleeve," the ninja who had earlier mocked Emo-chan exclaimed, both astonished and enraged. Seizing the moment of chaos, Emo-chan launched his relentless assault, weaving through the smoke like a vengeful specter. "Don't let him escape. Capture him," Hans roared. More ninjas closed in on Emo-chan, but he showed no signs of retreat, his sole focus being vengeance for Yahiko and the rescue of Konan. Meanwhile, Nagato was in torment, gradually regaining his senses. He hastened to rescue Konan, even as his legs bore grave injuries. Ignoring the pain, he activated the powers of his Rinnegan, summoning the Outer Path's Geto Mazo to commence his slaughter. The colossal and terrifying Geto Mazo emerged, its oppressive aura instilling dread in all present. Nagato's once clear eyes were now filled with hatred and madness. The Geto Mazo swung its massive tendrils, sending several ninjas flying, blood spraying everywhere. Hans's expression darkened considerably. "This is the power of the Rinnegan." Emo-chan, witnessing Nagato's summoning, felt a jolt of shock. Yet his thirst for revenge blazed stronger than ever as he charged toward Hans. After rescuing Konan, her face streaked with tears, she cried out, "Nagato, Emo-chan, don't." However, Nagato was beyond hearing any pleas, consumed by boundless malice and despair for the world. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, screams and roars intertwining, resembling a hellish purgatory. The ninjas confronting Emo-chan were now filled with terror. "What sorcery have you employed, little brat?" The once numerous ninjas surrounding him had dwindled to just 2 or 3. They had evaded the thrown shurikens, yet these shurikens seemed almost sentient, relentlessly homing in on them. A maniacal grin crept across Emo-chan's face, his eyes radiating unending murderous intent. "This is the fate you deserve." The remaining ninjas recoiled in fear, one trembling voice uttering, "No, don't come closer. We were only following orders." Emo-chan bellowed, "Following orders? Who will repay Yahiko's life?" With that, he swung his arm again, sending more shurikens flying from every direction, and the ninjas despairingly shut their eyes. At that moment, Hans noted the situation and shouted, First, deal with that brat. Hearing Hanzo's command, another wave of ninjas rushed toward Emo-chun. After issuing his order, the Geto Mazo turned on Hans, who executed a jutsu to retreat from the scene. Emo-chun's eyes were bloodshot and brimming with tears as he muttered fiercely, "I'll kill you all. Every last one of you, including your families, in this damned world." The opposing ninja coalition shivered, as if hunted by a demon from the depths of hell. Emo-chun had completely succumbed to Mad Chapter 5. The plan gradually, the three individuals found their composure. Emo-chun cradled Yahiko's lifeless body, while Konan supported the weakened Nagato as they made their way back to the base. In the distance, Uchiha Obito, concealed behind a white mask, and Black Zetsu watched their retreating figures with a sense of despair. Black Zetsu was the first to speak, noting the oversight of allowing a rat to escape. Yet he acknowledged the peculiar value of that individual's unique abilities. Obito, peering through the eyeholes of his mask, coldly remarked, "Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. The Akatsuki has suffered a significant blow. We can expedite our plans." Black Zetsu responded with a sinister grin. "Indeed, this presents us with an excellent opportunity." Obito turned to leave, stating, "Let us proceed. There is much to be done." As he walked away, Black and White Zetsu followed, their figures gradually dissipating into the shadows. Meanwhile, in another location, Danzo, his eyes swathed in bandages, also observed the trio and coldly commented, "What a tiresome organization, playing at peace." After this incident, they should come to their senses. However, that eye's ability is indeed formidable. He paused momentarily before instructing his root ninjas, "Let us depart. It is time to return." The root ninjas responded in unison, "Yes." Danzo turned and left, flanked by his ninjas, contemplating the ramifications of the Akatsuki's misfortune and secretly coveting the power of the Rinnegan for himself. At this moment, Emo-chun, Konan, and Nagato arrived at a nearby forest, bearing Yahiko's remains. Their eyes fell upon the corpses of their comrades, who appeared to have perished some time ago. Emo-chun's body trembled as he laid Yahiko's body down and slowly approached the fallen comrades, his gaze filled with sorrow and fury. "These beasts," he cursed through gritted teeth. Tears welled in Konan's eyes once more as she covered her mouth, striving to suppress her cries. Nagato stood in a daze, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. Emo-chun knelt before a corpse, his hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms, blood dripping down. "We will avenge you." His voice was resolute. Konan approached Emo-chun gently, urging him, "First, let us give them a proper burial." The three, suppressing their grief, began to attend to the final rites of their fallen companions. Thus, the Akatsuki, once founded on the ideals of peace, was left with only 3 survivors. Days later, a figure emerged from the base, Yahiko, who had been thought dead, now transformed by Nagato and Appo's Rinnegan abilities into the Deva Path Pain. Emo-chun cast a fleeting glance before continuing his research on ninja tools. The Deva Path Pain, under Nagato's control, spoke impassively, "From now on, I will lead the members in Yahiko's stead. My legs can no longer carry me. I must entrust certain matters to you, Emo-chun and Konan." Emo-chun remained silent, absorbed in his work. Nagato, aware of his ability to hear, chose not to elaborate further. Ever since the loss of their comrades, Emo-chun had not uttered a single word, burdened by guilt for not being able to prevent the tragedy. Konan, watching the silent Emo-chun and the expressionless pain, felt a deep sorrow within her. She approached Emo-chun and softly said, "Emo-chun, Nagato also wishes for the Akatsuki to endure and fulfill our former dreams." Emo-chun paused his actions, but did not raise his head. With a sigh, Konan turned and left the room with pain. Alone in the room, Mo-chan halted his work, lifting his gaze, revealing a flicker of confusion and pain within his eyes. Can this truly be accomplished? In the ensuing days, Emo-chun remained absorbed in his research, as if it were the only means to temporarily escape his anguish. Under Pain's leadership, the Akatsuki advanced toward their so-called goal of peace with a newfound coldness and determination. Soon after, Obito, along with Black and White Zetsu, arrived at the base to collaborate with Nagato, planning to capture tailed beasts as weapons to intimidate the ninja world and achieve their vision of peace. During their discussions, no conflicts arose, yet Emo-chun stood aside, silent, while Obito felt an unsettling gaze directed at him, one filled with a tumult of emotions, hatred, joy, and an unsettling perception akin to viewing a tool. Konan caught a glimpse of Emo-chun, momentarily taken aback. This was the first time she had seen him smile since their comrade's departure. Previously, he had always appeared expressionless. Obito, feeling a sense of wariness, pondered the implications of Emo-chun's gaze. After their negotiations concluded, Obito and Black and White Zetsu departed. Konan approached Emo-chun, softly inquiring, "Emo-chun, just now you." Emo-chun interrupted her, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Konan, just wait and see. Some things are bound to change." Konan looked at him in confusion, unable to grasp his thoughts. Emo-chun turned to leave, leaving Konan standing in place, filled with uncertainty. Meanwhile, as he walked away, Emo-chun's thoughts raced. "You killed my friends, didn't you? You wretched creature. I swear Yahiko and Lin's graves shall never be safe. Returning to his room, Emo-chan sat at his desk, fists clenched tightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Obito, the crimes you have committed shall inevitably demand retribution, he muttered through gritted teeth. At that moment, Emo-chan began to formulate a preliminary plan. He would ensure that Obito regretted everything he had done. Just wait. I will make you experience the agony of loss. Emo-chan vowed silently. Elsewhere, Obito, having just departed, questioned Black and White Zetsu about the boy beside Nagato. Do you have any intel? His gaze was rather peculiar. White Zetsu chuckled. That lad seems to have recently joined the Akatsuki. I don't know much about him. Black Zetsu contemplated for a moment before stating. However, anyone who can remain within the Akatsuki must be no ordinary character. We should keep a close watch. Obito scoffed. Whoever he is, as long as he does not interfere with our plans, it matters not. White Zetsu agreed. Indeed, the priority is capturing the tailed beasts. Obito fell silent. Yet he kept a wary eye on Emo-chan. Within the base, Konan also inquired of Nagato, who was bound in wooden apparatus. What was that person's background? Emo-chan seems quite intrigued by him, and I noticed Emo-chan smiled just now, did you see? Nagato remained silent for a while before replying. I am uncertain of his origins. I only know he claims he can assist us in achieving our goals. As for Emo-chan, I cannot fathom why he reacted that way. Konan furrowed her brow. I can't shake this uneasy feeling. I hope nothing goes awry. Nagato sighed. Let us observe the situation for now. Our foremost priority is capturing the tailed beasts and recruiting personnel. Konan nodded, her eyes betraying her concerns. Chapter 6. Revenge. At this moment, Emo-chan entered and, upon observing the expressions of the two, remarked, regardless of the circumstances, we must focus on the task at hand. Xiaonan turned to Emo-chan, asking, do you truly believe that collaborating with that mysterious individual poses no issues? Emo-chan, intrigued, replied, it matters not. He serves as a valuable tool. There are certain matters I cannot disclose to you, but you two are all I have left. I hope you will heed some of my decisions. Xiaonan and Nagato exchanged glances, with Nagato stating, as long as your decisions benefit the organization, we shall listen. Emo-chan nodded. That is good. Let us proceed with caution in our upcoming endeavors. Xiaonan lightly bit her lip, expressing her hopes for a smooth journey devoid of unforeseen complications. Emo-chan's gaze was resolute. Do not worry, Xiaonan. I will ensure your safety. The three shared a glance, as if rediscovering a renewed strength to continue. As various conflicts arose in the ninja world, the trio busied themselves daily with numerous tasks. Nagato was in search of suitable vessels for the other 5 pain. Emo-chan immersed himself in the study of ninja tools, while Xiaonan took it upon herself to prepare meals for them. Time passed, and the atmosphere within the Akatsuki's base became increasingly tense and industrious. Nagato was often consumed by his quest for appropriate vessels, frequently neglecting rest and sustenance. Meanwhile, Mo-chan found himself surrounded by an array of blades and blueprints in his workshop, incessantly experimenting with novel concepts and improvements. Xiaonan bustled about the kitchen, the aroma of her cooking wafting through the air. Occasionally, she would glance towards Nagato and Emo-chan, her eyes betraying a hint of concern and worry. One day, Xiaonan brought a freshly prepared meal to Mo-chan's workshop, gently placing it on a nearby table. Emo-chan, you should eat something before continuing your research, she urged. Mo-chan, engrossed in his work, replied without looking up, Xiaonan, just set it down. I will eat shortly. With a resigned sigh, Xiaonan admonished him. Do not overexert yourself. Afterward, she turned to deliver food to Nagato. Once Xiaonan had departed, Mo-chan paused momentarily, glancing at the meal before resuming his work. Outside, as the tensions between the great nations escalated, the Third Shinobi World War erupted. This turmoil heralded the rise of various prodigies from different ninja villages, among whom the most renowned was the Yellow Flash of Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Amidst the chaos of war, the ninja world descended into disarray. Utilizing his extraordinary flying thunder god technique, Minato gained fame on the battlefield. In a smoke-filled war zone, he appeared instantaneously behind an enemy ninja, striking swiftly before they could react. The Yellow Flash truly lives up to his name. The Konoha ninja cheered. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki, Emo-chan, Xiaonan, and Nagato were closely monitoring the developments of this great conflict. Furrowing his brow, Nagato remarked, Minato Namikaze's strength is formidable. He may prove to be a significant adversary in the future. Xiaonan nodded gravely. However, we must not allow this to halt our progress. Emo-chan, seated on the ground and holding a 7-shaped iron device, mused. Oh, Minato Namikaze, he is of little concern. He is destined for a short life. Both Nagato and Xiaonan were taken aback, turning to Emo-chan in surprise. Nagato inquired, Emo-chan, how can you be so certain? Emo-chan scoffed. It is simply the will of fate. Xiaonan, puzzled, asked, Fate? That sounds rather mystical. Emo-chan, do you know something we do not? Rising to stretch. Emo-chan replied, do not ask too many questions. Let us focus on our own affairs. Exchanging glances, Nagato and Xiaonan chose not to press further. though doubts lingered in their minds regarding Imo-chen's words. Under their watchful gaze, he slowly exited the base, taking the weapon he had crafted with him. Xiaonan smiled softly at his retreating figure, suggesting, "It is rare for Imo-chun to venture out. Let us follow him." Nagato nodded in agreement, and Xiaonan carefully placed him on the wheelchair Imo-chun had designed, pushing him outside. Once outside, they witnessed Imo-chun inserting a miniature storage scroll into the firearm he had created. He then raised it, and with a loud bang, blue flames erupted from the muzzle, followed by dozens of shuriken embedding themselves in a distant tree. Both Nagato and Xiaonan displayed expressions of astonishment. Xiaonan exclaimed, "The power of this weapon is not to be underestimated." Nagato concurred, Imo-chun's creativity is always beyond imagination. However, Imo-chun furrowed his brow as he disassembled the gun, with a cascade of shuriken tumbling forth, culminating in the small scroll that had initially been inserted. Xiaonan approached, inquiring, "Imo-chun, is there a problem?" With a sigh, he replied, "Yes, there are issues with the weapon's firing and storage capabilities. I am unable to launch all the ninja tools effectively, and the power is insufficient. I need to reconsider the research and chakra implications." Nagato remarked, "It is already impressive. Gradual improvements will yield better results." Xiaonan gently patted Imo-chen's shoulder, saying, "Do not put too much pressure on yourself. We believe in your success." Imo-chen looked up at them, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, I will not give up." He then returned to pondering the new weapon. Nagato and Xiaonan stood quietly by, observing Imo-chen's focused demeanor, their hearts filled with anticipation. After a brief moment, he reassembled the weapon, loading a miniature scroll and firing once more. Hundreds of shuriken pierced through the trees, and once again, he disassembled the firearm, causing the shuriken and scroll to fall out. Imo-chen shook his head, stating, "It appears I must revisit my research. This is truly cumbersome." Xiaonan reassured him, "Do not rush. Research is inherently a gradual process." Nagato added, "Indeed, achieving such results is commendable. Take your time." With a wry smile, Imo-chen conceded, "It seems I have no choice. Let us return." The trio turned back towards the base as the fading rays of the setting sun cast elongated shadows behind them. Time passed, though the duration remained uncertain. On this particular day, Nagato finally gathered the 6 paths of pain. Imo-chun, having tidied up, approached the two with a fierce glint in his eyes, declaring, "I shall personally send Hanzo on his way. Xiaonan, you look after Nagato. I will accompany the 6 paths." Xiaonan regarded Imo-chun with concern. "Imo-chun, please be careful." Nagato cautioned, "Do not act impulsively. Let us proceed as planned." Imo-chun gritted his teeth. "I understand. This time, Hanzo must pay for his blood debts." With that, Imo-chun set out with the 6 paths of pain, his figure swiftly disappearing into the distance. Nagato closed his eyes, seated on the chakra transmitter, meticulously controlling the 6 paths of pain. They had awaited this day for far too long. Xiaonan remained in the base, silently hoping for Imo-chun's safe return. Chapter 7. The death of Hanzo. As Imo-chun and the 6 paths of pain journeyed towards Hanzo's location, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Imo-chen's gaze was resolute, consumed solely by thoughts of vengeance. The 6 paths of pain remained silent behind him, exuding an aura of formidable coldness. At last, they arrived at Hanzo's stronghold. With a commanding shout, Imo-chun declared, "Attack." In an instant, the 6 paths of pain unleashed their assault, their overwhelming ninjutsu, leaving Hanzo's subordinates in a state of panic. Summoning a colossal bird from the animal path, Imo-chun leaped effortlessly onto its back as it soared high above. A manic expression began to manifest on his face, and with a frenzied smile, he shouted, "Hanzo, I promise to annihilate you all." As he hurled kunai embedded with explosive tags, a multitude of identical kunai began to materialize and plummeted toward the ground. Boom. Instantly, the area below erupted into a conflagration, with anguished screams echoing amidst the chaos. Hanzo emerged from the wreckage, bellowing, "You lunatics." Imo-chun laughed maniacally. "Lunatics? You brought this upon yourselves." The animal path summoned additional summoned beasts, leading to an intense clash with Hanzo's minions. Imo-chun relentlessly threw various weapons, working in concert with the formidable ninjutsu of the 6 paths of pain as Hanzo's side gradually succumbed to the overwhelming onslaught. "Today marks your demise, Hanzo," Imo-chun roared, charging at him. Yet, to Hanzo, Imo-chun's attacks seemed as trivial as those of a child. Having lost faith, the once mighty Hanzo found his strength waning. Even in his diminished state, it would take little effort to fend off Imo-chun. As Hanzo prepared to strike, the 6 paths of pain intervened, swiftly immobilizing him. The once feared Hanzo looked on in terror, gasping, "Who are you?" Imo-chun approached him, coldly declaring, "Do you remember me, demon? Today is your reckoning." Hanzo's expression darkened. "You little brat, do you think you can kill me?" The Deva Path replied, "Your time has come to an end." With that, the 6 paths of pain unleashed their combined might. Despite Hanzo's desperate resistance, he was ultimately unable to withstand their collective assault. Imo-chun's eyes brimmed with hatred and tears as he gazed at Hanzo. "I will not allow you to die easily. I will torment you bit by bit." Hanzo, caught between satisfaction and fear, regarded the deranged youth before him. Meanwhile, Yahiko, controlled by Nagato, urged, he was once a figure I respected, grant him a swift end. Emochan clenched his teeth, suppressing his fury, and eventually nodded in agreement. Very well, I will heed your words, Nagato. The Deva Path extended a hand, and a surge of formidable power pierced through Hanzo's body. His eyes widened in shock as he slowly crumpled to the ground, the light of life gradually fading. Emochan stared at Hanzo's lifeless form, murmuring, finally, it is over. As the 6 paths of pain turned to leave, Emochan followed, his heart still heavy. Although he had avenged his grievances, he could never bring back his fallen comrades. Upon returning to their base, Konan approached. Hanzo has been dealt with? She inquired. Emochan nodded silently, walking to a corner to sit, his gaze vacant. Konan turned to Nagato. Nagato, Emochan. The Deva Path responded. Let him have some time. The emptiness after vengeance cannot be filled instantly. Sighing softly, Konan moved to Emochan's side, offering silent companionship. After a long while, Emochan finally spoke. The vendetta is not yet complete. Once I grow stronger, I will eradicate those lurking in the shadows. Konan gently patted his shoulder. Emochan, do not let hatred consume your heart entirely. Emochan scoffed. Sister Konan, do you believe I can turn back? They all deserve to die? Konan frowned. But if we are continually driven by hatred, how are we different from those evildoers? Emochan remained silent for a moment before replying. Sister Konan, you do not understand. The pain they have inflicted upon me must be repaid in kind. Concern filled Konan's eyes as she gazed at him. Nagato concurred. She speaks the truth. This world must experience suffering to comprehend it. Konan, observing both Nagato and Emochan, shook her head in resignation. Perhaps you are both right. But I still hope we do not lose ourselves in hatred. Emochan stood resolutely. Sister Konan, rest assured, I know what I am doing. Once I am strong enough, I will make them pay, and then we shall achieve true peace together. With that, Emochan turned and departed, leaving Konan and Nagato in a state of complex emotions. In the land of rain, within Amegakure, following Hanzo's demise and the drastic reduction of his power, Nagato commanded the 6 paths to initiate reforms. Soon, this perpetually rainy village fell under the control of the Akatsuki, and the rebellious ninjas were swiftly dealt with by pain. Meanwhile, Emochan utilized his system's replication ability to discreetly have merchants sell ninja tools, fostering economic development in Amegakure. Under the governance of the 3, the village gradually acknowledged their rule. As time flowed on, Amegakure began to flourish anew under the Akatsuki's management. Emochan continually replicated various practical items, including both ninja tools and everyday necessities, significantly improving the villagers' lives. Konan managed the village's affairs, her gentle yet resolute demeanor winning the respect and affection of the villagers. Nagato employed the power of pain to ensure the village's safety, instilling a sense of security among the populace. One day, Emochan, Konan, and Nagato gathered together. Emochan remarked with a smile, seeing the village thrive brings me joy. It feels as if our efforts have not been in vain. Konan nodded, indeed, but we cannot afford to become complacent. We must strive to make the village even stronger. Nagato, with a deep gaze, stated, as long as we stand united, Amegakure's future will be ever bright. At that moment, Amegakure, under their collective efforts, was steadily progressing towards peace and prosperity. On a particular day, Emochan stared blankly at 2 identical apples in his hand, his mind replaying the fierce battles. You useless system. You can replicate food, yet you cannot replicate ninjutsu, or even Hashirama cells. The system's emotionless voice echoed in Emochan's mind. This is how the system is designed. Host, do not take offense. Fuming, Emochan hurled the apple onto the table, internally cursing, designed this way? What good are you then? At that moment, Konan entered, noticing Emochan's furious expression. Emochan, why are you so upset? Suppressing his anger, Emochan forced a smile. It's nothing, Sister Konan. I'm just facing a little difficulty in my research. Konan smiled gently. Do not rush. Take your time. Emochan nodded, but his thoughts remained fixated on the underwhelming system. Chapter 8. The Scorpion of the Red Sand. As they diligently managed the rain-hidden village, the Third Great Ninja War came to a close. On this day, atop a towering structure in the village, Yahiko's appearance, embodied in the god path of pain, sat quietly, while beside him, a figure wrapped in a carnivorous plant slowly emerged. It was none other than Black and White Zetsu. White Zetsu spoke languidly. There are 2 formidable ninjas that require your personal recruitment. The god path of pain, maintaining a stoic demeanor, fixed his gaze upon Black Zetsu, and coldly inquired, who? With a mischievous grin, White Zetsu replied, the rogue ninja Kakazu from the Waterfall Village and the Scorpion of the Red Sand from the Sand Village. After a moment of contemplation, Pain said, what are their abilities? Black Zetsu elaborated. Kakazu possesses the secret technique of Earth Grudge Fear, which allows him to extend his life by seizing others' hearts while wielding various elemental jutsu. The Scorpion of the Red Sand is a prodigious puppet master, his art of puppetry reaching extraordinary heights. If he can be recruited into the Akatsuki, It would undoubtedly bolster the organization's strength. Pain nodded slightly. Send someone to make contact and ascertain their willingness to join. With that, Black and White Zetsu vanished, leaving Pain to silently observe the rain-hidden village. Once they departed, Nagato carefully sensed their genuine absence and slowly spoke. What are your thoughts on these two? Mokurin paused his actions, standing up and stretching his neck. You can handle Kikuzu, while Sister Konan and I will seek out the scorpion. My research requires his intricate designs within his puppets, and both possess considerable strength. Nagato nodded in agreement. Very well. But exercise caution. The scorpion is not easily subdued. Mokurin smiled confidently. Rest assured, I know my limits. Konan chimed in. Let us prepare for departure. As Mokurin and Konan began their preparations, Nagato continued to contemplate the future development of their organization. Days later, a man and a woman clad in robes adorned with red cloud patterns traversed a path. Konan spoke cheerfully, her tone gentle. It's rare to see you out and about. Is the scorpion's mechanism truly that special? Mokurin replied earnestly, Sister Konan, the scorpion's mechanisms are extraordinary. If we can decipher them, it will significantly enhance our organization's capabilities. Konan nodded. I hope our recruitment goes smoothly this time. Mokurin gazed up at the sky. For others, it may be challenging, but for you, it should be relatively effortless. His puppetry holds no power over you. Konan paused briefly, then laughed. You little rascal. Always saying sweet things to flatter me. Mokurin grinned. I speak only the truth. They exchanged smiles and quickened their pace. Several days later, they arrived in a vast desert. Mokurin perched atop a stone pillar, while Konan stood beside him, watching a figure approach in the distance. She scrutinized the young man with red hair. Is that the scorpion of the red sand? Mokurin nodded, his expression serious. It must be him. Sister Konan, be wary of the poison gas from his puppets. As the scorpion approached, he halted before them, his gaze icy as he assessed them. What do you want from me? Mokurin responded from his perch. Scorpion. We hail from the Akatsuki and wish to invite you to join us. With a derisive laugh, the scorpion retorted, the Akatsuki? I have no interest. Unsurprised by his dismissal, Mokurin continued, do not be so hasty to refuse. I am quite intrigued by your puppetry. I can offer you an abundance of ninja tools. At the mention of unlimited ninja tools, the scorpion's eyes flickered with interest, but he quickly masked it with indifference. That alone is insufficient to persuade me. Mokurin glanced at Konan, speaking nonchalantly. Since we're bound to engage in a fight, Sister Konan, I leave this to you. Konan nodded slightly, her form flickering as she appeared before the scorpion in an instant. His expression darkened, and he retrieved a scroll from his back. With a loud puff of smoke, the third Kazekage puppet materialized. Konan's body began to show fissures, evidently utilizing her paper jutsu. Mokurin watched with keen interest as the two adversaries faced off. The scorpion maneuvered the Kazekage puppet to launch a rapid barrage of attacks. The sand and iron raining down upon Konan were met with her agile evasion as her paper enveloped her, forming a sturdy defense. Humph, you possess some skill. The scorpion scoffed, intensifying his assault. Unfazed, Konan retaliated by transforming her paper into sharp spears aimed at the Kazekage puppet. Moments later, the scorpion gazed at the fallen puppet, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. Mokurin interjected, do not be deceived. You are inherently at a disadvantage unless you adapt. The scorpion shot a fierce glare at Mokurin. Stop with your condescending remarks. At this juncture, Konan implored, Scorpion, by joining the Akatsuki, you will have greater opportunities to enhance your puppetry. After a brief silence, the scorpion replied, allow me to ponder this further. Mokurin leaped down from the pillar, approaching the scorpion. What is there to consider? Do you not yearn for greater power? Do you not wish to elevate your puppetry to new heights? The scorpion furrowed his brow and remained silent. Mokurin continued, the Akatsuki can offer you far beyond your imagination. The scorpion raised his gaze to Mokurin and Konan, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Mokurin mused internally. I recall the recruitment process being rather straightforward. Have I altered the narrative? He then added, perhaps you should take a look at this before deciding. With that, he produced a prototype ninja tool handgun and fired it at a nearby stone pillar. A multitude of shuriken shot forth with a resounding bang. The scorpion observed this spectacle, his eyes widening with surprise and curiosity. What kind of weapon is this? He inquired. Mokurin smiled. This is a product of my research. Join the Akatsuki, and you will have the freedom to explore such weaponry. The scorpion stepped forward, examining the handgun thoughtfully. Lost in contemplation, Konan addressed him, Scorpion, the Akatsuki is filled with talented individuals like Mokurin. Together, we can create even more remarkable inventions. After a moment of hesitation, the scorpion finally nodded. Very well, I shall join. Mokurin and Konan exchanged triumphant smiles. Their recruitment had finally succeeded. As they traveled, the scorpion tinkered with the handgun and curiously remarked, this seems somewhat flawed. Have you not noticed? Mokurin raised an eyebrow. Oh, pray tell, what flaws have you discovered? The scorpion replied, the firing rate and power have considerable room for improvement, and the weapon's durability is lacking. Mokurin nodded thoughtfully, no surprise. You are indeed a master of puppetry, with keen observation. However, This is merely a prototype still undergoing refinement. The Scorpion scoffed. You'd best expedite the improvements. Otherwise, it will be of little use. Konan smiled reassuringly. I believe Mokurin will resolve these issues. The trio continued onward, the atmosphere considerably more amicable than before. Chapter 9. The Art of Deception Within the Confines of a Restaurant. Scorpion observed the meal while eyeing Emo-chun, who was engrossed in examining the mechanism scroll he had been tricked into relinquishing. Scorpion's gaze was laden with discontent as he queried, will you truly provide me with an endless supply of ninja tools and your research methods? For a puppeteer, the combat style of puppets was extraordinarily bizarre, particularly the hidden weapons launched from mechanisms, which represented a formidable accumulation of ninja tools. Emo-chun, having secured the mechanism design scroll from Scorpion, declared his commitment to supplying an infinite quantity of ninja tools. He then produced a kunai, placing it on the table, and with a few deft movements of his hand, Scorpion watched in astonishment as the kunai multiplied before his eyes. Emo-chun, beaming with pride, exclaimed, what do you think? I am not deceiving you. As long as you remain committed to the Akatsuki, you shall have as many ninja tools as you desire. Scorpion's irritation began to dissipate as he picked up a newly appeared kunai for closer inspection, remarking, this ability is indeed remarkable. Konan, sitting nearby, chuckled softly. Now you should believe in our sincerity. Scorpion nodded. I hope you will live up to your promises. Emo-chun patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured. You will not be disappointed. After their meal, the trio returned to the Akatsuki's base. A few days later, upon their arrival, they encountered a tall figure clad in a black mask, with only piercing azure eyes visible, standing alongside Pain. Emo-chun's heart raced. Could this be Kakuzu? Konan frowned slightly, casting a glance at Pain. Pain, in his authoritative manner, announced, this is Kakuzu, who has agreed to join our organization. Kakuzu cast a sidelong glance at Emo-chun and his companions, scoffing, I hope you won't be a hindrance. Unfazed, Emo-chun retorted, whether you are a hindrance remains to be seen. Konan quickly interjected, since we are all comrades now, we must collaborate harmoniously. Kakuzu fell silent, and Pain continued, all right, everyone. Take some time to rest and prepare for the upcoming missions. Emo-chun shot a glare at Kakuzu, and, along with Konan and Scorpion, stepped aside. Scorpion whispered, Kakuzu seems difficult to get along with. Emo-chun shrugged, jesting, perhaps you simply lack the means to get along. You'll need money, a considerable amount of it. Scorpion frowned. Money? I have little interest in such matters. Konan softly advised, regardless, we must work together moving forward, so let us strive for some semblance of harmony. Emo-chun nodded. All right, I understand, Sister Konan. However, Kakuzu does indeed possess a peculiar temperament. At that moment, Kakuzu appeared to overhear their conversation, turning his head with an expression of discontent. Emo-chun met his gaze defiantly, muttering, what are you staring at? If you're capable, stop merely glaring. Konan quickly pulled Emo-chun back. Don't provoke trouble, Shao-chun. Emo-chun pouted but fell silent. Pain shook his head in resignation and spoke slowly, from now on. We are all comrades. We need to recruit more formidable individuals and prepare operational funds, waiting for the right moment to act. Kakuzu grunted, operational funds? That requires careful planning. Emo-chun scoffed. Always money with you, such a miser. Scorpion remarked coolly, money is not the crux of the matter. What matters is having sufficient strength to face the challenges ahead. Konan turned to Pain. What are our specific next steps? Pain replied, I will assign personnel to gather intelligence and identify suitable targets. Each of you should prepare to enhance your abilities and remain on standby. The group nodded in agreement before preparing to depart. After a moment of contemplation, Emo-chun turned to Scorpion. Wait for me. I need to speak with Kakuzu about some matters before we continue our research on ninja tools. Scorpion, somewhat puzzled, paused. Emo-chun approached Kakuzu directly, stating candidly, Kaku, I know you have a penchant for wealth. I have a proposal that could enable the organization to generate greater profits. Would you be interested in hearing it? Kakuzu glanced at Emo-chun, his voice icy. What could a brat like you possibly offer? Emo-chun smiled slyly. Let us not dwell on whether I have a plan. Just tell me if you would like to earn substantial wealth. Kakuzu remained silent for a moment before responding. Speak. Emo-chun, with the cunning of a fox, suggested. You typically hunt bountied individuals to exchange for money, correct? Kakuzu frowned. And what of it? Emo-chun continued. Such a method is slow and fraught with risk. Instead, let us leverage my replication ability to mass-produce valuable items for sale. Additionally, Kakuzu, your reputation could also be beneficial. Those exchange houses must have their own backing, correct? We could offer them a discount, and you could act as the intermediary, reaping a 20% profit for yourself. How does that sound? A glimmer of contemplation crossed Kakuzu's eyes before he remarked, your idea is somewhat intriguing, but can you truly replicate those valuable items? Furthermore, are you certain those factions will cooperate? Emo-chun replied confidently, Kakuzu, just watch. My replication ability will not disappoint you. With your involvement and a favorable price, there is no reason for them to refuse. After a moment of silence, Kakuzu agreed. Very well, let us put this to the test. However, should anything go awry, You better be prepared for the consequences. Emo-chun nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Kakuzu, it will be fine. The two engaged in conversation, and as their rapport deepened, Kakuzu began to view Emo-chun as a financial genius. He hastily departed, eager to discuss matters with the exchange houses. Emo-chun, watching Kakuzu's retreating figure, thought to himself, I've hooked him. Soon I'll have him procure powerful ninja tools and materials. At that moment, Scorpion approached, eyeing Emo-chun's triumphant demeanor. What did you discuss with Kakuzu? Why is he so enthusiastic? Emo-chun chuckled. Nothing much, just pointed him toward a lucrative opportunity. Now, let us proceed to our research on ninja tools. Scorpion, filled with skepticism, followed Emo-chun, pondering the true intentions behind his machinations. Chapter 10. The intermediary within the base of the Shao organization, the clanging of metal resonated daily. Today, Scorpion found himself lost in thought while gazing at a dozen identical third-generation wind shadow puppets before him. He recalled how Emo-chun had once said, Scorpion, show me the wind shadow puppet. I shall examine it for insights. After a half-hour's wait, Emo-chun returned with a dozen identical wind shadow puppets. Though he could tell at a glance that only the original retained its chakra, the others were mere replicas. Scorpion lifted his gaze to Emo-chun, his expression complex. Your replicative abilities are truly astonishing, he remarked. Emo-chun smiled with pride. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? With these puppets, your strength will see considerable enhancement. Scorpion shook his head. Replicas are ultimately just facades. Without a chakra core, their utility is limited. Emo-chun patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not be so pessimistic. They will prove useful in time. At that moment, Konan entered, her eyes widening at the sight of the room filled with puppets. What? Emo-chun beamed. Sister Konan, look. I've replicated numerous puppets for Scorpion. Konan chuckled helplessly. You two certainly know how to stir up trouble. Eventually, Scorpion picked up the handgun they had collaboratively crafted. After a careful examination, he noted no flaws in its design. However, it required Emo-chun's magnetic release to function. And there was an additional concern. What issue? Emo-chun inquired eagerly. Scorpion replied, the weapon's power hinges on the intensity of the magnetic force you inject. And prolonged use will impose a significant burden on you. Emo-chun frowned. That is indeed troublesome. We must devise improvements. Konan suggested. Perhaps we could explore materials that can better withstand magnetic forces. Emo-chun's eyes lit up. Sister Konan makes a valid point. I shall investigate further. Scorpion set down the handgun. Your initial approach was correct, but unlike my puppets, you must consider the ammunition scroll issue. I observed that your chakra usage was nearly negligible after employing the scroll. Emo-chun suddenly realized, right? How did I overlook that? Your experience truly shines, Scorpion. Konan smiled. Then you both should hasten your improvements, striving to put this weapon to use as soon as possible. With renewed vigor, Emo-chun declared, absolutely. I shall get to work immediately. He then immersed himself in research, and the familiar clanging resumed in the room. Meanwhile, at a bounty exchange in the ninja world, a man respectfully addressed Kakuzu. Mr. Kakuzu, could you offer a more favorable price for the ninja tools and weapons? A 10% discount is cheaper than others. Yet our demand is substantial. Kakuzu scoffed. 10% is already the lowest. Take it or leave it. The man appeared troubled. Mr. Kakuzu, please reconsider. How about a 30% discount? We could establish a long-term partnership. Kakuzu frowned. 30% is out of the question. 40% is the best I can do. After a moment's hesitation, the man relented. Fine, 40% it is, but the quality must be assured. Kakuzu replied coldly. You need not worry about that. My reputation is intact. The man nodded. Then it is settled. I look forward to our long-term cooperation. Kakuzu turned to leave, calculating his potential profit. Emo-chun had not anticipated that Kakuzu would offer a 30% discount. He swiftly pocketed the intermediary's margin, realizing the game well. Days later, Kakuzu arrived at a warehouse, surveying the mountain of boxes before him, lamenting his losses. Just then, Emo-chun entered and, noticing Kakuzu's expression, couldn't help but laugh. Elder Kakuzu, why the long face? Did you not earn a profit? Kakuzu shot him a glare. Humph, it's all your fault. Your suggestion cost me dearly. Emo-chun chuckled. Elder Kakuzu, do not say that. There will be plenty of opportunities to earn big in the future. Kakuzu retorted, next time, I cannot allow you such a discount. Emo-chun nodded eagerly, of course. I shall heed your advice. Meanwhile, within the base, Scorpion busied himself with the hundreds of puppets before him. Initially, he deemed these chakra-less creations useless, but Emo-chun had pointed out that they were merely materials. In the future, if the chakra core of a puppet is intact, you can simply swap it out. He had suggested. Scorpion's eyes brightened in realization. Indeed, how did I not consider that? Emo-chun smiled. Thus, these puppets possess considerable value. Scorpion nodded, returning to his studies. After a while, Konan entered again, observing the bustling scene with the puppets and the industrious Scorpion and Emo-chun. You two truly cannot sit idly for a moment, she remarked. Emo-chun looked up at Konan. Sister Konan, we are preparing to enhance the organization's strength. Konan smiled wryly. Very well, continue your work. But do remember to rest. Both Emo-chun and Scorpion acknowledged her and immersed themselves back into their tasks. Konan stepped outside, gazing at Pain, who sat on the ground. According to the plan, we need 5 more members. I do not wish for Emo-chun to join the team. Pain remained silent for a moment before replying, Konan. This is for the future of the organization. Everyone may need to shoulder corresponding tasks and risks. Konan frowned, but he is still young. He has endured enough. Pain spoke slowly. We exist in a harsh world. Emo-chun must also grow and be tested. Biting her lip, Konan ceased her protests, her eyes still reflecting concern. After a moment, she firmly stated, let him perfect his research on ninja tools before undertaking any missions. Until then, I will not permit him to participate in any tasks. Pain nodded, very well, as you wish. Konan exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to re-enter the room, continuing to monitor Emo-chun and Scorpion's progress. Standing outside, she gazed at the dark-haired, handsome youth, lost in memories. Ever since the loss of their comrades, Emo-chun had scarcely paused. He was either engrossed in research or preoccupied with matters of the village. She pondered whether bringing him back after witnessing his assault had been the right choice. With a soft sigh, Konan murmured, Little Chun, I only hope your efforts shield you from further harm, and that our future is devoid of tragedy. Meanwhile, within, Mo-chun remained absorbed in his work, oblivious to Konan's concerns. He diligently endeavored to rectify the process and flaws of the scroll's activation. After a moment, Scorpion halted him, exclaiming, This storage method falls within the realm of space-time ninjutsu. We lack understanding of its principles and require someone skilled in this art to resolve the issue. Mo-chun frowned, contemplating, finding someone proficient in space-time ninjutsu is no easy task. Scorpion crossed his arms, indeed, but without addressing this problem. The weapon's practicality will be severely diminished. Mo-chun sighed. Let me think of a solution. Perhaps we can first enhance its performance in other aspects. Scorpion nodded. It seems we have no other choice. The two fell into deep thought once more, continuing their pursuit of improved strategies. Chapter 11. Schemes in the rain-drenched village of Rain Hidden. The sky remained overcast, with raindrops incessantly falling. Within the base, everyone turned their attention to Black and White. As the somber and gravelly voice of Black echoed through the air, announcing the need for a team to investigate the tailed beast intel. While another team would be tasked with recruiting the rogue ninja from Rain Hidden, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Danzo, Pain, of the Heavenly Path, nodded slightly, suggesting, I shall take Scorpion to investigate. After all, the tailed beasts pose a greater threat. As for the recruitment, before he could finish, Emo-chun swiftly interjected. I will go with Kakuzu-senpai. Although he appeared eager, his eyes were filled with schemes and fantasies. Pain cast a glance at Emo-chun and replied, Very well. But exercise caution. Kakuzu snorted dismissively, Kid, don't hold me back. Emo-chun chuckled, Rest assured, Kakuzu-senpai. Perhaps it will be you holding me back. Xiaonan looked at Emo-chun with concern. Emo-chun, please prioritize your safety. Emo-chun nodded. Sister Xiaonan, I understand. Thus, Emo-chun and Kakuzu set off in search of Danzo. As they traversed the path, Kakuzu curiously inquired, Kid, you seem particularly interested in this Danzo. Emo-chun's lips curled into a sly smile, resembling a fox. Kakuzu-senpai, it's a lucrative venture. How could I not be interested? Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. What venture? Do enlighten me. Emo-chun grinned mischievously. Danzo is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The blade he wields must be a treasure. If we can acquire it, Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with cunning. Are you suggesting? Emo-chun playfully enticed Kakuzu. When the time comes, you distract him while I seize the opportunity to obtain hundreds of identical blades. We will split the profits 50-50. After a moment of contemplation, Kakuzu replied, That sounds appealing, but this task is not as simple as it seems. Emo-chun patted his chest in assurance. Kakuzu-senpai, do I not trust your strength? As long as you act, there will be no issue. Kakuzu scoffed. If the brat refuses to join, we kill him. It's less trouble that way. Emo-chun quickly retorted. No, let us recruit him first. If that fails, then we can resort to violence. With a grunt, Kakuzu ceased further conversation, and the two quickened their pace. Though they exchanged no words on their journey, their thoughts were evident on their faces. Kakuzu calculated the potential worth of the precious swords, while Emo-chun contemplated how to integrate them into his blade research. Eventually, they arrived at the location indicated by their intel, a desolate valley that resonated with an eerie silence. Emo-chun cautiously surveyed the surroundings, warning Kakuzu, Be careful, this guy is not easy to deal with. Kakuzu, unfazed, scoffed. In my presence, nothing is difficult to handle. At that moment, a gust of wind howled, and Tenzo's figure appeared atop the valley. What do you seek from me? He asked coldly. Emo-chun leaned against the ground, languidly replying, We are from the Akatsuki, and we wish to invite you to join us. Danzo sneered. Akatsuki? I have no interest. Kakuzu, growing impatient, interjected, Don't be foolish. Joining the Akatsuki benefits everyone. Danzo tightened his grip on his sword, declaring, If you want me to join, first ask my blade if it agrees. Emo-chun rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. No need to be so impulsive. Let us discuss this amicably. Tenzo glared fiercely. There is nothing to discuss. If you have the capability, come and try. The atmosphere grew tense. After exchanging glances with Kakuzu, he charged forward. While Emo-chun feigned concern, shouting, "Hey, hey, hey, let's not resort to violence. We can talk this out." He played the role of the good cop, leaving the villainous persona to Kakuzu. Ignoring Emo-chun's pleas, Kakuzu engaged Tenzo in a fierce battle, their blades flashing and ninjutsu flying. Emo-chun watched, seemingly anxious as he cried out, "Stop fighting, stop fighting." Yet, inwardly he chuckled, relishing the opportunity for Kakuzu to wear Tenzo down. After all, Tenzo was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. His strength was formidable, and the two were evenly matched. Kakuzu inwardly cursed. This brat only plays the good guy. Yet his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Tenzo swung his decapitating sword with tremendous force, each strike aimed directly at Kakuzu. Clang, clang, clang. Kakuzu effortlessly blocked the incoming blows with his hardened technique. Emo-chun, observing nervously, continued to shout, "Let us not fight. We should talk." While fending off attacks, Kakuzu shot back, "Kid, stop pretending to be the good guy." Tenzo bellowed, "The Akatsuki will never make me yield." Kakuzu coldly retorted, "That is not your decision to make." The battle intensified, the surrounding earth and stones trembling from the clash. Suddenly, Emo-chun noticed the decapitating sword that had fallen before him. He stood, picked it up, swung it a couple of times, noting its weight, and then shouted, all right, this is pointless. Let us stop fighting." Upon uttering those words, he tossed the sword back to Tenzo. As Tenzo reached to catch it, the sword unexpectedly transformed into 2 blades, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Kakuzu recognized that their scheme had succeeded and ceased his assault. Tenzo caught the blades, his expression wary as he scrutinized Emo-chun and Kaku, demanding, "What are you playing at?" Emo-chun grinned, "No need to be alarmed. We merely wish to demonstrate our capabilities." Tenzo frowned, "What do you mean?" Kakuzu replied coldly, "Joining the Akatsuki will bring you numerous benefits, otherwise." Emo-chun quickly interrupted, "Oh, Kakuzu-senpai, no need to be so harsh. Brother Tenzo, you see, with our abilities, the future of the Akatsuki is limitless. By joining us, you will surely achieve great things." Tenzo, contemplating the dual blades in his hands, began to weigh the pros and cons. Chapter 12. Magnetic force. Upon witnessing the situation, Emo-chun seized the moment to speak. "Brother Shirzong, the Akatsuki's goal is to achieve peace. Do you not wish to contribute to the tranquility of this world? Moreover, should you choose to join us, you too can learn such extraordinary techniques." Kakuzu interjected, "Do not be foolish. Miss this opportunity, and there shall be no second chance." Ripe Loquat Shirzong raised his head, his gaze resolute as he replied, "I would not be opposed to joining, but you must ensure my freedom and interests are upheld." Emo-chun smiled and assured him, "That is certainly the case. All members of the Akatsuki are treated equally, provided you adhere to the organization's rules." Kakuzu scoffed, "At least you possess some sense." Thus, Ripe Loquat Shirzong became a member of the Akatsuki, and Emo-chun along with Kakuzu successfully completed their recruitment mission. As they walked along, Shirzong observed the two chattering ahead and could not help but inquire, "Could you explain how the other decapitating sword came to be? They seem indistinguishable." Emo-chun chuckled, "This is my special ability. I can duplicate objects, hence the existence of another identical decapitating sword." Shirzong was astonished. Such a peculiar ability. "Does that mean you could replicate as many weapons as you desire?" Kakuzu coldly interjected, "It is not that simple. This lad's abilities have their limitations." Emo-chun scratched his head, "Brother Shirzong, while there are restrictions, it can still prove useful in critical moments." Shirzong nodded thoughtfully. "It seems the Akatsuki indeed harbors hidden talents." Kakuzu pulled Emo-chun aside and whispered, "You do realize that rarity is valuable, do you not? Even if you can replicate infinitely, it is unwise to divulge this." Emo-chun pouted, I know, Kakuzu-senpai. I merely misspoke in the moment." Kakuzu shot him a glare. "Be more cautious next time. Do not jeopardize our endeavors." Emo-chun quickly nodded. "Rest assured, there will be no next time." After their exchange, they returned to Shirzong's side and continued on their way. Upon arriving at the Akatsuki's base, they encountered Scorpion, who had just returned, accompanied by another figure. Emo-chun squinted and exclaimed, "Isn't that Lady Orochimaru?" Orochimaru flinched slightly at the mention of his name. "Watch your words, little brat." Emo-chun chuckled, "Just a jest, lady. I mean, Lord Orochimaru." Konan stepped forward and remarked, "Everyone is here. Pain, what are the next arrangements?" Pain spoke slowly. "First, allow the new members to familiarize themselves with the organization structure. Then prepare for the next course of action." Emo-chun leaned closer to Scorpion and whispered, "What brings Orochimaru here?" Scorpion rolled his eyes. "We encountered him on the way. He is following Pain's orders." Emo-chun shrugged, remaining silent, his gaze fixated on Orochimaru, for no one could rival him in the study of ninjutsu. Orochimaru felt the intensity of Emo-chun's gaze and shivered slightly, coldly stating, "Do not look at me like that, little brat." Emo-chun grinned, "Lord Orochimaru, I look forward to your guidance." At this moment, Pain interjected, All right, quiet down. Orochimaru, Shirzong, you will follow Scorpion to learn the organization's rules and missions. Orochimaru and Shirzong acknowledged and followed Scorpion away. Imo-chun, however, pondered how to extract some ninjutsu knowledge from Orochimaru. Pain approached Imo-chun and, with a tone of concern, advised, Little Chun, Orochimaru is cunning and treacherous. Do not engage with him too closely. Konan, noticing Imo-chun's expression, quickly added, Little Chun, he sought to join us. Keep your abilities concealed from him. Imo-chun nodded. Understood, Brother Nagato, Sister Konan. I will be cautious. Pain patted Imo-chun's shoulder. Good. Just be mindful and focus on your tasks. Imo-chun acknowledged and turned to leave, his thoughts racing, avoiding contact? That is not feasible. Orochimaru may possess solutions to the challenges I face in my research. I must find a way to connect discreetly. Outside, he spotted Kakuzu hastily departing. Scorpion placed a hand on his shoulder. What is the situation that has you in such a hurry? Imo-chun smirked. What else could it be? He is probably off to raid his little vaults for money. Scorpion shook his head in exasperation. That guy is truly obsessed with wealth. Imo-chun chuckled. Let him be. We must continue our work. By the way, Scorpion, what are your thoughts on the new members? Scorpion pondered briefly. Orochimaru's intentions are inscrutable, while Shirzong appears to be quite straightforward. Imo-chun nodded in agreement. Let us hope they do not bring trouble to the organization. As they conversed, they made their way to the research room. During their busy hours, turmoil erupted in the outside world. The Nine-Tails rampage led to the demise of Minato and Kushina, leaving their orphan child behind, while Sarutobi Hiruzen reclaimed the title of Hokage. Imo-chun glanced at the intelligence, noting that events unfolded as expected, and resumed his research with Scorpion. Scorpion remarked, the turmoil in Konoha may present us with an opportunity. Imo-chun shook his head. Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. We must focus on perfecting our current research. Scorpion nodded in agreement, and they both immersed themselves in their studies once more. Before long, a loud explosion reverberated through the air. The two observed the point of detonation, as Scorpion meticulously examined the trees surrounding them, which were embedded with various shuriken and ninja tools. With a resigned shake of his head, he remarked, this device you call a grenade has a wide radius, but lacks power and precision. Any seasoned ninja would easily evade it. Imo-chun smiled faintly, producing a shuriken and tossing it into the sky. In an instant, hundreds of shuriken appeared, as if imbued with a will of their own, all converging upon the trees struck by the grenade. Scorpion's eyes widened in astonishment. How? How is this possible? Imo-chun proudly explained. This technique is based on magnetic chakra. Whether striking or defending, it leaves a mark. Have you heard of the attraction between opposite magnetic forces? Scorpion nodded, seemingly enlightened. I see. What a clever concept. But this requires exceptional control over chakra, does it not? Imo-chun shrugged. It poses no difficulty. I discovered that while I cannot replicate another's chakra, my own can leave an imprint on ninja tools, allowing me to duplicate them with chakra. Thus, I devised this explosive mechanism to complement my ability. Scorpion marveled. This is indeed a significant discovery. It will greatly enhance your capabilities. Imo-chun replied with a smile. Yet it is not sufficient. I must continue refining it to achieve perfection. Scorpion nodded in agreement. Indeed, but be cautious. Should your enemies uncover the weaknesses of such a unique ability, it could pose a threat to you. Imo-chun confidently reassured. Do not worry, until I have perfected it. I will not reveal it in battle. Besides, it seems to have no distance limitations. Let us hasten our exploration of other methods. The two continued to delve into discussions regarding Imo-chun's newfound discovery and the subsequent research directions. Chapter 13. Fishing as time flowed inexorably onward. The onlookers beheld Imo-chun hoisting an iron tube upon his shoulder, turning their gazes towards Scorpion. Clearing his throat, Scorpion proclaimed, this is a newly developed weapon by Imo-chun, known as the rocket launcher. Its destructive power is immense. Let us witness its effect. With a grin, Imo-chun aimed at a distant hill and squeezed the trigger. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. Flames leapt skyward, and dust billowed forth, as the hill was instantaneously transformed into a deep crater. The crowd was rendered speechless by such overwhelming might. Pain, the god of the six paths, nodded slightly and remarked, indeed, if utilized properly, this weapon could greatly aid our endeavors. However, Scorpion interjected, do not harbor such thoughts. This device can only be operated by Imo-chun, as it requires his unique magnetic chakra for guidance. Moreover, the shell just fired contained hundreds of thousands of explosive tags. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Scorpion's revelation. Kakuzu could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, hundreds of thousands of explosive tags? This young lad truly spares no expense. Fortunate that he possesses her replication ability as a foundation. Imo-chun shrugged nonchalantly. For the sake of developing formidable weaponry, such an investment is trivial. Konan interjected. However, the consumption is excessively high. Is there a way to reduce the number of explosive tags? Imo-chun pondered, stroking his chin. I shall contemplate improvements. At this juncture, Orochimaru spoke up. Perhaps we could examine the materials and compression methods used in the creation of the explosive tags. Imo-chan's eyes brightened. Senior Orochimaru's suggestion is indeed insightful. I shall experiment with it later. Pain, the god of the six paths, stated, "For now, let us set this matter aside. We have other tasks to arrange." The crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Scorpion and Imo-chan exchanging knowing glances, inwardly smirking. Hooked. This rocket launcher was a collaborative endeavor conceived by the two to ensnare none other than Orochimaru. After extensive research, Imo-chan and Scorpion resolved to employ space-time ninjutsu scrolls as storage for the ammunition. However, their understanding of this technique was rather limited. After Imo-chan shared insights regarding Orochimaru's prowess in ninjutsu, they conspired to execute this plan. As for what to exchange with Orochimaru, Imo-chan intended to leverage the knowledge he had gleaned from the narrative of a traveler, a detail he withheld from Scorpion. In a hushed tone, Scorpion urged Imo-chan. "The next steps depend on you. Do not falter." Imo-chan nodded confidently. "Rest assured, I have it under control." The two then departed, awaiting Orochimaru's approach to Imo-chan. Days later, as Imo-chan immersed himself in the study of weaponry, a knock echoed at the door. His heart leapt with joy. Though he maintained a facade of composure, "Enter." Orochimaru stepped inside, his gaze immediately fixating on the weaponry Imo-chan was examining. "Kid, your rocket launcher is rather intriguing," he remarked. Imo-chan glanced up, replying coolly, "It is an honor for Lord Orochimaru to find it interesting." Orochimaru circled around Imo-chan, inquiring, "I hear you are researching space-time ninjutsu scrolls?" Silently amused, Imo-chan thought to himself, "The fish has taken the bait," and responded, "Indeed, but I have encountered some challenges." Orochimaru smiled faintly, "Perhaps I can assist you." Imo-chan feigned surprise, "Really? That would be splendid. However, I possess little to offer in return to Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Imo-chan, speaking slowly, "What I seek, you possess." Continuing his work, Imo-chan casually remarked, "If you desire ninja tools, you may simply retrieve them." Orochimaru snorted derisively, "Kid, do not feign ignorance. What I want is not ordinary ninja tools." Imo-chan ceased his actions, regarding Orochimaru intently. "Then pray tell, what does Lord Orochimaru desire?" Leaning closer, Orochimaru lowered his voice, "I seek intelligence regarding the Rinnegan. Given your ability to develop such devices, I find it hard to believe you lack understanding of Pain's Rinnegan." Imo-chan felt a tightening in his chest, yet maintained his composure. "Lord Orochimaru, I cannot divulge that information, but I can offer some alternative intelligence in exchange." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Imo-chan. "Alternative intelligence? What could possibly pique my interest more than information on the Rinnegan?" Imo-chan smiled. "Lord Orochimaru, for instance, the secrets of the Mangeki Sharingan, as well as some lesser-known matters concerning the Uchiha clan." Orochimaru and Appo's expression shifted. "Oh? Pray tell, if it holds value, I might consider exchanging." Taking a deep breath, Imo-chan insisted, "But first, you must guarantee assistance with the space-time ninjutsu scroll issue." Orochimaru chuckled coldly. "You are quite cautious, little one." "Very well, I agree." Imo-chan stretched slightly and continued, "You have only grasped the powers of the Sharingan and Mangeki, yet you have not contemplated the flaws inherent in these eyes." Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. "Flaws? Please elaborate." Imo-chan explained, "Utilizing the powers of the Mangeki Sharingan places immense strain on the body, potentially leading to blindness. Furthermore, this power is not infinite. Overuse results in severe repercussions." Orochimaru furrowed his brow. "Continue." Imo-chan elaborated, "Moreover, while the capabilities of the Mangeki Sharingan are formidable, each has its limitations and side effects." Orochimaru fell into contemplation and, after a moment, asked, "Do the Uchiha possess any solutions?" Imo-chan smiled. "That, I cannot say. But it is time for you to fulfill your promise." After contemplating for a moment, Orochimaru produced a scroll, nearly causing Imo-chan to recoil in discomfort. Observing Orochimaru's slightly twitching visage, he placed the scroll on the table, declaring, "This contains information on space-time ninjutsu, along with my improved techniques." Suppressing his discomfort, Imo-chan opened the scroll, a look of delight gradually illuminating his face. "Truly impressive, Lord Orochimaru. With this, my research can progress significantly." Orochimaru warned coldly, "Kid, do not attempt any tricks. Should I discover any deceit in the information you provide, you know the consequences." Imo-chan hurriedly nodded. "I would never dare, Lord Orochimaru. You can rest easy." With a huff, Orochimaru turned to leave, but Imo-chan called after him, "Lord Orochimaru, should you discover a more suitable method or assist me in researching ninja tools, I shall provide even more valuable intelligence." Orochimaru paused, glancing back at Imo-chan with a non-committal grunt before departing. As Imo-chan watched Orochimaru's retreating figure, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the study of the scroll's contents. Chapter 14. A conversation with the divine. The following day, Scorpion hurriedly arrived at the laboratory. "How did it go? Were you successful?" he inquired. Imo-chan, brimming with excitement, replied, "We're almost there. Just give me a little more time to fine-tune things. I owe it all to Orochimaru's scroll." Scorpion sighed in relief. "That's good to hear. If we succeed, our strength will significantly increase." Emo-chun smiled confidently. "Rest assured, I won't disappoint you." The two resumed their tasks, the laboratory once again filled with various sounds. Meanwhile, on Nagato's side, Konan sighed beside him, alas. Emo-chun still has his eyes set on Orochimaru. After a moment of silence, Nagato responded, "As long as it doesn't interfere with the organization's plans, let him be." Konan expressed her concern. "I'm just afraid he might be outsmarted by Orochimaru." Nagato shook his head slightly. "Emo-chun is quite clever. He should know his limits." Konan nodded gently. "I hope so." At the bounty exchange in the ninja world, Kakuzu was shouting with a fierce expression, "What do you mean? This is the decapitating blade, worth at least 30 million ryo." The person in charge looked helpless. "Mr. Kakuzu, while the decapitating blade is renowned, there isn't much market demand. 20 million ryo is already the highest offer." Kakuzu glared. "No way. Less than 30 million ryo, and we're done here." The official wiped his brow. "Mr. Kakuzu, please don't be so agitated. Let us negotiate further." Kakuzu crossed his arms defiantly. "No negotiations. Either 30 million ryo, or I'll find another buyer." After much hesitation, the official gritted his teeth. "Fine, 30 million ryo. It's a deal." Finally revealing a satisfied smile. Kakuzu thought to himself, if this one blade is worth 30 million ryo, then the other 6 must be worth even more. I should hurry back and discuss this with that brat. He quickened his pace, contemplating how to extract greater profits from Emo-chun. Upon returning to the base, Kakuzu rushed to Emo-chun's laboratory and shouted, "Brat, come out quickly." Emo-chun, interrupted from his thoughts, stepped out with an irritated expression. "Senior Kyu, what is the hurry?" Kakuzu dropped the box onto the ground, excitedly proclaiming, "I sold the decapitating blade for 30 million ryo. Let us quickly acquire the other ninja swords." Looking at the exuberant Kakuzu, Emo-chun felt exasperated. "Senior Kakuzu, haven't you sold 6 decapitating blades this month? The others are likely in the Rain Village, which makes them difficult to procure." Kakuzu frowned. "Difficult or not, we must acquire them. That's all money." Emo-chun sighed. "All right, let us plan carefully. We cannot act recklessly." Kakuzu urged, "No dawdling. Think of a solution." After a moment of contemplation, Emo-chun suggested, "How about we send someone to inquire about the whereabouts of those ninja swords?" Kakuzu nodded. "Yes, that works. You arrange it." While they conversed, outside, Scorpion, Konan, and Orochimaru were struggling with the impulsive Zuki Suigetsu. Calm down, calm down." Zuki Suigetsu exclaimed angrily, "Let go of me. I'll go take down those 2 bastards for copying my decapitating blade and selling it." Hearing the commotion outside, Emo-chun and Kakuzu exchanged awkward glances. Kakuzu coughed lightly. "What's with this guy's overreaction?" Emo-chun scratched his head. "I didn't expect this either." At that moment, Nagato's voice resonated. "Everyone, quiet." The group immediately silenced, and Nagato continued, "It's quite inappropriate to cause such a ruckus over this matter." Zuki Suigetsu retorted, "Nagato, they've gone too far." Emo-chun quickly interjected, "Brother Suigetsu, this is for the organization's funding. Please don't be upset." Nagato stated, "All right, let this matter rest. In the future, such actions must be discussed with everyone in advance." Emo-chun awkwardly added, "How about I get you another decapitating blade as a backup, Brother Suigetsu?" Zuki Suigetsu scoffed. "Who needs your copied blade? I can get an even better one myself." Emo-chun smiled apologetically. "How about this? I'll make sure to get you a share of the other ninja swords next time." Zuki Suigetsu shot him a glare. That's more like it. Just ensure there's no next time." Emo-chun nodded repeatedly. "Of course, this time I was careless." Konan shook her head helplessly. "Let us stop the bickering and think about our upcoming tasks." The group then settled down, beginning to discuss serious matters. Nagato turned to Kakuzu. "You're responsible for your own teammates. This is the second one you've eliminated." Kakuzu retorted coldly. They were simply too weak to withstand any turbulence." Nagato replied icily, "Kakuzu, the organization does not permit further internal strife." Kakuzu turned his head away. "Understood, stop nagging." Emo-chun shrank back, muttering quietly, "The atmosphere is too tense." Konan cleared her throat. "All right, let us focus on how to accomplish our mission." Scorpion, while examining his puppet, remarked, "We still have some time before the plan. Emo-chun and I need to study the ninja tools and the modifications for the puppets. As for intelligence, it's sufficient to gather information. Given Kakuzu's sales of ninja tools, our funding is ample. We should also seek out potential allies." Nagato nodded slightly. "Indeed. We must be cautious regarding our choices of personnel." Konan agreed. "We cannot afford a repeat of previous incidents." Emo-chun proposed, "What if we search the major ninja villages for those who have been marginalized or possess unique abilities?" Orochimaru, lurking nearby, ominously suggested, "That's a viable plan. But we must be careful to avoid trouble." As they pondered their next course of action, Black Zetsu's clone emerged from the ground, observing, "It seems everyone is getting along well. The others turned to Black Zetsu, and Nagato inquired, "Do you have any new intelligence?" Black Zetsu grinned. "I've discovered several promising candidates who may be suitable for joining our Akatsuki." Emo-chan, intrigued, leaned closer. "Do tell, who are they?" Black Zetsu teased, "Patience. I'll reveal them in due time." Seeing Black Zetsu's demeanor, Emo-chan quietly withdrew a rocket launcher and aimed it. "You'd better spill it quickly, or I'll send you to converse with the divine." Black Zetsu, startled, quickly replied, No, I'll tell you. The Uchiha clan in Konoha is on the verge of conflict, and one individual will likely join us. Additionally, there's a powerful figure in the Rain Village with whom we are negotiating. Nagato contemplated for a moment, continued to monitor the situation and report any developments promptly. Black Zetsu nodded and vanished underground. Emo-chan lowered the rocket launcher, expressing hope. "I hope we can find suitable candidates smoothly." Scorpion added, "First, we must complete our current research. Enhancing the organization's strength is paramount." The group nodded in agreement and resumed their respective tasks. Chapter 15. The three-tailed Jinchuriki. Time flows like a swift current, and within the Akatsuki organization, tranquility reigns supreme. In contrast, Konoha has seen the Uchiha clan face increasing ostracism and oppression in the aftermath of the recent Nine-Tails rampage. In a cemetery, a figure clad in a black cloak, his face obscured by a mask, lays a bouquet of fresh flowers upon a gravestone. After standing in silence for a moment, he vanishes into thin air as the space around him warps. Upon his departure, the gravestone reveals the name Rin Noera etched upon it. Simultaneously, within the Akatsuki's base, Mu-chan is finalizing the adjustments on a newly developed weapon. Konan enters the room and gently advises, "Mu-chan, do not overexert yourself." Without lifting his gaze, Mu-chan replies, "I'll be done shortly, Sister Konan." She shakes her head in resignation and departs. Elsewhere, Kakuzu is counting the profits from their latest arms sales, his face alight with avarice. Meanwhile, Orochimaru continues his enigmatic experiments in his laboratory. Scorpion observes the blueprints and designs crafted by Mu-chan, particularly a design comprising dozens of large blades. He recalls his initial ambitions of creating puppets, but finds himself utterly perplexed by this new concept. If only a fellow traveler could exclaim, "Gatling." Furrowing his brow, Scorpion inquires, "Mu-chan, what exactly is this?" With a sly grin, Mu-chan replies, "This is my secret weapon. Once it's complete, you'll understand its true potential." Scorpion, skeptical, questions, "Is it truly as formidable as you claim?" Mu-chan, brimming with confidence, asserts, "Absolutely. You shall witness its power in due time." Scorpion shakes his head, "I hope it's not merely a figment of your imagination." Mu-chan turns back to his sketches. "Did you not see the successful prototype of the handgun? This weapon is far more powerful and aligns perfectly with my abilities, though it will require extensive research." Scorpion sighs, "Very well, take your time, but don't end up with nothing in the end." Mu-chan, still focused, assures, "Do not worry, that will not happen." At that moment, Konan re-enters. "You two should not be solely engrossed in your research. Remember to rest." Mu-chan acknowledges, "Understood, Sister Konan." With a resigned smile, she leaves, leaving only Mu-chan and Scorpion amidst the aura of mystery surrounding the blueprints. Once she departs, Mu-chan's heart races with anticipation. Should he succeed, none of his adversaries, Danzo, Obito, Kurizetsu, would escape unscathed. Scorpion casts a glance at Mu-chan, cautioning, "Do not let hatred cloud your judgment. Be wary of the cost." Mu-chan clenches his teeth. "I will not falter. I am acutely aware of my purpose." Scorpion refrains from further commentary, returning to his own puppet creations. Mu-chan immerses himself once more in the weapon designs, his gaze resolute and fervent. Since the loss of his comrades, Mu-chan believed he could alter the course of tragedy. After traversing into this world, he struggled daily until Konan rescued him, bringing him into the Akatsuki. However, each of his compassionate companions gradually faded away. Disillusioned with his own abilities, he resolved to embark on even more radical research. He now urgently requires a weapon that harmonizes with his magnetic release to complement his ninja tools. Scorpion seems to sense the turmoil and urgency within Mu-chan and advises, "Do not burden yourself excessively. We still have time." Mu-chan inhales deeply. "I understand, but I cannot afford to wait. I refuse to lose anyone else." A heavy atmosphere envelopes the room as Mu-chan's pen moves incessantly, etching firm lines across the blueprints. During this period of concentrated research, Orochimaru arrives, presenting several miniature storage scrolls no larger than a fingernail. "These are my latest inventions. Each can store up to 100 shuriken." Orochimaru squints. "You had better not deceive me, for the consequences will be dire." Mu-chan, brimming with confidence, assures, "Rest easy, Orochimaru-senpai. I keep my promises." Orochimaru grunts, turning to leave. "I await your good news." Mu-chan watches the scrolls in his hands, and with a flick of his wrist, he manifests hundreds of identical miniature storage scrolls. He smiles in satisfaction, murmuring to himself, "With these, my weapons will reach new heights of perfection." He carefully stows the scrolls away and continues to delve into the intricate designs and components, filled with anticipation for future battles. Days later, in the land of water, a handsome youth accompanied by a girl with violet-blue hair, Mu-chun and Konan, are on a mission to gather intelligence on the tailed beasts. Having spent considerable time in the laboratory, Nagato, concerned for Mu-chun's well-being, assigned a simple task for Konan to take him out for some fresh air. Stretching leisurely, Mu-chun remarks, "Sister Konan, the air outside feels so refreshing." Konan smiles, "You really should not confine yourself to the laboratory. It's good to take a break." Mu-chun chuckles. It's all thanks to brother Nagato for his concern. As they converse, they begin to collect information regarding the tailed beasts. Mu-chun is aware that the current Mizukage is the Three Tails Jinchuriki, who possesses the ability to control the tailed beast. After gathering some information, Mu-chun treats Konan to various delicacies and purchases numerous items for her. He has become a veritable arms supplier, while Kakuzu operates like a salesman. He has mastered the capitalist game, allowing Kakuzu to handle the logistics while he simply collects the profits. Looking at the items Mu-chun bought for her, Konan playfully scolds. "Mu-chun, do not squander your money." Mu-chun laughs, "Sister Konan, this is nothing. We are not short on funds." The two enjoy their leisurely time together, unaware that their movements have attracted the attention of certain individuals. In the Rain Village, at the Mizukage's office, White Zetsu appears, noting that Mu-chun and Konan are on a mission to investigate the tailed beasts, albeit with a lack of enthusiasm. In the shadows, the masked Uchiha Obito ponders for a moment before calmly stating, "It seems we need not concern ourselves with them for now. They are merely gathering intelligence on the tailed beast's strength." During their conversation, the current Mizukage, CHJR, appears dazed, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. If Mu-chun were present, he would recognize that this unfortunate Mizukage has fallen under a Jinjutsu. White Zetsu chuckles, "Then I shall continue to keep an eye on them." With that, he melds into the ground and disappears. Obito glances at the entranced CHJR before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Mu-chun and Konan continue to relish their time in the land of water. Under the cloak of night, as Motokin stretched his limbs, he calmly addressed Xiaonan. "Sister Xiaonan, retire for the night. I shall deal with those vermin and concurrently evaluate the efficacy of my ninja implements." Xiaonan regarded him with concern. "Motokin, exercise caution." Motokin responded with an assured smile. "Fear not, Sister Xiaonan, I shall return anon." With that, Motokin vanished into the nocturnal obscurity, reappearing in a secluded locale. His countenance was serene, albeit his tone betrayed a hint of mania. "Since you have arrived, select your final resting place." As his words reverberated, several shadowy figures emerged from the surrounding arboreal thicket. One among them proclaimed, "Laddie, accompany us docilely, lest you suffer needlessly." Motokin retorted with a derisive chuckle, "And what makes you believe you are capable?" With a flourish of his hands, a multitude of kunai materialized, propelled by the force of his magnet release, hurtling towards the adversaries with breakneck speed. Clang, clang, clang. The kunai were swiftly intercepted. The leader of the group advanced, declaring, "Boy, do you truly believe such paltry skills can avail you against the hidden mist village?" His pronouncement was cut short as Motokin produced a metallic tube from an undisclosed location, hoisted it upon his shoulder, and erupted in a frenzied mirth. "Ha ha, meet your demise." Swish boom. A conflagration erupted, the sheer concussive force propelling the lead ninja skyward, while his cohorts were staggered by the ensuing shockwave. Motokin, bearing the tube, surveyed the pandemonium and exclaimed, "What say you? A delectable experience, wouldn't you concur?" As the smoke dissipated, the ninjas groggily regained their footing, their visages etched with terror and fury. "Despicable brat, attack together!" they roared, surging towards Motokin once more. Observing the resilience of his adversaries, Motokin furrowed his brow. He then procured several more rocket launchers. "Heh, tenacious lot, are we? Then let us continue the revelry." Now resembling a veritable lunatic, he unleashed a volley of rockets. The ninjas scrambled to evade the projectiles. "Huh, is that the best you?" His taunt was abruptly truncated as the rockets veered, as if imbued with sentience, pursuing their targets relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of deafening detonations ensued, leaving the ninjas battered and begrimed, some prostrate upon the earth. Motokin guffawed with unrestrained glee. "Ha! Dare you underestimate me?" The surviving ninjas regarded Motokin with abject dread, their previous arrogance utterly extinguished. What manner of monster is this? They inwardly lamented, their spirits crushed. Even their most stalwart ninjutsu defenses proved insufficient to mitigate the grievous damage inflicted. Motokin nodded in satisfaction, brandishing a handgun. Bang! He discharged the weapon without hesitation. Azure flames erupted from the barrel, unleashing a torrent of sunbon needles. In less than a second, hundreds of needles pierced the bodies of the ninjas, who succumbed to their wounds before even a whimper could escape their lips. Surveying the carnage, Motokin sneered, "Insolent fools." He then turned and departed, intent on reuniting with Xiaonan. Upon his return, Xiaonan greeted him with evident concern. "Motokin, are you unharmed?" Motokin reassured her with a smile and a shake of his head. "Sister Xiaonan, what harm could befall me? The matter is resolved." Xiaonan exhaled in relief. "That is heartening. We ought to return to the organization and deliver our report. Motokin concurred with a nod. Indeed, let us proceed. Upon their return to the base, Motokin briefly disclosed his knowledge of the impending encounter with the Three Tails. Whereupon Sasori would depart. During this excursion, he identified a flaw in the rocket launcher's design. Seizing the opportunity, he pestered Sasori to impart his knowledge of puppet manipulation techniques. Sasori demurred. You vexing whelp, I possess not the time to instruct you. Motokin clung to Sasori's arm, imploring, Brother Sasori, I beseech you, instruct me. I vow to be a diligent student. Overwhelmed by Motokin's persistence, Sasori relented. Very well, but if you prove inept, do not expect leniency. Motokin nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Fear not, I shall devote myself to the task. Thus, Sasori commenced the tutelage of Motokin, imparting the intricacies and nuances of puppet manipulation. After an extended period of diligent study and experimentation, Sasori, beholding Motokin adorned with puppet arms, barely restrained his urge to inflict violence upon him. Is this the reason you so adamantly sought to master puppet manipulation? Motokin responded with a sheepish grin. Brother Sasori, is it not stylish? Furthermore, I shall have additional allies in combat. Sasori rolled his eyes. Your peculiar proclivities are beyond my comprehension. Motokin waved dismissively. Come now, Brother Sasori, eschew such gravity. Is it not practical? Sasori sighed in resignation. As you wish, but ensure that you do not impede our progress in battle. Motokin asserted with unwavering confidence. Fear not. Brother Sasori, I shall not falter. Motokin cautiously initiated the manipulation of the puppet arms, whereupon rocket launchers emerged from their extremities. Snap! Clang! The arms promptly dismembered. The rocket launchers clattering to the ground. Sasori covered his face, shaking his head. What precisely did you intend to achieve? The durability of puppets is woefully inadequate. You must devise materials of greater resilience, akin to the modified bodies of my puppets. Motokin scratched his head sheepishly. A lapse in judgment. I shall refine my approach. Sasori sighed. Your imagination knows no bounds, yet you act impulsively, disregarding practical considerations. Motokin retrieved the fallen components, remarking, Brother Sasori, temper your ire. I shall undoubtedly devise a suitable material. Sasori conceded. Very well, indulge your whims. I shall observe the fruits of your labor. Motokin grinned and resumed his tinkering. He scrutinized the fractured joints, his gaze then drifting to the nearby executioner's blade replica, a smile creeping across his face. Sasori, observing Motokin's expression, experienced a sense of foreboding. What devious scheme are you now concocting? Motokin chuckled. Brother Sasori, I have conceived a solution. By utilizing the material of the executioner's blade to reinforce the joints, they shall undoubtedly withstand the recoil of the rocket launchers. Sasori frowned. Are you certain of its efficacy? Lest you once again botch the endeavor. Motokin thumped his chest with assurance. Fear not, I guarantee success this time. With that, Motokin commenced the modifications. During the ensuing days, Motokin immersed himself in the reconstruction of the puppet arms, while Kisame Hashigaki, upon learning that Motokin had melted dozens of executioner's blade replicas, fearing his wrath, seized his comrade Orochimaru and embarked on an assignment. Kakuzu, upon receiving this intelligence, stamped his feet in exasperation. Those reprobates. They absconded with my funds. Shounen shook her head in resignation. We shall address their transgression upon their return. Pain remained impassive, stating, disregard them for now. What is the status of Motokin's project? Sasori replied. He persists in his research, and judging by his fervor, he shall soon achieve a breakthrough. At that moment, Motokin remained oblivious to the external circumstances, his mind solely focused on the reconstruction of the puppet arms. Observing the regenerative iron traces upon the joints, Motokin nodded in contentment. Employing his magnet release chakra and the puppet control orbs taught by Sasori to gradually integrate their functions. Under Motokin and Appo's meticulous manipulation, the puppet arms moved with fluidity, exhibiting no signs of fracture. Motokin jubilantly exclaimed, Success! At that instant, Sasori entered the chamber, observing the scene and remarking, Satisfactory, but practical validation is required. Motokin asserted with unwavering confidence. Fear not, I am prepared at any moment. Chapter 17, Thunderblade. Thunderfang. The two individuals arrived at an open expanse. Gazing up at the overcast sky, Mo-chun manipulated the puppet's arm to set up a rocket launcher. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 rockets soared forth from the launcher, hurtling towards a distant target. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the target in a massive fireball and thick smoke. Mo-chun laughed exuberantly. Haha, it worked. Scorpion observed his actions, recalling the puppet's scroll on his back, and a thought flickered through his mind. Don't you find this somewhat cumbersome? Mo-chun paused, questioning, Brother Scorpion. What do you mean? Scorpion pointed towards the still smoking explosion site, saying, every launch requires reloading, and the number is limited. Wouldn't it be better if it could achieve automatic reloading and continuous fire, like my puppet scroll? Mo-chun's eyes brightened. You're right, Brother Scorpion. What a brilliant idea. How did I not think of that? Scorpion crossed his arms. Study it well, kid. Emo-chun immediately fell into a new phase of contemplation and research. Meanwhile, upon returning from his mission, Orochimaru entered his workshop, holding the completed storage scrolls. With a sinister grin, he remarked, "Kid, I've finished what you asked for." Emo-chun looked up, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "Orochimaru-senpai, so soon?" Orochimaru tossed the scroll to him. "Humph, no more chatter. It's time for you to deliver on your promise." After examining the scroll closely, Emo-chun responded, "Wait a moment, Orochimaru-senpai. I will provide you with the intelligence you desire." Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Emo-chun, awaiting his words. Emo-chun took a sip of tea, leisurely stating, "Regarding the Mangeki, I mentioned it to you last time." Orochimaru impatiently interrupted, "Get to the point, stop rambling." Emo-chun smiled, continuing, "In fact, there exists an even more powerful eye beyond the Mangeki, known as the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This eye has discarded its previous flaws and possesses even more formidable ocular techniques." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest as he eagerly inquired, "How can one awaken the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan?" Emo-chun cleared his throat. "It requires the transplantation of a blood relative's Mangeki Sharingan, and successful fusion is necessary to have a chance of awakening it." Orochimaru fell into deep thought, murmuring, "A blood relative and Appo's Mangeki Sharingan." Emo-chun observed Orochimaru, privately smirking, "Humph, take your time to ponder." Orochimaru snapped back to attention, fixing his gaze on Emo-chun. "Kid, you had better not be deceiving me." Emo-chun shrugged. "I wonder if Orochimaru-senpai has heard of the name Uchiha Madara." Orochimaru's expression turned serious. "Uchiha Madara? Of course. I've heard of him. Does he possess the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan?" Emo-chun nodded. "Indeed, and his power is unfathomable." Orochimaru furrowed his brow. "What else do you know about him?" Emo-chun chuckled. "No further information will be disclosed, Orochimaru-senpai. Our transaction is complete." Orochimaru scoffed and turned to leave. After his departure, Emo-chun opened the scroll created by Orochimaru and activated it with chakra. Bang! Several micro-storage scrolls emerged from within. Emo-chun smiled in satisfaction, then waved his hand, causing the storage scrolls to multiply exponentially. He carefully stored these scrolls away, contemplating how to integrate them into his new weapon. At that moment, Konan entered the room, startled by the sight of scrolls strewn across the table. "Emo-chun, what is this?" she asked in astonishment. Emo-chun explained with a smile, "Sister Konan, these are the new storage scrolls made by Orochimaru. They will be a great help to me." Konan nodded. "I see, but don't rely too heavily on external objects. Enhancing your own strength is paramount." Emo-chun replied earnestly, "Sister Konan, I understand. I will strive to improve myself." Konan smiled gently. "That's good. Keep up the hard work." With that, she departed, leaving Emo-chun to immerse himself in the development of new weaponry. After Konan left the workshop, she approached Nagato, calmly stating, "It seems we may have overthought this. Orochimaru likely remains unaware that Emo-chun has outsmarted him." Nagato slowly opened his eyes, remarking, "That child, Emo-chun, always manages to surprise." Konan chuckled lightly. "Indeed, but we must remain vigilant of Orochimaru. He is not easily deceived." Nagato nodded, "Yes. Let us ensure that Emo-chun is cautious as well." Konan affirmed, "I will remind him." The two then discussed various organizational matters before parting ways. Days later, bang. The door to Mo-chan's workshop was kicked open by Kakuzu, who rushed in. "Kid, come with me. I've discovered the whereabouts of the Thunderblade among the ninja swords. We must seize it." Emo-chan was startled, expressing his discontent. "Kakuzu-senpai, could you be a bit gentler? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Kakuzu disregarded his complaint. Dragging Emo-chan out, "No time for complaints. If we delay, someone else will snatch it away." With no choice, Emo-chan followed Kakuzu. Before departing, he informed Konan, who, upon learning that they were merely going to search for someone, did not intervene further, only urging him to ensure a safe return. Along the journey, Emo-chan contemplated. Realizing that the Thunderblade had only appeared during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he couldn't recall its previous whereabouts. Turning to Kakuzu, he asked, "Kakuzu-senpai, now that we're out, could you share where we are headed?" Kakuzu huffed, "What's the rush? We're going to the Land of Soup. According to my intel, the Thunderblade is in the hands of a rogue ninja there." Emo-chan frowned. "The Land of Soup? What is this rogue ninja and Appo's strength like?" Kakuzu replied, "Not much is known, but he shouldn't be too strong. With the two of us, it should be manageable." As they walked, Emo-chan pondered the rogue ninja. Thunderblade? Thunderfang? Wait, isn't that the one from the Seven Ninja Swordsmen who carries a child? How could it be in the Land of Soup? Wasn't he buried in the Land of Rivers? Kakuzu shot a glance at Emo-chan. "What are you mumbling about?" Emo-chan snapped back to reality. "Nothing. Just thinking about the rogue ninja situation." "Kakuzu-senpai, how do we proceed once we reach the Land of Soup?" Kakuzu coldly stated, "First, we locate his whereabouts. Then we strike to seize it." Emo-chan sighed. "Is it really that simple and crude?" Kakuzu retorted, "When dealing with a rogue ninja, there is no need for complexity." The two continued on their journey, soon entering the borders of the Land of Soup. Chapter 18 days later, within the confines of a restaurant. As the gluttonous Emo-chan indulged in a feast, Kakuzu's head gradually began to throb with irritation. Little brat, are you starving the organization? Even if I am treating you, you need not consume so much. Emo-chun, his mouth stuffed to the brim, mumbled indistinctly, Kakuzu-senpai, after days of hardship and meager rations. I haven't had a proper meal in ages. Kakuzu, visibly vexed, retorted, you only think of eating. Let us not forget we have serious matters at hand. After swallowing his food and sipping water, Emo-chan assured, don't worry, Kakuzu-senpai. A full stomach gives one the strength to work. Kakuzu shook his head in resignation. Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we must seek clues about that rogue ninja. After their meal, Kakuzu grimaced as he settled the bill. Having found no useful information despite their inquiries, Emo-chan, appearing lethargic, trailed behind Kakuzu, inciting the latter's ire. Aren't you going to help search? Emo-chan yawned, Kakuzu-senpai. I am contemplating how best to proceed. Kakuzu glared at him, contemplating? It looks more like you were slacking off. With a shrug of indifference, Emo-chan replied. Do not be angry, Kakuzu-senpai. You can sit with your replica beheading sword, while I spread the word. As long as he is one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, he will come to us. Kakuzu furrowed his brow. Are you capable of handling this? Don't mess it up. Emo-chun patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Kakuzu-senpai. Leave it to me. With that, Emo-chan set off to disseminate the information, while Kakuzu chose a conspicuous spot to wait for potential leads. As the news spread, a few ninjas began to gather, their eyes fixed on the large sword displayed by Kakuzu. He scanned the crowd with indifference, internally on guard. Suddenly, a man with green hair, thick brows, sharp teeth, and a torso wrapped in bandages approached, clad in a black vest. Where did you acquire that blade? He inquired. Kakuzu scoffed. What concern is it of yours? The man's expression darkened. That is the beheading sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen. I do not know if its previous wielder is alive, but I intend to take it. Kakuzu's eyes glinted with murderous intent. You think you can just take it? The man formed hand seals. Then I shall not hold back. Just then, Emo-chun returned, sensing the tension, and shouted, Wait, you want that sword, do you? The man paused, turning to Emo-chun. Indeed, that sword should not be in your possession. Emo-chun smiled. You may have the sword, but first, you must prove you are worthy of it. The man frowned. What do you mean? Emo-chun replied coolly, defeat me, and the sword is yours. The man laughed heartily. You? Do you think you stand a chance? Emo-chan flexed his wrist. Let us find a more suitable location. This place is not ideal for my skills. The man looked puzzled. Skills? What do you mean? Emo-chan waved dismissively. Just follow me. No time for explanations. As they moved toward an open area outside the city, Kakuzu shouted from a distance, Don't lose, or you'll owe me money. Emo-chan retorted loudly, I got it. Stop nagging. He turned to the man. You must be the wielder of the Thunderblade, right? Black Chisel, was it? The man glared, Black Chisel Raiga. Today, you shall witness my strength. Emo-chan smiled. Very well, let us begin. Black Chisel Raiga drew forth 2 long blades, their edges serrated like teeth. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed from afar. Emo-chan, undeterred, grasped the beheading sword. And as the two clashed, Emo-chan's blade was swiftly knocked from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Black Chisel Raiga mocked. Is this all you can do? Emo-chan merely smiled, twisting his wrist to conjure another beheading sword from thin air. Black Chisel Raiga was taken aback. What sorcery is this? Emo-chan chuckled. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Now let us continue. With that, he charged again at Black Chisel Raiga. The two engaged once more, the air filled with the sound of clashing metal and flashing blades. Black Chisel Raiga's expression darkened as he beheld the multitude of beheading swords littering the ground. Recalling his past encounters, Emo-chan smirked. What do you think? Ready to continue? Black Chisel Raiga huffed. Your peculiar ability is indeed astonishing. But I will not yield so easily. With that, he summoned a surge of chakra, electricity crackling around his blade, exuding an overwhelming aura. Emo-chan's eyes sparkled, a manic grin spreading across his face. Then show me your ninjutsu. Kakuzu, observing from afar, instinctively retreated, muttering to himself about Emo-chan's reckless behavior. Black Chisel Raiga wasted no time, rapidly forming hand seals, lightning release, lightning ball, a sphere crackling with energy shot towards Emo-chan. Rather than evade, he met it head-on, swinging the beheading sword to cleave through the lightning ball. An explosive sound resonated as Emo-chan was pushed back by the shockwave, yet he remained unfazed. Charging forward once more, Black Chisel Raiga, undeterred, unleashed another technique, lightning release, lightning armor. His body became enveloped in electricity, enhancing both his offense and defense. Emo-chan halted, and in the incredulous gaze of Black Chisel Raiga, he flung the beheading sword towards him. In the moment of surprise, the sword multiplied, transforming into a flurry of blades. Black Chisel Raiga hastily swung his thunderblade to defend, yet several blades still managed to slice through, leaving him wounded. He roared, You deceitful brat. Emo-chan laughed heartily. All is fair in love and war. Black Chisel Raiga seethed, the electricity around him intensifying. You will learn the extent of my power. With that, he raised his thunderblade, conjuring a multitude of lightning balls that soared toward Emo-chan. Calmly, Emo-chan retrieved a metal pipe, and in Black Chisel Raiga's watchful gaze, he fired a projectile toward the incoming lightning balls. The explosion that followed was tremendous, enveloping the area in smoke. Through the haze, Black Chisel Raiga gritted his teeth. What other strange tricks do you possess? Emo-chan grinned widely. Do not perish too quickly. I wish to play a while longer. As the smoke began to clear, Black Chisel Raiga found Emo-chan standing unscathed, aimed at him once more with the metal pipe. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, Black Chisel Raiga inhaled deeply, resolved to unleash his full strength. Gripping his thunder blade tightly, he declared, "You have forced my hand." Lightning release. Lightning prison. Countless arcs of lightning erupted from his body, forming a cage-like structure that surged toward Emo-chan. However, Emo-chan's gaze hardened, showing no sign of retreat as he fired another projectile while swiftly maneuvering to evade the overwhelming assault. Chapter 19. Uchiha Itachi. From a distance, Kakuzu observed Emo-chan, who was evading with a rocket launcher in hand. He shook his head, lamenting the youth's lack of battle experience, relying solely on tools while neglecting the enhancement of his own abilities. Sigh. Emo-chan concentrated, dodging the oncoming lightning strikes while his eyes darted around, surveying his surroundings. Kid, today is your day of demise, bellowed Kurozai Raya. Emo-chan scoffed. To kill me? Not so easily. At that moment, seizing an opening, Emo-chan aimed his rocket launcher at Kurozai Raya and unleashed a barrage of projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed through the air, raising clouds of dust that obscured the battlefield. Smoke billowed as Kurozai Raya unleashed lightning in an attempt to strike Emo-chan. Kakuzu, observing the scene, chose not to intervene, considering Emo-chan a valuable asset as long as he remained alive. As the smoke cleared, Emo-chan's figure became increasingly visible, revealing that he was unscathed, surrounded by a cluster of severed swords. Kurozai Raya widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Emo-chan chuckled. Nothing is impossible. It's my turn to counterattack. Kakuzu nodded subtly, recognizing the cleverness in using the swords as conduits for the lightning. While Kakuzu silently admired Emo-chan's ingenuity, Emo-chan discarded the rocket launcher and threw a grenade. Kurozai Raya, startled by the incoming grenade, hastily swung his sword to defend himself. Boom. The grenade exploded, launching shurikens and kunai. For a brief moment, Kurozai Raya was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, ready to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. After fending off the attack, Kurozai Raya smirked, taunting, "Is that all you've got?" Before he could finish his sentence, four puppet arms emerged behind Emo-chan, each wielding a rocket launcher. Kurozai Raya's expression shifted dramatically. What are those? Emo-chan laughed heartily. Let me introduce you to my new weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Four rockets screamed through the air, homing in on Kurozai Raya. He desperately employed lightning techniques in an effort to evade. Despite his nimble maneuvers, the rockets relentlessly pursued him. Kurozai Raya unleashed a bolt of lightning with his sword. Boom. The lightning struck the rockets, triggering a series of violent explosions that lit up the sky. Before he could process the sheer power of the weapons, he caught sight of Emo-chan's crazed expression, muttering to himself. Whoosh. The rockets surged towards him once more. Kurozai Raya felt a numbing fatigue. Since the battle commenced, he had exhausted too much chakra. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Kid, don't get too cocky." He summoned all his strength for one last defense. However, the relentless intensity of the confrontation dulled his movements. Emo-chan showed no signs of ceasing, continuously firing rockets while shouting, "Let us see how long you can hold out." Kurozai Raya's breathing became erratic, and wounds began to mar his body. Kakuzu, with his emerald eyes fixed on the clash, expressed slight astonishment at Emo-chan's unconventional fighting style, though he deemed it manageable for someone of their caliber. The explosions resonated like a battle of the ninja world. Emo-chan's laughter grew louder, sending shivers down Kakuzu's spine. He rushed forward to halt Emo-chan's reckless rampage. "Kid, enough already. Don't destroy the sword. You'll still want to use it, right?" Emo-chan finally ceased his assault, panting heavily. "Kakuzu-senpai, I was just too caught up in the excitement." At that moment, Kurozai Raya lay on the ground, devoid of any combat capability. Kakuzu approached him, stating, "Hand over the lightning sword, and I'll spare your life." Kurozai Raya snorted, "Not a chance." Emo-chan interjected, "Oh, quite the resilient one. Don't say we didn't warn you." Kakuzu, uninterested in further dialogue, seized the sword himself. "Just hand it over." Kurozai Raya glared at Kakuzu in fury, yet he was powerless to resist. Emo-chan chuckled, "Kakuzu-senpai, you're impressive, so decisive." Kakuzu shot him a glare, tossing the lightning sword to him. "Stop flattering me. Let us move, no more dilly-dallying." Emo-chan nodded and followed Kakuzu away. Kurozai Raya watched their retreating figures, filled with bitterness and resentment. Not long after their departure, Kurozai Raya struggled to rise, his gaze fixating on the lightning sword nearby. He staggered towards it, muttering in confusion, How could there be so many?" His expression was a mix of bewilderment and shock, completely oblivious to the situation. Meanwhile, Imo-chun and Kakuzu were already on their way back to the Akatsuki organization, possessing the genuine lightning sword. As they walked, Kakuzu commented, "Kid, you're lucky I didn't kill him. I even left him a replica." Imo-chun chuckled, "Kakuzu-senpai. Leaving a line for others might be beneficial someday." Kakuzu scoffed, "You're full of clever ideas." Imo-chun scratched his head, "Just in case, you know." They quickened their pace towards the Akatsuki base. Upon their return, they encountered a new face, a figure with bangs slanting to the right, deep tear marks on his face, draped in a red cloud cloak, and most strikingly, possessing crimson eyes. Imo-chun's heart raced. Could this guy be? Kakuzu seemed unfazed and walked straight up to him. At that moment, Pain, the Devapath, introduced, "This is Uchiha Itachi, a new member of our organization." Imo-chun scrutinized Uchiha Itachi, his mind racing with thoughts. Konan approached Imo-chun, whispering softly, "Imo-chun, Orochimaru has defected. Don't go out alone in the future, understood?" Imo-chun nodded. "Yes, Konan." His gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Itachi, pondering. "This person is a dangerous figure. I must exercise caution." Sensing Imo-chun's apprehension, Konan advised, "Don't overthink it. First, handle the matter of the lightning sword." Imo-chun replied, "Understood, Konan." Uchiha Itachi's red Sharingan fixated on Imo-chun. Silent, yet seemingly intrigued by something peculiar about him, contemplating using Jinjutsu to glean information. Sasori, holding a puppet, coldly warned, "I advise against using Jinjutsu on him. If he goes insane, it will be challenging to contain." Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly and withdrew his gaze. Imo-chun shot Uchiha Itachi a glare, retorting, "Don't think I'm afraid of you." Konan hurriedly interjected, "No conflicts, everyone. We will be comrades from now on." Pain, the Devapath, added, "Silence. We must prioritize completing the organization's mission." Only then did the group temporarily settle down. Chapter 20. True Men of the Ninja World. After a brief discussion, the group departed. Originally, Kiba Shizuku's teammate was Orochimaru, who betrayed them after a failed attempt to seize Itachi's Sharingan. Now, Itachi had taken his place. As Kiba Shizuku walked alongside Itachi, he spoke seriously, "The Sharingan is indeed a remarkable dojutsu. However, let me make this clear. If you intend to use Jinjutsu on someone, be discerning, especially with that little brat. Do not even think about it." Itachi, maintaining a stoic expression, simply acknowledged with a slight hm. Kiba Shizuku continued, "That guy? When he goes mad, no one can stop him. Even Kakuzu fears him to some extent." Itachi turned his gaze slightly, as if contemplating something. The two remained silent as they hurried toward their mission destination. Just as they neared the location, Itachi could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired about the boy named Imo-chun. Kiba Shizuku grimaced, "That kid is always tinkering with strange weapons. In battle, he fights like a maniac, yet his strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, his abilities are quite peculiar. He can replicate things. And who knows what other hidden techniques he possesses. In any case, do not provoke him lightly." Itachi nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to respond further. Noticing Itachi's continued interest, Kiba Shizuku added, "Let me tell you, that brat seems to harbor secrets. Orochimaru once used Jinjutsu on him to extract information, and do you know what amusing incident followed?" Itachi turned to Kiba Shizuku, awaiting his continuation. With a smirk, Kiba Shizuku recounted, "Orochimaru not only failed, but it was as if he activated the boy's second personality. The frenzy he unleashed was terrifying to recall, flame sword for nearly an entire day. If it weren't for Konan returning just in time, who knows how far that kid would have gone." Itachi's expression grew serious, his mind alert. It appears that Imo-chun is indeed no ordinary character. Kiba Shizuku clapped Itachi on the shoulder, "So, heed my advice. Do not entertain any thoughts of confrontation." After a moment of silence, Itachi nodded, "Understood." The two continued on their path, without further conversation. Meanwhile, within the base, Kakuzu left with a beaming face, carrying dozens of thunder blades. Konan entered Imo-chun's laboratory and gently inquired, "Little Chin, did you sustain any injuries on your outing?" Imo-chun smiled and shook his head, "Sister Konan, I'm fine." The battle went quite smoothly. Konan lightly patted his shoulder, "That's good to hear. Just be cautious in the future." Imo-chun nodded, "I will, Sister Konan." She glanced around at the experimental apparatus, "Continue your work, but Don and Appos, overexert yourself." With that, Konan exited the laboratory. Nagato sat atop the signal transmitter and, noticing Konan and Appos' entrance, weakly asked, "Little Chin is fine, right?" Konan approached Nagato, speaking softly, "He is well. He seems to be in good spirits." Nagato nodded slightly, "That's reassuring. He is our last companion. We cannot afford any mishaps." Konan replied, "I understand. I will keep a close watch on him." Nagato sighed, "Recently, the organization has faced increasing challenges. Everyone must tread carefully." Konan reassured him, "Do not worry, Nagato." Nagato looked at Konan with a hint of concern. "Konan, I cannot shake the feeling that something unfortunate may occur." Konan grasped Nagato's hand, offering comfort, "Do not dwell on it. We will face everything together." After a moment of silence, Nagato slowly said, "Let us hope so." Konan nodded gently, and the room fell into a brief stillness. Outside, Sasori was engaged in experimental ninjutsu with Emo-chun, utilizing the third Kazekage puppet. This outing had revealed to him the shortcomings of his mobility. Upon returning, he had insisted on conducting experiments with Emo-chun, not seeking to control sand and iron, but rather to mimic the magnetic manipulation of Magneto from his past life. Sasori commanded the puppet to launch continuous attacks, while Emo-chun concentrated intently on employing magnetic forces to respond. Emo-chun, focus. Do not lose your concentration, Sasori shouted. Gritting his teeth, Emo-chun endeavored to control the surrounding magnetic forces, attempting to levitate his body. After several attempts, he finally managed to slightly elevate himself off the ground, but soon fell back down. Again, he declared defiantly. Sasori shook his head helplessly and continued to assist him in training. After an extended period of experimentation, Sasori identified the issue. Your idea is quite good, but don't you think there are too few iron pieces in your shoes? Also, since your magnetic release can attract opposites, why not explore the principle of repelling like poles? Emo-chun and Appo's eyes lit up. Sasori, you are right. How did I not think of that? With renewed determination, he adjusted his magnetic application. This time, his body slowly ascended and maintained elevation for a while. I did it, Emo-chun exclaimed excitedly. Sasori nodded. Continue to practice. You must master it. Emo-chun affirmed. Absolutely. He then immersed himself once again in the exploration and practice of magnetism. As time flowed by, the days turned into weeks. On this day, the members of the Akatsuki gazed at Emo-chun soaring through the air, lost in thought, pondering how it was that this boy could achieve such feats. Kakuzu turned to Sasori beside him, questioning, Is this what you all have been working on for so long? Sasori replied nonchalantly, I am not sure how his mind works, but this ability has significantly enhanced his power. Pain and Konan contemplated, this might provide him with greater self-defense capabilities. However, given Emo-chun's nature, he may underestimate the importance of this newfound strength. Konan watched Emo-chun flitting above, baffled by his enthusiasm. She too could fly, but found little novelty in the ability. Ever since Emo-chun discovered magnetic release, he had crafted a suit adorned with iron pieces, and upon successfully taking flight, he indulged in it daily. After all, who wouldn't want the ability to fly, especially someone who had experienced life in a previous existence? Moments later, Pain called out, All right, come down. We have important matters to discuss. Emo-chun descended slowly, joining the others. Pain, with a serious demeanor, announced, According to the intel from Zetsu, Kiba Shizuku's mission has failed, and he has sustained severe injuries. Uchiha Itachi is on his way back with him. Upon hearing this, Emo-chun's mind raced back to the events involving Kiba Shizuku and Uchiha Itachi in the Land of Mist, bravely confronting a tailed beast and withstanding a barrage of attacks. He wasn't cut in half, then? He actually survived? He asked incredulously. The others turned to him in unison, their expressions conveying a silent message. You seem to be hoping for their demise. Realizing he may have misspoken, Emo-chun awkwardly shifted the conversation. How did they get injured? Pain glanced at him and replied slowly. They encountered the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Once he transformed into the perfect Jinchuriki, his strength was formidable. Moreover, the Mist Village had numerous Umbu ambushing them. They were outnumbered. Emo-chun stroked his chin, deep in thought. The events of the original narrative had already shifted due to his presence, and it appeared he would need to reassess the various variables at play. After discussing among themselves, they decided to send others to investigate, leaving Konan and Pain stationed in the Rain Village. Chapter 21. Masters at Playtime rewinds to when Pai-Pa Shirzong and Uchiha Itachi were on a mission. The duo arrived at the hidden Mist Village, but their presence was soon detected by the fourth Mizukage, Shursui, prompting a hasty retreat. Ultimately, they were pursued and engaged in battle. Shursui unleashed his tailed beast transformation, sending Itachi flying, while simultaneously gathering a tailed beast bomb. Initially, Pai-Pa Shirzong intended to deflect it with his decapitating sword, but recalling the specialized grenades developed by Emo-chun, he abandoned that notion and instead hurled the grenades, resulting in a massive explosion upon colliding with the tailed beast bomb. Due to the proximity of the blast, Pai-Pa Shirzong was severely injured, and Itachi swiftly carried him away. Upon returning to their temporary hideout, Pai-Pa Shirzong lay on the ground, his breath faint. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow and urged, Hold on, I will find a way to save you. With a weak smile, Pai-Pa Shirzong replied, I didn't expect those grenades to be so powerful. Alas, I fear I may not survive. Itachi remained silent, a flicker of sorrow crossing his gaze. Soon after, as Emo-chun and the others arrived, they found Pai-Pa Shirzong lying weakly. Emo-chun examined his body, puzzled as to why he had not been split in two. Under the scrutiny, Pai-Pa Shirzong weakly asked, What are you staring at, kid? Emo-chun scratched his head and replied, Brother Shirzong, I was wondering how you got these injuries. It's not what I expected. At this, Pai-Pa Shirzong's pallor instantly brightened as he angrily retorted, What do you mean not what I expected? Do you think I should be obliterated by the grenades? Emo-chun quickly waved his hands. Brother Shirzong, don't get agitated. I'm just curious. Scorpion shot Emo-chan a glare. Emo-chan, don't make trouble now. Think of a way to save him. Emo-chan shrank back. We don't know any medical ninjutsu. How can we save him? If you ask me, it would be better to give brother Shirzong a swift end. Pai-Pa Shirzong was nearly furious enough to lose consciousness again. You brat. I'm not at that point yet. Scorpion, face lined with irritation, warned, Emo-chan, if you keep babbling nonsense, I'll deal with you first. Emo-chan pouted. I'm just speaking the truth. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi suggested, we should find someone skilled in medical ninjutsu. The group fell silent for a moment, recognizing this as their only viable option. While they contemplated solutions, Emo-chan squatted in a corner, muttering to himself. Scorpion approached and kicked him. What are you mumbling about? Instead of helping think of a solution, you're just causing chaos. Emo-chan stood up, rubbing his backside, and quietly stated, we can't save him. But isn't that White Zetsu's ability useful? Scorpion frowned. White Zetsu. Can he really help? Emo-chan's eyes lit up. Let us give it a try. It's better than waiting here. Uchiha Itachi agreed. It's worth a shot. After their discussion, a White Zetsu clone slowly emerged from the ground. He looked at Emo-chan and said, I can't guarantee I can save him, but maintaining his vital signs is within my abilities. Emo-chan hastily replied, as long as you can sustain his life, that's all that matters for now. White Zetsu nodded and approached Pai-Pa Shirzong, beginning to utilize his abilities. The group watched anxiously, hoping for a positive outcome. Moments later, White Zetsu detached himself from Pai-Pa Shirzong and curiously looked at Emo-chan. Well, there's nothing majorly wrong, but he will need a long period of recovery. How did you know my abilities? Emo-chan grinned. I guessed. And it turns out I was right. White Zetsu regarded him skeptically. Really? I'm not too convinced. Emo-chan shrugged. Believe it or not. Brother Shirzong is fine now. Seeing that he could not extract more information, White Zetsu simply said goodbye and submerged back underground. Kakuzu observed as Pai-Pa Shirzong managed to sit up, sternly asking, how did you sustain such severe injuries? Gasping for breath, Pai-Pa Shirzong replied, don't mention it. We encountered that fourth Mizukage, and his tailed beast transformation is formidable. He then cast a resentful glance at Emo-chan. Honestly, why is the power of the tools you gave me so immense? Emo-chan paused in surprise, asking, is it really that powerful? I merely compressed 1,000,000 explosive tags. Pai-Pa Shirzong's eyes widened, nearly fainting from anger. 1,000,000 explosive tags? You're truly insane. The others also looked at Emo-chan in shock. Kakuzu couldn't help but exclaim, you reckless child. You never consider the consequences of your actions. Emo-chan rubbed his nose. I was just trying to enhance the power. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi interjected. Now is not the time for disputes. We must contemplate how to deal with the fourth Mizukage. Emo-chan exclaimed in shock. What? Brother Shirzong was injured from the explosion, yet he is still unharmed and pursuing us? Pai-Pa Shirzong scolded. You brat. Are you only now realizing the danger? Kakuzu's expression darkened. It seems the fourth Mizukage is not easy to deal with. Scorpion pondered for a moment. We need to devise a new plan. Emo-chan glanced at Uchiha Itachi, curious as to why the fourth Mizukage, Shursui, had not been incinerated by Itachi's Amaterasu. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand and suggested, since he is here, why don't we just take him down? The group turned to Emo-chan, and Kakuzu scoffed. It's easy to say. Do you think the fourth Mizukage is so simple to handle? Scorpion shook his head. Do not act recklessly. He wields the power of tailed beasts, and his strength is formidable. Uchiha Itachi's gaze deepened, but he is not without vulnerabilities. Emo-chan's eyes brightened. Itachi, do you have a plan? Uchiha Itachi paused, then slowly stated, we need to ascertain his weaknesses. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan muttered to himself, all masters. Yet they're putting on an act. Why not just gang up on him? I also want to experiment with compressing explosive tags for Sister Xiaonan. The group was left speechless at Emo-chan's musings. Kakuzu shot him a glare. You only know how to use those reckless tools. It's not that simple when it comes to real combat. Scorpion added, Emo-chan, stop being foolish. This is a battle, not child's play. Emo-chan pouted. I'm just anxious. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had remained silent, spoke up. While Emo-chan's idea may be simplistic and brutal, it is not entirely unfeasible. We must, however, be thoroughly prepared. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, if you just suppress the fourth Mizukage, you'll be able to handle him? Kakuzu frowned. Suppressing the fourth Mizukage? It's not that easy. Emo-chan thumped his chest confidently. Leave it to me. I have a plan. Scorpion looked at him skeptically. What kind of plan could you possibly have? Don't just boast. Emo-chan smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. The group, though filled with doubt, decided to wait and see what Emo-chan had in store. Chapter 22. Flee. O grasped the fourth Mizukage, Shirzong, pursued by the shinobi of the Hidden Rain village, discovered that the elusive Pipa Shirzong was gravely injured and preparing to reclaim the decapitating blade. After days of relentless pursuit, they arrived at a clearing within the land of water, where they encountered a striking young man with short black hair, handsome features, and adorned in a red cloud robe. Shirzong furrowed his brow and demanded, Who are you to obstruct our path? Emo-chun, arms crossed with a mischievous grin, replied, "This mountain is mine. These trees I have planted. Should you wish to pass, a toll you must pay." Those lurking in the shadows stifled their laughter. Shirtsong, bewildered, bellowed, "Utter nonsense. Seize him." The pursuing ninjas surged toward Emo-chun, who remained unfazed. With a sly smile, he swiftly produced a rocket launcher, and with a whoosh, a missile erupted, detonating amidst the ninjas and plunging them into chaos. Shirtsong's expression darkened, a mere parlor trick. He summoned a powerful chakra, preparing to engage personally. Observing this, Emo-chun leisurely retrieved several grenades and hurled them at Shirtsong. Boom! The explosions echoed in succession, and in an instant, all but Shirtsong lay sprawled on the ground. From the shadows, Uchiha Itachi watched as Emo-chun's grin grew increasingly maniacal, recalling the madness Pipa Shirtsong had spoken of, a chill running down his spine. Shirtsong glared at Emo-chun. "You seek your own demise, boy." Emo-chun laughed heartily. "Come at me if you dare." In an instant, Shirtsong transformed into his second-tailed beast form, ready to strike, when he noticed Emo-chun produce an unusual contraption. It was a Gatling gun, with hollow iron tubes the size of thumbs. Any modern observer would surely exclaim in disbelief. In the world of Naruto, are you wielding a Gatling? As Shirtsong fell into a daze, the Gatling gun whirred to life, spewing blue flames. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless needle-like shurikens flew forth, striking Shirtsong's tailed beast cloak. Although they caused no damage, they restrained him, rendering him immobile. "Huh, you can take a beating. Hold on tight." Emo-chun cackled, his visage becoming more frenzied. Shirtsong roared, "You think this little trick can hurt me?" Before he could finish, an array of kunai, each laced with explosive tags, materialized around Emo-chun, soaring directly at him. Boom! The explosions erupted in a series, engulfing Shirtsong in flames. As the smoke cleared, while Shirtsong appeared somewhat disheveled, his fury remained intact. "Boy, you have incensed me." Shirtsong roared, his chakra intensifying. Unfazed, Emo-chun taunted, "Come on, bring it on." In a fit of rage, Shirtsong began to gather red and blue chakra orbs, coalescing into a tailed beast ball. Emo-chun's eyes narrowed as he swiftly replaced the scroll chain on his Gatling gun. Shirtsong, unable to interrupt the formation of the tailed beast ball, watched as the dark iron tube spun, exuding blue flames. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! A barrage of kunai, wrapped in explosive tags, erupted from the gun, flooding toward Shirtsong. Before the tailed beast ball could fully form, it was overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of kunai and explosives. With a resounding boom, the earth trembled, and the landscape was left scarred. Amidst the haze, Shirtsong and Appo's furious roars echoed, "Cursed brat." Yet, Emo-chun continued his relentless assault, firing kunai with abandon. Observing from the shadows, Uchiha Itachi turned to Kakazu. "Shall we not intervene?" Before Kakazu could respond, Scorpion interjected, "No need for us to act. He has lost his mind. Have White Zetsu contact Konan." Kakazu frowned. "This boy is truly deranged." Itachi nodded in silence. Scorpion quickly reached out to White Zetsu, requesting that he summon Konan. Meanwhile, Emo-chun's barrage showed no signs of abating, the explosions resounding through the clearing. Shirtsong endured the onslaught, gradually advancing toward Emo-chun. Though protected by his tailed beast cloak, the unceasing assault began to wear him down, akin to a frog in boiling water. As he observed Emo-chun's increasingly manic smile, his eyes bloodshot as if losing his sanity, unease gnawed at him. He yearned to dispatch this foe swiftly. Emo-chun, undeterred by Shirtsong's approach, kept his Gatling gun spinning, explosions echoing around him, while four puppet arms emerged from his back, each wielding a rocket launcher. Whoosh! A rocket soared directly toward Shirtsong, while Emo-chun continued the relentless fire from his Gatling gun, shouting die. Shirtsong found himself compelled to halt, forced to confront the dense and powerful assault. With a shout, he unleashed a water technique, spewing forth a torrent that rapidly transformed into a flood, sweeping toward Emo-chun. Emo-chun was momentarily submerged, yet he soon emerged from the water, resuming his barrage. "Huh, such trifles cannot hinder me," Emo-chun declared. Shirtsong utilized the water domain to maneuver swiftly. The three-tailed beast was adept in aquatic environments, leveraging the unseen pressure of the water to mitigate Emo-chun's ceaseless attacks. Standing on the water's surface, Emo-chun's forehead pulsed with veins, the manic smile fading as he recognized the limitations of weaponry against a shadow-level adversary. With a furious roar, Emo-chun shouted, "Damn it!" He rapidly formed hand seals, attempting to use magnetic release to control his blades in pursuit of Shirtsong. However, Shirtsong, agile in the water, evaded Emo-chun's strikes with ease. Kakazu stood, declaring, "It is time for us to intervene." The others nodded in agreement, preparing to assist when Scorpion suddenly cautioned, "Wait, what is he planning? Flee, O grass." As they readied to assist, Emo-chun soared into the air, surrounded by 100 specially designed grenades. While such devices were commonplace among the Akatsuki, they had initially dismissed them. However, after Pipa Shirtsong's injury, they realized these grenades contained millions of explosive tags. Seeing the multitude now, They knew that failing to flee would be folly. The group scattered, yet Emo-chun, heedless of danger, hurled the grenades into Shirtsong's water domain. Boom. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted, transforming the water into a blazing inferno, the shockwave generating towering waves. Shirtsong and Appo's anguished cries reverberated amidst the catastrophic blasts. As the dust settled, smoke and steam enveloped the surface, obscuring Shirtsong's condition. Breathing heavily, Emo-chun's gaze remained fixed on the water's surface. As the haze dissipated, a colossal figure slowly emerged, a monstrous creature with 3 tails, revealing that Shirtsong had fully transformed into his tailed beast form. Chapter 23. The chess pieces. Emo-chun's eyes widened in astonishment as he gasped. Is this the complete form of the 3 tails? Uchiha Itachi and others halted in their tracks, their expressions grave as they beheld the colossal creature before them. The 3 tails opened its massive maw and let out a furious roar, the powerful sound waves causing a painful ringing in the ears of those gathered. Emo-chun, however, found joy in the chaos and erupted into laughter, leaving everyone around him bewildered. Are you really laughing in the face of a tailed beast, a renowned weapon of war in the ninja world? Before they could collect themselves, Emo-chun produced a scroll, and with a loud bang and a puff of white smoke, an object resembling a half-meter-long cannonball materialized. Kisame, witnessing this, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Wait. That thing isn't made from explosive tags, is it? Scorpion immediately turned and fled, shouting, What are you standing there for? Run. Who knows how powerful that thing is? Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed in a panic. Unfazed, Emo-chun aimed the cannonball at the 3 tails. Haha, let us see how formidable this is, he exclaimed, igniting the projectile. Boom. A blinding light flashed, accompanied by an ear-splitting explosion that sent debris flying. As the smoke began to clear, a massive crater was revealed where the 3 tails once stood. The creature itself disoriented from the tremendous force of the attack. As the 3 tails shook its head to regain clarity, it beheld Emo-chun, who was now levitating 4 cannonballs in his hands, preparing to unleash the tailed beast bomb aimed at this madman. Undeterred, Emo-chun shouted, Come on, let us see whether your tailed beast bomb is mightier or my cannonball. Just as the 2 sides were about to engage in their final confrontation, Konan intervened, calling out, Emo-chun, don't act recklessly. Yet, Emo-chun seemed impervious to her warning, his gaze fixed intently on the 3 tails as he readied the cannonballs for launch. With the activation of his system's replication ability, dozens of cannonballs gathered around him while the tailed beast's host, Shichibi, broke into a cold sweat, hastily forming the tailed beast bomb. Without hesitation, Emo-chun unleashed all the cannonballs in one go. Boom. The tailed beast bomb and the cannonballs collided midair, creating a cataclysmic explosion that blinded onlookers with its brilliance. The overwhelming force warped the surrounding space, causing the ground to tremble violently, as though heralding the apocalypse itself. As the light and dust settled, both Emo-chun and the 3 tails host lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Kisame and the others rushed forward to assess the situation. Konan, pale and teary-eyed, stumbled to Emo-chun's side, calling out, Emo-chun, wake up! Don't scare me like this. At that moment, Emo-chun lay unconscious, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, gravely injured. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame examined Emo-chun and Appo's wounds, their expressions grave. His injuries are severe. We must transport him for treatment immediately, Kisame urged. Konan wiped her tears and gathered Emo-chun in her arms. Let us go. We must hurry back. The group swiftly evacuated the battlefield, ignoring the fallen host of the 3 tails. Upon returning to the Akatsuki base, Konan hurriedly laid Emo-chun on a bed, her gaze frantic as she implored, Quick, we need to save him. Kisame frowned. I'll fetch a medical ninja. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi pondered their next course of action. Before long, Kisame returned with a medical ninja, who promptly began treating Emo-chun. Konan held Emo-chun's hand tightly, silently praying for his recovery. A green chakra enveloped Emo-chun, yet there was no sign of improvement. As they anxiously awaited results, the figure of White Zetsu emerged from the ground. With a teasing tone, it remarked, This madman actually got hurt, akin to Zuki Suigetsu. Konan glared at White Zetsu. Stop the chatter and think of a solution. White Zetsu shrugged, lying atop Emo-chun. Really troublesome. At least let him rest a bit. As it enveloped Emo-chun, white smoke billowed, and a frown appeared on Emo-chun's face, indicating he was beginning to recover. Seeing this, Konan let out a small sigh of relief. White Zetsu's abilities are indeed remarkable, Kisame noted. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, his gaze fixed on Emo-chun. After a while, White Zetsu rose from Emo-chun, panting, All right, he is not going to die. Konan expressed her gratitude. Thank you. White Zetsu waved dismissively. No need for thanks. We're all comrades here. The group continued to vigilantly watch over Emo-chun, awaiting his awakening. Meanwhile, after their departure, the reinforcements from the Rain Village, upon witnessing the devastation, gasped in horror. When they caught sight of their 4th Mizukage, their eyes widened in fury at his battered state. Lord Mizukage, The supporting ninjas exclaimed, gathering around him. We must avenge our Lord Mizukage. Someone shouted in anger. However, the Mizukage weakly shook his head, mustering his final strength to say, do not act recklessly. Those people are very dangerous. With that, he drew his last breath. The ninjas from the Rain Village were engulfed in grief and rage. Yet they were also filled with deep-seated fear of the Akatsuki. After they carried away their fallen leader, a masked figure perched on a nearby treetop observed the scene. Black Zetsu suddenly appeared beside him, rasping, that kid is fine, but the power of his ninja tools is indeed remarkable, though it affected him as well. It seems we can't leverage this weapon. Uchiha Obito scoffed, if it weren't for his ability to capture tailed beasts, would I have let White Zetsu save him? The Mizukage is no longer useful. Kisame has already agreed. Soon, he will be inducted into the Akatsuki. Black Zetsu chuckled, everything is going according to your plan. Lord Uchiha Madara's wishes will soon be realized. A complex glimmer passed through Uchiha Obito's eyes as he replied, I hope so. With that, both figures vanished from the treetop. At the Akatsuki base, Konan devoted herself tirelessly to Imo-chen's care, and his condition gradually improved, bringing relief to everyone. One day, Imo-chen slowly opened his eyes to see Konan sleeping beside him, a wave of warmth washing over him. He gently stirred, causing Konan to wake with a start. Upon seeing Imo-chan and Appo's consciousness return, her eyes sparkled with joy. Imo-chan, you're finally awake, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. Imo-chan managed a weak smile. I worried you, didn't I, Konan? At that moment, the others, alerted by the commotion, rushed in, their faces lighting up with expressions of relief at Imo-chen's revival. Chapter 24. A bold move. Jiao Du suddenly inquired of the young boy, how many explosive tags did that iron lump compress in the end? The memory of that moment made him break into a cold sweat. The power had even distorted the surrounding space. Imo-chen scratched his head and weakly replied, not too many, probably around 10 million. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. Scorpion could not help but remark, you lunatic, don't act so recklessly next time. Uchiha Itachi remained silent, yet the slight widening of his eyes betrayed his surprise. Pipa Shirzong, weakly from the side, said, you truly live up to your reputation, kid. Could you at least give us a heads up next time? You nearly scared me to death. Imo-chen sheepishly chuckled. Hee, it was an accident this time. I promise it won't happen again. Xiaonan shook her head in resignation. Little Chun, please refrain from using such dangerous items in the future. Imo-chen nodded earnestly, understood. Sister Xiaonan, there won't be a next time. Everyone couldn't help but smile at Imo-chen's obedient demeanor. Suddenly, Baiju appeared from above, leisurely stating, what a lovely atmosphere we have here. I have a matter to discuss. The group turned to Baiju, and Xiaonan inquired, what is it? Baiju grinned. In due time, new members will be joining our organization. Imo-chen furrowed his brows. New members? Who? Baiju shrugged. You and Appo's. LL find out soon enough. Also, the fourth Mizukage has passed away, and it will take years for the three tails to reappear. The group reacted with varied expressions upon hearing this. Jiao Du snorted. It's better that way. It saves us trouble. Scorpion pondered. The matter of the three tails could be quite troublesome. Xiaonan looked at Imo-chan. Focus on recovering. Don't worry about these matters for now. Imo-chan nodded. Yes, I understand. The room fell into a silence for a moment. Days later, Imo-chan had barely regained his ability to move and was able to get out of bed. Meanwhile, pain summoned everyone. When they gathered, they saw a figure resembling a shark, with a distinct skin tone and sharp teeth, a pair of lifeless eyes, and a large, bandage-wrapped sword on his back. Imo-chan thought to himself, ISN and Appo's. That Kisame Hashigaki? Pain spoke. This is Kisame Hashigaki. From today onward, he will be a member of our Akatsuki organization. The group turned to Kisame, who smiled broadly. I look forward to working with you all. Imo-chan and Jiao Du sized him up in silence, their eyes brimming with scheming intentions. Xiaonan welcomed him, while Scorpion maintained his indifferent expression. Pain continued. Kisame, Shirzong is currently unable to move. You will team up with Itachi for future missions. Kisame nodded. Understood. I will follow the arrangements. After Pain outlined some tasks and precautions, he dismissed everyone. Imo-chan approached Xiaonan and whispered, Sister Xiaonan, Kisame seems rather formidable. Xiaonan gently patted Imo-chan's shoulder. Don't worry, in the Akatsuki, we all work towards a common goal. Imo-chan nodded, but still felt wary of Kisame. Outside, Jiao Du pulled Imo-chan aside and chuckled, Kid, that sword of his seems to be one of the 7 ninja swords. How about we take a shot at it? Imo-chan rolled his eyes. Jiao Du, it wouldn't be wise to act against a newcomer right away. Jiao Du huffed. Come on, don't pretend. You were eyeing that sword earlier. I've worked with you long enough to know your thoughts. Imo-chan awkwardly laughed. You know me well, Jiao Du, but we must be patient and plan carefully. Jiao Du frowned. Stop being so wishy-washy. If you have an idea, say it now. Imo-chan leaned closer to Jiao Du and whispered a few thoughts. After listening, Jiao Du displayed a hint of hesitation. Can this really work? Imo-chan patted his chest in assurance. Trust me, Jiao Du, it will be fine. After pondering, Jiao Du finally nodded. All right, Let us proceed as you suggest. In the following days, Emochan quietly recuperated, leaving everyone puzzled, as if his inactivity was abnormal. But they chose to ignore it. At the same time, the ninja world was shaken by the death of the fourth Mizukage, causing quite a stir among all ninjas. The reported cause was severe injuries leading to his demise, yet the specifics of the injuries were left unexplained. Following his death, the hidden mist village lost the three tails, and neighboring countries began to stir restlessly. After discussions among the high-ranking officials, they recommended Terumi Mei, who possessed multiple bloodline limits, to ascend as Mizukage. Once she took office and showcased her remarkable governance and strength, the other nations reconsidered their ambitions. Within the Akatsuki, the absence of the three tails in the mist village diminished interest, except for Emo-chun and Jiao Du, who were eager for a bold move. Jiao Du approached Emo-chun, urgently stating, "Kid, we can't wait any longer. If we delay, we may miss our chance." Emo-chun calmly replied, "Jiao Du, patience is key. The time isn't right yet." Jiao Du glared, "What exactly are you waiting for?" Emo-chun smiled mysteriously, "I'm waiting for an opportunity that will ensure our success." Jiao Du shook his head in resignation, "You're quite the patient one." Emo-chun then asked, "Let us deal with Kisame's sword first. Has he returned?" Jiao Du frowned. "Not yet, but he should be back soon." Emo-chun stroked his chin, contemplating, "We need to prepare in advance. We must act as soon as he returns." Jiao Du nodded, "All right, I'll follow your lead." The two began to quietly plot, intending to seize Kisame's sword. Outside, Kisame, walking alongside Uchiha Itachi, suddenly felt uneasy and asked, "Mr. Itachi, do you know much about our organization?" Uchiha Itachi replied stoically, "Not much. Why do you ask?" Kisame frowned, "I don't know why, but I feel as if someone is scheming." Uchiha Itachi paused before saying, "In the Akatsuki, it's wise to be cautious." Kisame nodded, "True, but I hope it's nothing too troublesome." The two continued on their way, yet the unease lingered in Kisame's heart. Unbeknownst to him, two foxes, one old and one young, had been eyeing him since his first day in the Akatsuki. Upon returning to the base, Kisame keenly sensed that Emo-chan and Jiao Du were regarding him with unusual intensity. Emo-chan approached with a grin, "Brother Kisame, how did your mission go?" Kisame, wary, kept his composure. "It went fairly well." Jiao Du interjected with a hint of mockery, "Glad to hear it, but that sword of yours looks quite impressive." Kisame tightened his grip on Samahata. "This sword is my partner. What are you two plotting?" Emo-chan quickly waved his hands. "No misunderstandings, just curious." However, Kisame was not easily deceived, and the atmosphere grew tense. Chapter 25, the replication of the same skin. Suddenly, Xiaonan appeared behind them, and seeing the situation, she approached and tugged at Emo-chan's ear. "Emo-chan, what are you scheming now? We are all comrades here, and I warn you to behave yourself." Emo-chan grimaced in pain. "Sister Xiaonan, it hurts, I won't do it again." Xiaonan released her grip and glared at him. "If there essay next time, I want to spare you." Upon witnessing this, Kakuzu scoffed and turned to leave. Hoshigaki Kisame glanced at Xiaonan and Emo-chan, then silently walked away, rubbing his ear. Emo-chan grumbled, "Oh, Sister Xiaonan, I was just joking." Xiaonan shook her head in exasperation. "You only know how to be mischievous." After a brief reprimand, Xiaonan left with a serious expression. Kakuzu stepped forward. "What now, kid? That fellow has become wary. So what if he is wary? We'll just borrow a look. It's not like we're stealing. If he refuses, it's just a matter of dealing with him carefully," Emo-chan replied. Kakuzu hesitated. "But will that really work? We don't want to escalate things." Emo-chan patted his chest, assuring, "Don't worry, Kakuzu-senpai. With me around, nothing will go wrong." Kakuzu sighed, "Fine, I'll trust your judgment, but if things go south, it's on you." Emo-chan smiled, "No problem, Kakuzu-senpai. Let us go find him." The two headed in the direction of Hoshigaki Kisame. Before long, they found Kisame, who looked taken aback by their approach. "What do you two want?" he asked warily. Emo-chan grinned. "Kisame, don't be nervous. We just want to borrow a look at your Samahata." Kisame's expression hardened. "No, I cannot lend it." Kakuzu interjected. "Don't be so stingy, we just want a glance." Kisame shook his head resolutely. "I said no. This blade is very important to me." Emo-chan's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Kisame, if you don't lend it, you might regret it later." Kisame frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Emo-chan crossed his arms. "It means if you don't lend it, trouble will find you." Upon hearing this, Kisame felt a flicker of anger. What did they mean by trouble? After some contemplation, he recalled that Uchiha Madara had instructed him to observe the members of the organization. So he decided to ease the tension. "All right, but you can only look at it." Emo-chan and Kakuzu exchanged delighted glances. "Great. Thank you, Kisame," Emo-chan exclaimed. As Kisame carefully handed over the Samahata, "Be gentle with it," he cautioned. Emo-chan examined the blade meticulously, murmuring, "This sword truly is extraordinary." Kakuzu watched with wide eyes, clearly impressed. After a while, Emo-chan reluctantly returned the Samahata. "Kisame, this blade is truly remarkable." Kisame took it back and secured it on his back. "You've seen it. Now you can leave." The two exchanged glances and left with smiles. Once they had departed, Kisame was left in a daze. wondering if they had truly just come to look. Unbeknownst to him, Emo-chan possessed a replication system, a fact that had not been disclosed to anyone. Once outside, Kakuzu eagerly inquired, "So, kid, did you manage to replicate it?" Emo-chan frowned. "I did replicate it, but..." Kakuzu pressed, "But what? Don't leave me hanging." Emo-chan rubbed his chin and replied solemnly, "The replicated blade lacks life and unique consciousness." Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? It has no life or consciousness? Then what use is it?" Emo-chan rolled his eyes. "Clearly, you don't understand. Do you know what makes Samahata so special?" Kakuzu raised an eyebrow. Quit keeping me in suspense, and tell me." Emo-chan declared proudly. "Samahata can absorb an enemy's chakra for its own use and can communicate with its master. Even though our replica lacks life and consciousness, it might still retain the ability to absorb chakra, which is immensely useful." Kakuzu's expression softened slightly. "Well, if it can absorb chakra, that is still somewhat useful." Emo-chan teased. "Kakuzu-senpai, have you been around too long, losing your sharpness? Who knows if it has life? As long as it can absorb chakra and provide feedback, it's a top-tier blade." Kakuzu glared. "You cheeky brat, dare to speak to me like that? I'll twist your head off." Emo-chan shrank back. No, Kakuzu-senpai, I was just anxious." Kakuzu snorted. "First, give me one to take to the black market for testing. This ability could fetch a high price." Emo-chan hesitated. "But Kakuzu-senpai, the blade is still incomplete. What if something goes wrong?" Kakuzu impatiently interrupted. "Stop babbling, just give it to me. If anything happens, I'll handle it myself." Reluctantly, Emo-chan produced a replicated Samahata and handed it to Kakuzu. "Just be careful, senpai." Kakuzu snatched the sword and turned to leave. Await my good news." Days later, Kakuzu returned to the base carrying 2 boxes. Before he could share his good news with Emo-chan, Xiaonan seized one of the boxes, leaving Kakuzu feeling frustrated. As Xiaonan opened the box and discovered the wealth inside, she raised an eyebrow at Kakuzu. "Where did this come from?" Kakuzu scowled. Don't ask too many questions. Just return the box." Xiaonan chuckled lightly. "That won't do. The organization needs funds." At that moment, Emo-chan rushed over. "Kakuzu-senpai, how did it go?" Kakuzu grumbled. "Don't mention it." Xiaonan took one of the boxes. Emo-chan's eyes widened. "What?" Xiaonan, with a serious expression, fixed her gaze on Emo-chan. "Now tell me, where did you two get this money?" Emo-chan scratched his head, avoiding her gaze. "Sister Xiaonan, we earned it from our mission." Xiaonan scoffed. "Don't lie to me. Can you earn this much from a mission? Be honest." Kakuzu, standing nearby, sensed trouble brewing and quickly said, "I just gave you a box. Don't pry into our finances. I've worked hard to gather funds for the organization, and you want to interrogate us?" Xiaonan shot Kakuzu a glare. "You better not lead Emo-chan astray. I and Appos, confiscate half of it this time." With that, she gleefully walked away, leaving the two to stare at each other in disbelief. Kakuzu stomped his feet in frustration. "That woman is utterly unreasonable." Emo-chan sighed. "Kakuzu-senpai, let it go. At least we still have half." Kakuzu huffed. "Next time, we can't let her find out." Emo-chan nodded. "Yes. Let us think of ways to improve the replicated Samahata and earn more." Kakuzu agreed. "Exactly. Let's continue our research." With that, the two left together. Chapter 26. Hydrangea. The events prompted by the trio went unnoticed by the world outside. The entire ninja realm was enveloped in a long-awaited, albeit false, peace. Aside from the newly appointed Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, the other major ninja villages were recuperating. Within the organization, due to the ample resources provided by the likes of Emo-chan, a productive donkey, and Xiao Du, a source of grievances, the number of external missions had decreased significantly. Following a bout of madness, Emo-chan was sent to the Hidden Rain village by Xiao Nan and Nagato to teach a few children. Reluctantly, Emo-chan arrived at the classroom in the Hidden Rain village, gazing at a group of chattering children, his head pounding. "Silence! Silence!" he shouted. The children quieted down somewhat, curiously observing their new teacher. Clearing his throat, Emo-chan declared, "From this day forward, I am your teacher, so listen carefully." The children exchanged glances and resumed their hushed discussions. With a sigh of resignation, Emo-chan thought to himself that teaching would not be an easy endeavor. However, he soon blended into the group of students, albeit with a rather unique approach, as Xiaonan was concerned about his ability to teach, being a fellow orphan who survived the war. Days later, Xiaonan entered his classroom, her face etched with worry. Upon seeing the scene before her, she doubted her own eyes, stepping outside to reassess the situation. When she re-entered, she was left bewildered to find Emo-chan enjoying hot pot with a group of students. "Xiaonan, you're here. Come join us," Emo-chan said with his mouth full, speaking incoherently. Xiaonan stepped forward, frowning. "Emo-chan, what are you doing? This is no way to teach students." Emo-chan grinned. "Oh, Xiaonan, you just don't understand. Learning while eating creates a relaxed atmosphere, enabling the children to grasp concepts more swiftly." Xiaonan shook her head in exasperation. "You really are a free spirit." The children chimed in. "We love this, Angel." Seeing the children's joyful expressions left Xiaonan momentarily speechless. With a resigned sigh, she conceded, Fine, but this is a one-time exception." You must also teach them something substantial. Emo-chun nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Xiaonan, I have it all under control. After giving a few more reminders, Xiaonan departed. The children erupted in cheers. Great. Let's continue with the hot pot. Emo-chan smiled and continued to relish this delightful time with them. Despite their playful demeanor, his teaching remained straightforward. On one occasion, Jiao Du and others sat at the back of the classroom, observing Emo-chun as he taught with a serious expression. His voice clear and resonant. A ninja is someone who can wield various jutsu, but remember, a ninja is just as vulnerable as an ordinary person. A single blade can end a life. Thus, when you face an enemy, you must recognize the disparity. If you are stronger, you must resolve the conflict swiftly and decisively. Remember, the villain often falls victim to excessive dialogue. As he elaborated, he illustrated concepts on the blackboard. Jiao Du muttered softly from the back, "This kid is somewhat interesting." Scorpion nodded slightly, though it is still rather simplistic. The children listened intently, and Emo-chun continued, "If your opponent is stronger, do not engage head-on. Seek a way to escape or find support. Remember, survival is key to becoming stronger." He turned to the children. "Do you all understand?" In unison, they replied, "Yes." Observing the engaged students filled him with satisfaction. He lingered a moment on a girl named Hydrangea, reiterating, "Always remember, if you can group attack, do not engage in one-on-one combat. If you can ambush, do not confront directly. Also, we have plenty of weapons. So utilize firepower to cover rather than resorting to jutsu duels. Understood?" The children nodded fervently, and Hydrangea raised her hand, asking, "Teacher, what if we encounter an exceptionally powerful enemy and our weapons prove ineffective?" Emo-chan chuckled. "What else can be done? Surrender first, then poison them. If that fails, flee. If escape is impossible, make sure to take them down with you. Let the enemy know that even if they wish to end your life, they shall not find peace in doing so." Jiao Du scoffed from the back. "That's quite ruthless." Emo-chan retorted, "It's called strategy. Senior Jiao Du surviving is paramount." Scorpion added, "But one must not entirely forsake the honor of a ninja." Emo-chan shrugged. "In the face of life and death, honor cannot save you." The children listened to their debate, somewhat bewildered. Emo-chan clapped his hands. "All right, enough of that. Just remember what I said." The lesson continued. Uchiha Itachi, listening intently, turned to ask Pipa Shirzong if Emo-chan's teachings resembled the concepts he had previously mentioned, referring to the old six strategy. Pipa Shirzong smiled. "It's somewhat similar. This lad always has a unique perspective." Uchiha Itachi nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, it is not without merit as a means of survival." As the class neared its end, Emo-chan adopted a serious demeanor, addressing the children earnestly. "Remember, once you identify an enemy, do not hesitate to act decisively. Do not leave yourself vulnerable. This is the way of survival in our world. I do not wish for you to become mere corpses brought back from missions." Class dismissed. The children scattered joyfully, rushing outside to play. Jiao Du approached. "Kid, that lesson was somewhat commendable." Emo-chan smirked. "Of course, who do you think I am?" Xiaonan added, "Emo-chan, I hope what you teach these children gives them a better chance of survival in this chaotic world." Emo-chan nodded. "I understand, Xiaonan." At that moment, Uchiha Itachi regarded Emo-chan, remarking, "Your teaching methods are unconventional, yet perhaps they hold true value." Emo-chan smiled. To earn Itachi's approval is no small feat. They exchanged smiles, the atmosphere warm and congenial. As they each departed, Xiaonan teasingly remarked, "It seems you have quite the interest in that student named Hydrangea." Emo-chan paused, then replied, "She has great potential, particularly with her aptitude for space-time jutsu. I hold high expectations for her." Xiaonan winked. "Is that all? Your gaze upon her seems quite different." Emo-chan sighed. "Xiaonan, please do not speculate. I genuinely believe she has promise." Xiaonan lightly huffed. "All right, I will take your word for it." Emo-chan breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaonan, please do not jest with me." Xiaonan smiled, turning to leave. "Take care and rest well." As Emo-chan watched Xiaonan's retreating figure, he shook his head and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Xiaonan felt a slight tremor within her heart, uncertain why she suddenly desired to inquire about the matter. After a moment, she shook her head, perhaps out of concern. On the other side, Emo-chan returned to his room, lying on his bed, the image of Hydrangea and Apos' inquisitive eyes lingering in his mind. He recalled Xiaonan's earlier teasing and murmured to himself, "Perhaps she can alter fate. Space-time jutsu could very well become my legacy." Then, thinking of Xiaonan's sincere smile, his cheeks flushed slightly. As he pondered, Emo-chan rolled over, forcing himself to dismiss such thoughts, and prepared for a restful sleep. Chapter 27. The gathering of the Akatsuki organization. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating Emo-chan's face as he slowly awakened, stretching languorously. After completing his morning routine, he set off to the classroom, brimming with enthusiasm for a new day of teaching. In class, Xianghua remained eager to answer questions, while Emo-chan patiently elucidated the lessons. Occasionally, Xiaonan would pass by the classroom, and seeing Emo-chan immersed in his teaching would cause a faint smile to tug at her lips. Days flowed by, tranquil yet fulfilling. Before long, Emo-chan, along with Itachi, Kisame, and Scorpion, arrived at a temple near Amegakure. Emo-chan glanced at Scorpion, who lay inside the crimson flow puppet, and quipped, "Who are we here to recruit? Aren't you a bit cramped in there? If it's not too tight, could I sit down? I'm quite fatigued from the journey." Scorpion snorted, "Stop your nonsense. You'll know when we arrive." Kisame chuckled from the side, "Little brat, don't provoke Scorpion." Itachi remained composed, quietly observing their surroundings. Emo-chan pouted, "If you're not going to speak, then why act so superior?" The four entered the temple, where a towering Buddha statue awaited them. They soon settled in, waiting until the sun's rays began to wane. Suddenly, a man with deep golden hair entered, his left eye obscured by strands cascading down his face. Emo-chan gazed in astonishment. "Isn't that Deidara? It seems he is about to defect from his village." Upon entering, Deidara spotted the four and inquired with curiosity, "Who are you?" Scorpion stepped forward, stating, "Deidara, we are from the Akatsuki organization, here to invite you to join us." Deidara frowned. "Akatsuki? I haven't heard of it. Don't interrupt my appreciation of art." Scorpion's voice was low and gravelly as he inquired, "Must we bring this little brat back? One is already enough trouble." The other three turned their gazes toward Emo-chan. Emo-chan widened his eyes. "Scorpion, who are you calling a little brat? I am not easily intimidated." Deidara scrutinized Emo-chan, then glanced at Scorpion and the others, saying, "Humph, I'm not interested in you all anyway." Emo-chan quickly stepped closer, resting a hand on Deidara's shoulder. "Don't say that. They simply don't understand art. I believe we could get along splendidly. I adore explosive art." Deidara shook off Emo-chan's hand, eyeing him warily. "Don't get too familiar. Who would get along with you?" Emo-chan, unfazed, continued with a smile. "Don't be so heartless. Imagine, if you join the Akatsuki, we could create even larger and more impactful explosions. How exhilarating that would be." Deidara's interest flickered. Yet he retorted, "Sounds appealing, but who knows if it's true." "Indeed, I assure you. Join us, and we can explore this together. My ninja tools could use some enhancement, and I've heard you excel in explosive techniques. Let us delve into the artistry of explosions," Emo-chan declared, his grin growing more fervent with each word. Meanwhile, the other three exchanged glances, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Curiosity sparked in Deidara as he observed Emo-chan's manic smile. "You seem even more insane than I am." Emo-chan chuckled, "Of course, for the sake of art. What is insanity?" Scorpion interjected, "You two lunatics, stop wasting time here." Kisame chimed in, "Yes, Deidara, will you join or not?" Itachi remained silent, merely watching them. After a moment of hesitation, Deidara replied, "Fine, I will tentatively trust you, but if I discover you've deceived me, don't expect me to be courteous." Emo-chan exclaimed with excitement, "Wonderful. Welcome aboard." Soon after, back at the Akatsuki base, Xiaonan gently consoled a restless Emo-chan. "All right, Emo-chan, stop causing a ruckus. Scorpion and Deidara make a perfect team, and you still have students to teach." Upon their return to the base, Emo-chan showcased the wonders of modern technology to Deidara. Their experiments culminated in the explosive obliteration of a small mountain, leaving the Akatsuki members in disarray. After deliberation, it was decided to separate the two, assigning the level-headed Scorpion to team up with Deidara. Initially resistant, Scorpion eventually chose Deidara after recalling Emo-chan's chaotic fighting style. Emo-chan persisted, "Sister Xiaonan, I want to accept it. I want to team up with Deidara. Together, we can create even greater explosions." Xiaonan shook her head in resignation. "Emo-chan, the organization's decisions are made with careful consideration. You must obey." Emo-chan sat up, pouting, "I don't care. I refuse to accept this." At that moment, Pain approached, stating, "Emo-chan, this is the organization's arrangement. You must comply." Although Emo-chan felt apprehensive in Pain's presence, he mumbled, "Humph, fine." Xiaonan smiled. "That's the spirit, Emo-chan. Focus on teaching your students. Opportunities will arise." Emo-chan sulkily replied, "Understood, Sister Xiaonan." That day, in the Ninja Academy, Emo-chan faced a group of students, exasperated. "Why are you all so slow? I've explained the principles of this ninjutsu several times." A timid student spoke up, "Teacher, it's too difficult." Emo-chan rubbed his temples. "All right, let us continue practicing." Meanwhile, the other members of the Akatsuki were engaged in various missions. Itachi and Kisame covertly monitored their targets, while Scorpion and Deidara debated whose artistic methods were superior to accomplish their tasks. In the Rain Village, Xiaonan and Nagato discussed the organization's next steps. Time passed, and they successfully recruited Haiden, who possessed an immortal body, thus completing the original cast of Akatsuki members. At the Akatsuki base, everyone gathered together. Pain of the Zero Ring, Xiaonan of the White Ring, Scorpion of the Jade Ring, Kakazu of the North Ring, Itachi of the Red Ring, Kisame of the South Ring, Deidara of the Blue Ring, Haiden of the Three Ring, Zetsu of the Black Ring, and Emo-chan of the Void Ring, who had taken the place of Orochimaru after his defection, as determined by Nagato. Pain surveyed the assembly and stated solemnly, "Now that all members are present, we must accelerate our plans." Xiaonan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Everyone must be prepared. Kakuzu remarked, humph. As long as we have sufficient funding, we can accomplish anything. Itachi remained silent. Emo-chan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, finally, we can make a significant impact. Haiden laughed heartily. Let me unleash the power of the evil god to annihilate our enemies. Each member harbored their own thoughts as a storm was about to unfold. That day, a peculiar voice echoed behind Emo-chan. Emo-chan senpai, Emo-chan senpai. Turning around, he saw a masked figure calling out to him. Upon closer inspection, it was Obito Uchiha, disguised as the reserve member Afei. With a cheerful smile, Afei said, Emo-chan senpai. I heard you're taking people to participate in the Chunin exams in Konoha in a few days? Chapter 28. Journey to Konoha. Emo-chan observed him with keen interest, his gaze revealing both amusement and sincerity, yet beneath lay a deeper current of animosity, skillfully concealed as he watched Uchiha Obito masquerading as Tobi. Emo-chan chuckled softly. You seem well informed, but this is not a matter for you to pry into. Tobi responded with a sly grin. Come now, senior, don't be so stingy. I'm merely curious. Emo-chan narrowed his eyes slightly. Curiosity can lead to peril, young one. Tobi recoiled slightly. I want to ask then, please don't be angry. Senior. Subsequently, Emo-chan departed, and Kurizetsu materialized. Do you know why he has taken the initiative to go to Konoha? It truly appears he is seeking intelligence on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, yet I cannot shake the feeling that his intentions run deeper. This time, the voice was not its usual sinister tone, but rather a low, grave timbre. Kurizetsu scoffed. Regardless of his motives, they must not interfere with our plans. Obito's eyes, concealed beneath his mask, darkened momentarily. I doubt it will. He showed no opposition to mine Nagato and Appo's plans back then, and Konoha is of no concern to us. We need not keep watch. He possesses keen senses, and has already spotted your hidden location. Kurizetsu frowned. What should we do then? Allow him to roam freely? Obito paused for a moment before replying. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. We shall observe his subsequent actions. Our primary focus remains on gathering the tailed beasts. Kurizetsu acquiesced. That is the only course left to us. The two then parted ways. Days later, Konan reluctantly handed some bento she had personally prepared to Emo-chan, advising him not to act impulsively. While she harbored some doubts regarding his journey to Konoha, she refrained from probing further. It was perhaps fortunate she did not inquire, for Emo-chan's visit to Konoha was indeed driven by personal motives, including the unsettling task of disturbing graves and pilfering ninjutsu scrolls. As she watched the group of 13 depart, Konan returned to the base only after their figures had disappeared from sight. Has he set off? Nagato asked weakly. Konan nodded. Yes, he has already left. Nagato sighed softly. I hope his journey is smooth and does not attract undue trouble. Konan reassured him. Though Emo-chan can be somewhat impulsive, he knows his limits. He should be fine. Nagato remained silent for a moment. Let us hope so. Konan gazed towards Konoha, silently praying for Emo-chan's safe return. On the road, Ajisai and her companions were filled with excitement, for it was a rare occasion to venture out. Amegakure, true to its name, was perpetually shrouded in rain and devoid of sunlight. One of the three Nin following Emo-chan stepped forward. Lord Emo-chan, is it truly wise for us to proceed like this? Emo-chan smiled reassuringly. There is no need for concern. Let them unwind a little. Once we reach Konoha, the atmosphere will not be so carefree. The Nin nodded and returned to the ranks. Ajisai rushed over. Teacher, what is Konoha like? Emo-chan pondered for a moment. You will see upon arrival. We are here to participate in the joint Nin exams with Sunagakure. Your safety is paramount, so consider it a leisurely outing, understood? Ajisai nodded obediently. Understood, teacher. The other children gathered around, chattering excitedly about their expectations for Konoha. Emo-chan, observing their vibrant energy, felt a slight smile tugging at his lips while secretly formulating his own plans. Originally, 21 children were to participate in the assessment, but after Emo-chan's careful selection, he brought only 9, reasoning that too many would be difficult to manage. Once he had clarified his thoughts, he turned seriously to the 3 Nin behind him. This is an opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. Since I have brought several children along, I intend to return with them. If you fail to care for them, you shall find a place to bury yourselves, clear? The 3 Nin stiffened, replying in unison, yes, Lord Emo-chan. Emo-chan nodded with satisfaction and continued leading the group onward. The children's joyful noise gradually diminished, as if they sensed the gravity in Emo-chan's words. Ajisai quietly approached Emo-chan, whispering, Teacher, please don't be too stern. Everyone will be frightened. Emo-chan glanced at her, his tone softening slightly. Just enjoy yourselves. If danger arises, use the handguns I provided for your safety. Do not worry about wasting them. I have more than enough. Ajisai nodded vigorously. Teacher, we will be obedient. Upon hearing Emo-chan's words, the children's anxiety eased somewhat, and they resumed their quiet conversations. The group pressed on, drawing ever closer to Konoha. Half a month later, they arrived at the gates of Konoha, where the delegation from Takigakure had also arrived. However, while the latter appeared weary and travel-worn, Imo-chun and his companions exuded vitality. Having enjoyed the comforts of travel funded by Imo-chun himself, who was the wealthiest among them, aside from Konan, the guards at Konoha approached the two groups, inquiring, "Are you all here to participate in the CHNIN exams?" Imo-chun smiled and nodded. "Indeed, we hail from Amegakure." The leader of the Takigakure group added, "We are from Takigakure." The guard replied, "Please follow me for registration." Imo-chun and his companions followed the guard, curiously surveying Konoha. After registering, they were escorted to their designated area. After setting down their bags, Imo-chun took out a pile of money and handed it to the three Nin, instructing them to let the children enjoy themselves, to eat whatever they desired, and not to hesitate. He would wander about on his own. The three Nin accepted the money and eagerly took the children away. Imo-chun strolled alone through Konoha, seemingly wandering aimlessly while contemplating his own plans. As he walked, he found himself in front of Ichiraku Ramen. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. "I would like a bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen, please," he ordered. At the same time, a small voice chimed in, "I'll have one too." Imo-chun turned to see Naruto Uzumaki, the destined child. Naruto smiled widely. "Hello?" Imo-chun nodded in response. "Greetings." They sat side by side, and before long, their ramen was served. Naruto eagerly dug in, exclaiming between mouthfuls, "Ichiraku's ramen is the best." Imo-chun chuckled softly. "It certainly appears delightful." With his mouth full, Naruto replied, "Of course. I come here all the time." Curious, Imo-chun asked, "You come often?" "You must really love ramen." Naruto swallowed and nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely. Ramen is my favorite." As they ate and chatted, the atmosphere grew amicable. A short while later, after finishing his meal, Imo-chun gave Naruto a friendly pat on the shoulder before taking his leave, an action that puzzled Naruto, though he said nothing more, considering Imo-chun had treated him. After departing from Ichiraku Ramen, Imo-chun inquired around and arrived at the Konoha Memorial Stone, where countless names were etched. After observing for a moment, he navigated through the cemetery until he spotted a silver-haired figure, masked and standing before a particular gravestone. Approaching, he took a closer look. Chapter 29. Digging up the past. As approached, the name on the gravestone stirred something within him. The figure turned, eyes filled with caution. "Who are you?" Smiled slightly. "Greetings. The renowned copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. I am from the Hidden Rain Village, here to pay my respects to the heroes of Konoha." Kakashi furrowed his brow. "Hidden Rain Village? Are you here for the CHNIN exams?" Nodded. "Indeed, I brought the children to broaden their horizons." Kakashi scrutinized. "I hope your intentions are purely for the exam." Chuckled. "Of course, Kakashi-sensei, there is no need for such wariness." Kakashi huffed, returning his gaze to the gravestone. After glancing at the name above, departed, wandering through the cemetery as though offering solace to the departed, pausing briefly at each grave. In the depths of his heart, felt a flicker of excitement. He had found her, Lin Noira. All that remained was her grandmother's grave. He was determined to unearth it, preparing for the anguish it would bring to Uchiha Obito. Suppressing his exhilaration, continued to feign tranquility among the tombstones. As dusk approached, the cemetery grew increasingly eerie. Suddenly, a voice broke through the stillness. "What are you sneaking around for?" Startled, turned to see a vigilant Konoha ninja observing him. Regaining his composure, he smiled. "Hello. I am here to pay my respects to a friend's family, but I seem to have forgotten their name. May I trouble you for assistance?" With that, he produced a white flower from behind him. The Konoha ninja frowned, scrutinizing before replying. "All right, who are you looking for?" Feigning contemplation, replied, "His name is Hyuga Hizashi." The Konoha ninja gestured. "His gravestone is over there. You should hurry, don't linger too long." Thanked him hurriedly and proceeded in the indicated direction. Soon, he located the grave of Uchiha Fugaku, laid the white flower down, and pretended to mourn for a moment. Once assured that no one was watching, he stealthily left to continue his search for Obito's grandmother's grave. As night fell, returned to his lodging with a smile, now awaiting Orochimaru's plan to bring Konoha to ruin. Upon his return, found the children and three Jonin gathered, animatedly discussing the day's events. Zihua rushed over, inquiring, "Teacher, where did you go?" Tousled her hair, replying, "Just took a stroll." "Did you all enjoy your day?" The children nodded enthusiastically. Smiled, "That's wonderful. Rest early and prepare for tomorrow's exam." As everyone returned to their rooms, lay in bed, contemplating Orochimaru's scheme and anticipating the forthcoming developments. In the distance, Obito, disguised as Akatsuki's member, felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the cause. After some reflection, he decided to remain cautious and continue observing the unfolding situation. The following day dawned bright and sunny. Led the group to the Konoha Ninja Academy, reassuring the children before their first exam, "Do not fear. If you pass, splendid. If not, consider it a learning experience." The children nodded, stepping into the examination hall. Instructed the three Jonin to keep an eye on the students before heading to the Hokage building. Upon arrival, met with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a warm smile, Sarutobi welcomed him. "My friend from the Hidden Rain Village, it is a pleasure to have you here." Bowed slightly. "Hokage-sama." I come to express goodwill on behalf of the Hidden Rain Village and to seek guidance on nurturing ninjas. Sarutobi nodded. Of course, let us converse at our leisure. Their dialogue extended until midday. Gradually rose, respectfully expressing, "Thank you, Hokage-sama, for the valuable insights. I must take my leave now." Sarutobi waved his hand with a smile. No need for formality. Safe travels. As exited the Hokage building, he pondered his next moves. He had gathered information on the visible and hidden defenses of the Hokage's office. Now he awaited Orochimaru's signal. After his departure, Sarutobi stood by the window, observing the young man in his early 20s, exhaling a puff of smoke, reflecting, what a tumultuous season this is. Once the CH-NIN exams conclude, I shall send someone to investigate the Hidden Rain Village. He sensed motives were not trivial, yet felt no hostility, hence refrained from immediate scrutiny. Had been privy to Sarutobi's thoughts, he might have remarked, experience is indeed invaluable. Outside the examination hall, awaited the children's return. After a brief wait, he leaned against a tree and dozed off, only to be awakened by a Jonin's voice. "Sama. The children are out." Rubbing his eyes, responded, So soon? The Jonin replied, "Yes, Sama. They appear to be in good spirits." Rose and approached the children. Zihua bounded forward, exclaiming, "Teacher, we all passed the first exam. But that Konoha examiner, Ibiki, had such peculiar questions." Laughed, ruffling her hair, "That is splendid. Keep up the good work in the upcoming exams." The other children gathered around, chattering excitedly about their experiences during the test. "All right, everyone, back to rest now. Prepare for the next round," instructed, leading them back to their lodgings. After a leisurely stroll and a hearty meal, handed out modern weaponry to the 8 children, excluding Zihua, saying with gravity, "You all know how to use these tools. Remember, prioritize your safety. If you cannot handle a situation, use these. However, resorting to my gifts indicates a lack of skill, necessitating more effort." The children nodded solemnly and accepted the weapons. One child remarked, "Sensei, rest assured. We will not disappoint you." Smiled, "Good, now go and rest." Once the children retired, a Jonin respectfully approached. "Sama, it seems you did not give Zihua anything. Is she not your most promising student?" His voice trailed off. Calmly regarded him before smiling. "Correct. It is commendable that you asked. Since you are aware she is my favorite student, do you think she would be without?" The Jonin suddenly understood, exclaiming, "I was foolish." Waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. You too should rest." The Jonin bowed and departed, while turned and returned to his room. Chapter 30. The shadows of adversaries in the stillness of the night. Imo-chan seemed to sense something amiss. His figure trembled slightly before vanishing from the room. He soon found himself in a dense forest, where a low, hoarse voice resonated, questioning the intentions of the Akatsuki members in Konoha. "Are they here to pursue the traitor that I am?" Imo-chan scoffed. "Orochimaru, do not overestimate your significance. I am not here for you." Emerging from the shadows, Orochimaru replied, "Oh? Then what brings you to Konoha?" Imo-chan's gaze flickered. "That is of no concern to you. Worry about whether your plans will succeed instead." Orochimaru licked his lips, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "You seem to know quite a bit," he remarked. Sensing the murderous intent in Orochimaru's tone, Imo-chan shrugged dismissively. "What does it matter to you? If you believe you can defeat me, maintain that hostility, I assure you. You will recall our last encounter with Genjutsu." Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly as he recalled their previous encounter, and he coldly huffed, "Humph, I will let you off this time." Imo-chan sneered. "Stop posturing and hurry along with your plans. Your presence here is a nuisance." Orochimaru ceased further conversation and melted back into the darkness. Watching him depart, Imo-chan's lips curled into a cold smile before he too vanished. After Orochimaru's departure, Imo-chan arrived at a location where he sought information on any visitors from the Rain Village. A man with round glasses and gray hair responded. 13 individuals from the Rain Village are here, led by Imo-chan. There are 3 J-nin and 9 Genin students participating in the CH-NIN exam. They previously visited the Hokage Tower to converse with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but their true intentions remain unknown. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Investigate their objectives and inform them not to engage with the Rain Village members, lest that madman goes berserk. The gray-haired man nodded. Understood, I will make the arrangements. Orochimaru turned to leave, and the gray-haired man quickly set about executing his orders. The following day, after Imo-chan had delegated his duties, the 3 J-nin escorted the students to the second examination venue, the Forest of Death. Meanwhile, Imo-chan wandered through Konoha, purchasing tools reminiscent of mining equipment before returning to rest. As days passed, the sound of explosions echoed from the Forest of Death, yet the examination continued unabated. By the 6th day, Imo-chan accompanied Sarutobi Hiruzen and several Konoha J-nin to a tower within the forest, awaiting the return of the students participating in the exams. Imo-chan stood quietly to the side, appearing calm, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of whether his plans would unfold successfully. Soon, students began to arrive in succession. Imo-chan scanned the crowd, searching for the children he had brought. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing the returning students, wore a smile of satisfaction as he began to arrange subsequent matters. Due to the large number of participants, an impromptu duel assessment was added. After nodding at Zihua, she and her companions raised their hands in forfeiture, leaving only the more capable student, Suolian, to compete, as per Mo Chin's initial instructions. Others from different villages looked on in confusion at the Rain Village's decision to forfeit. Whispers circulated among them. What is happening with the Rain Village? Do they realize their own limitations? Mo Chun remained unfazed, confident that his arrangements were the most prudent. Meanwhile, Suolian stood resolute, ready to face the challenge ahead. From a vantage point, Mo Chun and his students observed the unfolding duels. Across from him, Might Guy remarked to Kakashi about the Rain Village's forfeiture, saying, "What do you think? I heard from Lee that they saw 9 members of the Rain Village surrounding and beating one person, seemingly wielding some powerful ninja tools." Kakashi frowned. Their intentions remain unclear. But we must remain vigilant. Might Guy nodded. Indeed, that leader of theirs seems extraordinary. Kakashi's gaze shifted to Mo Chin, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Mo Chin keenly observed Suolian's duel. Zihua teased, "Teacher, Suolian truly embodies your cunning teachings." Mo Chun lightly tapped Zihua on the head. "What you deem cunning is merely strategy. Do you understand?" Rubbing her head and sticking out her tongue, Zihua replied, "Got it, teacher." Mo Chin smiled at the arena. That child, Suolian, is performing admirably. Although Suolian was among the stronger students, she relied on her sensory abilities, employing the mist concealment technique to stealthily approach a male Sunagakure ninja and deliver a decisive kick to his groin, prompting his immediate surrender. Seeing this, Mo Chin couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, well done, Suolian." Zihua joined in the laughter. "That kick was ruthless, teacher. The Sunagakure ninja is likely left with a psychological scar." The other children around them giggled and chattered. Meanwhile, other village representatives exchanged incredulous glances, baffled by the Rain Village's tactics. Might Guy, feeling a chill in his nether regions, turned to Kakashi and said, "You were right. It's no simple feat to produce such a student." Kakashi shook his head in resignation. "Indeed, it's no easy task. But as long as they don't pose a threat to Konoha, we need not concern ourselves too much." Might Guy, serious in demeanor, insisted, "We must remain watchful. We cannot afford to be complacent." As the matches continued, Mo Chun and his students persisted in their own ways, unperturbed by the scrutiny of others. The subsequent rounds primarily showcased the performances of Konoha's 12 elite and the future trio from Sunagakure. While observing, Mo Chun imparted wisdom to the children, pointing out, "Observe. Though the opponent may be stronger, their strengths and weaknesses are quite apparent. A single unexpected move can turn the tide. Hence, when hunting lions, one must exert full effort even when pursuing a rabbit." The children chuckled at Mo Chin's words. Zihua asked, "Teacher, if we encounter such opponents, can we employ similar unexpected tactics?" Mo Chun tapped her head again. "Be adaptable. Not every situation allows for the same approach. Assess based on the circumstances." The children nodded, their comprehension wavering, yet they remained focused on the competition. Mo Chun continued, "Did you see how Orochimaru's opponent concealed his recovering arm? He laid his plans in advance. Such strategies are vital. When your adversary resorts to trickery, you must outwit them even more." The children listened intently, wide-eyed. One child inquired, "Teacher, should we always be this cautious in the future?" Mo Chun confirmed, "Indeed, caution is paramount. A watchful eye can prevent many perils." The competition pressed on, and Mo Chin's teachings remained unwavering. Chapter 31. Provocation. It was only after the conclusion of the tiebreaker that Mo Chun led the group away, with the third assessment scheduled for a month later. Upon returning to the Hidden Leaf Village, he entrusted the upcoming guidance tasks to 3 elite jonin before departing from his residence. As he strolled alone through the streets of Konoha, he pondered his forthcoming plans. Seemingly indifferent, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Wandering further, he approached a grove and suddenly sensed a familiar aura. A faint smile graced his lips as he ventured deeper into the woods. "Ah, our esteemed Lord Orochimaru has chosen a vessel, and he is not even afraid of Itachi coming to cut him down. Truly commendable courage," Mo Chun remarked, clapping his hands mockingly as he approached Orochimaru. Orochimaru cast a cold gaze at Mo Chun. "Humph, what madness brings you here?" With a grin, Mo Chun replied, "I merely came to witness the spectacle and to enjoy your disheveled appearance." A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. "Do not be so arrogant. Beware that I may kill you." "Ah, kill me? I am quaking in fear. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" He feigned fear, his expression exaggerated. Orochimaru snorted dismissively. "Do not assume I lack the resolve. Your provocations will not go unpunished." Mo Chun, shedding his feigned trepidation, retorted disdainfully, "If you possess the capability, then come forth and let us see who is truly stronger." Grinding his teeth, Orochimaru ultimately restrained his impulse to strike. "This is not the time for our quarrel. Do not interfere with my affairs." Crossing his arms, Mo Chun responded, "Very well. If you provide the Edo Tensei, I can offer you some information regarding the Sharingan." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Mo Chun. "You truly possess useful information?" Imo-chan raised an eyebrow. That depends on whether what you offer is of equal value. After a moment of hesitation, Orochimaru conceded. Fine, I will grant you the Edo Tensei, but should you dare deceive me, you shall bear the consequences. Imo-chan smiled. Deal. Upon receiving the scroll from Orochimaru, he immediately opened it, and, after a brief examination, sighed. You have yet to thoroughly research this, have you? Orochimaru scoffed. It is already a favor to provide you with anything. Do not be so picky. Imo-chan pursed his lips. Very well. The process of advancing the Sharingan involves the loss of a dearly beloved person, which serves as a catalyst for its awakening. The so-called hatred is a mere misdirection, for it is natural to seek vengeance upon death. Orochimaru frowned. Is that all? This is insufficient. Imo-chan shrugged. Believe it or not, that is all I know. Orochimaru's gaze turned icy. You best not deceive me, otherwise you will regret it. Hey, we have traded numerous times. Have I ever deceived you? I pride myself on my integrity. Orochimaru grunted. Let us hope so. With that, he turned to leave. Watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, Imo-chan smirked, murmuring to himself. To challenge me, you are still too inexperienced. He then vanished from the spot. Leaving the forest, Imo-chan returned to his residence, bringing Zihua and the others to a barbecue restaurant. Upon arrival, the children eagerly selected their favorite dishes. Today, indulge yourselves. Let us treat you well. Imo-chan said with a smile. Thank you, teacher. Zihua exclaimed joyfully. As they ate and laughed together, the atmosphere was filled with joy. However, the sounds of merriment were not well received by the individuals from Sunagakure. The genin who had been struck in the groin glared fiercely at Suelian, his eyes ablaze with fury. His supervising teacher noticed the dark expression on his face and mockingly exclaimed, Oh, these small village folk are truly naive. Why bother with them? Zihua retorted angrily. How can they speak like that? Suelian bit her lip, her eyes brimming with grievance. Imo-chan, excitement flickering in his eyes, questioned one of the jonin. Are they provoking me? The jonin, internally lamenting, recalled the angel's warning not to allow Imo-chan to instigate trouble unless provoked, for when he lost control. Only the angel could contain him. He trembled slightly. I believe so. Imo-chan grinned widely. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Turning to the group of children, he added, Today, I shall impart a lesson. If your strength is lacking, do not provoke others, or you may end up dead. The children were momentarily taken aback by Imo-chan's words, while the Sunagakure individuals seethed with indignation. The supervising teacher abruptly stood, shouting, Do you dare threaten us? Imo-chan scoffed. Threaten? No, I am merely stating a fact. As he spoke, his body trembled slightly, and in the next moment, the provoking Sunagakure teacher found himself lifted by the throat. Seeing this, the other Sunagakure ninjas rose, readying themselves for battle. Imo-chan and Appo's cold voice rang out. What? Do you wish to fight? The teacher, struggling to breathe, gasped, Let go of me. Imo-chan's smile widened. Now you fear? It is too late. Wait. Let us discuss this amicably. An anxious Umbu suddenly interjected. Imo-chan glanced at the Umbu, his grip remaining unyielding, and coldly retorted. Humph, he provoked me first. Today's affair is not over. The Umbu ninja hastily urged. This is Konoha. Please show us some consideration and refrain from causing a scene here. The rest of the Sunagakure group cried out, Release our teacher. Just as Imo-chan seemed poised to act decisively, he abruptly sensed something and released his grip, calling out. For today, I shall grant an audience to the Hokage. Remember, trouble arises from careless words. The freed Sunagakure teacher gasped for air, his eyes wide with shock and rage as he glared at Imo-chan. The Umbu exhaled in relief, saying, Thank you for your understanding. We ask both parties to maintain restraint. Imo-chan huffed, returning to his seat. Though the Sunagakure members were discontented, they dared not speak further, hastily settling their bill and leaving the restaurant. The children regarded Imo-chan with a mix of awe and excitement. Zihua whispered, Teacher, you were amazing just now. Imo-chan smiled. Remember, do not allow others to bully you easily. Meanwhile, 3 jonin from the Rain Village exchanged glances. Is Lord Imo-chan truly letting him off? Unlikely. He is known for his protectiveness. Perhaps it is because we are in Konoha, considering how frequently he has dealt with troublesome individuals. What now? Should we report this to the angel? The other 2 paused, then shook their heads. No, if the angel punishes him, we shall be next. Reaching a silent consensus, they chose to refrain from mentioning the incident and continued to enjoy the barbecue with the children. Imo-chan, meanwhile, remained unfazed, as though the earlier altercation had never transpired. In the Hokage Tower, within the Hokage's office, the Umbu who had just mediated the situation reported the events. Once he finished, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked gently, It seems that the young leader from the Rain Village is quite remarkable. However, since they have extended an olive branch, we must reciprocate. Let Asuma engage with them. The Umbu nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama. They then turned to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back in his chair, lost in thought, pondering the matters at hand. Chapter 32 In the Stillness of the Night. Imo-chan was meticulously polishing a kunai when a knock echoed from outside the door. As the door swung open, 3 shinobi from the Rain Village stepped inside, their gazes falling upon the kunai in his hand, seemingly already aware of his intentions. Attempting to maintain a facade of composure, Emochin remarked, "It is only natural for a teacher to seek justice for his wronged students. Wouldn't you agree?" The 3 Nin exchanged glances, and one of them, with a steely resolve, replied, "Lord Emochin, we must exercise caution, as we are in the land of fire." With a smile, Emochin set the kunai down and fixed his gaze on the Nin. But if we do not venture outside, what harm can come to us? After all, there are no witnesses to any unfortunate accidents, and I trust you will not disclose this to Sister Xiaonan, will you? At these words, the 3 Nin shuddered and hastily assured him, "Rest assured, Lord Emochin, we shall remain silent." Pleased, Emochin nodded, "Very well then. Let us await the unfolding drama." The Nin, secretly lamenting their predicament, dared not utter another word. Emochin grasped the kunai and released it, allowing it to fly out the window, disappearing into the inky darkness. Once again, the Nin exchanged glances. "See, I told you he wouldn't let this go," one murmured. "What shall we do now? A shinobi from another village has perished in Konoha. They will undoubtedly investigate. Well, we are unaware of the specifics, after all." "Lord Emochin did not leave the premises," another replied. "Forget it. As long as Lord Emochin remains calm, we must ensure the children are safe. If anything happens to them, we shall be the ones facing the consequences," the third added. Emochin glanced at them and instructed, "Enough of your whispering. Return to your rest." The Nin quickly complied, "Yes, Lord Emochin," and hurriedly exited. Emochin approached the window, gazing into the night, a cold smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, in a tavern in Konoha, the provocative Sand Village Nin was drinking, scoffing. "Konoha dares to issue warnings? The Rain Village is merely a small ninja nation. We could easily sever our alliance." At that moment, a glint of cold steel flashed, and the kunai pierced through his back. His eyes widened in shock as blood gushed from his mouth, and he slowly collapsed. The tavern erupted into chaos, patrons screaming in terror. Meanwhile, Emochin lay in his bed, seemingly unfazed by the events. He was not one to relinquish his ambitions easily. Had he not sensed the presence of numerous Konoha Anbu earlier, he would have dispatched his adversary then and there. The kunai that had flown to its target was the very one he had marked with a magnetic seal earlier in the day for tracking purposes. The following day, the Sand Village discovered the lifeless body of their comrade and were consumed with rage, demanding accountability from Konoha. The latter took the matter seriously and commenced an investigation. Yet Emochin, accompanied by the children, continued with their daily activities, unaffected by the turmoil. Despite Konoha's inquiries yielding no suspects, they suspected the Rain Village might be involved due to previous disputes. However, investigations revealed no signs of Rain Village shinobi leaving their quarters that night. After discussions, they dismissed the possibility of Rain Village's involvement, noting that if they had intended to eliminate that unfortunate soul, they would not have waited until nightfall. Ultimately, Hiruzen Sarutobi offered reparations to quell the Sand Village's fury, suggesting that someone sought to undermine the alliance between the two villages. Upon hearing this conclusion, Emochin stifled a laugh, maintaining an impassive exterior. Preparations for the Nin exams continued as the children from the Rain Village went about their routines, as if the incident had never occurred. Although the Sand Village had received compensation, discontent lingered in their hearts, and they begrudgingly accepted Konoha's handling of the matter. Emochin wandered through Konoha alongside Asuma, seemingly familiarizing himself with the village's governance. Asuma elaborated on the various facilities and policies of Konoha, while Emochin occasionally nodded, appearing attentive, yet his mind was preoccupied with ulterior motives. Asuma pointed out, "This is Konoha's training ground, where ninjas hone their skills daily." Emochin smiled in response. "It appears to be quite commendable." Observing the trio training, Asuma beamed, "Those are my students, the descendants of Inazuka, Nara, and Yamanaka." Emochin regarded them with interest. It seems Konoha and Appo's legacy is well preserved. Asuma and Appo's pride shone through. They possess great potential and will undoubtedly become exceptional ninjas. During their conversation, Choji approached, asking, "Asuma-sensei, are you treating me to barbecue?" Ino playfully tapped Choji's head. "All you think about is food. Can't you see Asuma-sensei is busy?" Rubbing his head in feigned innocence, Choji replied, "I'm just hungry." Emochin couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, it is only natural for children to have hearty appetites. Ino shot Choji a disapproving glance before politely addressing Emochin. "I apologize for our behavior." Emochin waved his hand dismissively. "No need for apologies, it's quite endearing." Just then, Shikamaru approached. "Teacher, who is this?" Asuma introduced. "This is Lord Emochin, the instructor from the Rain Village." Shikamaru bowed slightly. "Greetings, Lord Emochin." Ino exclaimed, "Wow, you're so young and handsome. I expected you to look more like Asuma-sensei, perhaps with a beard." Asuma sighed in exasperation. "Ino, please." Emochin, unfazed, laughed heartily. "The girl has a sweet tongue." Ino playfully stuck out her tongue, while Shikamaru scratched his head. "Ino, enough of that." Laughter erupted among them. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Days passed in this manner until the eve of the third assessment approached. Emo-chan gathered everyone together, speaking gravely. Soyeon, for the third round, we shall forfeit. You three must ensure their safety and retreat when chaos erupts in Konoha. Soyeon, perplexed, asked, Teacher, why forfeit? I am confident I can pass the assessment. Emo-chan shook his head. This is an order, comply. The three J-nin responded in unison. Yes, Lord Emo-chan. Though the children were reluctant, they dared not oppose Emo-chan's commands. He regarded them fondly, ruffling Soyeon's hair, and earnestly advised, this assessment holds no significance. Safety comes first. Do not cause your teacher undue worry. Soyeon nodded obediently. I understand, teacher. Turning to the other children, Emo-chan urged, you must also heed your teacher's words, understood? In unison, the children affirmed, understood. Emo-chan inhaled deeply. Very well, prepare yourselves. Once they departed, he covered his face. A manic smile threatening to emerge. Those within the organization would recognize that he was on the brink of madness. Internally, he cried out, Bido, the time is near. I shall make you experience true suffering. Lowering his hands, a fervent glimmer danced in his eyes as he muttered to himself, this time, you shall pay dearly. In that moment, he envisioned Bido and Appo's anguished expression, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. Chapter 33. A beautiful day the following day, accompanied by the crowd. Emo-chan led them to the venue for the third assessment. He seated them in the viewing platform and submitted the withdrawal qualification for Sleep Lotus. A group of children buzzed with excitement, glancing about, while Emo-chan and Appo's gaze was fixed above, where the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat, alongside the fourth Kazekage, who was merely a disguise donned by Orochimaru. Orochimaru noticed Emo-chan's gaze, met his eyes briefly, and then averted his attention. Moments later, the competition commenced. The first match was Naruto Uzumaki against Niji Hyuga. As Emo-chan observed the two contenders on the field, he was preoccupied with contemplating his own schemes. Curious, Xianghua inquired. Teacher, who do you think will win? Emo-chan smiled gently. Allow me to impart a lesson. No matter how hard a genius strives, they cannot surpass an external advantage. Xianghua looked puzzled. Teacher, what is an external advantage? Patting her head, Emo-chan explained, an external advantage refers to extraordinary support, such as the nine tails residing within him. Also known as a tailed beast Jinchuriki. Xianghua nodded, partially comprehending, and continued to watch the arena. Emo-chan continued. Thus, while effort is undoubtedly important, luck and talent are also factors not to be overlooked. Xianghua blinked. So, teacher, what should we do if we encounter such an opponent in the future? With a slight smile, Emo-chan replied, first, gather allies. The more, the stronger. Second, unleash a barrage of firepower, employing the space-time ninjutsu techniques I have taught you. Third, if you cannot prevail, retreat swiftly. As long as the mountain stands, there will be no fear of firewood running out. Xianghua nodded thoughtfully. Teacher, I will remember. Not far behind them, Kakashi was astonished by his teachings, pondering the essence of their ninja spirit. Guy, the teaching methods in the Rain Village are indeed peculiar. Might Guy, with a serious demeanor, responded, regardless, as long as they do not violate the principles of a ninja, it is acceptable. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. With such teachings, I cannot fathom what kind of ninja will emerge. Their attention returned to the arena. As the match progressed, Naruto created a pitfall to defeat Niji, tricking him with a shadow clone, leading to Niji's momentary lapse in vigilance, resulting in his defeat. Thus, even when an adversary falls, one must not lower their guard. Finish them decisively, and remember to deliver the final blow. Xianghua spoke earnestly. Teacher, I understand. The other children nodded, affirming they had absorbed Emo-chan's guidance. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense until the striking entrance of Sasuke Uchiha, who had arrived on time despite postponements due to the tragic incident involving a sand ninja. However, due to Sleep Lotus's interference, the schedule was altered repeatedly, and Sasuke still faced Gaara. Emo-chan reflected on the profound influence of the narrative. As the competition intensified, feathers drifted down from the sky. Emo-chan dispelled an illusion. Unwilling to interfere with Orochimaru's scheme, the three elite ninjas from the Rain Village nodded in unison and departed with the 9 children. Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha was set in motion. Observing the chaotic arena, Emo-chan smirked. It has finally begun. He swiftly made his way towards the Hokage building. Along the way, Konoha was engulfed in turmoil, with ninjas scrambling to respond to the crisis. Emo-chan, leveraging his remarkable abilities, evaded wave after wave of attacks. Casually transforming into a sand ninja, he easily dispatched the defenders at the Hokage building and reached the location where ninjutsu scrolls were stored, humming a tune. What a beautiful day. Emo-chan swiftly rummaged through the storage, muttering, let me see, where are all the good items? Just then, a voice rang out. Who dares to intrude here? Without turning, Emo-chan unleashed a magnetic attack, sending the assailant reeling. Do not disturb me, or you shall face dire consequences. He resumed his search for the desired ninjutsu scrolls. None here? TSK, worthless. Fortunately, I have the records of the Divine Tree's information. Well, it seems this trip was in vain, he remarked, jotting down some powerful ninjutsu before departing. As Imo-chun exited the storage area, he encountered a group of Konoha ninjas. Halt! Who are you? The leader demanded. With a wicked grin, Imo-chun replied, care to take a guess? He then tossed a grenade, and with a resounding boom, the Konoha ninjas were sent sprawling. Utilizing a body flicker technique, he vanished from the scene. After leaving, Imo-chun arrived at the Konoha cemetery, wielding a shovel as he entered. In the midst of the chaos outside, this place was devoid of conflict. After all, who in their right mind would choose to battle in a cemetery? Imo-chun approached the grave of Noera Rin and began to dig, singing, "What a beautiful day." Upon unearthing an item, he retrieved a storage scroll and proceeded to the next grave, muttering, "I said I would dig your grave, and here I am. Blame your descendant." After collecting the ashes, he hastily departed and returned to his abode. Upon arrival, he found 3 elite ninjas anxiously awaiting him with the children. Xianghua rushed over. "Teacher, you're finally back. It's chaos outside." Imo-chun smiled reassuringly. "No worries. Everything is in order. We are preparing to return to the Rain Village." Everyone sprang into action, while Imo-chun gazed out at the disorderly Konoha, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. Abito, this is merely the beginning. A few Sound Village ninjas approached, spotting Imo-chun by the window, promptly altering their course and exclaiming, "The master has instructed us not to provoke that madman. Let us go?" Imo-chun scoffed dismissively, "At least you know your place." The children exchanged glances, bewildered by the fear the ninjas exhibited towards Imo-chun. Turning to the children, Imo-chun said, "Pay them no mind. We shall return once the turmoil subsides." The children nodded obediently, settling quietly in the room. Imo-chun took a seat, contemplating his plans upon returning to the Rain Village. Outside, the sounds of battle raged on, yet the atmosphere within the room felt heavy. Meanwhile, in the distance, the disguised Toby felt an unsettling discomfort, as if he had lost something of great significance. Abito furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding brewing within him. What is happening? This feeling of unease. He resolved to temporarily set aside his current task to investigate the situation. In the Rain Village, Konan stood beside Nagato, experiencing an inexplicable sense of joy, which she found puzzling. Furrowing her brow slightly, Konan said to Pain, "Nagato, I suddenly feel an odd sense of happiness. I do not know why." Pain remained silent for a moment before responding, "Perhaps something good is about to happen. Do not dwell on it." Konan nodded softly, though her curiosity lingered unresolved. Chapter 34. The Akatsuki's oddballs. The children gathered around the hot pot, their tense emotions gradually alleviated by the delightful cuisine. Xianghua picked up a piece of meat and inquired, "Teacher, when can we return?" Smiled gently, replying, "We shall depart once the outside calms down." As they dined and conversed, they temporarily forgot the chaos beyond. After a considerable duration, the sounds of conflict ceased. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and felt the urge to linger for another day. On the 3rd day, they arrived at the gates of Konoha, where Tsunade and Mito Inuzuka expressed their gratitude for not participating in the turmoil, signaling their hope to negotiate a peace treaty. Smiled and stated, "Elders, you are too kind." Embarking on the journey back to the Rain Village. Along the way, he joyfully sang a tune, prompting Xianghua to cover her ears, pleading, "Teacher, please stop singing, or you might lose your adorable students." Chuckled heartily, all right, I shall cease singing." Although the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen brought him a modicum of joy, especially since the orchestrator of the Uchiha's demise was still alive and kicking. After a leisurely journey, they finally returned to the Rain Village a fortnight later. Konan approached, scrutinizing him with suspicion. "Did you cause any trouble this time?" S. gaze wandered as he stammered. "And no, I was very obedient. Yes, nothing happened." His increasingly defiant tone did not escape Conan's notice. Sighing in resignation, she replied, "You know I can see right through you. Speak the truth." Grinned, "Really, nothing significant." And they proceeded to Pain, initiating a remote connection. Moments later, the projections of the Akatsuki members appeared one by one. Pain's deep voice resonated, "Speak. What did you glean from your visit to Konoha?" Shrugged, "Aside from some intel on ninjutsu, nothing particularly noteworthy." Deidara exclaimed, "TCH, utterly useless." Shot him a glare. "If you think you can do better, be my guest." Konan interjected, "Everyone, quiet down. Elaborate." After a brief pause, S. expression grew serious. Orochimaru attacked Konoha, resulting in the death of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The host of the 9 tails has been confirmed, and the one tail resides within a small child from the Sand Village. After a moment of contemplation, Pain stated, "Continue gathering intelligence. The plan to capture the tailed beasts must accelerate." The others nodded in agreement. Continued, "It is anticipated that Konoha will appoint Tsunade, one of the legendary 3, as the new Hokage." Pain replied, "Monitor Konoha's movements closely and report any developments promptly." Nodded, "Understood." Konan cautioned, "Everyone, proceed with caution. Do not expose our plans." After their agreement, the projections began to dissipate, and Konan exited the room. Shortly thereafter, the Sand Village and Konoha renewed their alliance. The initial attack had indeed been instigated by Orochimaru, resulting in both sides losing a formidable leader. To deter potential aggression from other major ninja villages, the two villages forged a defensive alliance. Upon learning this news, scoffed, "TCH, utterly ineffective, just as before." Konan gently patted his head. "Do not be so dismissive. The tides of change are often unpredictable." Pouted, "In my view, they are merely timid." Konan shook her head in exasperation. "You truly are incorrigible." Leaning against the wall, curiously mused, "I wonder if Itachi has returned to visit his adorable little brother." Konan frowned slightly. "What brings this up all of a sudden?" Chuckled, "Just a guess. He is quite attentive to his brother." Konan remarked, "Itachi Uchiha is a complex individual. No one truly knows his thoughts." Stood, grinning deviously. "Regardless, his days are numbered. Itachi, Kisame, and those others must not be allowed to approach our core. I will deal with them once they have served their purpose." Konan gasped, "Do not be careless. They are formidable opponents." Shrugged nonchalantly, "Fear not, Sister Konan. I am well aware." Observing his confidence, Konan sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki ventured into Konoha. Although they were discovered by Kakashi and Asuma, Itachi ensnared Kakashi in a genjutsu for 3 days and subsequently defeated Sasuke before departing. Upon receiving this intelligence, laughed heartily, patting Deidara on the shoulder. "Did you see that? Itachi truly went all out. Kakashi is laid up in the hospital for half a month, and he just gave his brother a beating." Deidara huffed. "That guy is a traitor. It is strange he did not kill anyone outright." Smirked, "Who knows? Perhaps he has his own designs." Deidara frowned, "Whatever the case, I simply find him irritating." Chuckled, "All right, enough with the sulking. We have our own tasks to attend to." Scorpion interjected, "Enough of your antics. It is evident that duo does not align with us." Shrugged, "And what of it? They will be dealt with in due time." Scorpion replied coldly, "Do not be overly confident. Beware of falling into a trap." Laughed off his caution, "Do not worry, Brother Scorpion. I have everything under control." Upon hearing this, Scorpion chose to ignore them, engrossed in his puppetry. Unbeknownst to him, since joining Akatsuki and encountering, his personality had transformed significantly, and he had become more talkative. Noticing this, approached with a grin, "Brother Scorpion, your puppetry has improved." Scorpion did not lift his head. "Do not disturb me." With a huff, declared, "Fine. If you won't play with me, I shall go entertain." He strode away, sulking towards Deidara. Upon seeing his approach, Deidara smiled. "What is it? Did Scorpion reject you?" Huffed. "Forget him, let us play." Deidara shrugged. "All right, what shall we do?" S eyes twinkled mischievously. "How about a contest to see whose bomb is more powerful?" Deidara's interest piqued. "Sounds good, let us compete." "Are you two trying to destroy the base?" Akatsuki's leader, Kakuzu, entered just in time to intervene. Behind him, Haiden scratched his head. "Do not mind them, Kakuzu. Let us take on some other tasks. It has been ages since we offered a tribute to our Dark Lord." And Deidara exchanged glances and stuck out their tongues. Kakuzu glared at them. "Behave yourselves. If you cause trouble, you will regret it." Haiden continued to grumble. "Honestly, Kakuzu, you are far too serious." Kakuzu snorted, "And you talk too much." Chapter 35, Difficult? Then do not do it on the other side. After Kakashi regained consciousness, he arrived at the cemetery to pay his respects, only to find that the grave of Rin Noira had been disturbed. This place was usually devoid of visitors, after all. In a cemetery, one might assume that the grave had merely been relocated. Kakashi's eyes widened, and a surge of anger welled within him. Who could have done this? He scanned the surroundings, but found no clues. Clenching his fists tightly, he silently vowed to uncover the identity of the desecrator. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, after a lengthy investigation, had also failed to ascertain the source of his unease. It was only after Kakashi's departure that he infiltrated Konoha, his exposed Sharingan reflecting sheer shock as he beheld the desecrated grave of his beloved. Obito gritted his teeth, his body trembling with rage. Who dares to treat Rin this way? His eyes burned with murderous intent, vowing to identify the perpetrator. The culprit he sought was in the classroom of the Rain Village, munching on snacks while regaling students with a story. Suddenly, he felt an itch in his nose and sneezed twice. "Who cursed me? I swear, if I find out, they'll pay," he grumbled. The students erupted in laughter, with one bold enough to suggest, "Teacher, maybe someone misses you." Emo-chan shot him a glare. "Miss me? More like they're cursing me." The classroom was filled with mirth. Emo-chan interrupted the students' laughter and continued narrating the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. Then posed a question to them. "What have you learned from this story?" The students fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, a girl named Shui Lian raised her hand and said, "Teacher, I believe we shouldn't act impulsively. We must strategize." Another student, Fu Rong, added, "Teamwork is crucial. We cannot fight alone." Emo-chan nodded approvingly but noted, "That's good, but what are we lacking, Xianghua?" Xianghua tilted her head in thought and replied, "Teacher, I think we also lack an understanding of our enemies." The Calabash brothers initially didn't comprehend the fairy's abilities, which led to their downfall. Emo-chan smiled with satisfaction. Well said. But remember, on the battlefield, if you encounter an unknown adversary, you won't have the luxury of time to gather intelligence. The moral of this story is to avoid being like the Calabash brothers, rushing in and falling one after another. Do you remember the 3 points I mentioned? The students chorused, yes. Summon allies, provide covering fire, and if we can't win, retreat. Emochin grinned. Excellent, you have it right. After defeating an enemy, eliminate all useful information. Be sure to incinerate the corpses, and if conditions permit, set traps to ensure that any investigators disappear. The students nodded earnestly, their expressions serious. Emo-chun waved his hand. All right, class dismissed. Go home and contemplate. As the students filed out of the classroom, Emo-chun stretched lazily, preparing to leave. Just then, Kakuzu entered, teasing, "You're not training an assassination squad, are you?" Behind him, Haiden excitedly chimed in. "Hey, you'd make a great member of the evil god cult." Emo-chun rolled his eyes. "Go away, don't cause trouble." Kakuzu snorted. "Stop teaching these dubious methods." Emo-chun shrugged. "This is not dubious, it's a way of survival." Haiden leaned in. "Ignore him. Join me in worshipping the evil god." Emo-chun, growing impatient, pushed him away. "Scram, I'm not interested. Wait, I need to talk to you." Seeing him about to leave, Kakuzu quickly called out. Emo-chun halted and turned. "What is it?" Kakuzu replied. "Some people haven't paid. They want you to handle it." Emo-chun frowned. "Why don't you go deal with it? Am I free to waste time?" Kakuzu snorted. "Aren't you? Just go assert some authority. After all, who better than a madman to handle those who refuse to pay for ninja tools?" Emo-chin shot Kakuzu a glare. "Fine. I'll go, but you owe me a good meal afterward." Kakuzu waved him off impatiently. "Just hurry up, you'll get your reward." Emo-chin grumbled. "That's more like it," then turned to leave. Upon returning to his residence, he gathered a few items before heading to Nagato's place. "Kakuzu sent me to collect payments. I'll be going out for a bit." Nagato nodded slightly. "Be careful and return swiftly." Emo-chin responded, "Understood." He then grabbed the information scroll and left, reluctantly dragging the gloomy Afei along. Observing the disguised Obito, who had not emitted his malevolent laughter for months, Emo-chun felt an inexplicable joy. Afei, still disguised as Obito, asked with a resigned expression, "Senior Emo-chun, where are we going?" Emo-chun chuckled. "To collect payments in the grass village. You're just a backup member, so it won't hurt to tag along." Obito rolled his eyes but had no choice but to follow Emo-chun. As they traveled, Emo-chun hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits unusually high. Obito couldn't help but comment, "Senior, could you please stop humming? It's quite terrible." Emo-chan shot him a glare. "What? Don't like it? If you don't like it, don't follow me." Obito quickly fell silent. 2 days later, they arrived at the grass village, where the village chief, Kusa, came out to greet them. Emo-chan studied him, recalling the intel. He was in his 40s, pale, with gray hair, possessing strength close to that of a Hokage. Behind him trailed a dozen elite ninjas, all eyeing the two with caution. Afei trembled and whispered, "Senior, they look quite intimidating." Emo-chan replied, "Afei, don't embarrass the Akatsuki." Kusa, with a disingenuous smile, said, "Honorable members of the Akatsuki, what brings you here from afar?" Emo-chan sneered, "Cut the pretense. You purchased our weapons, yet the payment remains unpaid." Kusa's expression shifted. "Well, you see, our village is currently facing financial difficulties." Emo-chan's gaze turned icy. "Don't give me that excuse. If you don't have the money today, don't blame me for being rude." Kusa's eyes darted, and he quickly suggested, "How about this? Let us have a meal first, and we can discuss it afterwards." "Fine, let us prepare," Emo-chan retorted. He watched Kusa's shifting eyes, curious about the methods he might employ, to later share with his students. Kusa hurriedly instructed his subordinates to prepare a meal, leading Emo-chun and Obito into the house. Soon, food was served, and Kusa, with a smile, said, "Please, enjoy the meal while we discuss." Emo-chun nonchalantly sat down, sniffing his drink, and leisurely remarked, "So, what is your plan?" Kusa rubbed his hands together nervously. "Could we perhaps have a bit more time? Once our village recovers, we will repay you double." Emo-chan scoffed. "More time? Do you think I'm easy to negotiate with? If I don't receive the money today, your grass village can expect some misfortune." Kusa's face stiffened, his eyes flickering. Seeing Afei turning to eat, he forced a smile. "Senior, if you insist on this, it might become rather difficult." Upon hearing this, Emo-chan felt a sense of familiarity. After a brief pause, he overturned the small dining table, laughing heartily. "Difficult? Then do not do it." Chapter 36. Are you actually confessing? The ghost serpent was taken aback by Emo-chan's sudden action, and the jonin behind him became vigilant. Emo-chan glared fiercely at the ghost serpent. "Don't try to play games with me. If I don't get the money today, none of you are leaving." Afei, still with food in his mouth, choked in surprise at the sudden turn of events. What if we don't pay? Your Akatsuki organization is quite arrogant, sending only 2 of you. But that masked guy is probably about to be finished." The ghost serpent said coldly, pointing to Afei lying on the ground. Emo-chan glanced casually at Afei, his expression becoming excited. "Afei, step aside and stop pretending." Afei slowly stood up from the ground, dusted himself off, and said teasingly, "Senior, you're really heartless." Aren't you afraid they'll poison me? The ghost serpent's expression changed. Attack. The Jonin behind him instantly charged towards Emo-chun and Afei. Emo-chun dodged and moved outside, while Afei was slashed through the body and fell to the ground. Emo-chun's eyes twitched at his feigned appearance, and he ignored the pretender, taking out a rocket launcher and firing. Whoosh, the rocket exploded in the crowd, causing chaos. The ghost serpent roared, "Damn it, how does this guy have such a weapon?" Emo-chun laughed heartily. "Let me show you my power." At this moment, Afei disappeared with a whoosh and reappeared on a distant rooftop. Afei shouted, "Senior, go for it." Emo-chun had already begun to descend into madness, muttering to himself, "Ah, such a wonderful sound. Feel the pain." With that, he threw out several shuriken grenades. The grenades exploded in the crowd, creating dust and screams. The ghost serpent roared angrily, "Damn it, kill him." The Jonin, suppressing their fear, charged at Emo-chun again. Emo-chun didn't care, continuing his frenzied attack, plunging the entire grass village into chaos and panic. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. A massive fire dragon and earth dragon roared towards Emo-chun, but he calmly dropped the rocket launcher and pulled out a Gatling gun. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat, the Gatling gun spat blue flames, firing hundreds of Sunbon needles per second, instantly destroying the two ninjutsu techniques. Ha whale. Emo-chun spun the Gatling gun in his hand, his smile growing more manic. The ghost serpent and the ninjas were stunned by the sight, having never seen such a frenzied and powerful attack. What kind of monster is this guy? One of the ghost serpent's subordinates cried in terror. Emo-chun swept the area while approaching the ghost serpent and the others, shouting, "Come on, keep going." The grass village had been reduced to ruins, and Emo-chun's madness continued. Afei, watching from afar, was slightly surprised, pondering strange ninja tools, and he seems to have lost his mind. He's like a lunatic, but his strength is truly formidable. He's a good pawn. Emo-chun, oblivious to Afei's thoughts, was still immersed in the heat of battle. Seeing the situation was dire, the ghost serpent shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" The ninjas scattered and fled, but Emo-chun had no intention of letting them go, pursuing and continuing his attack. "None of you are getting away." Emo-chun's cry echoed through the grass village. Watching the fleeing grass ninjas, Emo-chun discarded the Gatling gun, took out a kunai with an explosive tag, and instantly dozens of identical kunai appeared and flew towards them. Rumble. "Ah, save me." Screams came from the direction the grass ninjas were fleeing. Afei frowned at the sight. The grass village was now a scene of devastation, with flames and smoke billowing everywhere. Emo-chun stood in the ruins, a satisfied smile on his face. Then he took out a replica of the executioner's blade, carried it on his shoulder, and leisurely walked towards the direction of the screams. "Ha ha ha, I'll kill you all. None of you are getting away." Afei, watching Emo-chun's back, felt even more puzzled. Wherever Emo-chun went, there was blood and terror. Some wounded grass ninjas looked at him in horror, begging for mercy. "Please, spare me." Emo-chun showed no mercy, his blade falling swiftly. In the end, only the village chief, Ghost Serpent, remained. His face was filled with fear as he looked at the madman before him. Although he had avoided the attacks, the explosions had been so wide that he had suffered minor injuries. "You, don't come any closer. I'll give you all the money, just let me go." Emo-chun smiled gently and said, "What are you thinking? If I kill you, it'll all be mine." The Ghost Serpent looked at him, speaking such terrifying words in a calm tone, and roared in despair, "You madman." Emo-chun stopped talking and swung the executioner's blade at the Ghost Serpent. Clang, clang, clang. "Oh, you can block pretty well. I'll hack you to death, hack you to death." The blade came down again and again, and the Ghost Serpent desperately defended against the attacks. Although he had strength close to the Kage level, he couldn't and Appos. He find time to form hand seals. Large beads of sweat rolled down the Ghost Serpent's forehead as he panted and said, "You won't get away with this." Emo-chun sneered. "You can say that after you die." With that, Emo-chun's attacks became more violent, and the Ghost Serpent gradually lost his strength, his weapon being knocked away. Kicking the Ghost Serpent to the ground, he placed the blade on his left arm. "You're really useless. All right, tell me, where are the people being held?" The Ghost Serpent's eyes widened in horror as he said, "What people? I don't know what you're talking about." Emo-chun's smile widened upon hearing this. "You won't tell me? Then you'll have to hold on. Don't disappoint me." With that, a scream rang out as the Ghost Serpent's left arm was severed. The Ghost Serpent rolled on the ground in pain, his face pale. I'll talk. The people are in the dungeon west of the village." Emo-chun's smile faded, his eyes turning cold. "Are you actually confessing?" While cursing the Ghost Serpent, he slapped him with the blade. The Ghost Serpent was battered and bruised, screaming incessantly, regretting that he had spoken. Emo-chun beat him for a while, seemingly venting his anger, and said, "Humph, lead the way." The Ghost Serpent didn't dare to disobey, enduring the pain to stand up and lead Emo-chun towards the west side of the village. Along the way, the Ghost Serpent staggered due to blood loss. Emo-chun urged impatiently, "Hurry up." Afei, watching from afar, was full of doubts. Weren't they here to collect money? How did it turn into finding people? And who were they looking for? And he's not happy even after the guy told him. He's a psycho. Emo-chun and the ghost serpent arrived at the dungeon, and the ghost serpent trembled as he opened the door. Emo-chun walked into the dungeon and saw the imprisoned children, a trace of relief on his face. At this moment, a fae followed, curiously asking, "Senior, what in Oppos is going on?" Emo-chun glanced at him and said, "Go find the money and take it all away." After speaking, he grabbed the ghost serpent's hair and comforted the group of kidnapped children. A fae looked helpless and could only do as Emo-chun said. Emo-chun led the children out of the dungeon, softly saying, "Don't be afraid, it's all over." The children still had fear in their eyes, but looking at Emo-chun, they had more trust. Soon, a fae came over carrying a large bag of money. "Senior, it's all here." Turning his head, Emo-chun said with a smile, "Escort these children away first and take good care of them, or I'll break your legs." A fae curled his lip and retorted, all right, what a bother." With that, a fae led the children away. Chapter 37. The tongue seal. Emo-chun gazed at the receding figures, crouching down to pat the gaunt face of the ghost serpent, murmuring, wake up, the day has dawned. Is there anywhere else? Be honest, or you will find it hard to die." The ghost serpent weakly opened his eyes, his voice trembling. There isn't, truly there isn't." Emo-chun scoffed, "It better be so. If I discover otherwise, prepare for a fate worse than death." The ghost serpent nodded vigorously, "I dare not defy." Emo-chun stood, surveying the dungeon once more to ensure nothing was overlooked before leading the ghost serpent out. Once outside, he bandaged the bleeding wounds of the ghost serpent, binding him securely amidst the latter's repeated expressions of gratitude. Finally, under the perplexed gaze of the ghost serpent, he conjured a shovel from thin air, humming a tune as he began to dig a pit. Terror-stricken, the ghost serpent stammered, What are you doing?" Without lifting his gaze, Emo-chun replied, "Finding you a comfortable place to sleep." The ghost serpent struggled, pleading, "Please, spare me." Emo-chun continued to dig, ignoring his pleas. After a moment, he measured the depth of the pit with a ruler, then walked over to gauge the height of the ghost serpent. A satisfied smile spreading across his face as he noted it was just right, with room to spare. Panic washed over the ghost serpent, his face paling as he changed his tone. "No, please, I truly understand my mistakes. I beg you, spare me this once." Emo-chun's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Now you realize your errors? It is too late." With that, Emo-chun seized the ghost serpent, preparing to throw him into the pit. Suddenly, he paused, dropping the ghost serpent back down and pouring water into the deep hole, stirring it vigorously. What are you doing now?" The ghost serpent gasped. Emo-chun chuckled. "A certain lady once mentioned that this method is rather enjoyable." Despair flooded the ghost serpent as he cried out, "You madman! You are insane." Emo-chun paid him no heed, continuing to mix the muddy water, an eerie smile lingering on his face. After achieving the desired consistency of the mud, he once again hoisted the ghost serpent, feigning to toss him in. The ghost serpent thrashed desperately, "No, don't. Help, please." Emo-chun bellowed, "Down you go," and flung the ghost serpent into the muddy pit. Moments later, a head emerged from the muck. While Emo-chun dug at Chapter 38, "The position of Hokage will be mine." Kakuzu let out a snort and fell silent. Emo-chun obediently followed Konan to the communication point. Moments later, the projections of the group materialized one by one. Deidara immediately exclaimed, Hey, Emo-chun, your weapon is incredibly powerful. It obliterated everything within a 3-kilometer radius. Truly artistic." Emo-chun rolled his eyes. "Little D, don't exaggerate. I didn't cause that large of an explosion." Pain's deep voice resonated. "Emo-chun, the repercussions of this incident are significant. Be cautious in future operations." Emo-chun shrugged, "Understood, boss." Sasori coldly remarked, "You still act recklessly." Emo-chun pouted, "It was merely an accident." At this point, there should be background music. Pain, with an expressionless demeanor, continued. "Now, the matters I am about to discuss pertain to our plans. Everyone, pay attention. We have gathered comprehensive intelligence on the tailed beasts. Due to the situation in the grass village, defenses are currently heightened across various regions. Therefore, our plan will commence in 2 years." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group turned serious. Deidara shouted, "Finally, it's about to begin. I'm so looking forward to it." Kakuzu grunted, "Let us hope there are no further complications this time." Konan stated, "Everyone, be prepared." Emo-chun nodded, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Itachi, who had remained silent, finally spoke, "So, how will we arrange the capture of the tailed beasts?" Pain replied, "All Jinchuriki will be monitored closely. The current issue is that the three tails has yet to appear. We will have White Setsu's clone inform you of the specific arrangements." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Emo-chun, as he had eliminated the previous 3 tails Jinchuriki. Feeling their gaze, Emo-chun raised his head and chuckled. "What are you looking at me for? That was just a coincidence." Pain stated, "In any case, everyone must be prepared and on standby." The group responded affirmatively, and the projections gradually faded. After exiting the communication area, Kakuzu turned to Emo-chun. "Kid, what do you think about what the leader said?" Emo-chun shrugged. "What can I think? Just wait and see. We'll do what needs to be done when the time comes." Kakuzu huffed. Can't you be a bit more serious? Mochin smiled. Kakuzu-senpai. If a bounty ninja can avoid unnecessary work, why not? You've made quite a profit from weapon trading. Kakuzu's expression darkened. Humph. Stop making light of it. My earnings are for the organization's funds. Mochin smirked. Yes, you're absolutely right. After their banter, he earnestly added, if you guys manage to capture any of the 12 guardian ninja, especially the Earth, please let me know. I wouldn't want to collect your corpses. Kakuzu stopped in his tracks and glared at Mo-chun. You little brat. What did you say? Mo-chun crossed his arms. The Earth may be strong, but he has no match for the two of you. The problem is, he has the land of fire behind him, and Konoha as well. Kakuzu scoffed. What of Konoha? We Akatsuki are not afraid. Mochin shook his head. Kakuzu-senpai, sometimes don't be so overconfident. Konoha's foundation is not something we can provoke lightly. Kakuzu dismissed him. You're just a coward. With that, he ignored Mo-chun and strode away. With a resigned sigh, Mo-chun turned and left as well. Upon returning to the ninja school, a messenger hawk flew out of Mo-chun's window. There were matters he could not openly discuss in the communication, considering a few infiltrators were present. Days later, while on a mission, Sasori removed a letter, and Deidara curiously inquired, Sasori, who sent the message? Sasori glanced at the letter and replied, it's from that brat, Mo-chun. Deidara leaned in with intrigue. What did he say? Sasori tucked the letter away. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Focus on our own tasks. Deidara pouted. Humph, if you won't say, then don't. So mysterious. As they continued their journey, Sasori contemplated Mo-chun's message, smirking, that meddlesome brat. Is it about the one-tail? If so, having more lunatics wouldn't hurt. Deidara cheerfully bounced along, mumbling, Sasori. What are you thinking? Hurry up. Snapping back to reality, Sasori quickened his pace, putting thoughts of Mo-chun aside to concentrate on their current mission. Across the various ninja villages, the situation in the Land of Grass had begun to reveal some insights, with the most suspicious leads pointing towards an organization known as Akatsuki. In Konoha, Tsunade summoned a gathering of high-ranking officials to discuss the matter. Nara Shikaku analyzed, if this is indeed the work of Akatsuki, then their intentions are likely not simple. Yameka and Noichi continued, we currently know very little about this organization and will need to investigate further. Tsunade frowned, regardless. We must enhance our defenses just in case. Other ninja villages also heightened their vigilance towards the Akatsuki organization, secretly intensifying their reconnaissance efforts. Meanwhile, in the shadows of Konoha, Danzo sneered, Akatsuki, just a bunch of brats. If we eliminated them once, we can do it again. Go gather some intelligence. A subordinate beside Danzo responded, yes, Lord Danzo. Danzo darkly instructed, act swiftly. We must not let the Hokage get ahead of us. The subordinate nodded and quickly departed to carry out the orders. Once alone, Danzo's eyes glimmered with fervor. The position of Hokage will be mine. At that moment, the room was silent, save for Danzo's heavy breathing. He clenched his fists, as if he could already envision the moment he ascended to the position of Hokage. In the land of hot water, Jiraiya, with his white hair and the oil-slick forehead protector, accompanied Naruto, who was training beside him. After receiving news, they began investigating information regarding the Akatsuki organization. As they walked, Naruto mumbled, Pervy Sage, is this Akatsuki really that formidable? Jiraiya replied with a stern expression, don't underestimate them, Naruto. This investigation is quite perilous. You must stay close to me. Naruto patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, Pervy Sage. I won't hold you back. The two continued weaving through the streets and alleys of the land of hot water, searching for any clues relating to the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 39. Practical training in the Rain-Hidden Village's training ground. The air was filled with shouts of frustration. Cooperate. Collaborate. And you, Hydrangea, where's your firepower? Water Lily. Provide cover. You must protect. The reprimanded children, drenched in sweat, dared not show any signs of laziness, striving to fulfill Mo-chun's demanding expectations during their training. With gritted teeth, Hydrangea concentrated her chakra, preparing to launch an attack. Water Lily remained vigilant, constantly aware of her surroundings, ready to shield her teammates. As the training session concluded, Mo-chun's face was a mask of fury. Is it so difficult to sense the hidden targets? And you, Hydrangea, did you forget that I instructed you to cover the firepower before seeking out the enemy? You performed the worst, Water Lily. Look at the paint on them. If this were a battlefield, you would be dead beyond recovery. The children hung their heads, silenced by the scolding. Teacher, I'm sorry. I will do better, murmured Hibiscus softly. Hydrangea added, Teacher, I promise I won't make the same mistake again. Tears glistened in Water Lily's eyes as she confessed, Teacher, I realize my errors. Mo-chun regarded them with a resigned sigh. Return and reflect upon your actions. We will continue training tomorrow. Peach Tenza stepped forward, attempting to mediate. Let it go. They are still young. Don't be too harsh on them. Allow them time to think. Having recovered and recognized his own shortcomings after conversing with Pain, he had decided to remain in the rain-hidden village to teach students, as he found this lifestyle more fulfilling. Think. I fear they are contemplating ways to perish. If this is all they can muster, I would rather confine them within the village. Peach Tenzu shook his head. You are too impatient. Children require time to grow. Emo-chan frowned. Time? In these chaotic times, it will not wait for anyone. Peach Tenzu patted Emo-chan's shoulder. Calm down. I believe they will improve. Emo-chan huffed, falling silent. Back in his room, he meticulously documented the day's training, noting each student's abilities and weaknesses. He wished for their safety and growth rather than sending them forth to their demise. Since arriving in this world, he had discovered that reality often bore a cruelty surpassing appearances. Some could be saved, while others must be eradicated entirely. Setting down his pen, he massaged his temples. His thoughts swirling. In this world, where the strong devour the weak, one must ensure that those they wish to protect are sufficiently powerful. Emo-chan murmured to himself. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his weary visage. Gazing out at the moonlit night, he reflected on the narratives of Naruto, and since Yahiko's death, his support for Nagato's ideology had deepened. Only through experiencing pain could one embrace peace. Emo-chan's gaze hardened with resolve as he silently vowed to bring true peace to this world, regardless of the bloodshed and slaughter that may ensue. As long as the ultimate goal is achieved, it would all be worth it, he softly declared. As night deepened, Emo-chan's silhouette appeared solitary yet steadfast beneath the moon's glow. The following day at the training ground, the air resonated with the sounds of explosions and the sharp clatter of various projectiles. Emo-chan's figure flickered amidst the flames, dodging an array of ninja tools and weapons. Konan and her companions shielded a group of students. Haiden shouted excitedly, "This is madness. If this guy enters the academy, the Lord of the Evil God will surely be pleased." Kisame scoffed, "What a reckless demonstration. This method of teaching is truly unique." After which, he turned towards the students. "Hey, little ones, pay attention. Your teacher is showcasing a lesson in reckless abandon." The students watched Emo-chan with a mix of fear and a fervent desire to grow stronger. Konan frowned. "Kisame, don't speak carelessly. It will affect the children." Kisame shrugged. "Humph, but it is the truth." At that moment, Emo-chan bellowed, "All of you, pay close attention. This is what real combat looks like." As he hurled shurikens and kunai, each strike resulted in explosive impacts. Once you cover the firepower, do not assume the danger has passed. Your senses must remain sharp. Do not fear wasting weapons. They are worth less than your lives. The students listened intently, striving to absorb every word Emo-chan spoke. Konan slightly nodded, approving of his teaching method, while Kisame muttered derisively, "Easier said than done. Weapons aren't free like that." Emo-chan continued demonstrating various combat techniques, filling the training ground with smoke and an atmosphere charged with tension and fervor. As the session drew to a close, Emo-chan brushed off the dust from his clothes and addressed Hydrangea, Water Lily, and Hibiscus. "Are you three ready? Today's practical training may lead to death. You may withdraw if you wish." With determination, Hydrangea clenched her teeth, declaring, "Teacher, I will not give up." Water Lily tightened her fists, affirming, "Neither will I." Hibiscus took a deep breath. "Teacher, I am prepared." Emo-chan nodded. "Very well, let us proceed." At his command, the three charged into the training arena. Kisame stared in disbelief. "Hey, little ones, aren't you afraid of actually dying?" Emo-chan replied stoically, "Without experiencing life and death, how can one grow?" Kisame snorted. "You madman, you are utterly unreasonable." Konan interjected, "Kisame, let us observe the situation first." Inside the training ground, Hydrangea produced a card, and with a loud bang, 3 rocket launchers appeared, which the trio hoisted onto their shoulders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They executed Emo-chan's first lesson, firepower coverage. Hydrangea's spatial ninjutsu allowed her to act as a moving arsenal. Seeing this, a slight smile crept onto Emo-chan's lips. "Good, maintain that momentum." Kisame's eyes widened. "This little girl possesses such skills?" Konan felt a flicker of pride. It seems they have absorbed Emo-chan's teachings. The training ground was thick with smoke as the trio unleashed a barrage of rocket launchers and other weaponry, exuding confidence. Moments later, Kisame snapped back to reality. "Hey, is it only you who can handle these weapons? That little girl lacks magnetic release." Emo-chan shot him a glance. "I've modified them. Anyone can use them." Kisame rolled his eyes. "You really are reckless." Meanwhile, Hydrangea, Water Lily, and Hibiscus gradually adapted to the rhythm of battle, their teamwork becoming increasingly synchronized. As they emerged, panting yet invigorated, they awaited Emo-chan's praise. However, he merely retrieved more weapons, calling out, "Next team, step up." The exhilaration of the trio was abruptly halted, and Konan couldn't help but plead, "Emo-chan, let them rest for a moment." Without a glance back, Emo-chan insisted, "There is no time for rest on the battlefield. Continue." With a resigned sigh, Konan watched as the trio exchanged determined glances, gritting their teeth as they prepared to support the next group of students. Chapter 40. Sage Jiraiya until the end. They persevered through this brutal training. Emo-chan left without a word, and the children returned dejectedly to wash up and rest. Xiaonan watched Emo-chan's departing figure, then glanced at the exhausted children, softly stating, "Do not lose heart, that is just his nature. In truth, he is quite pleased with your performance." The children, lacking energy, responded faintly and trudged back to the dormitory. That night, while the children rested, Emo-chan stealthily entered, holding a paintbrush smeared with pigment. As he painted on the neck of the sleeping Lian, a look of disappointment crossed his face. Suddenly, a puff of smoke enveloped the room, and the resting Lian transformed into a wooden stump. A substitution technique. In that moment, Emo-chan's expression shifted to one of surprise and joy. Lian leaped down from the rafters, grinning. "Teacher, I knew you would come to test us." Emo-chan smiled and nodded approvingly. "Indeed, well done, progress is evident." The other children emerged from their hiding spots, and Hydrangea cheerfully remarked, "Teacher, even after a battle, we must not lower our guard. We have not forgotten you are still at the academy." Emo-chan's gaze softened, yet he maintained a stern demeanor, responding, "But have you forgotten that in the face of formidable foes, such vigilance is of little use?" Upon hearing this, the children chuckled in unison, declaring, "When faced with powerful enemies, we must learn to shake them off." Just then, Kakuzu, Haiden, Xiaonan, and Pai Pashirzong entered. Kakuzu, tilting his head upward at a 45-degree angle, wore a smug expression, as if to say, "Little brats, today is your day." Emo-chan rolled his eyes, ignoring him, and patted the children's heads, praising, "Well done, congratulations, you have passed the training." The children erupted in joyous cheers at his words. After calming their excitement, he urged them to rest well, given the rigorous training they had recently endured, particularly the harshness of that day. As they gradually quieted, they fell into a deep slumber. Outside, the four walked through the tranquil night. Emo-chan produced a thick notebook and handed it to Pai Pashirzong, saying, "From now on, I entrust this group of children to you. Our plan must commence, and there is little time to tend to them." Pai Pashirzong accepted the notebook with a solemn nod, assuring, "Rest assured, I will take good care of them." Xiaonan echoed, "Zong, please." Kakuzu and Haiden, unusually silent, nodded in agreement. Gripping the notebook firmly, Pai Pashirzong made his way toward the children's resting area with determination. The other three observed his retreating figure before turning back toward the base. Emo-chan remarked as they walked, "I wonder if this plan will proceed smoothly." Xiaonan comforted, "Do not worry too much. We have made ample preparations. It will surely be fine." Kakuzu coldly interjected, "As long as nothing goes awry." Haiden muttered, "With the blessings of the evil god, there will be no issues." The four soon returned to the base, commencing the final preparations for their imminent operation. Time passed slowly, and Emo-chan continued to refine his chakra and nature transformation within the base. The others also diligently worked to enhance their abilities. During this period, Emo-chan often trained alone in the training room, sweating profusely as he experimented with combining magnetic release with various jutsu to unleash greater power. Xiaonan focused on honing her paper techniques, striving for precision and strength in every attack and defense. Kakuzu busied himself with cultivating his earth grudge fear, seeking to further enhance his recovery capabilities and combat endurance. Haiden incessantly recited the incantations of the evil god, attempting to gain even greater power. The entire Akatsuki organization was immersed in a tense atmosphere of training, making a final push for the significant undertaking ahead. A year had unknowingly passed, and in the outside world, Gaara officially assumed the position of the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure. By this time, all intelligence regarding the Akatsuki had been confirmed. The 5 Kage and the 9-tailed beasts, except for the still unrevived 3 tails, had been thoroughly collected. Everyone was aware of the various situations they would face when capturing tailed beasts. In a communication projection, Pain calmly announced that all intelligence had been gathered and urged everyone to complete their respective tasks in preparation for the plan to commence in a year. The group nodded in agreement as the projection gradually faded. Emo-chan exited the communication room, taking a deep breath as he contemplated the upcoming preparations. Xiaonan approached Mo-chan, whispering, "Everyone has worked diligently this past year." Emo-chan smiled. "It is nearly time to begin. I need to step out for a while." Xiaonan furrowed her brow slightly. "Step out? For what?" Emo-chan replied with a mysterious smile, "To prepare some secret weapons. You will know in due time." Xiaonan sighed. "Just be careful." Emo-chan nodded and turned to leave. Days later, having packed lightly, Emo-chan arrived before a stone statue, activated a mechanism, and retrieved a scroll. Glancing at it briefly, he murmured, "The Land of Rivers?" Emo-chan secured the scroll and set off in the direction of the Land of Rivers. He remained vigilant, observing his surroundings for any unforeseen events. After several days of travel, Emo-chan finally reached the Land of Rivers. The scenery was somewhat different from his expectations, appearing rather desolate and forlorn. Without lingering, he followed the scroll's instructions, continuing to search for his objective. His distinctive red cloud cloak stood out prominently, but after days of fruitless searching, he found himself at a hot spring inn. "Owner, a room please," he requested. The owner glanced up, and upon seeing the signature red cloud cloak, fear flickered in his eyes, yet he quickly replied, "Certainly, esteemed guest, I shall arrange it immediately." Emo-chan took the key, entered the room, and began contemplating how to pursue the next lead. After changing his attire, he visited the outdoor hot spring, where he spotted a man with long white hair and a golden-haired youth beside him. Emo-chan paused momentarily, then casually immersed himself in the hot spring. As soon as he entered, Jiraiya sensed his presence but said nothing. They were strangers after all. The nearby Naruto exclaimed, You are that big brother who treated me to ramen during the CHNIN exams. Emo-chan turned to Naruto, smiling. Ah, it's you, little brat. Jiraiya's gaze lingered on Emo-chan for a moment before he remarked, Young man, your aura does not resemble that of an ordinary person. Emo-chan teasingly replied, Oh, we are all ninjas. How could anyone be ordinary? Jiraiya laughed heartily. True enough, but you seem to be engaged in something significant? Opening his eyes, Emo-chan glanced at Jiraiya. Uncle, it is rather inappropriate to pry into others' affairs, wouldn't you agree? Jiraiya was taken aback, pointing at himself, You uncle? Hey, am I really that old? Emo-chan smirked slightly. Isn't that the case, uncle? Naruto stifled a laugh, and Jiraiya shot him a glare. Little brat, what are you laughing at? Naruto quickly waved his hands. And nothing. Jiraiya turned back to Emo-chan. Young man, having such a sharp tongue is unwise. Emo-chan shrugged. I merely speak the truth. Before long, the three each returned to their rooms. Emo-chan closed his eyes, pondering Jiraiya's presence here. The information about Scorpion must not have been erroneous. Orochimaru was certainly in this vicinity, yet. Sage Jiraiya, the pressure is quite substantial. Chapter 41. Is it that obvious? Emo-chan turned over in bed, continuing to ponder how to evade him and locate Orochimaru's whereabouts. He couldn't afford to let this mission fail. Lost in thought, he gradually drifted into slumber. In another room, Jiraiya was simultaneously reflecting on the remarkable strength of today's youth, which was beginning to exert a slight pressure on him. As if struck by a thought, he turned to Naruto beside him and cautioned, Naruto, don't get too close to that young man. Naruto, puzzled, inquired, Why, perverted sage? I think he's quite decent. Jiraiya frowned slightly, insisting, Just trust me. It's for your own good. Naruto grumbled, I got it. The following day, Emo-chan donned casual attire instead of the Akatsuki robe and stepped out of the inn. Hey kid, uncle. Naruto greeted with a smile. Good morning, big brother. Jiraiya eyed Emo-chan warily. What a coincidence. Emo-chan shrugged. The world is inherently small. It's normal to run into each other. Jiraiya scoffed. You're not following us. Are you? Emo-chan rolled his eyes. Uncle, have you been softened by gentleness? There's only one main entrance. If I'm leaving, you'll inevitably encounter me. Jiraiya was momentarily rendered speechless by Emo-chan's retort, while Naruto burst into laughter. Perverted sage, you've been called out. Jiraiya shot a glare at Naruto. Kid, stop laughing. Emo-chan chuckled. Well, I shall take my leave. Take care, you too. With that, he turned and departed. Jiraiya watched Emo-chan's retreating figure, deep in thought. Days later, in a dense forest, a hoarse and ominous voice echoed. What does that lunatic from the Akatsuki want with me now? Emo-chan emerged from behind a tree. Addressing the figure ahead, Orochimaru, I trust you've been well. Orochimaru turned, licking his lips. Humph, speak. What brings you here? Emo-chan smiled faintly. I have a proposition that I believe will pique your interest. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Oh, do enlighten me. The ultimate Sharingan, Emo-chan slowly articulated. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly regained his composure. Speak, boy. What do you wish to exchange for it? Emo-chan replied with a smile. I seek the perfected Edo Tensei, along with data and information on implanting Sharingan. Do not attempt to deceive me with inferior material like that of Danzo. Orochimaru sneered. Your appetite is quite grand. Those are my prized possessions. Emo-chan crossed his arms. The information I bring is undoubtedly worth the price. Orochimaru scrutinized Emo-chan for a moment before conceding. Fine, it's a deal. But should your information prove worthless, you know the consequences. Emo-chan confidently stated, Rest assured. You shall not be disappointed. Follow me. Orochimaru walked ahead without looking back, with Emo-chan closely trailing him. The two remained silent as the trees grew denser, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. After a brief moment, Orochimaru activated a mechanism. Plunk boom. A stone wall slowly ascended, and they entered a dimly lit chamber illuminated only by flickering torches, exuding an ominous aura. Orochimaru led him into a laboratory filled with containers, each harboring various human tissues. He retrieved 2 scrolls from a hidden compartment. Here are the items you requested. Emo-chan approached, took the scrolls, and swiftly skimmed through them, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Orochimaru, I hope you are not playing tricks. Orochimaru coldly smirked. Humph, I have no intention of engaging in tricks concerning this matter. Now, it is your turn to fulfill your promise. Emo-chan calmly replied, the ultimate Sharingan, as you've seen. Orochimaru frowned. Have I seen it? The Mangeki or Susanoo? I have researched these 2 thoroughly. Be clearer. Pain. Emo-chan offered as a hint. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Pain? Could it be the Rinnegan? Emo-chan smiled. Indeed, the Rinnegan is one of the evolutionary endpoints of the Sharingan. Orochimaru muttered. How is that possible? It's truly like this. Emo-chan continued. Well, I have said all that I needed to say. Farewell. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Orochimaru lost in contemplation. With a deft maneuver, Emo-chun had successfully acquired Orochimaru and Appo's painstaking research. As he walked away, humming a tune, he was acutely aware of Orochimaru and Appo's obsession with the Sharingan. Had it been after the Fourth Great Ninja War, even his most elaborate explanations would yield no results. Suddenly, a figure blocked Emo-chun's path. "You think you can leave so easily?" Jiraiya confronted him. Emo-chun's expression darkened. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Jiraiya replied sternly. "Members of the Akatsuki 1T let you go so easily." Puzzled, Emo-chun asked, "Is it that obvious? How did you figure out I'm with the Akatsuki?" Jiraiya crossed his arms. "From the moment I encountered you, something felt off. Your appearance here is no coincidence." Emo-chun shrugged, as expected of one of the legendary Sannin. "You noticed that?" Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. "Speak. What is the Akatsuki's scheme?" Emo-chun smiled calmly. "Uncle, I have a favorable impression of you and would rather not engage in combat. How about you simply turn a blind eye?" Jiraiya scoffed. "That won't do. The Akatsuki has committed numerous atrocities. As a ninja of Konoha, I cannot let you go." Emo-chun sighed in resignation. "Very well, let us play then." His expression shifted, excitement gleaming in his eyes as a broad smile spread across his face. Whoosh boom. In an instant, Emo-chun produced a rocket launcher and fired it. Jiraiya quickly dodged. Astonished at the power of the weapon, he had just narrowly escaped. Emo-chun laughed heartily. "Uncle, this thing packs quite a punch. Be careful." He fired another projectile. Jiraiya, not daring to underestimate the situation, swiftly performed a jutsu to evade. Water-style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A massive water dragon surged toward Emo-chun. Emo-chun nimbly leapt aside, continuing to unleash rockets. As their battle intensified, Orochimaru, noticing the commotion, cast a glance before retreating, muttering to himself about Jiraiya's needless provocation of that lunatic. He needed to quickly retrieve the data. This place was no longer safe. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Emo-chun and Jiraiya grew increasingly fierce. Fire-style, Fireball Jutsu. Jiraiya expelled a colossal fireball. Emo-chun sidestepped, his rocket launcher crackling with explosions. "Is this all you've got, uncle?" Emo-chun taunted. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, contemplating. "This kid's weaponry is too peculiar. I cannot engage him directly." "Ha ha, try this." Emo-chun laughed as he tossed a handful of explosive tags. Chapter 42. The first encounter. Jiraiya's expression changed drastically as he swiftly employed a substitution technique to evade. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the skies, engulfing the surrounding trees in a sea of flames. "This lunatic," Jiraiya cursed, appalled at the reckless use of such a perilous weapon. Yet, Emo-chun remained unfazed, relentlessly continuing his assault. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. The ground beneath Emo-chun transformed instantaneously into a quagmire, severely hindering his movements. "Kid, let's see how you flaunt your bravado now," Jiraiya shouted. Emo-chun furrowed his brow slightly. "Do you think I lack in ninjutsu, uncle?" With that, Emo-chun swiftly formed hand seals, magnet release, repulsive palm. His hand struck the swamp, and with an explosive force, his body was repelled as if by the very mire itself. Adjusting his posture mid-air, Emo-chun landed gracefully. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. "You've got some skill, but it's far from sufficient." Swish. Clang. Jiraiya deflected the incoming shuriken. "What tricks are you playing, kid?" Emo-chun laughed, covering his face. "Ha ha, the game has begun." Countless shuriken and kunai materialized around him, and with a sweeping motion of his arm, they surged towards Jiraiya, relentlessly pursuing him regardless of his attempts to evade. Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he continuously employed ninjutsu to counter the barrage. Water release, Water barrier. A wall of water surged up before him, blocking the onslaught of weapons. Observing this, Emo-chun increased his chakra output, intensifying the ferocity of his assault. "Uncle, you must hold on," Emo-chun called out, launching another wave of kunai. Sweat beads formed on Jiraiya's forehead as he pondered. How can this kid have such abundant chakra? This one T do. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to take the initiative. Hair needle 1000. Instantly, his hair transformed into countless sharp needles, shooting towards Emo-chun. Startled, Emo-chun thrust his palms forward, summoning dozens of decapitating swords to form a shield. Clang. The needles collided with the blades, producing a series of sharp sounds. Gritting his teeth, Emo-chun exclaimed, "Uncle, you're not easy to deal with." Jiraiya scoffed. "Kid, surrender already." Emo-chun laughed heartily. "Not a chance. The game isn't over yet." He then produced a Gatling gun. As Jiraiya wondered what the black iron tube was for, the barrel began to rotate, emitting blue flames. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, a multitude of needles shot forth at breakneck speed. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he deftly dodged, narrowly escaping. Bang, bang, bang. The ground erupted with debris where he had just stood, showcasing the weapon's devastating power. "What strange weapon is this?" Jiraiya shouted as he continued to evade. Emo-chun cackled. "Uncle, this is my secret weapon." The barrage of needles intensified, and Jiraiya gradually found himself struggling. After some contemplation, he decided it was best to retreat. Without summoning the two-toed sages, he couldn't employ sage techniques, and lacking intelligence on the enemy, capturing him was impossible. Wind release, wind-dust technique. A fierce wind howled, enveloping the area in dust, obscuring Emo-chan's vision. Waving his arms to disperse the dust, he retreated swiftly. But the swirling winds made it difficult to assess the situation. Frustration surged within him. If he couldn't see, then he would simply blow it up. With that thought, he retrieved a bomb, channeling his magnetic chakra, floating into the air. With a forceful throw, he sent the bomb flying before swiftly retreating. Boom! The bomb, containing millions of explosive tags, detonated instantly. The massive shockwave radiated outward, flattening trees and creating a gaping crater in the ground. As the smoke began to clear, Emo-chan discovered that Jiraiya had already vanished from the scene. Damn it, he got away. Emo-chan gritted his teeth, continuing his flight towards the Akatsuki's direction. Thus ended his first encounter with Jiraiya retreating. In the distance, Jiraiya wore a furrowed brow as he gazed at the inferno lighting up the sky. The forest obliterated, a testament to the immense power displayed. Unease gripped him as he muttered, "This lunatic from the Akatsuki possesses terrifying methods. I must inform Konoha at once." With that, he vanished, returning to his quarters to relay the intelligence via a summoning frog. The frog croaked twice before hopping away with the message, and Jiraiya watched its departing figure, silently praying. I hope Konoha can prepare swiftly to counter the threat of the Akatsuki. Days later, in the Hokage's office in the Land of Fire's Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade, having just received Jiraiya's report, urgently instructed Shizen to summon all available J-nin. Shizen complied and hurried off to gather them. Soon, a multitude of J-nin assembled in the Hokage's office. Tsunade's expression was grave as she stated, I have just received intel from Jiraiya regarding a lunatic from the Akatsuki wielding peculiar weapons and formidable ninjutsu. His methods are exceedingly dangerous. We must bolster our defenses against a potential attack from the Akatsuki. The J-nin nodded in solemn agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the instigator of this grave incident sat with his hands over his ears, as Konan berated him furiously. Even Deidara, just returning from a mission, dared not make a sound. Sasori sat nearby, observing with keen interest. Konan fumed. You went out for a brief errand, and without supervision, you caused trouble. You're not a child anymore. Can you not refrain from worrying us? Emo-chan, looking aggrieved, replied, Sister Nan, it wasn't intentional. How could I have known that perverted old man would recognize me? I wasn't even wearing the organization's attire. Konan stomped her foot in frustration. You're still making excuses. Regardless, you should not have acted so impulsively. The Akatsuki's operations cannot afford any mistakes. Emo-chan lowered his head, murmuring, Sister Nan, I understand my mistake. I won't do it again. Sasori interjected, All right, Konan. Since Emo-chan acknowledges his error, let us consider this a lesson learned. With a resigned sigh, Konan replied, I hope you truly remember this lesson. With that, she stormed out, casting a glare at Deidara as she passed, as if to say, You too. Deidara pressed himself against the wall, his heart racing. Sasori chuckled at their antics. Deidara glanced at Sasori, whispering, Sasori, you're still laughing? I'm about to die from fright here. Emo-chan sat on the ground, rubbing his ears with a helpless expression. Sasori stood up and said, Enough complaining, everyone prepare. There are more missions ahead. Deidara and Emo-chan exchanged glances before rising to get ready. Chapter 43. Teacher Saitama. Months later, Konoha sent an invitation to participate in the Chunin exams, prompting Pain to gather everyone for their opinions on the matter. Kakuzu was the first to speak. This could very well be a trap. Konoha does not harbor good intentions. Haiden shouted, Who cares? Let us eliminate them all and show them the might of Akatsuki. Konan pondered for a moment before suggesting, Perhaps we should send someone to investigate. We might gather some useful intelligence. Deidara exclaimed excitedly, I think it would be splendid to join in the festivities and showcase my art. Sasori coldly remarked, It's too risky. We might expose our whereabouts. As everyone shared their thoughts, Pain remained silent, turning his gaze towards Muchen. What is your perspective? The meaning was quite clear. They still believed that Amegakure was under the governance of Hanzo the Salamander. Why not go? After all, they were situated between the three great nations. Since they had received an invitation, let the trio of Ajisai, Swearin, and Fuyo go. It would be an excellent opportunity to gauge the number of shinobi in Sunagakure. Muchen examined the letter, analyzing it meticulously. After contemplating for a while, Pain agreed. Very well, let us send Ajisai and her companions. But they must proceed with caution and not reveal their identities. Everyone nodded in agreement. Muchen added, I will prepare the necessary equipment and strategies for them in advance. Konan emphasized, we must ensure their safety. Muchen smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Sister Nan. Upon arriving at the Amegakure Ninja Academy, a group of students joyfully rushed towards Muchen. Teacher, what brings you here today? Muchen smiled and replied, I came to see if you've been slacking off. The students shook their heads vigorously. No. We've all been working very hard. Muchen nodded approvingly. That is good to hear. Ajisai, Swearin, Fuyo, please step forward. The three girls emerged from the crowd upon hearing their names. Prepare yourselves. We will depart in 2 days to participate in the joint examination between Konoha and Sunagakure, Muchen instructed. Ajisai exclaimed excitedly, really, teacher? That is wonderful. Swearin expressed her anxiety. Teacher, do you think we can do it? Fuyo clenched her fist. Rest assured, we will not disappoint you. Muchin smiled. Prepare well in these 2 days. And remember, safety is our utmost priority. Yes. The three answered in unison, turning to prepare. Muchin watched them leave. A wave of emotion washing over him. They were his students, and as their teacher, it was his responsibility to ensure their well-being. He then returned to his preparations. Opting to lead the team himself, needing to disguise himself, as he was unsure whether Jiraiya had captured his likeness in his sketches. 2 days swiftly passed, and after donning disguises, Muchun and the trio of Ajisai set out for Konoha. Along the way, Muchun continually reminded them, if anyone asks, you shall refer to me as Teacher Saitama. And remember, do not reveal your weapons during the exam unless absolutely necessary. Ajisai pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Teacher, we understand. But why do you get to ride while we must walk? Muchun cleared his throat. It is to conserve energy for potential dangers. And walking will also serve as exercise for you. Ajisai huffed. Teacher always has excuses. Muchin chuckled. All right, enough complaints. Let us hasten our journey. A few days later, they arrived at the gates of Konoha, where a leaf jonin approached them. Are you the shinobi from Amegakure here for the examination? Muchin nodded eagerly, smiling. Yes. I am the lead teacher for this trip, named Saitama, and I kindly ask for your assistance with my 3 lovely students. The jonin nodded slightly. Very well. I will escort you to your accommodations. As they traveled, Muchun appeared to casually observe the environment and layout of Konoha. Upon reaching their lodgings, the jonin instructed, you may rest here. If there are any matters, someone will notify you. After he departed, Muchun turned to Ajisai and her companions, speaking softly, be cautious. Safety comes first. I will go meet with the jonin from Konoha. The 3 girls nodded obediently. Muchun adjusted his attire and stepped out, following the previous jonin's directions to meet with the Konoha officials. Upon uniting with the teachers overseeing the joint exam, Muchun accompanied them towards the Wind Country, where the evaluation would take place in the desolate sands of Sunagakure. Along the journey, Muchun engaged in casual conversation with the other lead teachers, attempting to glean valuable information from their discussions. I hear this examination is quite challenging, one teacher remarked. Muchun concurred. Indeed, I wonder if the children will manage. But it serves as a form of training for them, another teacher added with a smile. Muchun nodded, his mind contemplating how to leverage this opportunity to fulfill his mission. 2 days later, they arrived in Sunagakure, greeted by Gaara, the Kazekage, accompanied by Karura, who guided them to their resting area. Muchin slightly bowed to Gaara, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Kazekage-sama. Gaara, with a stoic expression, nodded. You have all traveled a long way. Please rest. In the resting area, Muchun stood by the window, gazing at the surroundings of Sunagakure, anxiety creeping in as he wondered whether the 3 would behave properly. His primary concern was Ajisai. He vaguely recalled that something would happen to her after this examination, although the details eluded him. Thus, he disguised himself to investigate what might transpire after this event. While Muchun was deep in thought, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Who is it? Muchun inquired, his tone cautious. It's me, sir, came an unfamiliar voice from outside, furrowing his brow. Muchun slowly opened the door to find a strange shinobi standing there. What do you need? Muchun asked. The shinobi spoke in a hushed tone. Sir, we have received news from our informants within Sunagakure. Muchin's expression hardened, inviting the shinobi inside and shutting the door. Speak quickly. Once inside, Muchin's demeanor turned icy as he grasped the shinobi's throat, demanding, who sent you? The shinobi, struggling for breath, managed to reply, sir. It was Lord Sasori who sent me. Muchin paused, releasing his grip slightly. Go on. What news do you bring? The shinobi coughed a few times to regain his composure. Lord Pain instructed me to warn you to be wary of the joint trap set by Konoha and Sunagakure, and to keep an eye out for someone with a unique seal. Muchun coldly commanded, do not concern yourself. The Jinchuriki of the 7 tails will appear during this exam. I will leave a mark. The one with the seal is a bald man. After the examination concludes, find an opportunity to eliminate him. The shinobi nodded, yes, sir. Muchun waved him off. You may leave. The shinobi bowed and exited. Muchun returned to his contemplations, silently urging, Ajisai, do not let me down. Regaining his focus, Muchun lay down on the bed to rest. Chapter 44. The changing hydrangea, uncertain of how much time had passed. Emo-chan was suddenly roused by a cacophony from outside. He swiftly opened his eyes and approached the window to investigate. A group of ninjas hurried past, indicating that some urgent matter had arisen. After observing for a moment, Emo-chan scoffed, TCH, another tedious internal conflict. It was evident that the opposition from Sunagakure had executed yet another assassination attempt, and he felt a twinge of fatigue for Gaara's plight. Dismissing the commotion, he returned to his rest. Days later, the candidates finally arrived in Sunagakure. Emo-chan stood at a distance with a group of accompanying instructors. Some relieved to see their students succeed, while others were anxious due to the absence of theirs. Emo-chan maintained a stoic expression. though his thoughts wandered to the well-being of the trio of hydrangeas. At that moment, an instructor approached him, remarking, "Look, those children seem to be in good spirits." Following his gaze, Emo-chun spotted the 3 hydrangeas laughing and chatting as they made their way to the rest area. Seeing them arrive safely eased his worries. Shortly thereafter, the examination concluded, and those who had not arrived were deemed unsuccessful. Emo-chun casually strolled with the sand ninja, seeming to engage in light conversation while secretly observing his surroundings for valuable clues. This examination is indeed stringent, Emo-chun mused. The sand ninja nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is meant to identify truly exceptional ninjas. With a faint smile, Emo-chun responded, "True, yet the environment in Sunagakure is quite unique." The sand ninja beamed with pride. "Naturally, our village has its own way of survival." While he conversed, Emo-chun discreetly noted the architecture and distribution of personnel around him. After gathering the necessary intelligence, he bid the sand ninja farewell and returned to the resting area. As night fell, a sandstorm raged outside, and upon hearing shouts, he peered out the window. A massive shadow seemed to have captured something. Once the tempest subsided, Emo-chun discerned the figure and leaped from the window, landing atop a slain desert crab. He grasped hold of a spirited young girl who was frolicking nearby, exclaiming, "What are you doing here, little one?" Emo-chun recognized her instantly. She was Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Fu approached him eagerly. "Hello, I'm Fu from Takigakure. Can we be friends?" Just as she finished speaking, 2 of her comrades from Takigakure, disguised as her teammates, pulled her away, apologizing profusely. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Gaara cast a fleeting glance at Emo-chun before departing, his expression inscrutable. Observing their retreating figures, Emo-chun chuckled inwardly, thinking that if they feared being captured, they ought not to venture out. Now that the mark had been set, escape was impossible. Upon returning to his room, he sat down to meticulously contemplate his subsequent plans. He knew that once the other members of the Akatsuki received the signal he had left, they could proceed smoothly. The investigation had been remarkably successful. He merely awaited the hydrangea's examination results to return. Days passed until the Chunin exams concluded, with some candidates succeeding while others did not. Along the way, Emo-chan noticed Gaara leaving but chose not to engage, as it was not the time for confrontation. Stepping outside, he approached the weary trio, preparing to speak when he noticed a change in the demeanor of the hydrangeas. He calmly instructed, "Pack your things, we're returning." The 3 nodded and followed him. Throughout their journey, Emo-chan refrained from speaking much, occasionally glancing back at the trio. Suddenly, Hydrangea questioned, "Teacher, why can't we coexist peacefully? Does war truly hold significance?" Emo-chan halted, turning to gaze at her with an impassive expression. "Hydrangea, do not forget that you are from the Rain Village." She bit her lip, resolutely asking, "But peace does not solely stem from war. Can't we, like Konoha, work together to forge a peaceful future?" Upon finishing her statement, she noticed the disappointment etched on Emo-chan's face. "Is this truly the answer you wish to offer? Water Lily, Fu, do you share her sentiments?" The 2 exchanged glances, lowering their heads in silence. Emo-chan scoffed, "Return and reflect on this. Do not let those impractical notions cloud your judgment." With that, he turned and strode away. Hydrangea stood rooted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, though she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Noticing the trio had not followed, Emo-chan halted, coldly stating, "If you do not wish to accompany me, then do not return. I will consider you 3 students as absent." Hydrangea trembled, while Water Lily and Fu hurried to catch up with Emo-chun, tugging at Hydrangea's sleeve. "Hurry, Hydrangea." After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and eventually joined the group. Upon returning to the Rain Village, Emo-chun did not spare the trio a glance and walked away without a word. Hydrangea and her companions stood disheartened. Back at the base, Emo-chun's expression was grim. He had believed he had taught well, yet the trio had failed to grasp his message. Pain, observing Emo-chan's troubled countenance, inquired, "What transpired?" Taking a deep breath, Emo-chun recounted the events. After a brief silence, Pain replied, "In that case, we must eliminate the threat. We cannot allow such a liability to linger." Emo-chun was taken aback, his demeanor cooling. "I do not wish to hear such words from you again. You may expel them from the village, but know this, they are my students." He finally comprehended that Hydrangea was not to perish from this assessment, but rather her ideals would compel the Rain Village to eliminate her. Pain furrowed his brow. "Emo-chun, you must understand that the interests of the organization outweigh all else." Undeterred, Emo-chun met Pain's gaze. "Yet they are innocent. Their thoughts may be naive, but I will guide them properly." After a moment's contemplation, Pain conceded, "Very well, I shall grant you time, but should they jeopardize the organization as plans, I will show no mercy." Emo-chun clenched his teeth. "Rest assured, that day shall never come." With that, he turned and departed. Konan emerged slowly from the shadows, advising, "You should not pressure him. Emo-chun values those around him, including you and me. This will only cause him distress." Pain scoffed, "Such sentimentality in this chaotic world. Acting on emotion will only lead to ruin." Konan shook her head, "Yet at times, it is these very sentiments that sustain our resolve." Pain fell silent, seemingly pondering Konan's words. She then stated, I will go and speak with Emo-chan in hopes of guiding him. Pain nodded slightly, and Konan turned to leave. Chapter 45. 3 instances of peace in the ninja school. 3 individuals sat in a room, their spirits dampened. Water Lily sobbed, questioning whether their teacher no longer wanted them. Camellia, with reddened eyes, lamented, it is all Aster's fault for asking questions that should not have been posed. Aster bowed her head, her voice quivering as she replied, I merely wish to see an end to war, to stop any more lives from being lost. Am I in the wrong? On a branch above, Emo-chan observed with a tranquil countenance as papers fluttered, slowly gathering. Shall we take a look inside? Xiaonan appeared beside Emo-chan, noting his calm demeanor, yet fearing that his disappointment ran deeper. Once comrades, the 3 were now caught in mutual blame. Let us wait and see. If this continues, I shall cast them out, Emo-chan stated, his brow furrowed, his tone unyielding. Xiaonan sighed softly, do not be too harsh, they are still young. Emo-chan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the interior of the room. Inside, after a brief silence, Aster lifted her head and resolutely declared, it is my fault for disappointing the teacher. We must not continue this blame game. We need to demonstrate to him that our thoughts can change. Water Lily and Camellia nodded in agreement, their hands clasped tightly together. Emo-chan, witnessing this scene from his perch, felt his expression soften slightly. Xiaonan smiled gently. It is time to go in. After all, it is not their fault, but rather the fault of this world. With that, she transformed into paper and drifted away. Emo-chan inhaled deeply, leaping down from the branch and entering the room. The 3 stood up nervously upon his arrival. Emo-chan regarded them for a moment before speaking. Your desire for peace is commendable, and your wish to join hands with Konoha is noble. But have you considered that Rain Village is caught between the 3 great nations? Once war breaks out, whether you wish it or not, the land of Rain will inevitably be involved. The last person who harbored such thoughts has already perished. Do you wish for me to gather your remains? Aster bit her lip and replied, Teacher, we understand our mistakes and will not think this way again. Emo-chan scoffed. Aster, I have imparted everything to you. Have you never pondered why? Is it merely your limited space-time ninjutsu? There are those in the ninja world far superior to you. Why should I choose you? Because you are from Rain Village. I have watched you grow. Aster's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she choked out. Teacher, I understand now. I will not disappoint you again. Emo-chan softened his tone slightly. That is good to hear. Turning to the other 2, he asked, what have I taught you? Water Lily and Camellia? Why should you retreat? It is to preserve your lives. Why flee when you cannot win? Because as long as you return alive, I can seek vengeance for you. They say fledgling eagles must soar, but I wish for you to live carefree. For the burden of hatred should be borne only by our generation. Tears streamed down Water Lily and Camellia and Appo's faces as they replied in unison, Teacher, we understand. Emo-chan sighed. As long as you comprehend, that is sufficient. Rest well, the road ahead is long. With that, he turned and exited the room, leaving the 3 to silently weep, vowing to never again let their teacher down. Upon his return, Nagato, seated in a wheelchair, confronted him. Emo-chan paused, stepping forward to push him. I will teach my students well, Nagato. I hope you refrain from speaking such sentimental words next time. Nagato remained silent for a moment before stating, I am also considering the organization. Emo-chan retorted coldly, the organization is important, but do not forget the significance of those around you. Nagato slowly replied, everything we do is for the sake of achieving peace. Emo-chan's tone was resolute, I understand, but I have already lost Yahiko and the others. I do not wish to lose anything more. You, Xiaonan, and the girls are all precious to me. Nagato's expression softened slightly as he sighed. Very well, I acknowledge my oversight. I hope your persistence proves correct. Emo-chan asserted, Nagato, I believe we can achieve true peace without harming those around us. Nagato nodded, may that be the case. As Emo-chan pushed Nagato, both gazed at the overcast sky, the relentless rain casting a melancholic hue over their surroundings. The following day, Emo-chan gathered his students in the classroom. In light of recent events, he realized he had not only taught them how to survive, but had neglected to explain the reasons behind the wars among nations. Standing at the podium, he surveyed the youthful faces below and began, Children, today we shall not discuss ninjutsu. Instead, we will explore the reasons for war in this world. The students, intrigued, lifted their heads, attentively focused on Emo-chan. He took a deep breath. The resources in this world are finite, and each nation strives to provide a better life for its people, which inevitably leads to conflicts over land and resources. Aster raised her hand and inquired, Teacher, can't these issues be resolved peacefully? Emo-chan chuckled wryly. Achieving peace is not so easily accomplished. There exist conflicts of interest and struggles for power between nations, making trust hard to establish. Moreover, some countries, in their pursuit of strength, do not hesitate to invade others. The students listened intently, their expressions growing grave. Since the advent of ninjas, there have been 3 opportunities for peace. The first was the legendary sage of 6 paths, who founded the ninja religion and created ninjas. Yet he did not govern. He passed the responsibility to his two sons, whose misguided ideas led to internecine conflict. The second opportunity arose with Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninjas. Had he and Uchiha Madara shared the same vision, the ninja world might have been unified. However, due to his foolish decisions to distribute the powerful tailed beasts, ninja villages became embroiled in conflict, with those possessing strong-tailed beasts gaining better resources, while our Rain village languished between the great nations. Emo-chan paused before continuing. The third opportunity for peace is ours to seize. Do not indulge in hopes for others and oppose. Pity, for we dwell at the heart of war. We yearn for peace. Yet can you guarantee that other ninja villages share the same ideology? One must rely on oneself. The village and the nation must also depend on their own strength. To be backward is to be beaten. Do you understand? The students chorused, we understand, teacher. Emo-chan nodded, good. That shall be all for today. Reflect upon this. As the students filed out of the classroom, Emo-chan watched their retreating figures, silently praying they would find the strength to endure in this harsh world. Quite commendable instruction, came the teasing voice of Kisame. Emo-chan turned to regard him, frowning slightly. What brings you here? Kisame shrugged, just passing by, thought I'd listen in. I must say, you seem quite invested in these little ones. Emo-chan scoffed. It is none of your concern. Kisame chuckled, do not be so cold. Perhaps these youngsters will prove useful to the organization in the future. Emo-chan's expression darkened. Kisame, though you may be known as the tailless beast, do not forget that I do not rely on chakra to fight. Should you wish to perish, I have no objections. Chapter 46. The outbreak of conflict. Stop arguing, Kisame. It is time for us to return and report. Itachi Uchiha's calm voice resonated. Kisame glanced at Itachi, then turned to Emo-chan. Understood, Mr. Itachi. With that, he followed Itachi as they departed. Emo-chan observed their departing figures, a sense of vigilance swelling within him. He was acutely aware that within the Akatsuki organization, every individual harbored their own motives and thoughts, necessitating constant caution. Meanwhile, as they walked, Kisame remarked to Itachi, that Emo-chan is quite a formidable opponent. Itachi replied coolly, just focus on your own matters. Kisame scoffed, falling silent. After their departure, Emo-chan drew a handgun, aiming it at a corner. If you disclose today's events, I will eliminate your original self without hesitation. No, I want to say a word. The clone of White Zetsu emerged from the shadows, visibly terrified. Emo-chan's voice turned frosty. You had best adhere to your promise. Otherwise, you know the consequences. White Zetsu nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I will be tight-lipped. Emo-chan holstered his weapon and turned to leave, while White Zetsu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Just as he contemplated whether to inform Obito, he suddenly noticed a long needle hovering above him. White Zetsu trembled in fear and hastily exclaimed, I truly want to speak. Spare me. Emo-chan's icy voice echoed. You would do well to remember your vow. The needle vanished, and White Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief, abandoning any thoughts of betrayal. Upon arriving at the base, the group entered the communication room together. Throughout this, Emo-chan and Kisame exchanged a cold glance. Pain initiated the conversation. Now, report on the mission's status. Kisame spoke first. It went relatively smoothly, although we encountered some minor complications. Pain turned to Emo-chan. You elaborate. Emo-chan solemnly stated. The seedlings have been returned to normal, and the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails has been marked. Pain nodded slightly. Excellent. Prepare accordingly. We shall commence the capture of the tailed beasts, starting with the One Tail. The group nodded, beginning preparations for the capture of the One Tail. Just as they were concluding their communications, Emo-chan suddenly interjected, his tone frigid. Let it be known to certain individuals that I will not tolerate any interference with my student. I assure you he will not see the dawn of the next day. As his murderous intent surged, he directed his gaze at Kisame and the projection of Zetsu. Kisame scoffed, humph, do not be so arrogant. Zetsu chuckled nervously in the projection. I wouldn't dream of it. Pain interjected, let us not engage in internal strife. The mission takes precedence. Emo-chan repressed his murderous aura and replied coolly. It is best that way. With the communication concluded, the group dispersed to prepare for the impending operation. Outside, Emo-chan tossed a grenade casually towards Kisame. Hey, Kisame exclaimed, startled, as he swiftly sidestepped. The grenade detonated with a loud bang, sending a plume of smoke into the air. Emo-chan, have you lost your mind? Kisame shouted angrily. Emo-chan dusted off his hands, chuckling. I was merely jesting. There is no need to be so tense. Kisame's expression darkened. Such jokes are far from amusing. Emo-chan shrugged. Be more careful next time. With that, he swaggered away. Enough, Kisame. He is a madman by nature. Do not provoke him further. Itachi said calmly as he walked ahead. Kisame bit his lip, watching Emo-chan's retreating figure, before snorting and following Itachi. Observing the unfolding conflict, Konan frowned. It is fortunate you did not act against his student. Kisame merely mentioned a word about Emo-chan's student, and it sparked his murderous intent. Pain responded coolly. Emo-chan is excessively protective of his student, which may become his vulnerability. Konan shook her head, Regardless, during the organization's operations, we should avoid internal discord. Pain nodded slightly. Indeed, let us first complete the tailed beast capture plan. In another location, having just received news from his clone, White Zetsu remarked with slight surprise. It seems we should avoid provoking that madman. He is truly capable of eliminating his own. Black Zetsu scoffed from the side. He is merely a simple-minded lunatic. He will not amount to much. White Zetsu replied. One cannot dismiss him so lightly. His peculiar weapons and jutsu are quite troublesome. After a moment of silence, Black Zetsu said, let us observe for now. Do not jeopardize our plans. White Zetsu nodded, continuing to conceal himself as he monitored the movements of the Akatsuki organization. Meanwhile, Deidara, executing a mission, anxiously asked, Brother Sasori, do you think Imo-chan might turn against those two? Even through the communication, I could sense his chilling gaze. Sasori replied coldly, what does it matter? As long as it does not affect the mission, that lunatic is of no concern. If Kisame and Zetsu provoke him, they will only have themselves to blame. Deidara scratched his head. True, but when Imo-chan goes mad, it is rather terrifying. Sasori shot him a glance. Do not dwell on such matters. Focus on accomplishing the task. Deidara acknowledged. Understood, Brother Sasori. Meanwhile, in the Immortal Duo-S segment, Haiden, bored, spoke up. What if that lunatic were to turn against those two? Kakuzu scoffed. Then we shall assist him. Most of my earnings hinge on him. If those two dimwits dare to act, we will eliminate them and seize their bounty. Haiden burst into laughter. Kakuzu, you are quite the realist. But I like it. Kakuzu shot him an exasperated look. Less chatter. Let us keep moving. The two continued on their mission, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Thus, a rift emerged within the Akatsuki organization. Kisame, Zetsu, and Obito stood on one side, while Itachi remained independent, Sasori neutral, and Deidara leaning towards Imo-chan, with Nagato, Konan, Kakuzu, and Haiden supporting Imo-chan. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the internal dynamics of the Akatsuki grew increasingly fraught. Imo-chan persisted in his solitary path, making thorough preparations to protect his student. Kisame and Zetsu acted with utmost caution, fearful of inciting Imo-chan's wrath. Obito observed everything from the shadows, quietly calculating how to leverage this division for his own ends. Itachi remained steadfastly committed to his plans, undeterred by the internal turmoil. Meanwhile, Nagato and Konan endeavored to maintain equilibrium within the organization, striving to avert a more significant outbreak of conflict. Yet, regardless of their efforts, conflict erupted anew. During an outing, Kisame discovered a Samehada. Although devoid of consciousness, he learned through interrogation that it was sold by Kakuzu. He prepared to confront Kakuzu. But upon receiving news from Zetsu about Imo-chan's replication abilities, which could extend to copying not only ninja tools, but also the decapitating sword and lightning blade, he recalled their previous borrowing of Samehada, realizing the implications. Chapter 47. The bewildered White Zetsu Kisame's countenance was grim, his heart ablaze with indignation. That scoundrel, Kakuzu, dared to sell Samehada behind my back. And Imo-chan, replicating my very weapon. Consumed by fury, he hastened back to the base, intent on confronting Kakuzu and Imo-chan. Upon his return, Imo-chan's nonchalant demeanor ignited Kisame's rage, leading to a rash threat against Imo-chan's students, which in turn provoked Imo-chan's ire. Outside the confines of Amegakure, Kisame, brandishing Samehada, sneered, Don't presume I fear you, whelp. Today, I shall extinguish you. Imo-chan's gaze turned glacial, a palpable aura of malice emanating from him. I've long desired to be rid of you, you grotesque fish. Kisame roared, arrogant fool. With that, he lunged at Imo-chan, Samehada cleaving the air. Clang. Sparks cascaded as Imo-chan parried Samehada with the Kubikurabocho. Today, we feast on grilled fish. Kisame pressed down on Samehada with considerable force, retorting, You dare to consume me? Imo-chan grinned, a predatory glint in his eyes. We shall see, shall we not? The two combatants clashed in a furious exchange, a maelstrom of blades and surging chakra. Water release, water shark bullet technique. A shark formed of pure water materialized, hurtling towards Imo-chan. Imo-chan retrieved a bazooka. Time for some deep-sea fishing. Boom. The rocket collided with the water shark, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that sent torrents of water cascading in all directions. The concussive force of the blast staggered Kisame, his face etched with astonishment. What outlandish weapon is this? Imo-chan chuckled with smug satisfaction. There's more where that came from. He promptly launched another rocket. Forewarned, Kisame was not to be caught off guard. He executed another ninjutsu, water release. 5 eating sharks. 5 sharks emerged from the surrounding waters, converging on Imo-chan from multiple vectors. Undaunted, Imo-chan unleashed a barrage of rockets. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions reverberated through the area, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Kisame weaved and dodged amidst the explosions, his movements becoming increasingly frantic. That wretched brat. Kisame bellowed. Water release. Great exploding water colliding wave. In an instant, a torrential deluge erupted from his maw, forming a vast, surging ocean intended to engulf Emo-chan. Hundreds of specialized grenades materialized around Emo-chan, and with a mere flick of his wrist, they arced towards the colossal wave. Boom, boom, boom. A chain reaction of detonations ripped through the water screen, the concussive force shattering it into a million fragments. Kisame's eyes widened in disbelief. What in the world is that? Emo-chan sneered, trash. Without your chakra, you're nothing but a useless simpleton. Kisame was incensed. Boy, don't get ahead of yourself. He wove another sequence of hand seals. Water release. Water prison shark dance technique. A massive sphere of water materialized, trapping Emo-chan within. Kisame, wielding Samahata, charged towards the water prison. Emo-chan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a maneuver from Kisame. After dispersing the sharks within the water prison, he was forced to raise his arms and across to defend against Samahata's descending strike. Bang! Emo-chan was hurled backward, a laceration appearing on his cheek, drawing blood. Though his arms were protected by iron plates, Samahata's grotesque barbs had managed to graze his face, simultaneously leeching away a portion of his chakra. Kisame guffawed triumphantly. Now do you comprehend my power, whelp? Emo-chan licked the trickling blood, a manic grin spreading across his face, his eyes bloodshot. He retrieved a rocket compressed with the force of 1,000 suns and launched it. Itachi, observing the battle from afar, frowned. Having witnessed the sheer destructive force of that weapon, he promptly retreated to a safer distance. The two combatants had clearly lost all sense of reason. Boom. A deafening explosion tore through the heavens, engulfing Kisame in a maelstrom of fire. As the smoke dissipated, Kisame, battered and bruised, staggered to his feet amidst the ruins. Gasping for air, madman, are you truly seeking mutual annihilation? Emo-chan cackled maniacally. Come on then. Today one of us perishes. Just as the two were about to resume their assault, Pain's voice reverberated through the air. Cease this at once. Kisame halted in his tracks, but Emo-chan, heedless of the command, unleashed a rocket from the bazooka mounted on one of his 4 puppet arms. Pain swiftly intercepted, positioning himself before Kisame, and invoking the Shinra Tensei. The resulting repulsive force deflected Emo-chan's attack, sending him staggering backward. As the deranged Emo-chan prepared to unleash another weapon, Xiaonan, her voice laced with exasperation, seized his left ear. Emo-chan, haven't you caused enough mayhem? Emo-chan winced, his face contorted in pain. Xiaonan, it hurts. I admit my wrongdoing. Xiaonan released his ear, glaring at him sternly. You're a constant source of worry. Emo-chan scratched his head, a sheepish grin on his face. I was merely overcome with indignation. Kisame scoffed derisively. Humph. Were it not for Xiaonan, I would have taught you a lesson. Emo-chan stuck his tongue out at him. Only if you could best me. Pain observed them, shaking his head in weary resignation. Enough bickering. Should there be a recurrence, severe penalties will be imposed. The group fell silent. Samahata coiled around Kisame's arm, rapidly mending his injuries. Emo-chan clicked his tongue in disapproval. That Samahata is quite the treasure. Utterly unfair. Xiaonan rolled her eyes. Spare me your envy. First, consider how to resolve your conflict. Emo-chan crossed his arms. I have nothing to say to him. Kisame averted his gaze. Nor do I desire reconciliation with this lunatic. Pain declared, now is not the time for squabbles. The organization's mission takes precedence. Though Emo-chan and Kisame harbored lingering resentment, they remained silent. Back at the base, the holographic projections of the other members materialized once more. Pain, in front of everyone, issued a stern warning that any further infighting would be met with severe repercussions. Kisame sullenly nodded in agreement, while Emo-chan feigned indifference. Xiaonan watched Emo-chan, a sigh escaping her lips. She understood his temperament, though he often appeared unhinged. His heart was not inherently malicious. Pain began assigning tasks. The capture of the tailed beasts may commence. Sasori, Deidara, since you are within the land of wind, you may as well undertake the task. Bring the captured beast to the designated sealing location. The two nodded in acknowledgement. Pain then tasked the remaining members with locating the other Jinchuriki, dispatching Itachi and Kisame together to prevent further altercations. After the meeting, Xiaonan drew Emo-chan aside. Emo-chan, refrain from such impetuous actions in the future, she said softly. Emo-chan gazed at Xiaonan, nodding. Xiaonan, I understand. Next time, unless I am absolutely certain of success, I shall abstain from action. Xiaonan smiled wryly, knowing that her words had not truly penetrated his consciousness. Nonetheless, she refrained from further remonstrations. What are your plans now? Xiaonan inquired. Emo-chan pondered for a moment, a gleam of excitement flickering in his eyes. I shall venture to the land of wind. Deidara and Sasori may encounter difficulties. I shall assist them in resolving the matter. Xiaonan frowned slightly. You intend to go alone? Is that not too perilous? Emo-chan smiled confidently. Fear not, Xiaonan. I am aware of my limitations. Moreover, are you not familiar with my capabilities? Xiaonan hesitated before finally relenting. Then proceed with caution and refrain from causing further disturbances. Emo-chan grinned mischievously. As you command, Xiaonan. Subsequently, Emo-chan approached a tree, forcefully tearing it open and extracting the white Zetsu clone concealed within. The white Zetsu stared at him, bewildered. How did you know I was in this tree? Chapter 48, The plan. Emo-chan patted Baiju on the shoulder and chuckled. I am already well acquainted with your presence. Next time, do conceal it better. Baiju sighed helplessly. Your perceptive abilities are rather extraordinary. Emo-chan grinned. All right, once we reach the Land of Wind, I shall have your clone escort me to the base. No need to inform Xiao Di and the others just yet. A Jinchuriki of the One Tail should be a piece of cake for them. Baiju nodded. Very well. When you arrive in the Land of Wind, my clone will accompany you. Thus, Emo-chan and Baiju parted ways, each embarking on their journey to the Land of Wind. Upon entering the territory, Baiju's clone appeared to lead the way, and soon they arrived at the base's location. It was a secluded cave, far from Sunagakure, carved out along a riverbed. Emo-chan waited atop a tree for Scorpion and Deidara to bring Gaara. Before long, Emo-chan sensed Scorpion and Deidara's chakra. He leaped down from the tree just in time to see them escorting Gaara into the cave. Gaara appeared quite disheveled, covered in injuries, and was already gravely wounded and unconscious. Scorpion and Deidara expressed surprise upon spotting Emo-chan. What brings you here? Deidara inquired. Emo-chan smiled, sealing the One Tail and waiting for their reinforcements. Although the Sand Ninja may not hold this Kazekage in high regard, do not forget they have an alliance. Scorpion snorted, troublesome. Let's make this quick. Deidara nodded in agreement. Then let us swiftly commence the sealing to avoid prolonged complications. The three sealed the cave and set up a barrier, taking their positions on the fingers of the Geto Mazo, as the projections of other Akatsuki members began to materialize. Pain surveyed the group and spoke. Prepare to seal the One Tail. The others responded in unison, and Pain initiated the sealing technique, the mystical Dragon 9 seals. As a powerful suction emanated from the Geto Mazo's mouth, Gaara's body gradually began to levitate as the red chakra within him was drawn towards the Geto Mazo. During the sealing, Ju remarked, it seems that some rescuers are en route. Emo-chan's gaze sharpened as he coldly replied, let the ugly fish and Itachi hold them off for a moment. He has abundant chakra. Kisame, with a stoic expression, was about to speak when Pain interjected. The sealing must not be interrupted. In that case, Itachi, you two should utilize that technique. Scorpion and the others will handle the rest. Itachi and Kisame exchanged glances and nodded slightly before simultaneously employing the technique. Two identical clones of Itachi and Kisame appeared midway. Meanwhile, Chiyo and Kakashi halted their advance upon seeing Itachi's clone, growing wary. It's Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi frowned. Chiyo scoffed. It appears the Akatsuki had prepared for this. Without further ado, both sides launched into battle. Itachi's clone was formidable, yet Chiyo, Kakashi, and their companions were no pushovers either. The clash was intense and evenly matched. While Itachi and Kisame and Appo's clones battled against Chiyo, Kakashi, Might Guy, and their team, the sealing within the cave continued. Gaara and Appo's condition grew increasingly frail, and his consciousness began to fade. Emo-chan observed coldly from the sidelines, harboring no sympathy. He understood that this was a pivotal step for the Akatsuki to acquire the power of the tailed beasts, and there could be no room for error. As time passed, the sealing was finally completed. The one-tail Shikaku was successfully sealed within the Geto Mazo. Following the sealing, the other members withdrew their projections, and Scorpion, concealed within his crimson flow, inquired, it seems they are about to break in. What do you intend to do? Emo-chan shrugged. You all carry on. Xiao Di clearly hasn't had enough fun, having lost an arm. Once he loses the other, he will understand not to underestimate others. Scorpion snorted but remained silent. Deidara, grinning, looked at Emo-chan, seemingly indifferent to his remarks. Outside, Might Guy's team tore through the seal and encountered mirror opponents, while Sakura smashed a boulder with a punch, revealing the trio's figures to Kakashi, Naruto, Chiyo, and Sakura. Upon seeing Deidara perched atop the lifeless Gaara, Naruto's fury ignited instantly, and he shouted at Deidara, get off Gaara. Deidara turned, grinning at Naruto, paying no heed to his anger. Oh? So he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Looks like he's quite upset. Chiyo restrained the impulsive Naruto, calmly advising, do not act rashly. Naruto, our primary objective now is to rescue Gaara. Kakashi stepped forward, eyeing the trio warily. Akatsuki, what are your intentions? Emo-chan produced the clay he had replicated and tossed it to Deidara. Here, take this. Ensure you have enough. You all continue your game. I shall step outside to observe. Deidara caught the clay, cheerfully exclaiming, thanks, Emo-chan. Emo-chan shrugged and turned to exit the cave. Stop. What do you intend to do outside? Planning to ambush us? Kakashi said coldly. Emo-chan chuckled lightly, not directly answering Kakashi, but continuing towards the exit. At that moment, Naruto charged forward, glaring at Emo-chan. Return Gaara to me. Emo-chan swiftly dodged Naruto's attack, teasing, oh little one, you are quite fiery. In his rage, Naruto failed to recognize Emo-chan, and several years had passed since their last encounter. Kakashi and the others, noting Emo-chan's non-aggressive stance, did not immediately intervene, as their priority was to rescue Gaara. Emo-chan successfully exited the cave, glancing upwards at the direction of the battle, contemplating his own plans. He quietly perched on a tree, observing the unfolding events. Deidara soared away on his clay bird, with Naruto furiously in pursuit, closely followed by Kakashi. Seeing this, Emo-chan felt a sense of reassurance. He realized that the primary objective of this operation was to ensure Scorpion would not meet a futile end, as in the original tale. Reflecting on his prior conversation with Konan, they both deemed Scorpion's demise regrettable, and if they could alter this outcome, it might prove more advantageous for the Akatsuki. You're quite relaxed. Aren't you going to help? Baiju's clone emerged from the tree trunk. Emo-chan glanced at the clone and replied nonchalantly, I have my own plans. There's no need for your concern. Baiju's clone seemed somewhat displeased, but chose not to press further, silently watching the distant battle. Emo-chan shot a cold glance at Baiju's clone, stating, Go check on Deidara. Don't obstruct my view. With a huff, Baiju's clone vanished. Emo-chan continued to watch the battlefield intently. Before long, the entire cave collapsed, and a multitude of puppets filled the air, revealing Scorpion's secret technique, the 100-machine manipulation. Emo-chan's eyes widened in astonishment at the grandeur before him, feeling a surge of admiration for Scorpion's prowess. He understood that this battle would be critical in determining Scorpion's fate. In midair, Scorpion's puppets clashed fiercely with Chiyo's 10 puppets of the Chikamatsu. The combat was fierce, with neither side yielding an inch. Emo-chan fixated on the battlefield, analyzing the situation. He noted that although Chiyo's 10 puppets were fewer in number, their precision in manipulation was exceptional, while Scorpion's 100-machine manipulation held the advantage in quantity and formidable offensive power. As the battle progressed, Scorpion began to gain the upper hand, relentlessly dismantling Chiyo's puppets and gradually cornering her. Sakura Haruno was assisting Granny Chiyo by her side, yet she appeared somewhat strained in the face of Sasori's formidable assault. Mu-chan pondered why Sasori was not utilizing his modified puppets at that moment. He noticed an object in Sakura's hand and swiftly concealed himself behind a massive boulder, evading Sasori's gaze. Chapter 49. The Trail of the Two Tails. As Emo-chan focused intently, he discovered that Haruno Sakura was wielding the crucial item that Granny Chiyo employed to combat Sasori, the puppet lion's roar. Under Granny Chiyo's protection, Haruno Sakura launched the puppet head. In an instant, the puppet's head grew from the size of a palm to that of a human, pinning Sasori against the wall. Emo-chan extended his finger, using the chakra thread puppet manipulation technique to draw the heart that had been expelled from Sasori's body into his grasp, unnoticed by anyone. After securing it, he replicated a puppet heart, installing it within another puppet, which he concealed and controlled stealthily, preparing to ambush Haruno Sakura. Just as the puppet was about to strike, 2 long blades pierced through the replicated heart, wielded by Granny Chiyo's parent puppets. Seeing this, Emo-chan's lips curled into a smirk as he severed the chakra thread and discreetly departed. Silently, he vacated the battlefield, well aware that his mission had been accomplished. Securing Sasori's heart was paramount to his plan. In a forest far from the stronghold, Emo-chan retrieved the puppet he had modified with Sasori, placing the heart within it. As soon as the heart was inserted, the puppet began to tremble slightly. Emo-chan watched intently, his heart a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Moments later, the puppet's eyes glowed, and Sasori's voice emanated from within. As you informed me, so it is. How long must I remain in hiding? After a brief contemplation, Emo-chan replied, For now, refrain from making any moves and await my instructions. I require time to devise our next course of action. During this period, do not let Deidara discover us. We must retreat one by one. Sasori nodded in agreement with Emo-chan's strategy, stating, Very well. I shall conceal myself carefully and wait for your signal. But remember, do not keep me waiting for too long. Emo-chan gazed at Sasori's puppet, a complex wave of emotions surging within him. He understood that from this moment forth, their fates were inextricably intertwined, and their actions would significantly impact the world of Naruto. Rest assured, brother Sasori, Emo-chan whispered, this is merely the beginning. We shall render Akatsuki even more formidable. With that, Emo-chan turned and departed, preparing to execute his plans. He was acutely aware that in this perilous and challenging world, only by growing stronger could he achieve his ambitions. Meanwhile, Sasori remained concealed within the puppet, patiently awaiting Emo-chan's directives. In the days to come, they would face countless trials and adversaries together. Yet they firmly believed that ultimate victory would belong to them. Soon after, Emo-chan arrived at a grove, observing Deidara, who had lost both arms and was now using his legs to strangle Haiden. He jestingly remarked, Oh, little Deidara, you've been given clay, yet you've lost one hand. Deidara glared at Emo-chan fiercely, retorting, The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is indeed a tough opponent, especially with that Kakashi by his side. It's him who used that bizarre ninjutsu to sever my arms. Before he could continue, Zetsu interjected, Why didn't you support Sasori? We've lost a powerful ally because of this. Emo-chan shot Zetsu a sidelong glance, sneering, Support? Why didn't you go? Who knows if that old hag had a backup plan? Zetsu was momentarily silenced by Emo-chan's retort and ceased to speak. Deidara, still fuming, added, Humph, if it weren't for that damned Sharingan, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Emo-chan crossed his arms and stated, Enough complaining. Let us focus on what to do next. At that moment, Haydn chimed in cheerfully. Oh dear, everyone, stop squabbling and let us hurry back to report to Leader Pain. Imo-chan cast a disapproving glance at Haydn, muttering, You sure do talk a lot. After a brief silence, the group made their way toward the Akatsuki base. Upon their return, the name of Akatsuki reverberated throughout the shinobi world, as the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, Gaara, had been infiltrated and captured by a single individual. Although Konoha had arrived in time to rescue Gaara, it was Granny Chiyo, one of the village's pillars, who had sacrificed her life to save him. Standing before them, Pain spoke coldly. This operation yielded both gains and losses. The one tail has been successfully sealed, but Sasori's sacrifice was unforeseen. Imo-chan remained silent, yet his mind was racing with plans for the future. Kisame scoffed. How useless, to be taken down by an old woman. Imo-chan abruptly lifted his head. Glaring at Kisame, care to repeat that? Unfazed, Kisame shot back. What? Did I say something wrong? Konan interjected. Enough bickering. This is not the time for infighting. Pain continued. Next, we must expedite our plans to capture the remaining tailed beasts. The group fell into contemplative silence, pondering their subsequent actions. You all are truly formidable, came the eerie voice of Haydn, who had been waiting in the wings. Imo-chan shot Haydn a glance, retorting with a cold snort. Spare us your cryptic remarks. Haydn chuckled. Don't be so fierce. I'm merely speaking the truth. Pain commanded. Silence, Haydn. Now that you have joined us, focus on your duties. Haydn nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Leader Pain. A brief silence enveloped the communication room once more. Is there anything else? We have located the trail of the two tails. If there are no further matters, we should retreat, Kakuzu expressed impatiently. Pain nodded slightly. Very well, you may proceed. Kakuzu and Haydn's projections promptly vanished. Imo-chan glanced at the others and remarked. Then I shall prepare as well. Pain responded. Indeed, let us all get moving. One by one, the members concluded their communications and began preparing for their upcoming missions. Once outside, Imo-chan resolved to visit the academy. Xiao-chan, are you heading out again? Konan inquired, patting his shoulder with a smile. Imo-chan turned to her, responding. Yes, I intend to check on my students. Konan nodded. Then do return quickly. Imo-chan smiled and proceeded toward the academy. Upon arrival, he casually observed. Noting that Pakin Shizun was instructing the new batch of children in his own way before leaving discreetly. After exiting the academy, he arrived at the mission posting center, where the official approached him. Lord Imo-chan, is there something you need? Imo-chan replied coolly. Are there any special missions currently available? The official hurriedly responded, My lord. Recently there have only been routine reconnaissance and bandit extermination tasks. Imo-chan frowned slightly. Nothing that exceeds the designated level for children, I presume? The official shook his head vigorously. No. Everything is strictly in accordance with the regulations. Imo-chan nodded. That is good. Should any unusual circumstances arise, inform me promptly. With that, Imo-chan turned and departed. Chapter 50. Forgetting to cook after departing from the mission release center, he returned to the laboratory, busily organizing his belongings before hurriedly making his exit. Ah, Senior Imo-chan, where are you headed? A Fei's mischievous voice chimed in. Turning around, Imo-chan spotted Deidara reluctantly escorting a Fei. He teased, Oh, a Fei, with Scorpion gone. It's your turn to step up, and you're teaming up with little Deidara, huh? A Fei chuckled. Oh, Senior Imo-chan, don't joke around. I'm still in the learning phase. Deidara huffed. If it weren't for Pain's orders, I wouldn't be dragging this anchor along. Imo-chan smiled. All right, your duo is quite amusing. Are you off to carry out a mission? Deidara replied. Yes. We're inquiring about the whereabouts of the three tails. Upon hearing this, Imo-chan's eyes sparkled. He had some weapons that required testing. He stepped forward, draping an arm around Deidara's shoulder, cheerfully saying, Little Deidara, I've taken care of the one tail, so as for the three tails. Deidara swiftly shoved Imo-chan's hand away, eyeing him warily. What are you up to? Don't you dare have designs on my three tails. Imo-chan, upon hearing this, exclaimed dramatically, Little Deidara, what do you mean your three tails? Have you forgotten our initial purpose? Have you forgotten all those countless days and nights? He lamented, feigning deep heartache. Deidara was taken aback by Imo-chan's sudden outburst, while a Fei snickered to the side. All right, enough with the theatrics. Just say what you need to say. Deidara said with exasperation. Imo-chan immediately adopted a more agreeable expression. Little Deidara, I've been researching some new weapons and wish to test them on the three tails. Deidara frowned. Are those bizarre contraptions of yours reliable? We can't afford any mishaps. Imo-chan patted his chest in assurance, absolutely reliable. If it works, capturing the three tails will be a breeze. Deidara hesitated momentarily. Fine, but you must be cautious. Noticing a Fei's suppressed laughter, Imo-chan's eyes twinkled. How about this? I'll provide you with some clues for you to investigate, and then let a Fei give it a try, since he is already a formal member. A Fei's smile faltered. Huh? Why me? Imo-chan chuckled. A Fei? This is a splendid opportunity for you to prove yourself. A Fei looked forlornly at Deidara. Senior Deidara. Aye. Deidara shrugged. Humph. Since Imo-chan has said so, why not give it a shot? A Fei reluctantly nodded. All right. Imo-chan clapped Faye on the shoulder. Don't be so unwilling. I believe in you. After sharing the intelligence with Deidara, Imo-chan carried a box full of items back to the mission release center, slamming it onto the table with a loud thud. The person in charge jumped. Lord Imo-chan, what brings you here? Imo-chan replied loudly, from now on, when children accept missions, provide them with some protective talismans. If even one child fails to return, I shall dig a grave for you. The person in charge nodded vigorously, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yes, yes. Lord Imo-chan, I will comply. Imo-chan snorted and, lifting the box, entered further inside. With a wave of his arm, identical boxes filled the entire area, astonishing the person in charge. Then, Imo-chan brandished a stick before him, and the person in charge instantly understood the unspoken threat. It was a clear message that should this information leak, there would be dire consequences. Pleased with the person in charge's fearful demeanor, Imo-chan nodded. Remember this. Carry out your duties diligently. With that, he turned and strode away. The person in charge watched Imo-chan's departing figure, exhaling deeply as he hurried to follow Imo-chan's instructions. Meanwhile, in the land of thunder near Yunin, a man with a peculiar scythe on his back, accompanied by a green-eyed companion holding a map, was in search of something. These two were none other than the immortal duo of the Akatsuki, Haiden and Kakuzu. Haiden scratched his head, impatiently calling out, Kakuzu, have you found it? Where on earth is the two-tails Jinchuriki? Kakuzu shot him a glare. Be quiet, or I'll cut your tongue out. Haiden pouted, refraining from further comments. Kakuzu continued to study the map, muttering after a moment, it should be somewhere around here. Be cautious. Haiden, upon hearing this, perked up. Finally, we're close. This time, I'll make him taste my curse technique. Kakuzu scoffed. Don't underestimate the two-tails Jinchuriki. The two continued their careful search. Simultaneously, in Amegakure, unlike others, Konan was cheerfully cooking. Throughout the years, despite the hardships, whenever Imo-chan was in the village, she prepared meals, as Nagato often needed to control the 6 paths of pain and couldn't leave the transmitter. Thus, Imo-chan was her only dining companion. As she matured, her anticipation for sharing meals with Imo-chan grew. As Konan skillfully prepared the food, she occasionally glanced out the window, seemingly awaiting Imo-chan's return. The aroma of the cooking wafted through the air, and a warm smile graced Konan's face as she recalled how Imo-chan devoured his meals ravenously, filling her heart with joy. I wonder if Imo-chan has finished his tasks, she mused softly, her hands never pausing. Just then, familiar footsteps echoed from outside, causing Konan's eyes to brighten. I'm back. Imo-chan's cheerful voice resonated within the home. Konan quickly set down her utensils and hurried to the door, joyfully exclaiming, Come in quickly, the meal is ready. Upon entering, Imo-chan smiled. With this delightful aroma, I knew it would be another feast. The two sat across from each other, savoring their warm meal together. Konan happily served him dishes, and Imo-chan eagerly indulged, finding satisfaction in their simple life. After finishing their meal, Imo-chan leaned back contentedly in his chair, smiling. Sister Konan, your cooking skills have truly improved. Konan, clearing the table, playfully chided, You're just flattering me. Mo-chan stood to assist, and the two busily worked in the small kitchen, laughter echoing in the air. Meanwhile, in the architectural confines of Amegakure, Nagato, though not as emaciated as in the original narrative due to regular meals, still bore an appearance of frailty. He murmured softly to himself, Did Konan forget to cook today? Shaking his head in resignation, he sighed, continuing to monitor the entire Amegakure through the pain bodies. At that moment, after finishing their meal and tidying up, Konan recalled that Nagato had not eaten and hurriedly prepared an additional serving to bring to him. Imo-chan accompanied her to Nagato's location. Upon their arrival, Nagato's eyes reflected a glimmer of gratitude. Chapter 51 In the Land of Thunder, within the corridors of a castle, a beautiful woman with long, chestnut-colored straight hair gazed intently at the two figures clad in crimson cloud-patterned robes before her. Despite the immense pressure exerted by the two-tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, maintained a proud smile as she defiantly declared, Are you members of the Akatsuki? Today, I stake the honor of the two-tails on defeating you here. Kakuzu scoffed. Such arrogance. Meanwhile, Haiden licked his lips with excitement. Hee, I can finally unleash my curse technique. In an instant, Yujito transformed into her two-tails form, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupting as she charged toward Kakuzu and Haiden. Meanwhile, within the Rain Village, on the turbulent sea, two combatants clashed ferociously, one wielding a decapitating blade and the other brandishing the sword of the mist. Today, I shall slay you, madman. One shouted. Who's afraid of whom? Ugly fish. The other retorted. Observing the fierce battle, Itachi Uchiha turned to Konan. Aren't you going to intervene? Konan, engrossed in her origami, replied with a sweet smile. It's all right, Chuan has good judgment. Besides, one is using no chakra, and the other no special weapons. It's merely a physical contest. Itachi sighed, shaking his head as he continued to watch the fierce struggle between Mu-chun and Kisame. Konan's hands never ceased folding paper, her face adorned with a gentle smile. exuding unwavering trust in Muchun. Clang. The two blades crossed, sparks flying as Kisame snarled. Are you ready to become fodder, kid? Muchun grinned. Dream on, ugly fish. Today, you shall be the one to fall. With that, he exerted force, pushing Kisame back. The combatants continued their relentless duel, neither able to gain the upper hand under the demanding conditions. Kisame, panting heavily, cursed, damn it, you're quite a tough one. Muchun, equally breathless, shot back, humph. You're not so impressive yourself. Surely, they can't keep this up, Black Zetsu mused. Perhaps, White Zetsu murmured, these two are like oil and water, given the chance. They would undoubtedly seek to end each other. Konan glanced at them, saying, let them be, they'll tire themselves out eventually. Itachi sighed softly, this cannot go on indefinitely. At that moment, both Muchun and Kisame retreated several steps, their weapons drooping. I'll let you off today, Muchun called out. Kisame grunted, next time. You won't be so fortunate. After delivering his parting threat, Kisame turned to leave, suddenly sensing danger. He sidestepped, and with a splash, Muchun and Appo's decapitating blade struck the sea surface. Kisame glared, you Haven and Appo's. T had enough, have you? Muchun chuckled, just wanted to take another swing at you. Missing is your lucky break. Ignoring him, Kisame leaped away swiftly. Watching him depart, Muchun sheathed his blade, muttering, what a quick reaction. Konan approached, lightly tapping Muchun on the head. Enough of the antics, it's time to head back. Muchun rubbed his head and smiled. Got it, Sister Nan. The rest of the group dispersed, and tranquility returned to the sea. In the ruins of the Land of Thunder, Kakuzu shouted in frustration, are we done yet? Must I always wait so long for you? On the wall, a beautiful woman, the two-tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, was bound with her hands clasped. Below, Haiden lay within a blood-red triangular circle. Almost there, don't rush, Haiden grinned. Kakuzu huffed, hurry up, we don't want any lingering nightmares. Haiden ignored him, continuing his ritual. As night fell, the two, with the gravely injured Yujito, arrived at their temporary hideout to initiate communication. Moments later, projections of their comrades appeared, with Muchun yawning. I say, extracting tailed beasts in the dead of night? Couldn't you have resolved this sooner? Kakuzu snapped, cut the chatter, get on with it. Pei nodded, and together they formed the seals for the sealing technique, Illusion Dragon 9 seals. As the technique activated, a powerful suction emanated from the outer path golem, gradually extracting the chakra of the two tails from Yujito. She struggled in agony, but could not break free from her bindings. Ultimately, the chakra was entirely extracted, leaving Yujito lifeless. Simultaneously, one eye of the outer path golem slowly opened. Pain announced, mission accomplished, everyone return and rest. The projections faded, and Kakuzu and Haiden departed with Yujito's corpse. Boom. In the rain village, the sea erupted with continuous explosions. Awakened by the chaos of sealing the two tails, Muchun returned home, but found sleep elusive. After casting a soundproof barrier around Konan's room, he went to the sea, recklessly wielding various weapons, shouting, since I can't sleep, no one else shall either. Unperturbed in her room, Konan remained undisturbed, while the other Akatsuki members were frustrated by the sudden cacophony. What madness is he up to now? Someone complained. Just let him be. Let him make a ruckus, another sighed. Muchun, however, paid no heed, indulging in his revelry as the sea splashed wildly, resulting in utter chaos. The next day, Konan observed the weary faces of her comrades and inquired, the ceiling didn't consume too much chakra. Why do you all look like this? Complaints arose in chorus. It's Muchun, creating such a ruckus in the dead of night. Who could possibly sleep? Exactly, it was unbearable. I hardly slept a wink. Konan chuckled helplessly, that guy. Holding the buns that Konan had made, Muchun beamed. Hey, don't say that without evidence. I'll accuse you of defamation. The others rolled their eyes at him and chose to ignore his antics. Unfazed, Muchun devoured the buns, praising, Sister Nan's buns are simply delicious. Konan watched Muchun's youthful visage, smiling silently, unaware of the special feelings blossoming within her heart. Sensing her gaze, Muchun looked up and flashed her a wide smile, revealing his pearly whites. A blush crept onto Konan's cheeks as she turned away. Observing their interaction, the others couldn't help but tease. Oh, Konan is particularly attentive to Muchun. Indeed, we are not so fortunate as to enjoy Konan's buns, another chimed in. Stop that nonsense, Konan admonished, while Muchun chuckled to himself. Chapter 52, The Land of Thunder, Yunin Village. At this moment, the fourth Raikage, AI, smashed the table before him in a fit of rage, exclaiming, what do you mean, you can't find him? The esteemed two-tails Jinchuriki has gone missing. How could you let this happen? Find him. The ninjas below fell silent, too intimidated to speak. An elder ninja, mustering his courage, replied, Raikage-sama. We are searching with all our might, but we currently have no leads. AI glared fiercely, you bunch of inept fools. Keep searching. If you cannot find him, do not return. The ninjas hurriedly bowed and exited, resuming their frantic search for the two-tails Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, the instigator, Kakuzu, was inside a currency exchange, counting his money. Haiden, Feeling restless, complained, "Kakuzu, can't you hurry up?" Kakuzu, not lifting his head, replied while counting, "What's the rush? This is our hard-earned money. It must be counted accurately." Haydn, growing impatient, paced back and forth. "I'm not as obsessed with money as you are. Hurry up so we can leave." Kakuzu snorted dismissively, "You don't understand. Money is of utmost importance." At last, Kakuzu finished counting and, satisfied, tucked the money away. "All right, let us go." Haydn rolled his eyes and followed Kakuzu out of the currency exchange. Outside, Kakuzu pulled out a map and began to study it. Haydn leaned in closer, suddenly asking, "Our next destination is in the Land of Fire, isn't it?" Kakuzu nodded. "Yes, according to our intelligence. There is a monk named Jairu at a temple in the Land of Fire, one of the guardians of the 12 shinobi, valued at 30 million ryo." Haydn's excitement surged as he rubbed his hands together. "Haha, then let us set off quickly." Kakuzu folded the map, seemingly sharing in the thought, and summoned a summoning eagle to send the information sealed away. The pair then set off toward the Land of Fire. Along the way, Haydn was particularly animated, incessantly discussing their plans for when they captured their target. Kakuzu remained detached, occasionally reminding Haydn to keep his voice down. Their figures gradually faded into the distance, drawing closer to the Land of Fire. Days later, atop the tall structures of Amegakure, Pain observed the surroundings, while Konan and Kakuzu folded origami. Due to the previous teasing from their companions, a subtle change had occurred in their relationship. Konan stole a glance at Kakuzu, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Noticing her gaze, Kakuzu smiled and asked, "Sister Konan, what's on your mind?" She quickly averted her eyes, stammering, "And nothing." Kakuzu did not press further, and they continued their quiet work, the atmosphere tinged with a hint of intimacy. Suddenly, the cry of an eagle pierced the air. Before long, a damp summoning eagle landed on Pain's arm. He retrieved the letter, glancing at it as he called out, "Kakuzu, a message for you." Kakuzu stood to take the letter, opened it, and his lips curled into a smile. "It seems they have a new target." Konan, curious, inquired, "What does it say?" Kakuzu handed the letter to her. "Kakuzu says they are heading to the Land of Fire to capture a monk named Jairu." After reading, Konan frowned slightly. "One of the guardians of the 12 shinobi? This might not be so easy." Kakuzu shrugged. "If he weren't valuable, it might be possible, but he is quite significant. I'll handle this. Jairu is a protector of Konoha, and they will likely send reinforcements upon hearing of his demise." Concerned, Konan looked at Kakuzu. "Just be careful." Kakuzu flashed a confident smile. "Don't worry, Sister Konan. I will return with a gift for you." She nodded gently, replying, "All right, I'll wait for your return." Kakuzu waved his hand and swiftly departed toward the Land of Fire. In the Land of Fire, at the Fire Temple, sunlight bathed the scene as a group of young monks diligently cleaned the temple, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. At the base of the steps, two men clad in red cloud cloaks ascended slowly. Kakuzu and Haydn wore expressions of indifference, entirely unconcerned with their surroundings. The monks finally noticed their presence, and an elder monk, with a grave expression, approached the pair after conversing with a nearby monk. "I wonder what brings members of the Akatsuki to our humble abode." Kakuzu coldly responded, "We seek the monk Jairu. If you wish to avoid calamity, do not meddle." The elder monk clasped his hands together, "Amitba, my child. This is a sacred place. I implore you to refrain from causing harm." Haydn burst into laughter. "Enough of your nonsense. Hand him over." Just then, a voice resonated from within the temple. "Are you looking for me?" A robust monk emerged. It was indeed Jairu. Haydn, filled with excitement, charged forward, while Kakuzu shook his head and followed closely. Jairu immediately formed a hand seal, and a divine manifestation appeared behind him. As they approached, Jairu glared fiercely, and the manifestation transformed into a wrathful deity, unleashing an onslaught of attacks that knocked both men to the ground. As Jairu's expression returned to calm, the divine manifestation vanished, and he quietly murmured, "I shall prepare a funeral for you both." Haydn, rising from the ground, cursed, "Damn it, how dare he ambush us?" Kakuzu stood, his face darkened. "Do not underestimate him. This man is formidable." Haydn grinned wickedly. "What is there to fear? Watch me take care of him." With that, he charged at Jairu once more. Jairu clasped his hands together, chanting incantations as a surge of powerful chakra erupted. Shortly after, the temple collapsed. Kakuzu seized Jairu's corpse and turned to leave, while Haydn hastily followed suit. In the ruins, a small monk, tears streaming down his face, fled toward Konoha. The figures of Kakuzu and Haydn quickly vanished into the distance. As he ran, the young monk cried out, "Help! Quickly notify Konoha." The wind howled past his ears, and a singular thought consumed him. He must deliver the news to Konoha and avenge Master Jairu. Meanwhile, emerging from Amegakure, Kakuzu sat atop a cart pulled by an ox, chatting with an elderly man. With a smile, Kakuzu remarked, "Sir, your ox is quite robust." The old man chuckled, "Indeed, this ox is my treasure. It works efficiently." Kakuzu nodded. "Where are you headed, sir?" The old man lifted his whip. "To the town to sell some of my homegrown vegetables." Their conversation flowed easily as the cart moved slowly along. Suddenly, A summoning eagle swooped down. After retrieving the letter, Kakuzu smiled and handed the old man some money. Sir, I have matters to attend to. Thank you for the ride. The old man accepted the money, exclaiming, Child, you are too kind. Kakuzu waved his hand dismissively, turned, and sprinted toward the direction of Kakuzu and Haiden. Chapter 53. The Akatsuki organization's third member at the entrance of Konoha, the well-known gatekeepers, Kamizuki Izumi and Kinetsu Tetsu, were idly chatting when a disheveled young monk came running towards them. Upon noticing the monk, Kamizuki Izumi and Kinetsu Tetsu immediately became alert. Stop! Who are you? Kamizuki Izumi shouted. Gasping for breath, the young monk replied, I am from the Fire Temple. Please, hurry to save the temple. Master Jiraku, he. Kinetsu Tetsu furrowed his brow. The Fire Temple? What has happened? Tears streamed down the young monk's face as he cried. Members of the Akatsuki have killed Master Jiraku, and the temple has been destroyed. Exchanging grave glances, Kamizuki Izumi and Kinetsu Tetsu understood the severity of the situation. Shortly thereafter, atop the Hokage building, Tsunade urgently assembled 20 teams composed of elite and intermediate ninjas, instructing them to locate the Akatsuki members. With her arms crossed, Tsunade spoke solemnly, We must find them quickly. We cannot allow the Akatsuki scheme to succeed. In unison, the ninjas responded, yes. The 20 teams swiftly set out to conduct searches within the Land of Fire. However, after a fruitless search, the Konoha teams sent back reports of their findings. Asuma, leading Nara Shikamaru, Kamizuki Izumi, and Kinetsu Tetsu, arrived at the Fire Temple to investigate. As Asuma surveyed the ruins of the Fire Temple, his brow furrowed in concern. Everyone, search carefully for any clues. Nara Shikamaru scanned the area, analyzing potential traces left behind. Kamizuki Izumi and Kinetsu Tetsu diligently rummaged through the debris. Ultimately, after gathering all the monk's remains, they found no sign of Master Jiraku. Asuma speculated that he might have had a bounty placed on him and promptly sent a message back, leading the group towards the nearest exchange point. The four dashed forward and soon reached the exchange point. Asuma cautiously surveyed the surroundings, whispering, Be careful, do not alert the enemy. Nara Shikamaru nodded, signaling everyone to remain vigilant. They stealthily approached the exchange point, preparing to investigate further. Concealed by trees, they spotted Haiden sitting outside. Asuma immediately began to formulate a strategy. Who are you lying in wait for? A calm voice suddenly reached their ears. Startled, the four turned to see Moku-chun standing behind them, having appeared without notice. Asuma's expression grew serious. It seems our intelligence was flawed. A third member of the Akatsuki has emerged. Moku-chun crossed his arms and smiled. No need to be so tense. Perhaps we can have an enjoyable conversation. Nara Shikamaru retorted, There is nothing to discuss with members of the Akatsuki. Moku-chun shrugged. That may not necessarily be the case. Asuma took a deep breath. Regardless, you shall not leave here today. Moku-chan smirked. Let us see about that. With a swift motion, Moku-chan evaded their grasp, teasingly remarking, Don't waste your efforts. Retreat now, as dying here holds no benefits. The shadow gradually revealed itself to be Shikamaru attempting to ensnare Moku-chan with his shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru frowned. Humph, do not underestimate me. Asuma shouted, All together now. The four charged towards Moku-chan. Boom. Explosions echoed in succession. Haiden looked up from outside the exchange point, murmuring in confusion about the commotion. Kakuzu stepped out and cast a glance at the distant battle. That method seems reminiscent of that little brat's fighting style. Haiden, brimming with excitement, stood up. Shall we go take a look? We might be able to help. Kakuzu coldly snorted. Let us observe the situation before making a move. Meanwhile, Moku-chun faced Asuma and the others with ease, occasionally countering their attacks. Clang. Asuma's fist blade clashed against Moku-chun's scythe. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as he noted the wind chakra enveloping the blade. Initially, he intended to sever Moku-chun's weapon and body while he was unaware of their intelligence, but it appeared that all his intentions had been discerned. Moku-chun forcefully sent Asuma flying, swiftly dodging the myriad of shadowy figures attempting to reach him. Regaining his stance, Asuma charged once more, while Shikamaru manipulated his shadows, striving to limit Moku-chun's movements. Moku-chun, while fending off Asuma's strikes, deftly avoided Shikamaru's shadow bindings, remarking, Your skills are insufficient to pose a threat to me. Kamizuki Izumi and Kinetsu Tetsu attempted to flank him from both sides, yet Moku-chun skillfully countered their efforts. Observing from a distance, Haiden quietly asked Kaku, Are we not aiding them? He appears to be having quite the fun. I wish to join in. Kakuzu replied coldly, We will assess the situation first. Do not act rashly. Haiden pouted, This is so dull. Nevertheless, he heeded Kakuzu's advice and continued to watch. Clang, clang, clang. The battle between the scythe and the fist blade raged on, with Moku-chun's figure shifting constantly. Shikamaru, growing increasingly agitated, struggled to catch Moku-chun. Seizing the opportunity, Moku-chun kicked Kinetsu Tetsu away, prompting Asuma to swiftly swing his fist blade in retaliation. Moku-chun sidestepped Asuma's assault, and countered with a slash aimed at Shikamaru. Startled, Shikamaru quickly maneuvered to evade. At that moment, Kanetsu Tetsu, having recovered from the kick, charged again, while Kamizuki Izumi launched an attack from behind. Mokuchin scoffed. You overestimate yourselves. With Asuma forming hand seals, he unleashed, fire style, ash cloud. A thick plume enveloped Mokuchin, and as the smoke ignited, they all stared at the flames, waiting for them to dissipate. However, once the flames subsided, Mokuchin was nowhere to be found. Why are you two just standing there? Mokuchin's voice echoed behind Asuma and the others. They swiftly turned to see Mokuchin, unscathed and wearing a mocking grin, flanked by Kakazu and Haiden. Asuma's expression darkened. This is troublesome. Shikamaru frowned, quickly devising a countermeasure. The three calmly regarded Asuma and his companions, as if to say, how do you wish to meet your demise? Kamizuki Izumi gripped his weapon tightly, swallowing hard. What shall we do? Kanetsu Tetsu gritted his teeth. Let us fight to the end. Asuma inhaled deeply. Do not act impulsively. Look for an opportunity to break free. Mokuchin stepped forward, saying, I warned you to leave early. Do you need me to grant you more time to wait for reinforcements? Shikamaru calmly replied, do not listen to him. He is deliberately trying to unsettle us. Asuma nodded, his gaze resolutely fixed on Mokuchin and his companions. Everyone, stay cautious. Mokuchin chuckled. In that case, do not blame us for being impolite. No sooner had he finished speaking than Kakazu and Haiden flashed forward, launching their assault on Asuma and his team. Chapter 54. The Art of Deception. However, moments later, aside from Asuma, everyone else lay on the ground, unable to rise. Haiden, too, was enveloped in a dichromatic aura, his feet inscribed with triangular circular patterns. Just as he was about to inflict harm upon himself, Emochin seized his arm. Casting a glance at Asuma, he curiously inquired, truly, given you the opportunity, why do you not flee? Is your child not about to be born? Asuma, panting heavily, gritted his teeth and declared, to protect Konoha is my duty. Emochin shook his head, a commendable resolve. Yet if you perish, who shall safeguard your child? Are you prepared to meet the same fate as Naruto Uzumaki, leading a pitiful life of compensation? I grant you another chance. It is not too late to depart with them now. My patience is finite. Asuma glared at Emochin. Spare me your words. If you possess the ability, then kill me. Emochin's eyes reflected regret. Such a pity. Just as he was about to release his grip, Shikamaru struggled to call out, wait. Emochin, intrigued, turned his attention to Shikamaru. What is it? Have you changed your mind? Shikamaru strained to support himself and addressed Asuma. Teacher, let us leave. As long as the Green Hills remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Asuma's eyes widened in disbelief. Shikamaru, what are you saying? Shikamaru bit his lip. Teacher, we cannot simply submit to death. Only by living can we seek revenge for today. After a moment of silence, Asuma sighed heavily. Very well, we shall go. Emochin waved his hand. Hurry along. You shan't be so fortunate next time. Asuma hoisted Shinyue and Gongzi on his back, and together with Shikamaru, they slowly departed. Their eyes filled with reluctance and anger. Kakuzu inquired, perplexed, when did you become so merciful, kid? He is worth millions. Emochin observed Asuma's retreating figure and replied nonchalantly, were it another, I might not have been so lenient, but during our last encounter in Konoha, he struck me as a decent individual, and moreover, his child is soon to arrive. Emochin did not disclose the entire truth. He aimed to alter the original narrative. After all, he could not explain to these two that Asuma's pupil would ultimately be the one to eliminate them, nor had he devised a plan for their feigned deaths. Haiden scoffed. I cannot fathom what you are thinking. The sacrifices for Lord Jashin are gone. Kakuzu coldly retorted, You better not jeopardize our organization. Emochin shrugged. Rest assured, I shall not. Now, let us proceed. Our mission is not yet complete. The trio turned and entered the exchange center, continuing their task. Meanwhile, Asuma and Shikamaru struggled back to Konoha. Shikamaru wore a grave expression. Teacher, this time we were simply too weak. Asuma reassured him. Do not lose heart. We will grow stronger. At that moment, within the Hokage building of Konoha, Tsunade learned of the news, her brow furrowed in contemplation. You mean the third member of the Akatsuki spared you? What could his intentions be? Tsunade questioned, perplexed. Asuma's countenance turned serious. I am uncertain, but he seemed to show me mercy, perhaps with ulterior motives. Shikamaru stroked his chin thoughtfully. I have a feeling this is not as simple as it appears. His actions are rather peculiar. Tsunade crossed her arms. Regardless, the Akatsuki's actions are becoming increasingly brazen. We must bolster our defenses. Asuma nodded. Indeed, Lady Hokage. Shikamaru's eyes flashed with determination. I will devise a countermeasure swiftly. Tsunade regarded them. You both should rest well in preparation for the challenges that may arise. As Asuma and Shikamaru exited the Hokage building, their hearts were heavy with anxiety and uncertainty about the future. Meanwhile, as Emochin and his companions prepared to return, he suddenly halted, gazing at a tree, coldly stating, If you are unafraid of your true self being vanquished, then continue your surveillance. Moments later, a figure emerged from the tree, revealing Zetsu. With a sarcastic tone, Zetsu remarked, "Emo-chun, do not act recklessly. I am merely following orders." Emo-chun frowned. "Do not speak nonsense. The leader is Pain, not the individual behind the scenes. Be cautious, or I shall eliminate him as well." Zetsu chuckled. "Do not be so irate. I shall take my leave." With that, he gradually melded into the ground. Kakuzu regarded Emo-chun. "You have quite the audacity." After confirming Zetsu had genuinely departed, Emo-chun sighed. "That fellow may have uncovered something. You two find a way to escape. Brother Scorpion is likely quite bored on his own." Haiden's eyes widened in surprise. "Isn't that guy dead?" Kakuzu shot Haiden a glare. "Silence. Knowing too much is detrimental to you." Haiden pouted and ceased his chatter. Emo-chun lowered his voice. "Let us not dwell on that. Follow my instructions, and our subsequent plans shall unfold smoothly." Kakuzu nodded slightly. "Very well. I shall heed your words." Emo-chun's gaze grew profound as he looked into the distance. "We must hasten our pace. We cannot afford to reveal any more flaws." The trio continued onward, their silhouettes appearing particularly enigmatic in the twilight. On another front, following Deidara in the land of water in search of the Three Tails, Akatsuki's Haiden received intelligence discreetly relayed by Zetsu, causing his already deep-set eyes to darken further. Unbeknownst to Deidara, he remained preoccupied with thoughts on how to locate the Three Tails. As they made their way back to the base, Kakuzu resolved to take Haiden in search of the tailed beasts, simultaneously contemplating ways to feign death, an arrangement he had discussed with Emo-chun, who had revealed the secret of the true mastermind to him. Emo-chun returned alone to Amegakure, bearing a small gift purchased along the way, heading towards Konan with a beaming smile while humming a tune. Konan was organizing documents within her room when she heard the familiar melody, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. "Konan, I and Appos, am back," Emo-chan exclaimed, entering and excitedly waving the gift in his hand. Konan set aside her papers and smiled at him. "What brings you such joy today?" Emo-chan approached Konan and presented her with the gift. "This is for you. Guess what it is?" Konan accepted the gift and gently unwrapped it. It's lovely." "Thank you." Emo-chan scratched his head. "As long as you like it, that is enough." The two exchanged smiles, and the room was filled with a warm ambience. As they basked in the moment, Scorpion was secretly crafting puppets resembling members of Akatsuki in a hidden location. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame had arrived in the land of Earth, also searching for the whereabouts of the Four Tails Jinchuriki. In Amegakure, Emo-chan delicately adorned Konan's hair with a light blue hairpin, their cheeks slightly flushed. Konan lowered her head shyly, her voice soft. "Do I look good?" Emo-chan nodded earnestly. "You look splendid, especially beautiful. No matter how you appear, you are always lovely." At that moment, Pain's sudden summons echoed through the ring. "Emo-chan, come see me." Emo-chan glanced at Konan helplessly. "It seems there is another mission." Konan spoke gently. "Go ahead." Emo-chan acknowledged her with a nod and turned to head towards Pain's location. Chapter 55. Capturing the Three Tails upon reaching a high vantage point. Pain sat atop the stone statue's tongue. As Emo-chan approached, he tossed a scroll to him. "Take a look. That individual is up to something." Emo-chan received the scroll, opened it, and scrutinized its contents, his expression gradually growing grave. "I did not anticipate his speed." Pain replied coldly. "We cannot allow him to disrupt our plans. What do you propose?" Emo-chan pondered for a moment. "Let him proceed. After all, he will be the final piece once the tailed beasts are collected." Pain nodded slightly. "Indeed, but we must remain vigilant. We cannot afford any slip-ups." With unwavering assurance, Emo-chan chuckled. "Rest assured, everything is under control." Pain arose, stating, "Very well, proceed with the preparations." Emo-chan turned to depart, inwardly contemplating the ensuing stratagem. Shortly thereafter, a white Zetsu clone materialized en route, exclaiming, "Ah, the Three Tails has emerged." Deidara inquires whether you wish to engage. Emo-chan, his countenance darkening, retorted with a sigh. "Did you coordinate this beforehand? At least allow me to dine. Inform Deidara to refrain from disturbing my Three Tails until I have satiated my appetite. Then I shall depart." The white Zetsu clone, giggling, responded, "Understood. I shall relay the message," before vanishing. Emo-chan, shaking his head in resignation, turned back. Konan, observing his return, inquired, "Another assignment?" Emo-chan nodded. "The Three Tails has surfaced. A journey is necessary." Konan tenderly remarked, "Then partake in sustenance swiftly." Emo-chan rapidly consumed his meal and hastened towards the Three Tails location. Within the land of water, by a certain lake, Tobi inquired languidly, "Deidara-senpai, how much longer must we tarry? Did not the Konoha shinobi confirm the Three Tails' presence here?" Deidara frowned. "Silence. Did not White Zetsu mention Emo-chan's approach? Would you have him embark on a fruitless errand?" Tobi pouted. Very well. We shall persist in waiting." Several days later, Emo-chan's silhouette materialized. Deidara exclaimed, "You have finally arrived. Had you lingered further, I would have acted unilaterally." Emo-chan shrugged. "Confirmed? Within this lake?" Deidara affirmed. "The Konoha shinobi previously explored it. They also attempted to seal the Three Tails, but were unsuccessful." Emo-chan stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before addressing the listless Toby, patting his shoulder. Toby, would you assist Senpai with a task? Toby, bewildered, stammered, a favor? Moments later, atop a clay bird, Deidara grinned at Emo-chan, who clutched a rope to which a miserable, wailing Toby was bound. Senpai, you failed to mention employing me as bait. Emo-chan chuckled. Necessity dictates. Toby, endure it briefly. Toby, on the verge of tears, lamented, you are too cruel. Just then, the tranquil lake surface erupted, and the colossal form of the Three Tails burst forth. As the spray subsided, a creature resembling a turtle with three tails materialized. Emo-chan released the rope, and Toby plummeted before the Three Tails' massive head. Hello, Toby stammered, greeting the Three Tails. The Three Tails, upon seeing Toby, roared and lunged with gaping jaws. Toby shrieked, sprinting across the water's surface. Deidara, covering his face, muttered, such disgrace. Are you not going to intervene? Emo-chan, seated cross-legged, observed Toby's plight with amusement. Let him frolic, it will serve as a lesson. Toby, fleeing, cried, Emo-chan senpai, Deidara senpai, help me. The Three Tails pursued relentlessly, sending up plumes of water. Deidara interjected. If you delay further, the lad will be devoured. Emo-chan finally arose, manipulating magnetic release chakra to levitate. Very well, escort this one to a safe distance. The ensuing events will encompass a wide area. Deidara, heeding the warning, steered the clay bird to snatch Toby and rapidly ascend. The Three Tails, bellowing, unleashed a barrage of water blasts toward Deidara as Emo-chan landed on its back. The Three Tails, sensing the intruder, writhed violently. Emo-chan clung tightly, extracting a box-like device, affixing it to the Three Tails shell and swiftly retreating. A modern iteration of a thermobaric explosive, Emo-chan's latest invention, comprised of nearly 10 billion compressed explosive tags. As he soared away, Emo-chan snapped his fingers, triggering the device with his magnetic release chakra. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion reverberated, birthing a colossal mushroom cloud. The intense radiance and searing shockwaves swept outward, instantly vaporizing the lake water, unleashing a tsunami. Deidara and Toby, buffeted by the blast, nearly tumbled from their perch. That fiend, still so reckless, Deidara exclaimed. Toby, aghast, breathed, truly terrifying. As the smoke dissipated, the Three Tails lay prostrate within a scorched crater, bloodied but still roaring in defiance. Emo-chan smirked. Resilient, indeed. Once more, he produced a grenade launcher, and with a series of whooshes, dozens of grenades, each containing millions of compressed explosive tags, were launched. A succession of detonations erupted upon the Three Tails, engulfing it in fire and smoke. The Three Tails writhed in agony, the surrounding terrain transformed into a pockmarked wasteland. Insufficient, Emo-chan muttered, his gaze fixed on the Three Tails, his assault unrelenting. From afar, Deidara called, Emo-chan, enough. Dispatch it swiftly. Emo-chan acknowledged the call, ceasing the grenade barrage and brandishing a massive iron tube. A 300mm rocket launcher. Each projectile contained nearly 10 million explosive tags. A refinement of his earlier ordnance for enhanced convenience. Emo-chan hoisted the launcher, aimed at the Three Tails, and unhesitatingly squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket, trailing a fiery plume, hurtled toward its target. Boom! Another deafening blast engulfed the Three Tails in fire and smoke. As the haze cleared, the Three Tails lay on the brink of expiration, emitting only feeble roars. Emo-chan descended, landing beside the gargantuan beast, devoid of pity. He placed his hand upon the Three Tails, enveloping it in magnetic release chakra. With a mighty heave, he hoisted the colossal form, and called to Deidara and Toby, let us depart and seal the Three Tails. Deidara and Toby steered the clay bird closer. Toby, observing the ravaged Three Tails, lamented, Emo-chan senpai, you are too brutal. It is pitiable. Emo-chan scoffed. Pitiable? Were it to rampage unchecked, countless lives would be extinguished. Deidara, however, beamed. Bravo. A job well done. We shall return triumphant. The trio, bearing the Three Tails, soared toward the Akatsuki base. En route, Emo-chan continued to ponder the ensuing plans. The successful capture of the Three Tails marked a further step in the organization's grand design. Yet he knew that the challenges ahead would only escalate. Upon their return, Pain and Konan awaited them. Pain, gazing at the Three Tails, declared, commendable work. Prepare for the sealing. As the others busied themselves, Emo-chan surveyed the scene, inwardly musing, how long must this continue? Chapter 56, Unending Conflict Sealing Technique. Phantom Dragon 9 consuming seals. As the demonic statue of the outer path began to siphon the crimson chakra, the Three Tails form gradually became ethereal. The assembly formed the tiger seal. Kisame quipped, a wretched sight. Its shell is shattered. Emo-chan, hearing this, smirked. What? Do you feel empathy for a fellow creature? Kisame retorted, do not speak nonsense. I merely lament the brutality of your methods. Emo-chan shrugged. Without such force, how could we subdue this behemoth? Konan observed quietly, uttering no words. As time elapsed, the Three Tails chakra was completely extracted, and the demonic statue of the outer path opened its third eye. Pain gazed at the outer path statue, speaking in a low voice. Next, we shall continue our search for the remaining tailed beasts. Everyone nodded in agreement, their projections fading one by one. Imo-chan stretched lazily and said, Sister Xiaonan, let us return. I feel a bit hungry. Xiaonan nodded gently and left with Imo-chan. Along the way, she remarked, your actions this time were as reckless as ever. Imo-chan chuckled, Sister Xiaonan, how can we resolve matters swiftly without taking risks? Upon returning to their residence, Imo-chan devoured his meal voraciously. Xiaonan watched him with a touch of tenderness in her gaze. Imo-chan looked up, food remnants still clinging to the corners of his mouth, and urged, Sister Xiaonan, you should eat as well. Xiaonan shook her head, I'm not hungry. Just take your time. After finishing, Imo-chan let out a satisfied burp, exclaiming, that was delightful. Xiaonan smiled slightly, you look quite content. Feeling a bit shy? Imo-chan scratched his head. Sister Xiaonan, I'm going to rest for a while. Xiaonan nodded, go ahead. Imo-chan returned to his room, lay on his bed, and soon drifted into slumber, contemplating the actions that lay ahead. In his dreams, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his expression contorted in pain as bloody scenes replayed relentlessly. Noticing the unusual sounds emanating from Imo-chan's room, Xiaonan gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Seeing him in such distress, her brow furrowed slightly as she approached the bedside, reaching out to smooth the furrowed lines on his forehead. Please, don't kill them, Imo-chan murmured in his sleep, his body trembling involuntarily. Xiaonan whispered softly, Little Chun, do not fear, it is merely a dream. Her voice was soothing and warm, an attempt to calm his restless spirit. Yet, Imo-chan remained trapped in that dreadful nightmare, the gruesome images flashing through his mind. The deaths and destruction he had witnessed during the war haunting him like demons. Xiaonan quietly sat by his side, holding his hand, offering warmth and strength, hoping to pull him from this tormenting nightmare. Suddenly, Imo-chan sat up, his eyes bloodshot, filled with rage. Little Chun? Xiaonan's gentle, concerned voice reached his ears. Turning to see her worried expression, his emotions gradually began to settle. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, and spoke hoarsely, Sister Xiaonan. I'm fine. Xiaonan sighed softly, wiping the sweat from his brow, and softly asked, Did you dream of those troubling things again? Imo-chan paused in silence before nodding. Those images are ever present. Xiaonan grasped his hand, her gaze resolute. It is all in the past. I will be here for you moving forward. Feeling the warmth of her palm, the shadows in Imo-chan's heart began to lift slightly. Thank you, Sister Xiaonan. A slight smile graced her lips. Rest well, try not to dwell on it. Lying back down, Imo-chan felt the covers being pulled over him as Xiaonan sat by the bedside, remaining until his breathing steadied before quietly leaving. The following day, Imo-chan reflected on the nightmare from the previous night, surrounded by bloody faces. After careful contemplation, he realized that now, only a select few posed a threat to everyone. However, those individuals would not be encountered for the time being. He left to inquire about some intelligence from Nagato before departing. Subsequently, he arrived at the mission assignment office, perusing the list of personnel who had recently accepted missions. The officer in charge stood silently, afraid to breathe, keenly aware of Imo-chan's uncharacteristic mood. After a moment, he set the list down and coldly inquired, why did the three of them not receive a mission before going out? Where did they go? The officer trembled as he replied, I am not entirely sure. It seems they received a secret mission on short notice, but I have no authority to know the specifics. Imo-chan scoffed, a secret mission? Not even you are aware? The officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lord Imo-chan, I truly do not know. Perhaps only a few higher-ups are informed. Imo-chan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, fine, I will investigate myself. With that, he turned and left. The officer sighed in relief as Imo-chan departed, pondering, what mission could the three of them possibly be undertaking? Why is it so shrouded in mystery? Soon, Imo-chan arrived at the ninja academy, pushing the door open and calling out, Brother Shirzong. Do you know who gave the order to the three of them? Shirzong, seated in the classroom organizing some ninja tools, looked up at the sound of Imo-chan's voice. Frowning, a few days ago, I heard them mention receiving a special task from the mission assignment office, but they didn't say where they were going. Is something wrong? As Shirzong spoke, the atmosphere around them chilled considerably, and Imo-chan turned to leave abruptly. He swiftly returned to the mission assignment office, seizing the officer, and, with a frosty demeanor, demanded, who assigned them their mission? There is only one chance. The officer turned pale with fright, stammering, Imo-chan. I don't know. I will ask the others. The officer hastily broke free from Imo-chan's grasp and rushed to consult his colleagues. After a while, he returned with 3 individuals in tow. One of the newcomers, sensing the tension, felt a jolt of alarm. Imo-chan, noticing their subtle expressions, approached and gripped the man's throat, coldly demanding, where did they go? I could spare your family. The man, turning red from the pressure, struggled to speak. It was Lord Ju. He issued the mission. But I haven't seen the details. Imo-chan released his grip, and the man collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. Imo-chan's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Very well. Lock him up. I will personally mete out justice upon my return. With that, Imo-chan vanished from sight. As he hurried towards the communications room, his anger surged. Pain, noticing his hurried entrance into the room, quickly followed. Inside, Imo-chan radiated an aura of menace, waiting as he used his ring to connect with the others. Pain entered and asked, Imo-chan, what has transpired to incite such urgency? Imo-chan, eyes closed, stifled his fury and did not respond. Half an hour later, the projections of all Akatsuki members began to materialize, with Pain and Xiao Nen standing behind Imo-chan. Once everyone had gathered, Imo-chan opened his eyes, fixing a steely gaze upon Ju's projection. Suddenly, he laughed coldly, his voice chilling as he declared, I previously mentioned that anyone who dares to lay a hand on my companions shall not go unpunished. I initially thought this ugly fish would strike first, but it seems it was you, the orphan Ju. Prepare yourself. Are you ready to enjoy the thrill of fleeing? Ha ha ha. Ju, our fates are now intertwined. Chapter 57. Wait for me. I am coming. Ju's projection, under Imo-chan's furious glare, emitted an eerie laugh. Humph, Imo-chan, do not be too arrogant. Imo-chan retorted fiercely, arrogant? You unilaterally dispatched the three of them on a mission. What is your ulterior motive? Pain interjected, calm down, Imo-chan. Let us clarify the situation first. Gritting his teeth, Imo-chan replied vehemently, Leader Pain, Ju secretly sent the three of them on a perilous mission without prior notice. Xiao Nen added from the side, Ju, you had better provide a clear explanation. Ju scoffed, this is for the organization's plan. Their mission is of utmost importance. Imo-chan, furiously laughing, retorted, of utmost importance? Spare me your nonsense. If you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, I will turn the ninja world upside down to drag you out and tear you apart. At this moment, the other members of Akatsuki began to voice their opinions. Deidara shouted, Machi, do not act rashly. Let us first hear what Ju has to say. Haiden chimed in, exactly. We need to clarify things first. Ju fell silent for a moment before speaking. Those three individuals play a crucial role in gathering intelligence. I have dispatched them to investigate an important lead, which pertains to the progress of the tailed beast collection. Machi roared, nonsense. You are merely seeking to use them as a dagger against me. Pain interjected sternly. Enough with the noise. Ju, matters like this must be discussed within the organization beforehand. Machi, calm down. Let us wait until they return to discuss further. Machi's eyes were bloodshot, breathing heavily. Fine. Is this your idea, Black Ju? You ordered this, didn't you? White Ju, an orphan, a mere scrap. As he spoke, his face contorted with madness, he declared, you two better wait for me. I am coming. With that, Machi's figure vanished from the communication room in an instant. Pain shouted in alarm, using the Rain Tiger Free technique to sense the situation, and was stunned to find that Machi had already flown several miles away. Itachi, who had remained silent, urged, Ju, you must run. That madman will certainly act on his words. Ju scoffed, run? Why should I? What can he do to me? Konan frowned and remarked, Ju, you have indeed gone too far this time. You know Machi's temper. Ju dismissed her concerns, saying, Humph, he is merely an impulsive fool. Pain's expression darkened. Enough. No more talking. Konan, pursue Machi and try to stop him. Konan nodded and disappeared in a flash. Meanwhile, Machi raced through the forest like a bolt of lightning, consumed by a singular thought. He must find Ju and make him pay. Konan pursued him relentlessly, calling out, Machi, stop. But Machi ignored her, maintaining his speed. Left with no choice, Konan accelerated, hoping to catch up. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed, and Machi's body lifted, soaring away at such a speed that he vanished from Konan's sight. Alarmed, she thought, Machi, don't be reckless. But all that responded was the sound of the wind. On the other side, after exiting the rain village, Machi sensed his surroundings for a moment before heading in a specific direction. With a crash, he shattered a tree, revealing a white figure, another clone. A clone, Machi muttered before swiftly snapping its neck and continuing his pursuit. His gaze grew increasingly fierce as he meticulously sensed the air around him, determined not to miss any trace of Ju. Ju, you cannot escape. Machi roared, his voice echoing through the woods. His speed was ghostly, leaving a trail of rustling leaves and snapping branches in his wake. Abruptly, Machi halted, sensing a familiar chakra fluctuation ahead. At last, I have found you. A cruel smile crept across Machi's lips as he charged toward the source of the energy. However, upon arrival, he discovered it was merely another of White Ju's clones. In a fit of rage, Machi obliterated the clone into fragments, cursing, damn it, Ju. If you have the guts, don't hide. Elsewhere, the immortal duo, Kakuzu and Haiden, had just ended their communication. Kakuzu spoke slowly, let us go. It's time to execute the plan. Haiden grumbled, you need to fill me in on the plan first. Kakuzu sighed, covering his face. Do you think that kid has truly lost his mind? Everyone's attention is focused on him. Didn't we agree to fake our deaths to escape last time? Haiden suddenly understood. So that's it. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Kakuzu shot him an irritated glance. No need to rush. Be careful not to be discovered. The The two quietly departed, taking care to avoid any potential watchful eyes. As they moved, Kakuzu remained vigilant, observing their surroundings. Don't let your guard down. If we are discovered, it will be troublesome. Haiden, unfazed, retorted, what is there to fear? If we're found, we'll fight our way out. Kakuzu scoffed. With that brain of yours, your survival relies entirely on me. Haiden huffed in defiance, but fell silent, following Kakuzu onward. On the other hand, White Jew felt a pang of anxiety. Since Machi ended the communication, he sensed that dozens of clones had already perished. It seems we have gotten ourselves into trouble. That madman is searching for us everywhere. Black Jew coldly remarked, what is there to fear? He cannot find our true forms. White Jew urged, but at this rate, all the clones will be killed, and if he discovers our hiding place. After a moment of contemplation, Black Jew suggested, let us lay low for now, waiting for his fury to subside. White Jew reluctantly agreed. That is the only option. I hope he calms down soon. Meanwhile, Machi continued to frantically search for Jew's whereabouts, ruthlessly destroying every clone he encountered. While the Akatsuki members worried about the internal strife, the trio responsible for the chaos found themselves confronting several shinobi of Jonin rank. Furong glanced at the burning village around them, exhausted. Xianghua, this mission seems to exceed our original scope. Should we contact our teacher? Shualian, covering her face, grumbled, do you want to bring the teacher here to grab the spoils? Xianghua frowned. Let us not concern ourselves with that. We need to handle these captives and see if we can extract any useful information. Furong nodded and began inspecting the bound Jonin. Meanwhile, Shualian complained, had I known, I wouldn't have taken this mission. It's such a hassle. Xianghua shot her a glare, stop whining and get to work. At that moment, one of the Jonin suddenly broke free from his bindings and dashed away. Trying to escape, Xianghua reacted swiftly, shouldering a rocket launcher and pulling the trigger. Whoosh! Boom! Flames engulfed the fleeing figure, leaving no trace behind. The other captives looked on in terror. Furong remarked, well, that's that. We won't get anything from them now. Xianghua coldly retorted, they wouldn't dare try anything funny again. Shualian pouted. So what do we do now? Xianghua pondered for a moment. Let us take them back first. Just as they prepared to leave with their captives, a chilling laughter echoed around them. Ha ha ha. 3 little girls. Quite impressive, aren't you? The trio instantly became alert, scanning their surroundings. A shadow emerged from the woods, radiating a formidable aura. Xianghua gritted her teeth. Who are you? The shadow replied, you don't need to know who I am. Leave the captives, and I may spare your lives. Furong shouted, not a chance. The shadow's expression darkened. You are courting death. With that, it lunged toward them. Chapter 58. The Will of That Man Bang. A figure fell from midair, dust swirling, landing with a thud that created a deep pit. A chilling voice echoed, Black Jew. At last, I have found you. The shadow trembled at the sound, internally cursing his misfortune. Machi emerged slowly from the pit, exuding a chilling murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on the shadow, gritting his teeth. Today marks your demise. Black Jew feigned calmness, sneering, Machi, do you truly believe you can kill me? Machi wasted no words, instantly charging toward Black Jew, magnetic powers surging in his hands, unleashing a barrage of ninja tools. Black Absolute hastily dodged, while simultaneously unleashing peculiar tentacles for defense. The two engaged in an intense struggle, causing the surrounding trees to splinter and collapse under the force of their battle. The 3 young girls stood frozen, unable to fathom that their mission had attracted others, particularly since one of them was their own teacher, and the adversary appeared to be known to him as well. They exchanged glances and, without hesitation, tossed a few grenades into the crowd before turning on their heels to flee. Their firepower had been deployed, and with their teacher present, a tactical retreat was the only logical course of action. In the corner of his eye, Emo-chun noticed the girl's actions, which provided him with a slight sense of reassurance. He let out a furious roar, intensifying his assault and forcing Black Absolute to retreat repeatedly. While defending himself, Black Absolute taunted, Emo-chun, is it truly worth it to fight so fiercely for these 3 girls? Emo-chun coldly retorted, enough idle chatter. Your demise is inevitable today. At that moment, distant explosions echoed, clearly indicating that the grenades had taken effect. Black Absolute and Appo's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the girls would act so decisively. Seizing the opportunity, Emo-chun unleashed his magnetic escape power, generating a powerful shockwave that sent Black Absolute hurtling away. Black Absolute crashed violently into a large tree, which instantly splintered upon impact. Emo-chun soared towards him, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a figure clad in white emerged beside him, but before a word could be uttered, a grenade materialized before his eyes. Boom! The fragments of the white figure were scattered everywhere. Emo-chun glanced at the obliterated White Absolute and scoffed. A lesson for your loose tongue. Seeing this, Black Absolute grew increasingly flustered. Emo-chun turned his icy gaze back to him, declaring, now it's your turn, Black Absolute. Struggling to maintain composure, warned, Emo-chun, if you kill me, the Akatsuki organization will not spare you. Emo-chun laughed heartily. Rest assured, I know you cannot be killed. I will seal you away in a place unknown, rendering your plans futile. Black Absolute was taken aback, stepping back slightly. Just as Emo-chun was about to act, a figure cloaked in a black robe appeared, and with a distortion of space, both individuals vanished from Emo-chun's sight. TCH, Obito, you can save him once. But I don't believe you can do it repeatedly, Emo-chun spat bitterly. He struck the ground with his fist in fury, creating a large crater. At that moment, the three girls returned. Xianghua cautiously inquired, Teacher, are you alright? Emo-chun rose, his expression darkening. I am fine. Are you all unharmed? Furong shook her head. Teacher, we are perfectly fine. Shuilian asked, Teacher, who were those two strange individuals? Emo-chun paused for a moment before replying. They are troublesome foes, but do not worry. With me around, I will not allow them to harm you. The three girls nodded obediently. Emo-chun surveyed the area and asked, How did the mission go? Xianghua responded, Teacher, everything has been handled. Emo-chun replied, Very well, let us return. With that, he led the three girls away from the chaotic scene. Shortly thereafter, they returned to Rain Village. Upon sensing their presence, Pain approached Emo-chun, observing him from a distance alongside Xianghua and the others, who were dragging a chain that trailed behind several white figures. Pain furrowed his brows and asked, Emo-chun, what is the meaning of this? Emo-chun smirked. This is to hang at the entrance, so those with ill intentions are aware of their fate. Pain cautioned, Emo-chun, do not act impulsively. Such actions may invite unnecessary trouble. Emo-chun scoffed, Trouble? Those who dare to harm my people must be prepared to face the consequences. At that moment, Konan approached, urging, Little Chun, calm down and heed Pain's advice. Emo-chun glanced at them and questioned, Then what do you propose? Should we let Absolute go free? Pain replied, The organization will deal with Absolute, but this approach is too extreme. Emo-chun gritted his teeth, conceding, Fine, I will follow your lead this time. But Absolute had best not show his face before me again. With that, he cast the chain aside, causing the white Absolute clones to crash to the ground. Pain shook his head in resignation, instructing, Dispose of these to avoid disturbing the village. Emo-chun turned with the three girls, muttering, That guy Absolute got off too easily. Meanwhile, in the realm of space-time, Obito Uchiha, disguised as Akatsuki's leader, coldly addressed Black Absolute. Do not let such reckless actions occur again. I will not intervene a second time. Do not mistake this for the will of that man. I will not indulge you. Black Absolute lowered his head, unable to meet Obito's gaze, and quietly replied, Yes, I understand. Obito snorted, Remember your words. Do not jeopardize my plans. With that, he expelled Black Absolute from the space-time realm. As Black Absolute was ejected, he exhaled deeply, inwardly cursing Obito. Yet, he knew he could not afford to sever ties with him just yet, so he chose to bide his time. Meanwhile, Obito's expression darkened further in the space-time realm, contemplating how Emo-chun's emergence had disrupted his plans, necessitating a recalibration of his subsequent actions. In the external world, the situation grew increasingly complex and tense due to this series of conflicts. In Rain Village, Emo-chun received a message from a hawk. After reading its contents, he burned the letter, a smile creeping onto his lips. Hidden within the desert, Sasori of the Red Sand seemed to sense something, glancing up to see Haiden approaching, grumbling. I can't believe you can endure this heat for so long. Enough of the complaints. We must wait here, Kakuzu said, brushing off the dust behind him. Sasori observed them with a faint smile. Is it your turn to escape? Haiden scoffed, Of course. That little rascal Emo-chun stirred things up and gave us an opportunity. Kakuzu cautioned, Do not let your guard down. While we may have temporarily evaded capture, we must remain vigilant against discovery. Sasori nodded. What are the plans moving forward? Kakuzu pondered for a moment. Let that little brat finish up. I've already transmitted the information to him. He really is a reckless child. Haiden exclaimed, Who cares? As long as we can leave that cursed Akatsuki place. Sasori frowned slightly. It isn't that simple. Emo-chun's decision to withdraw us is because he intends to clean up the internal rats. Once that is done, we must return. After all, that is where we belong. Kakuzu glanced at Sasori, saying, Let us put that aside for now and find a place to lay low. The group nodded in agreement and departed the desert together. Meanwhile, Emo-chun in Rain Village was preparing for the next phase of his actions. His gaze was resolute, and he had already devised a rough plan. Konan approached him and softly asked, Little Chun, do you truly feel confident? Emo-chun smiled, replying, Do not worry, Sister Konan. I will not disappoint anyone. Konan nodded slightly, advising, Just be careful. Emo-chun turned towards the exit, aware that a storm was on the horizon. Chapter 59. I missed you so much within the borders of the Stone Country, a land nestled between the Earth and Wind countries. Dark clouds loomed overhead, thickening the air with tension. Perched upon a rocky outcrop was a man clad in a red cloud cloak, with a bandaged swordsman standing behind him. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man clad in purple attire and armor, sporting a prominent red beard. He was the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple. Originally hailing from Amegakure, Old Purple had departed due to ideological differences with the third Tsuchikage, wandering the ninja world under the guise of a traveling monk. Little did he expect to encounter members of the Akatsuki today. In his perspective, it was evident that the person before him intended to strike. Humph. Those Akatsuki scoundrels think they can lay a hand on me. It won't be that easy. Old Purple glared fiercely, his chakra surging. Uchiha Itachi remained calm, perched on a rock wall, seemingly indifferent to the two. Kisame grinned wickedly. Four Tails Jinchuriki, today you shall not escape. As soon as he discerned the enemy's intentions, Old Purple swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing several high-temperature rocks that erupted forward. Unfazed, Kisame wielded his Samahata, deflecting the fiery projectiles which fell harmlessly before him. The magma dissipating and the bandages on Samahata falling away, causing it to grow slightly larger. Itachi continued to observe quietly, showing no inclination to intervene. Seeing this, Old Purple clapped his hands together, sprouting a tail from his back, enveloping himself in magma as he activated his tailed beast chakra mode. Kisame, noticing this, felt a thrill of excitement and charged forward again with Samahata in hand. Old Purple roared, engaging Kisame in battle. The clash of their immense powers sent shockwaves that fractured the surrounding ground. Kisame unleashed his water release. Exploding water shockwave, a torrent of water surged forth, colliding fiercely with Old Purple and Appo's lava release. The resulting mist enveloped the area. In the midst of the fog, Old Purple darted towards Uchiha Itachi, acutely aware that Itachi posed the greater threat. Meanwhile, Kisame rode the massive waves towards him, prompting Old Purple to focus on the immediate danger. Within his mental realm, Old Purple solemnly addressed his inner self. I require more chakra. The Four Tails, Son Goku, grumbled in discontent. Humph, it should have been this way long ago. With the infusion of chakra, Old Purple's power surged, the magma around him becoming ever more tumultuous as he launched a punch at Kisame. Kisame was pushed back several steps, yet his excitement only intensified. What tremendous power! However, it is still insufficient. He bellowed, attacking once more with Samahata. Old Purple sought to extract intelligence on Samahata while channeling his chakra, sprouting three tails as he charged forward. Kisame, grinning, swung Samahata. But Old Purple's fiery fist met the blade, forcing him to leap back for safety. As the magma receded, it seemed as if his chakra had been siphoned away, causing Samahata to swell in size, its tip extending a greedy tongue. Realizing the weapon's peculiar ability, Old Purple's expression darkened. Cursed blade, it can absorb my chakra, he exclaimed in anger. Kisame laughed heartily. Only now do you realize? Too late. He lunged at Old Purple once more, his momentum unyielding. As Old Purple evaded Kisame and Appo's onslaught, he contemplated his next move. Unbeknownst to him, Son Goku's chakra inadvertently flowed into Old Purple. Surprised, Old Purple smiled as his chakra surged, enveloping him in a crimson aura, signaling his entry into the second state of tailed beast mode. With newfound strength, he unleashed a powerful punch, infused with searing magma and fervent energy. Kisame's expression shifted as he quickly raised Samahata to defend, yet he was still forced back several steps. In an instant, Old Purple's crimson aura dissipated, leaving only a red chakra shroud around him as he reverted to the first state of tailed beast mode. Meanwhile, Kisame's Samahata expanded even further, adorned with red chakra, its mouth seemingly devouring something. Old Purple's heart sank, realizing his predicament was worsening. Having gleaned intelligence on Samahata, Old Purple formed hand seals for lava release, Mount Wagwa. Suddenly, a massive peak of molten rock materialized, descending upon Kisame. The latter, sensing the threat, tightened his grip on Samahata, channeling chakra into it as he hastily formed hand seals, exclaiming, water release, great shark bomb technique. A colossal water shark erupted forth, colliding with the lava mountain. A thick mist engulfed the area, obscuring everything. Before long, the immense peak began to shrink, while Kisame's water shark seemed to absorb the energy, growing larger and more formidable. Old Purple's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his adversary's jutsu could also consume chakra to enhance its power. The gigantic water shark crashed into him, sending him flying and crashing into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, Old Purple discovered he was gravely injured. Kisame brought Samahata down upon him, draining the last remnants of his chakra. With a violent cough, Old Purple spat blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Thus, the capture of the Four Tails Jinchuriki was complete. Uchiha Itachi slowly rose, his expression unchanging as he stated, let us return, it is time to seal him. Kisame hoisted the unconscious Old Purple over his shoulder, following Itachi. Along the way, Kisame remarked, the power of the Four Tails is quite formidable, yet it pales in comparison to us. Itachi remained silent, his demeanor stoic as they proceeded. The two brought Old Purple to a stronghold, where they awaited further instructions. Inside the hideout, Kisame unceremoniously cast the unconscious Old Purple aside and settled down. This old coot is quite a handful. It took a lot of effort to subdue him, Kisame muttered. Meanwhile, Itachi stood silently, his gaze contemplative as he pondered his thoughts. After half an hour, the projections of their comrades began to materialize. Zetsu, I've missed you terribly. Where have you been? A frantic voice inquired as a projection appeared, belonging to the previously relentless pursuit of Zetsu by Mu-chan, who now fixated on Zetsu's image, as if wishing to tear it apart with his glare. Zetsu's projection remained silent, seemingly disinterested in responding. This only fueled Mu-chan's ire further. Don't think your silence will let you escape. Once I find you, you'll regret it. Konan's projection interjected sharply. Mu-chan, cease your antics. Let us address the matter at hand. Only then did Mu-chan temper his demeanor, snorting in annoyance. Pain's distinct voice resonated. The Four Tails has been captured. We shall proceed according to plan. The group nodded in agreement. It seems we are down 2 members, Kisame observed, noticing the absence of 2 projections. Pain acknowledged. Indeed, it appears Kakuzu and Haiden have failed to capture the Five Tails, and White Zetsu's clones have lost their trail. Chapter 60. Five Tails Jinchuriki. Han Kisame frowned. This presents a bit of a dilemma. The Five Tails managed to escape. Pain replied, no matter, let us focus on sealing the Four Tails for now. At that moment, Mu-chan piped up. Even Kakuzu failed. It seems they met their end. Let me handle the Five Tails. What a nuisance. Pain remained silent for a moment before stating, let us first complete the sealing of the Four Tails. Then we will devise our next course of action. Mu-chan scoffed, falling silent. Deidara's projection stroked his chin, appearing to contemplate something. With the incantation of the sealing technique. Sealing technique. Phantom Dragon 9 seals. Pain performed the hand seals as the others followed suit. The outer path golem opened its maw, greedily drawing in the Four Tails chakra from Old Purple's body, the crimson chakra flowing eagerly into the golem's mouth. During the sealing period, Imo-chan cheerfully urged Ah-Fei. Don't be idle. Once the Four Tails is sealed, you must help me locate the whereabouts of the Five Tails so that I can avenge our senior, Jiao-du, and inherit his legacy. Ah-Fei's voice echoed back. Oh dear, I know, honestly. The group was diligently focused on the sealing process as red chakra continuously surged into the outer path golem's mouth, causing Lao Zi's body to gradually lose its life force. As the outer path golem opened its fourth eye, the projections of the group began to slowly dissipate. After the projections faded, Imo-chan muttered, the Five Tails is as good as captured. Xiaonan looked at Imo-chan's demeanor and gently shook her head. Meanwhile, Kisame and Itachi were preparing to leave the hideout after the sealing concluded. Kisame, carrying the Samahata, remarked, this went fairly smoothly. I just wonder if that kid can manage to capture the Five Tails. Itachi remained silent, offering no response. Imo-chan began to pack his belongings in preparation for the quest to find the Five Tails, checking his various weapons with an excited and confident gleam in his eyes. At the Akatsuki base, Pain stood high above, surveying below while contemplating the next step in his plans. In a distant corner, Zetsu silently observed everything, formulating his own strategies. Ever since being soundly defeated by Imo-chan, he dared not show his face in the Rain Village, and even White Zetsu had retreated. Both were perplexed by how Imo-chan had discovered them, given that he was a combat-oriented ninja with astonishing sensory abilities. Beside Deidara, Ah-Fei revealed a sinister smile beneath his mask. The news of sealing the tailed beasts had greatly shocked him. Both Jiao-du and Haiden had failed to capture the Five Tails and had gone missing. This situation was undoubtedly good news for him. The disappearance of the so-called immortal duo signified death, and in his understanding, even the progenitor of ninjas, Sage of the Six Paths, could not evade death, let alone the two of them. According to the information relayed by Zetsu, the scene of the incident was utterly horrific, leading him to believe the two must have perished completely. Meanwhile, Imo-chan continued his training in the Rain Village, acutely aware that he needed to grow stronger to face increasingly formidable foes. Xiaonan would occasionally visit him, and each time she witnessed his diligent efforts, her heart brimmed with comfort and anticipation. In contrast, within Konoha, Tsunade was overwhelmed, juggling complex paperwork while also trying to arrange mission assignments for Naruto's outings. Meanwhile, Asuma, who had been spared by the Akatsuki, stood at the entrance of Konoha Hospital, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. After exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, he gazed up at the sky, still perplexed as to why Imo-chan had let him go. As the sun set, Kurenai, heavily pregnant, emerged from the hospital, and Asuma quickly rushed to support her, anxious to ensure her well-being. Time passed, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Within the land of Earth, a man and a woman walked along the road, their red cloud cloaks strikingly conspicuous. The man gripped an iron chain, leading a bound white figure ahead of them. Imo-chan and Xiaonan had set out to capture the Five Tails. The captive was none other than a clone of White Zetsu. Initially, Xiaonan had intended to dissuade Imo-chan from his actions, but he simply stated, revenge must be pursued from youth to old age. Reluctantly, she ceased her attempts at persuasion, acknowledging that it was merely a White Zetsu clone. Imo-chan, wearing a proud expression, gazed at the bound clone ahead, humming a cheerful tune. Days later, they arrived at the base of a mountain. As Imo-chan prepared to question the White Zetsu clone, a towering figure appeared. You Akatsuki members are truly relentless. Do you dare to court death? Imo-chan looked up to see a man adorned with a conical hat, a red mask, and clad in red armor. emanating a powerful aura. Xiaonan furrowed her brow and quietly remarked, "It seems this is the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails." Imo-chin's lips curled into a confident smile, "Perfectly suited for me. Sister Xiaonan, just observe from the side. I will handle this." The Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, scoffed. "Arrogant little brat, you think you can defeat me?" With that, he vanished in a flash, charging at Imo-chun. Clang! Han's fist collided with a massive blade that Imo-chun had conjured from thin air, blocking the attack as he smirked. "Not bad. You've got some strength." Han glared furiously, unleashing his boiling release technique with an immense force that sent Imo-chun and his blade flying. Bang! Imo-chun crashed violently against the stone wall, a cloud of dust billowing around him. "Xiao-chun!" Xiaonan called out in concern, preparing to intervene. "Sister Xiaonan, I'm fine. Stay back. I and Oppos. I'm going to get serious now," Imo-chun replied, dusting himself off as he rose from the rubble. After shaking off the debris, Imo-chun spat out blood, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Seeing that he was unharmed, Xiaonan's white paper wings fluttered, distancing herself from the battlefield. Han observed him solemnly. The fact that his punch had not defeated Imo-chin surprised him. Reflecting on the earlier immortal duo, he steeled himself to confront the challenge ahead. Imo-chin glanced at the shattered blade, clinking as he discarded it, summoning a wrapped Samahata into his grasp. Han felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he could not afford to underestimate his opponent. "Allow me to demonstrate my true power," Imo-chin declared, charging toward Han like a wraith. Han bellowed. Boiling release, steam armor. Instantly, he was enveloped in a layer of scalding steam, bolstering his defense and strength. The two collided violently, with Han hastily retracting his fist and creating distance. Meanwhile, Imo-chin's Samahata swelled, bursting the wrappings to reveal its spiked blade. Han's eyes darkened as he sensed his chakra being siphoned away upon striking the peculiar sword. Imo-chin grinned. "How does that feel? Not pleasant, is it?" Han grunted, charging at Imo-chin once more, and the two exchanged blows in a fierce stalemate. At that moment, Imo-chin suddenly vanished from sight. Alarmed, Han quickly scanned his surroundings. "Right here," Imo-chin's voice echoed from behind him just as Han turned, only to be met with a powerful kick to his back, causing him to stumble forward. Seizing the opportunity, Imo-chin swung the Samahata at Han. Reacting swiftly, Han sidestepped, yet a gash was still carved into his shoulder. "Damn it!" Han roared. Feeling his chakra drain once again, he unleashed a surge of red chakra, sprouting four crimson tails behind him, clearly entering his first tailed beast state. Chapter 61. Capturing the Five Tails. As Imo-chin witnessed Han entering the tailed beast transformation, he felt not a trace of fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. "Now this is getting interesting," Imo-chin exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Han swung his powerful tail towards Imo-chin, who nimbly leaped to evade while simultaneously delivering a sweeping strike with his weapon, the shark muscle. The impact sent Han's rugged form flying, stripping him of 3 tails worth of chakra, causing Imo-chin's shark muscle to swell in size. Han crashed heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. He swiftly rose, his eyes ablaze with fury and indignation. "Don't get too cocky, kid," Han bellowed, as his red chakra intensified to a crimson hue, enveloping his entire being. This signaled the second state of the tailed beast mode. Observing this, Imo-chin discarded the shark muscle, unfurling a scroll and pressing his palm upon it. With a thunderous sound, smoke dissipated to reveal a Gatling gun in his grasp. From a distance, Xiaonan squinted, scrutinizing the weapon closely. This Gatling was unlike any she had seen before. While Imo-chin typically wielded black barrels, this one was blue, adorned with a lightning emblem on the grip. Han, noticing this peculiar armament, felt a surge of wariness. With a smirk, Imo-chin pulled the trigger, and the barrel whirred into action, unleashing a torrential barrage of hundreds of sunbond needles upon Han. If one were to slow down the scene, they would observe faint traces of electricity dancing along the needles. These were the sunbond bullets Imo-chin had ingeniously crafted from the disassembled Thunderblade, marking his inaugural use in actual combat. Han frantically swung his arms, attempting to fend off the deluge of attacks, yet many sunbond embedded themselves into his body. Roaring with rage, his chakra surged violently. However, Imo-chin showed no signs of relenting, continuously pulling the trigger while exclaiming, "Let me introduce you to my new invention." As Han's wounds multiplied, blood staining his armor, he stomped his foot, causing the ground to shatter beneath him. Using the rising dust as cover, he lunged towards Imo-chin. Imo-chin deftly sidestepped while continuing to unleash a hail of bullets. With a resounding boom, Han's fist struck the ground beside Imo-chin, sending massive stones flying. Seizing the opportunity, Imo-chin leaped into the air, halting his fire, tossing the Gatling aside, and brandishing the shark muscle once more. With a swift motion, he struck Han, sending him crashing into the mountainside. Han pushed aside the boulders, pinning him down, electricity crackling across his body as the tailed beast chakra dissipated, reverting to the first state of tailed beast mode. Holding the shark muscle, Imo-chin taunted, "You're holding up quite well." Emerging from the mountainside, Han glared at Imo-chin with fiery eyes, roaring, "You insolent brat, don't get too arrogant." With that, He charged at Emo-chan once more. Boiling release. Unmatched strength. Han launched a powerful punch, the wind from his strike howling through the air. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Emo-chan tossed aside the shark muscle and leaped into the air. Han looked up, a grin on his face, but his moments turned into minutes. That smile faded as he realized the severity of the situation. Emo-chan could fly. Among all ninjas, those capable of flight were rare and notoriously difficult to confront. While they could evade attacks, the reverse was not so easily accomplished. Emo-chan soared above, casting a mocking glance down at the increasingly frustrated Han. How does it feel? Can't catch me, can you? Gnashing his teeth, Han leapt repeatedly in an attempt to strike Emo-chan, yet he remained just out of reach. Han's gaze remained fixated on Emo-chan, who was communicating with the Five Tails, Mu Wang, within his spiritual plane. Mu Wang, I need your assistance. This opponent is formidable. Mu Wang growled deeply. Humph, allow me to take over. In an instant, Han's form underwent a monumental transformation, becoming a magnificent creature with a pristine white coat, 5 tails, and a head resembling that of a horse or dolphin, adorned with 2 sharp horns. This marked the complete tailed beast transformation, 5 tails, Mu Wang. Emo-chan's expression grew serious. This was his first encounter with a Jinchuriki-tailed beast. Unlike the 3 tails, Mu Wang could communicate and would not behave like a mindless beast. With a mighty roar, Mu Wang's voice reverberated, causing rocks to tumble around. It then propelled itself towards Emo-chan with a fierce charge. Emo-chan evaded with agility in the air. Retrieving a miniature scroll, he extracted an item from within, and upon unfolding it, it transformed into a palm-sized rocket launcher. 191 box-type long-range rocket launcher, he declared. Capable of accommodating various calibers such as 300, 370, 610, and 750 millimeters. Correspondingly, the projectiles in Emo-chan's grasp were packed with explosive tags. 100 million, 200 million, 500 million, and 1 billion tags. The last 750 millimeters projectile had been tested and was proven capable of matching the speed of the tailed beast's tailed beast bomb. With a small scroll, he loaded a projectile into the launcher, exclaiming, "Let us see how you like this." Mu Wang felt a twinge of unease at the sight of Emo-chan's strange weapon, yet it charged forth without hesitation. With a loud boom, Emo-chan pressed the launch button, and a shell screamed forth, detonating spectacularly before Mu Wang. The immense fireball and shockwave radiated outward, causing Mu Wang to stagger back from the force. Haha, here comes another. Emo-chan shouted excitedly, launching several more shells in succession. The explosions illuminated the area as brightly as day, leaving numerous wounds on Mu Wang. In a fit of rage, it began gathering energy for a tailed beast bomb. Seeing this, Emo-chan hastened his firing rate, projectiles continually exploding around Mu Wang. With a mighty roar, Mu Wang finally unleashed the tailed beast bomb, a colossal energy sphere hurtling toward Emo-chan. Yet he remained undaunted, swiftly swapping his scrolls and calling out, 750 millimeters, unleash. Dozens of even larger projectiles soared toward the tailed beast bomb. The collision in midair produced a cataclysmic explosion, the shockwave causing nearby peaks to crumble. Xiaonan, observing from afar, felt a wave of anxiety for Emo-chan. As the smoke cleared, Mu Wang panted heavily, its injuries worsening. Emo-chan also appeared fatigued. Yet his resolve remained unshaken. This isn't over, he declared, switching scrolls once more to prepare for another onslaught. Mu Wang opened its jaws, chakra swirling as it began to coalesce another tailed beast bomb, a true tailed beast offensive. Emo-chan aimed the 191 box-type long-range rocket launcher at Mu Wang, but hesitated, contemplating an even greater weapon that could be deployed. For reasons unknown, he ultimately decided against it. Just then, Xiaonan shouted, "Xiao-chun, finish this quickly." With a clenched jaw, Emo-chan resolved to act without delay, decisively pressing the launch button. Boom. The projectile shot forth, colliding with Mu Wang's tailed beast bomb once more. The immense energy from the clash distorted the surrounding space, shattering rocks and toppling trees. Seizing the moment, Emo-chan unleashed a relentless barrage, denying Mu Wang any respite. The tailed beast bomb was overwhelmed by the force of Emo-chan's projectiles, the beast letting out a pained roar as its strength dwindled. A series of explosions erupted around Mu Wang, its massive body teetering precariously. In the spiritual realm, Han called out urgently, "Mu Wang, hold on." However, Mu Wang had already sustained critical damage, its powers waning. As the opportune moment arose, Emo-chan shouted triumphantly, "It's over." He launched the final, powerful shell, striking King Mu directly. A howl escaped the king's lips as his colossal figure crashed down heavily. Han, too, reverted from his tailed beast transformation, falling into unconsciousness. Breathing heavily, Emo-chan descended slowly from the sky. Xiaonan flew over, her concern evident as she inquired, "Xiao-chun, are you alright?" Emo-chan waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I'm fine, Sister Xiaonan. We finally dealt with this behemoth." The two gazed at the unconscious Han, aware that the capture of the 5 tails had been a success. Chapter 62. The six-tails Jinchuriki the pair landed gracefully, with Mo-chan stepping forward to lift the unconscious Han. He whispered to Xiaonan, Sister Xiaonan, let us proceed to seal this creature. Xiaonan paused, taking in the devastation surrounding them, before nodding in agreement and following him. Along the way, Mo-chan hummed an unknown tune. His spirits lifted, while Xiaonan occasionally glanced at Han, lost in thought. Upon returning to the Akatsuki's base, Pain awaited their arrival. His distinctive voice resonated. Well done. Mo-chan nonchalantly tossed Han to the ground, grinning. Of course, do you not see who I am? Before the outer path golem. The remaining Akatsuki members simultaneously formed hand seals, the golem's massive maw opening to extract the tailed beast from Han's body. As Han writhed in agony, consciousness slipped from him, the chakra of the five tails slowly being siphoned away. Once the five tails was fully extracted and sealed within the golem, Han collapsed to the ground, a soulless shell. The golem's previously closed eyes opened once more. After Pain briefed the members on various matters, he ended the communication. Mo-chan tilted his head, a radiant smile gracing his face. Where are you hiding? Do not make me search for you. In a corner. The projection of Ju felt the weight of Mo-chan's murderous gaze and tightened in apprehension, refraining from uttering a sound. Xiaonan turned to Mo-chan, gently advising, do not act impulsively. We must prioritize the organization's mission. Mo-chan snorted coldly. I will drag that fellow out sooner or later. At that moment, the projection of Kisame chimed in. Well done, kid, but do not be too arrogant. Mo-chan cast a sidelong glance at Kisame. Are you dissatisfied? Kisame furrowed his brow, but chose not to respond. After leaving, Mo-chan reclined on his bed, hands clasped behind his head, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Xiaonan observed him and remarked, you should rest well. There are more daunting tasks ahead. Mo-chan nodded, closing his eyes. Yet, within his heart, he pondered how to address potential crises that loomed ahead and how to safeguard himself and Xiaonan amidst the chaos. In the land of Earth, within Amegakure, an irate elder, characterized by a prominent nose and a diminutive stature, voiced his frustration. Old Z has vanished, and now Han too? What are you all doing? This individual was the current third Tsuchikage, Inoki, who possessed the bloodline limit of dust release, a technique that outclassed many. Before Inoki, a group of ninjas stood in silence, too fearful to speak. Hurry and search for them, Inoki bellowed. The ninjas hastily complied, retreating in haste. Inoki furrowed his brows, anxiety gnawing at him. The consecutive disappearances of Jinchuriki posed a significant loss for Amegakure, and the possibility of a sinister conspiracy loomed large. Elder, did Han not report that two individuals clad in red cloud-patterned black cloaks were searching for him? Though those two were defeated by Han and went missing, could it be related? The portly Akatsuki behind Inoki suggested. Inoki's eyes narrowed as he replied gravely, it is very possible. Immediately investigate the identities and whereabouts of those two. Akatsuki responded promptly yes. Meanwhile, in a mysterious underground lair, candlelight flickered as Orochimaru reclined on a bed, panting, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His time for the rebirth technique was nearing its end, and his desire for Sasuke's body intensified. Yet, until the final moment, no one could ascertain if they were truly the hunter. In the land of fire, at Amegakure, Jiraiya had arrived at the Hokage's office. Tsunade sat in the Hokage seat, her expression grave as she regarded Jiraiya. Tsunade, the disappearance of the Jinchuriki from Amegakure may incite greater turmoil, possibly linked to the Akatsuki, Jiraiya stated. Tsunade furrowed her brows. Do you have any leads? Jiraiya shook his head. Not at the moment, but I believe we cannot afford to be passive. We must bolster our defenses. Tsunade crossed her arms, contemplating before declaring, you are right. Inform the Umbu to closely monitor any unusual activities around the village. Jiraiya nodded and added, furthermore, I intend to investigate further. Tsunade looked at him with concern. Please be careful. Jiraiya chuckled reassuringly. Do not worry. I will be fine. With that, he turned and exited the Hokage office. Back at the Akatsuki's base, Mo-chan opened his eyes, gazing out at the night sky, his thoughts swirling. Xiaonan entered the room, asking, still awake? Mo-chan turned to her. I cannot sleep. I am contemplating the future. Xiaonan approached him and softly advised. Do not overthink. Things will sort themselves out in due time. Mo-chan grasped Xiaonan's hand, asserting, Sister Xiaonan, I will become stronger and protect you. A faint blush crept onto Xiaonan's cheeks as she gently withdrew her hand, saying, get some rest. Mo-chan watched her depart, silently resolving to strengthen himself. In the land of lightning, within Amegakure, the fourth Raikage, heightened the vigilance around the Kura by in response to the news of the missing Jinchuriki from Amegakure. Meanwhile, the protagonist of Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki, had just completed a mission in Tsuchigumo village and, after bidding farewell to Yutaka and Hikari, began his journey home. Unbeknownst to him, this was their first and last encounter. As Naruto walked the path back to the village, memories of the mission flooded his mind, a smile unconsciously gracing his face as he reveled in the success of completing his task. Simultaneously, days prior, Mo-chan had received a new mission from Pain, and was preparing to set off with Xiao Nan to capture the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Initially, Nagato intended to undertake the task himself, but Imo-chan persuaded him against it. Recognizing the considerable burden of utilizing the six paths of pain and the complexities that accompanied it. Ultimately, he departed with Xiao Nan. The duo embarked on their journey. Imo-chan exhibiting an unusual excitement, frequently engaging Xiao Nan in conversation. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Tsuchigumo village, a relatively small ninja settlement, where they discerned the presence of ninjas from Kirigakure. After all, the current Six Tails Jinchuriki was a defector from the former Rain village. Imo-chan smirked, addressing Xiao Nan. Sister Xiao Nan, it seems this task will not be straightforward. The people of Kirigakure have also come to meddle. Xiao Nan remained composed, cautioning, be careful. Do not underestimate them. Imo-chan nodded, beginning to observe the situation in Tsuchigumo village discreetly. At that moment, in a corner of the village, several ninjas from Kirigakure were engaged in hushed discussions. Moments later, several Umbu ninjas from the Rain village found themselves bound together. Imo-chan clapped his hands, remarking, and they dare to compete with me for the tailed beast? Xiao Nan observed Imo-chan's actions, shaking her head in exasperation. Do not be too reckless. Be wary of traps. Imo-chan, however, remained unfazed. Sister Xiao Nan, fret not. These fellows are no match for me. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the bushes, inquiring, who are you? Release their swords. A man appeared, adorned with brown bangs that obscured his left eye, dressed in a blue haori, and wielding a bubble-blowing apparatus. Imo-chan turned to glance at him and smiled, saying, certainly, but you must accompany us. Yu Gao furrowed his brow and retorted, not a chance. As he prepared to take action, Imo-chan interjected, I would advise against that. Considering you are here to bid them farewell, aren't you? You have a student awaiting your return, correct? I can grant you time to say your goodbyes. Upon hearing this, Yu Gao's expression darkened. He clenched his teeth and asked, what exactly do you intend to do? Chapter 63. Message chuckled softly and remarked, our objective is rather simple. We desire the tailed beast within you. Glared at with fury, shouting, you shall not succeed. However, appeared unfazed, responding, that is not for you to decide. Run. They belong to the Akatsuki. A familiar member of the Mist Umbu shouted desperately. Upon hearing the name Akatsuki, S expression shifted to one of wariness. With his arms crossed, taunted, run? Do you believe you can escape? At that moment, interjected, do not delay any longer. Nodded and turned to, stating, I shall offer you one final chance. Come with us willingly, lest you suffer. Scoffed defiantly, even in death. I shall not let you prevail. With that, seized his weapon and unleashed a flurry of bubbles. Shook his head, producing the, and with a few swift motions, shattered the incoming bubbles. One stunned member of the Mist Umbu exclaimed, why is our village's great sword in your possession? Replied with a cold smirk. That is not for you to know. Seizing the opportunity, swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful torrent of water towards. With a sidestep, effortlessly evaded, remarking, such feeble skills cannot deter me. Urged from the side, end this quickly, do not prolong the battle. Acknowledged her words, channeling his strength to dash towards. Realizing the imminent threat, hastily retreated while simultaneously casting ninjutsu to assault. Wielded the, countering each incoming attack with ease, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before. S eyes widened with determination as he attempted to resist, but delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. The members of the Mist Umbu shouted in alarm, stood over, saying, do you not wish to harness the power of the tailed beast? A flicker of hesitation crossed eyes before he steeled himself, and red chakra began to envelop him. Removed his foot and calmly stated, let me show you the disparity in our strengths, so you may find closure, for this world is indeed brutal. In his tailed beast transformation, rose, declaring with righteous indignation, do not pretend to speak of justice. You only desire to seize my tailed beast, such a dream. Sheathed thee and drew a pistol, chuckling, you speak the truth. Someone once said, what I cherish most is the ruthlessness that follows when one has fulfilled their obligations, for I owe nothing to anyone. And thus there is no need for you to test me. You are destined to perish. Upon hearing his words, roared in anger and lunged at him, yet remained calm, firing the pistol repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of Sunban struck chakra cloak, igniting sparks. Staggered backward from the relentless onslaught, and his chakra cloak showed signs of wear. Observing this, discarded the pistol, wielding the once more, and with a swift motion, sent flying, crashing through numerous trees. When regained his footing, he was taken aback to see that only one tail remained of his once mighty chakra cloak. Gazing at the end's hand, he asked incredulously, why is the great sword of Rain village in your possession? Smiled mockingly, did you not hear? Now that you are aware, you should understand that victory is beyond your grasp. Already one of the weaker Jinchuriki would not have been taken by the Shura path in the original narrative had he been stronger. Moreover, though he lacked the chakra disruptor that Pain employed, possessed a replica of the, capable of draining his chakra with each strike. S expression grew increasingly grave as he stared at his chakra cloak turning a deep crimson. Recognizing the shift, focused intently, realizing that the situation had escalated. He had initially assumed would prioritize the safety of the Mist Umbu, yet was acutely aware that the second state of the six-tailed Jinchuriki's transformation differed from others. In the original story, he had eliminated 2 of Pain's 6 paths in this mode. In an instant, charged at him and swung like an eel, evaded the strike, clawing its chest. Clang! A clear sound of fracture resonated as hand pierced the large sword before. Who took the chance to distance himself? S. surprise was evident as he realized that just as he was about to strike, the large sword, which he recognized as the beheading sword, had thwarted his attack, deepening his confusion. Observed, now enveloped in a blue chakra cloak, with a serious demeanor, bracing for his next move. At that moment, unleashed a stream of pale yellow water. Earth-style, earth flow wall, swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a wall of earth to rise before him. The water struck the wall, producing a sizzling sound, revealing its corrosive nature. Seizing the opportunity, circled around the wall, intending to ambush, only to find his opponent and Appo's figure missing. Looking for me? A voice echoed from above. Looked up to see waving a metal pipe, cheerfully bidding him farewell. With a smile, declared goodbye. Whoosh! A rocket launcher discharged a shell straight towards, and Appo's pupils dilated as he attempted to evade, but it was too late. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing the area in smoke and debris. Frowned slightly, gazing towards the epicenter of the blast. As the smoke cleared, stood in disarray. Wounded in multiple places, his tailed beast cloak in tatters. Damn it! He gasped, glaring furiously at. Descended gracefully, wielding the, sneering, do you still not wish to concede? Gritted his teeth and charged it once more. Dodged effortlessly, swinging and with a resounding thud, was slammed into the ground, creating a crater and sending debris flying. His chakra cloak was stripped away, while it continued to swell, relentlessly siphoning his chakra. Lay within the crater, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with resentment. It was only when his chakra dwindled to a mere thread that lifted his gaze devoid of emotion, declaring, now, you can only leave her a message. Why? Why? Struggled to inquire, his tone laced with confusion. Chapter 64. Quickening the pace upon hearing Imo Chen's words, Yu Gao's eyes brimmed with despair. At that moment, Xiaonan stepped forward and addressed Yu Gao, stating, this is the cruel reality of the ninja world. No one can escape the designs of fate. With that, Yu Gao produced a device and slowly blew a bubble, which danced gently on the breeze, soaring into the distance. Not far from the forest's edge, a girl with green eyes and brown curls sat upon a rock, a smile gracing her face as if she awaited someone's arrival. Meanwhile, Mo Chun and Xiaonan walked along the path home, with Yu Gao trailing behind, bound by iron chains. At this point, he had come to terms with his fate, harboring only a sense of regret deep within. As they stepped into the land of rain, a sharp cry of an eagle pierced the air. Mo Chun halted, allowing the hawk to perch on his arm as he retrieved a message for inspection. What news do you have? Xiaonan inquired with a light chuckle. Mo Chun handed her the letter, jesting that Orochimaru's attempt at possession had failed and that he had been countered by Uchiha Sasuke, suggesting it was time to accelerate their plans. After reading the missive, Xiaonan nodded slightly, remarking, by your reasoning, does this mean Deidara is in danger? Mo Chun furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. I hope little Deidara does not act impulsively. I will send him a message. Xiaonan nodded in agreement, and the two continued on with Yu Gao in tow. Mo Chun and Appo's mind churned with thoughts of the unfolding narrative. Originally, Deidara had not clashed with Itachi due to Mo Chun and Appo's interference. However, after their last endeavor to demolish a small mountain, Deidara had previously been ensnared by Itachi and Appo's Jinjutsu, causing the story to revert to its original trajectory. Following the dispatch of the message via the hawk, they pressed onward and soon returned to the rain village. As Yu Gao approached a room, he seemed to sense something, his expression unchanging as he calmly asked, can you answer me one question? Mo Chun raised an eyebrow. Turning to Yu Gao, let us see what you wish to inquire. Taking a deep breath, Yu Gao slowly articulated, what is the purpose of collecting the tailed beasts? Mo Chun remained silent for a moment before firmly stating, peace. His tone was serious, his gaze unwavering as he met Yu Gao's eyes. Yu Gao scoffed at this, exclaiming, peace. To pursue it through such cruelty is nothing short of a farce. Mo Chun shook his head, replying, to be precise, there is an individual who desires peace. As for me, I only wish to protect those close to me. The fates of others matter not to me. Yu Gao retorted with a cold laugh. Such a selfish notion hardly qualifies as protection. It is merely your excuse. Xiaonan interjected, Yu Gao, you cannot comprehend. In this brutal world, it is only through such means that the possibility of peace can arise. Fuming, Yu Gao glared at Xiaonan. I cannot comprehend? How many innocent lives must be sacrificed for your so-called peace? Mo Chun, with an indifferent demeanor, countered, do not speak so grandly. You too have slain your own teacher, and you have not saved those innocent souls. Yu Gao's expression darkened, his body trembling with rage as he shouted, that was an accident. I never intended to kill him. Unmoved, Emo-chan coldly replied. But the fact remains that he died by your hand. That cannot be altered. With anguish and regret etched in his features, Yugao clenched his teeth and asserted, even so, that cannot justify your cruel actions. This world is not merely black or white. If you represent white, then I am black. We stand as opposites, incapable of mutual understanding. Humans are inherently selfish, Emo-chan stated, coolly revealing the truth of the world. After hearing Emo-chan's words, Yugao's strength seemed to dissipate as he leaned against the wall, murmuring, perhaps, but regrettably, I will not witness the conclusion. Emo-chan led him inside, where the members of Akatsuki turned their gazes toward them, and Pain, expressionless, prepared to seal him. As Pain's words echoed through the room, the atmosphere grew tense. The light of the sealing technique began to flicker, gradually enveloping Yugao. Despair mingled with a sense of release on Yugao's face as he scanned the room, his gaze ultimately landing on Emo-chan. Perhaps this is my fate, he whispered. Emo-chan silently observed, his heart devoid of any turmoil. In this unforgiving ninja world, he had long grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, fully aware of the implications of his choices. Just as the sealing was nearing completion, Yugao suddenly cried out, I hope your version of peace truly comes to fruition. As his chakra faded, the light in Yugao's eyes extinguished, and the tailed beast was successfully sealed. Taking a deep breath, Pain addressed the members of Akatsuki, stating, next, we must hasten our efforts. Emo-chan and Xiaonan exited the room, preparing to face the challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, the rain continued to fall outside, a somber testament to the sorrow and helplessness of this world. In the land of fire, within Konoha, Tsunade swiftly organized a team upon receiving intelligence, led by Kakashi and Yamato, to search for Uchiha Sasuke and Appo's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, investigating the Akatsuki organization, was preparing to return to Konoha. In a small town, Deidara retrieved a letter and a small scroll, frowning as he muttered, Teach, busybodies. The masked figure beside him, Toby, inquired, Deidara-senpai, whose information is this? Deidara shot Toby a glance, irritated, do not ask questions you shouldn't. Toby chuckled and scratched his head, I won't ask then, senpai. With a huff, Deidara dismissed Toby's presence and fell into contemplation, vexed by the message from Emo-chan. Such a hassle, but I, Deidara, will not back down, he thought resolutely, determination flickering in his eyes. At that moment, the small town bustled with life, yet Deidara remained oblivious, his thoughts solely focused on the impending mission. Let us go, Toby, he declared, striding forward. Toby hurried to catch up, chattering, Senpai, where are we headed? Deidara, exasperated, replied, just follow me, stop with the needless chatter. Their figures gradually faded into the throng of the town, leaving only the clamor behind. Along a road, two youths traversed the path, one handsome with a stern countenance, and the other with sharp teeth, wielding a large beheading sword. They were Uchiha Sasuke, who had countered Orochimaru, and his companion, Suigetsu of the Hozuki clan, both journeying towards an undisclosed destination, with a castle collapsed behind them. Sasuke gazed ahead, his eyes reflecting determination mixed with an undercurrent of uncertainty, while Suigetsu nonchalantly fiddled with his sword as they walked. Chapter 65. A billion explosive tags amidst the turmoil outside, within a modest dwelling in the Rain Village. Xiaonan busied herself in the kitchen, her face adorned with a smile. In the living room, Emo-chan sat surrounded by a plethora of papers, each depicting various weapon designs. As their relationship deepened, they found themselves on the cusp of expressing their feelings, both acutely aware of one another, yet hesitant to unveil their emotions until their plans were fulfilled. The current external demonic figure has already sealed seven-tailed beasts. A few days ago, Pain issued an order for Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki to capture the seven tails. During the Ch-nin exams in Sunagakure, Mu-chan marked a magnetic seal, which led the two to easily locate the Jinchuriki of the seven tails. However, upon deliberation regarding the capture of the eight tails, Mu-chan decided to halt the retrieval of tailed beasts after discussions with Nagato, as they awaited internal matters to be resolved. Subsequently, a cleansing was initiated in Amegakure, akin to a rain that washes away all dust. Mu-chan personally eliminated the traps set by Uchiha Obito. Meanwhile, Deidara encountered Akatsuki and Uchiha Sasuke on the outskirts of the forest, where tensions escalated as they faced each other. Deidara glared at Sasuke and exclaimed loudly, those eyes. Are you Uchiha Itachi's brother? Sasuke, with a cold demeanor, gripped his Kusanagi sword tightly and responded, tell me, where is Uchiha Itachi? Deidara sneered him. If you wish to know Itachi's whereabouts, you must first get past me. With that, he reached into his pocket and swiftly formed hand seals. Art is an explosion, Deidara shouted, instantly creating several clay bombs that hurtled towards Sasuke. In Amegakure, Mu-chan held a person and murmured to himself, this must be the last one. Sasuke swiftly dodged the incoming clay bombs. Boom. The explosions erupted behind him, sending plumes of smoke into the air. Is that all you've got? Sasuke taunted. Fuming, Deidara retorted. Don't get too cocky, brat. He unleashed more powerful clay bombs into the sky. At that moment, Akatsuki shouted, "Deidara-senpai, be careful." Ignoring the warning, Deidara focused solely on defeating Sasuke. Utilizing his Sharingan, Sasuke adeptly discerned Deidara's attack trajectories, continuously evading. Within Amegakure, after resolving the matter at hand, Mu-chan gazed into the distance, pondering, there shouldn't be any issues on Deidara's side. Konan approached him from behind and softly inquired, "Is everything settled?" Mu-chan nodded, "Yes. We should have some peace for a while." In the forest, the battle intensified as Deidara and Sasuke fiercely clashed, trees collapsing around them amidst the explosions. Shortly after, in a concealed area within the Land of Wind, Kakuzu laughed excitedly. "Ha! Haiden, you now owe me 65,630,000 Ryo." Since the plan commenced, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Scorpion had been hiding in the Land of Wind, and out of boredom, they engaged in a card game published by Mu-chan, with only Haiden, who was rather simple-minded, perpetually losing. Haiden frowned, muttering, "Humph, it's all this wretched game's fault. It's just bad luck." Scorpion coldly remarked, "Don't make excuses, Haiden. It's your own ineptitude." Kakuzu chuckled as he counted his money. "Haiden, you should hurry and find a way to repay me." Just then, Kakuzu seemed to sense something. Hastily retrieving a scroll and a vial, dripping blood onto the scroll before quickly forming hand seals for a summoning technique. Boom. A massive, scarred lizard emerged from the smoke, expelling a man who coughed violently. Damn Mu-chan, he truly compressed it too much. Kakuzu eyed the newcomer and furrowed his brow, asking, "Deidara, what happened?" Deidara, filled with rage, replied, "Don't mention it. I ran into that little brat Uchiha Sasuke, and he ruined my plans." Haiden leaned in curiously, "You didn't take care of him?" Deidara scoffed, "I don't know. He should have turned to ash. The power of what Mu-chan provided me rivals my ultimate art. If he is still alive, I'll hold Mu-chan accountable." Scorpion glanced at Deidara, stating indifferently, "Let us not dwell on that. Since you're here, we should await Mu-chan's subsequent plans." Seething, Deidara sat down, continuing to curse Uchiha Sasuke under his breath. Time reverted to the climactic showdown between Deidara and Uchiha Sasuke. Deidara unleashed C4 Karura. But due to the nature of the jutsu, Uchiha Sasuke utilized his lightning release to render the minuscule clay bombs ineffective, ultimately causing both to plummet to the ground. After a prolonged battle, their chakra nearly depleted, Uchiha Sasuke coldly stated, "Now, tell me, where is Uchiha Itachi?" Deidara's eyes widened as he bellowed, "Stop underestimating me." Sasuke's gaze sharpened as he charged forward with his Kusanagi sword once more. Deidara unfurled a scroll, and with a bang, a box-sized object materialized. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke halted. Deidara erupted into maniacal laughter. "Has this madman succeeded in his research? This, my little friend, compresses 100 billion explosive tags, capable of reducing a 5-kilometer radius to ashes. You cannot escape." Sasuke's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he sensed the immense threat. "Damn, this guy is utterly insane." Sasuke gritted his teeth. Deidara maniacally pressed the detonation trigger, proclaiming, "Art is an explosion. Let us vanish together." The sound of beeping echoed. Deidara quickly summoned the lizard and dove into its mouth. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, flames soaring into the sky, as everything around was engulfed in an endless detonation. Thick smoke billowed, dust swirling, as the area seemed to descend into an apocalyptic state. After a lengthy period, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a colossal crater where the ground lay charred and lifeless. By a small river, Suigetsu observed the distant flames with astonishment, suddenly recalling something. He swiftly retrieved a scroll, dripping blood onto it for a summoning technique. Boom! A massive purple serpent appeared, the legendary Manda, now battered and on the verge of death, its eyes resembling the Sharingan. Suigetsu's eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening here? From its mouth emerged a figure, staggering yet recognizable, Uchiha Sasuke. His clothes were tattered, stained with blood and dirt, and his hair was disheveled. Coughing violently, Sasuke's eyes reflected exhaustion and relief at having survived. As Manda's eyes returned to a vibrant green, it labored to speak. You're the one who used those eyes to control me." Before it could finish, its eyes dulled, losing the spark of life. Suigetsu rushed over to support Sasuke. "Sasuke, are you alright?" Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. "I'm not dead yet." Suigetsu glanced at the deceased Manda, shaken. What on earth happened? Such a terrifying explosion. Sasuke seethed. That madman Deidara actually used that kind of thing. Suigetsu took Sasuke back to the town for treatment, while Karen and Jugo hurriedly returned. The investigative team from Konoha was drawn in by the explosion, and by the time they arrived, the forest had been transformed into barren land, devoid of any useful clues. In the heart of Konoha, within a quaint tavern, Tsunade and Jiraiya sat together, sipping sake in a heavy silence that enveloped them. As dusk approached, Jiraiya finally broke the stillness, declaring his intention to delve deeper into the Akatsuki. However, Tsunade interrupted, insisting, "No ifs, you must return safely." Jiraiya chuckled lightly, suggesting a wager. "How about a bet? After all, you always lose when it comes to gambling." You should wager that I will perish. Tsunade's expression momentarily faltered. Then she retorted fiercely, what a time to jest. Jiraiya laughed heartily, raising his hand in a placating gesture. All right, no more jokes. I'm off, Tsunade. With that, he turned and walked away, his silhouette growing solitary against the backdrop of the setting sun. Tsunade watched him depart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she whispered, you must return safely. Meanwhile, in a modest room in a nearby town, Sasuke had made significant progress in his recovery. Karui, her features etched with concern, asked, Sasuke, what shall we do next? Yugo remained silent, his gaze resolutely fixed on Sasuke. Rising with determination, Sasuke replied, we must continue our search for Itachi. The Akatsuki will not relent, and we must grow stronger. Suigetsu nodded in agreement. Then let us set off. The group gathered their belongings and embarked once more on a perilous journey. In the Rain Village, the news of Sasuke's survival reached Mei-chan, who furrowed his brow in contemplation. He remarked to Konan, surviving such an explosion is remarkable. Luckily, Little D did not act foolishly. Konan inquired, should we alter our plans? Mei-chan shook his head, preparing to speak when suddenly, the air distorted, revealing a figure, Obito disguised as Tobi. Mei-chan quipped, Tobi, you still possess such skills? Outside, the torrential rain fell as Obito's single crimson eye, a Sharingan, became visible, prompting a shift in the atmosphere. Obito solemnly stated, it is time to proceed with our plans. You should capture the Nine Tails. Mei-chan crossed his arms, disdainfully questioning. Finally revealing your true identity? Who are you? After a moment of silence, Obito revealed. I am Uchiha Madara. Thunder cracked outside, illuminating Obito with an imposing aura. Mei-chan stifled a laugh, apologizing. Forgive me, I was lost in pleasant thoughts. Meanwhile, Konan and Pain's expressions turned serious, fully aware of the weight of that name. Mei-chan continued to suppress his laughter as Obito's Sharingan bore down on him, perplexed by his audacity to laugh at such a revelation. Finally regaining his composure, Mei-chan said, very well, you are Uchiha Madara, so what? Let us not forget. We are merely collaborators and not obligated to follow your directives. Obito retorted coldly, do not forget, we all need to capture the tailed beasts. With that, he spun his arm in front of him and vanished from their sight. Pain turned to Mei-chan, stating, we cannot disregard his words entirely. Mei-chan scoffed. Let us not concern ourselves with him. The matter of the Nine Tails cannot be rushed. Konan frowned slightly, but if we do not adhere to his instructions, it may lead to trouble. Mei-chan, arms crossed, fixed his gaze on Pain, saying sternly, if you are willing to risk your life, then go ahead and pursue the Nine Tails. After a moment of silence, Pain slowly replied, capturing the Nine Tails is a necessity. I understand your reservations, but is this not what your plan is meant to ensure? With a sigh, Mei-chan conceded, very well, but until we secure that entity, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Konan, perplexed, asked, Mei-chan, what is this thing that holds such significance for you? He shook his head. Now is not the time to divulge. The moment has yet to arrive. Just then, both Mei-chan and Pain turned their attention to the distant sea, sensing a presence. A man with long white hair, adorned with an oil forehead protector, emerged from the mouth of a frog. Pain's expression tightened. It is Jiraiya-sensei. Mei-chan furrowed his brow. What brings him here? Should we eliminate him? I can take action. After a moment of contemplation, Pain calmly replied, perhaps he is merely here to observe. However, unbeknownst to them, Jiraiya had silently begun his reconnaissance of the Rain Village. As Jiraiya cautiously navigated the village, he pondered the secrets of the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, Mei-chan and the others were still deliberating their next steps. Konan voiced her concern. Pain, are we really going to let Jiraiya-sensei go? What if he uncovers critical intelligence? After a moment of silence, Pain confessed, he has done me a great favor. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to harm him. Mei-chan, taken aback, muttered to himself, wait, didn't you eliminate Jiraiya directly in the original story? Am I mistaken? Scratching his head, he warned, Nagato, you must be cautious. Jiraiya is no ordinary individual. Should he discover anything, it could be detrimental to us. Pain remained grave, stating, I am aware, let us observe the sensei's actions for now. With a soft sigh, Konan fell silent. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's investigation deepened as he discerned the Rain Village's concealed secrets. After capturing 2 Rain Village ninjas for interrogation, he learned that the current leader was no longer Hanzo, but a man who called himself God. Pain. Elevated above, Mei-chan rose. Speaking softly, he knows enough. I shall intervene. If he does not leave, then he shall not escape my wrath. Chapter 67. A test. Pain nodded slightly, while Konan looked at Emo-chan's retreating figure with a face full of concern. Emo-chan quickly located Jiraiya and appeared before him, coldly stating, perverted uncle, you should leave now. Jiraiya's expression turned serious upon seeing the sudden appearance of Emo-chan. You little brat. So you are the one they refer to as Pain? Emo-chan scoffed. I am not Pain, but if you do not leave soon, you may find it impossible to do so. Jiraiya's gaze was resolute. Since I am here, I must uncover the secrets of this place. Hearing this, Emo-chan pondered deeply. He wished to engage Jiraiya in a full-fledged battle, curious to see if he could easily defeat Jiraiya at his peak strength. If he could not, his future plans would be exceedingly difficult to realize. After all, in the later chapters, there were formidable foes like the towering giants or monstrous beasts who could withstand such threats. With this in mind, he moved towards the ocean, his voice carrying to Jiraiya, "Let us depart. Here, you cannot unleash your full potential." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya followed closely behind Imo-chan. The two arrived above the sea, standing opposite each other as the wind howled and waves surged around them. Imo-chan crossed his arms, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Perverted uncle, are you not going to summon the two sages?" "I can wait." Jiraiya was taken aback. He did not expect this young man to possess such knowledge, particularly about the existence of the two sages. His expression turned earnest as he queried, "How do you know about Sage Mode and my ability to summon the two sages?" Sage Mode is a form of ninjutsu from the three great sage habitats, Mayaboku Mountain, the Land of the Dragons, and the Wetbone Forest. Jiraiya had accidentally stumbled into Mayaboku Mountain while practicing reverse summoning techniques in his youth, befriending the toad, Fukasaku, and other summoning beasts. Among them, Fukasaku and Shima were particularly special, with the great sage toad being above them. After learning the sage arts at Mayaboku, Jiraiya had never displayed them before others, which is why Imo-chan's reference to his use of sage techniques left him astonished. Imo-chan shook his head, smiling lightly. "Uncle, you cannot be so naive as to believe your enemies would provide you with intelligence, can you?" Jiraiya frowned, then bit his finger, blood flowing as he drew a line across his face, pressing his palms together to gather chakra. Summoning the two toad sages required him to form hand seals, a process that was quite time-consuming, although he could utilize Sage Mode without summoning the two sages. The limited time frame of merely 5 minutes posed a significant threat against a formidable opponent. Sage Mode necessitates a balance of physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy to enhance the power of ninjutsu. To absorb natural energy, one must achieve a state of stillness. With two sages aiding him, Jiraiya could maintain Sage Mode in battle, continuously absorbing natural energy. After their last encounter, Jiraiya understood that Imo-chan possessed peculiar ninja tools, so he dared not underestimate him. Realizing that his Sage Mode had been revealed, Jiraiya resolutely prepared to summon the two sages. He pressed his hands together, gazing at Imo-chan as he asked, "What is the true purpose of the Akatsuki? After killing Hanzo, what do you aim to achieve by seizing Amegakure?" Imo-chan scoffed, "Once you defeat me, I shall divulge that information." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya ceased his inquiries, focusing intently on summoning the two sages. After a brief moment, Imo-chan calmly declared, "In truth, I would prefer not to engage you, as you are a decent person. If possible, you should leave now." Imo-chan held a favorable view of Jiraiya, a man who roamed the ninja world seeking the prophesied child of the Toad Sage, all to bring peace. For the sake of Konoha, he even buried himself in the depths of the sea for information. If it were feasible, Imo-chan hoped that Jiraiya would depart after acquiring the unimportant intel. Hence his attempt at persuasion. Jiraiya's gaze was unwavering as he proclaimed, "You little brat, do not naively think you can persuade me to leave. Today, I shall uncover everything." Imo-chan shook his head in resignation and sighed, "If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite." With that, he activated the summoning technique, and Jiraiya successfully summoned the two sages. With a puff of smoke, two toads the size of fists appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders, one with white eyebrows and vertical white hair, and the other with a purple, bumpy head, both donning cloaks. They were Fukasaku and Shima. "Child, why do you always summon us in such noisy places? No wonder Fumida and the others are always complaining." Shima began to grumble upon appearing. "All right, dear," Fukasaku interjected hastily. "Little Jiraiya must be in trouble to summon us." Imo-chan's gaze remained fixed on Jiraiya and the two sages, his expression growing increasingly serious. Jiraiya's face began to take on a frog-like appearance, indicating he had entered Sage Mode. He spoke gravely, "Brother, sister, I need your assistance. This brat is a member of Akatsuki, a powerful enemy." Fukasaku's eyes sharpened as he looked at Imo-chan, saying, "Do not worry, little Jiraiya, we will lend you our strength." Imo-chan flexed his wrist and grinned, "Come, let me see just how formidable this legendary Sage Mode truly is." As Jiraiya activated Sage Mode, Imo-chan felt an old pressure return. Clearly, Jiraiya's strength was now exceptional. However, Imo-chan's blood circulated faster, his heart racing, as he extended his right hand, conjuring a decapitating sword from thin air. Fukasaku and Shima narrowed their eyes at this unusual ability, slightly taken aback. With a sudden burst of energy, Jiraiya propelled himself forward, leaving a trail of water in his wake. Bang! The sound of cracking echoed as, in an instant, Jiraiya struck with a punch, sending Imo-chan flying, shattering the decapitating sword in the process. Splash! Imo-chan plummeted onto the ocean and Appo's surface, creating a massive column of water. As the rain poured down, he found himself soaked, a chill enveloping him, yet his body thrummed with exhilaration, seemingly reveling in the thrill of battle. "Wait, Just as Jiraiya prepared to launch another attack, Emo-chun raised his hand and called for a halt. Jiraiya paused, gazing at Emo-chun with confusion. What? Are you afraid? Emerging from the water, Emo-chun wiped his face dry, smiling as he replied, What are you thinking? I am merely concerned you might ruin my clothing. As he spoke, Emo-chan removed his red cloud robe and carefully took off the blue-purple top, mumbling to himself, This was handmade by Sister Nan. I must not let it get damaged. Jiraiya watched Emo-chan's actions with a furrowed brow, exclaiming, Little brat, do not play tricks. Continue. Emo-chun flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. Perverted uncle. Here I come. With that, a blade known as the Samahata appeared in his hand. As Shima cautioned, Be careful with that sword. It is rather peculiar. Jiraiya nodded, saying, Then let us test the waters with some ninjutsu. Chapter 68. It's my turn to play. In a swift motion, Jiraiya formed hand seals, and in an instant, flames erupted from Shima's mouth, a whirlwind from Fukasaku's, and a torrent of oil from Jiraiya himself. The flames, wind, and oil combined in a fierce conflagration. A torrential wave of heat and power surging toward Emo-chun. Above the sea, mist began to rise as Emo-chun ascended, brandishing the shark skin blade. As he approached the fiery wave, he thrust the blade forward, cleaving through the flames, rapidly absorbing the Senjutsu chakra and gradually expanding in size. Emo-chun laughed heartily. Uncle Jiraiya, is that all you've got? You cannot harm me with such feeble tricks. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened, and he formed another set of seals, Senjutsu, super large Rasengan. A colossal Rasengan began to form in his hands, roaring through the air toward Emo-chun. Emo-chun's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he thrust the shark skin blade against the spiraling attack. The massive Rasengan began to shrink, prompting Fukasaku to alert Jiraiya that the blade could absorb chakra. With a sudden realization, Jiraiya pulled back, creating distance from Emo-chun. The shark skin, now turning to stone, was discarded by Emo-chun with a flick of his wrist. The Senjutsu chakra was inherently unstable. If not harmonized, it would adversely affect the absorber. And the nature of the Senjutsu from Myaboka Mountain caused the transformation into a frog stone. This was the reason the shark skin had begun to petrify. A mere imitation after all. Just as Jiraiya was about to make a quip, Emo-chun revealed another shark skin greatsword, causing both Fukasaku and Shima to widen their eyes in disbelief. Are you running a wholesale business? Emo-chun waved the blade with a grin. Jiraiya took a deep breath, his expression increasingly grave. He understood the strange capabilities of this youth and dared not underestimate him. You are indeed formidable, but today I will uncover the secrets of Akatsuki. Jiraiya shouted, charging forward once more. Emo-chun stood his ground, engaging in a fierce clash with Jiraiya. The surface of the sea became a chaotic dance of blades and chakra, sending waves crashing. Konan watched anxiously from afar, while Pain remained calm, observing the battlefield. The two fighters exchanged blows with no clear victor. Suddenly, Emo-chun vanished from sight. Not good. Jiraiya's heart raced as he heightened his vigilance. In that moment, Emo-chun reappeared behind him, bringing the shark's skin down with a powerful strike. Clang! The blade met Jiraiya's white hair, sending sparks flying. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Cover. Jiraiya unleashed a unique defensive technique, using his white hair to shield his body, which became harder than steel in Sage Mode. Raging Lion's main technique. Jiraiya changed his seals, causing his hair to grow rapidly like vines, attempting to ensnare Emo-chun. Emo-chun clicked his tongue, retreating swiftly and glancing at the shark skin in his hand, which was also showing signs of petrification. With a cold snort, he discarded the failing blade. Senjutsu, Thousand Needle Jutsu. Jiraiya cried out as his white hair transformed into countless sharp needles, launching toward Emo-chun. Boom! Emo-chun hurled several specialized grenades, blocking Jiraiya's technique and generating colossal waves that crashed over them. Little Jiraiya, this kid's jutsu is quite unique. Be cautious. Fukasaku warned from Jiraiya's shoulder. The two sages not only provided Jiraiya with natural energy, but also assisted in analyzing the enemy's techniques, enabling him to better comprehend his opponent's abilities. Emo-chun wiped the seawater from his face and grinned. Uncle Jiraiya, feel free to unleash your full power. Jiraiya's gaze hardened, warning, Kid, do not get too arrogant. Father of the child, use that technique. Though it strains the voice, it is necessary, Shima advised Fukasaku. Nodding, Fukasaku clapped his claws together. Senjutsu, Toad Song. Fukasaku and Shima began to harmonize, sending forth a powerful sound wave of genjutsu crashing toward Emo-chun. Instantly, Emo-chun felt dizzy, his consciousness fading. Not good. This genjutsu is too strong. He bit down on his tongue, striving to stay alert. From a distance, Konan's eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, it's genjutsu. Little Chun is going to lose control. Pain sighed, instructing her to evacuate the nearby crowds while he prepared to counter the waves. Okay, I'll leave this to you. Konan responded, turning to leave swiftly. Emo-chun's headache intensified, chaotic images flashing in his mind as his expression began to twist into madness. Ah, he roared, unleashing an overwhelming aura from within him. This kid, Jiraiya sensed the tremendous power and felt a twinge of fear. Emo-chan's eyes turned crimson, his demeanor wild as he laughed maniacally. I'm coming out to play. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, and Fukasaku's expression turned serious as he rasped. Oh no. This little brat is unaffected by the Jinjutsu. He seems to have grown even more terrifying. Try this. With the cause of their concern identified, Emo-chan drew an automatic rocket launcher, rapidly firing several projectiles. Jiraiya evaded the incoming missiles with agility. The projectiles detonated upon hitting the ocean, sending up towering sprays of water. You think this wild side of yours can scare me? Jiraiya shouted defiantly. Emo-chan cackled. Scare you? Then let us see this. He switched to a 191 box-type long-range rocket launcher. Whoosh. A 300mm rocket, compressed with millions of explosive tags, launched forth. Jiraiya's face paled as he sensed the catastrophic power contained within the missile. Fukasaku quickly formed seals, invoking Senjutsu, water barrier. A massive water curtain rose, attempting to shield against the missile's onslaught. However, the sheer might of the rocket, filled with explosive tags, shattered the water barrier effortlessly. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending monstrous waves crashing across the sea. Jiraiya was hurled backward by the force, skidding across the water for dozens of meters before regaining his balance. At the epicenter of the blast, waves surged several meters high, as Pain cast jutsu around the area to shield civilians from the impending flood. Remarkably unscathed. How about a taste of a 370mm rocket? Seeing Jiraiya merely pushed back, Emo-chan switched the launchers and prepared a more potent projectile. You brat. Do not let your hubris consume you. Jiraiya bellowed, charging forward once more. Emo-chan, laughing maniacally, called out. Come on, let us see if you can withstand this. Just as he was about to fire, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Konan. Little Chun, stop. She shouted urgently. Chapter 69. A return. Emo-chan beheld Xiao Nan, and the madness in his eyes dissipated. Xiao Nan, you are alive? Where are Yahiko and Nagato? Jiraiya inquired incredulously upon seeing her. During the Ninja World War, he had received news of the demise of the 3 members of the Frog Squad, and the sorrow of their loss had lingered in his heart. Burdened with the mission of finding the Child of Destiny, he had not delved into the matter further. But now, upon encountering Xiao Nan, he realized they had not perished. Xiao Nan gazed at Jiraiya, her expression complex as she said, Sensei Jiraiya, you must leave. Leave? In that attire, are you also a member of the Akatsuki? Jiraiya exclaimed. Tell me, where are Yahiko and Nagato? And why did you join this perilous organization? Emo-chan, displeased by Jiraiya's loud reprimand, interjected, Uncle, don't think that just because you are Xiao Nan's teacher, you can yell at her. I'll make you regret it. Jiraiya shot a cold glance at Emo-chan. Kid, what do you know? Xiao Nan, I hope you do not stray further down the wrong path. Xiao Nan lowered her head slightly, and after a moment of silence, replied, Sensei Jiraiya, this is our choice. You wouldn't understand the ideals of the Akatsuki. Emo-chan pulled Xiao Nan protectively behind him, glaring at Jiraiya. No one is allowed to harm Sister Xiao Nan. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. Xiao Nan, I have taught you all to protect peace in the right way, yet now you. Enough. Xiao Nan interjected, raising her head with determination in her eyes. Sensei, your ideals are outdated. This world needs change, and the Akatsuki is affecting that change. Emo-chan clenched his fists. Uncle Jiraiya, stop your incessant chatter. If you don't leave, I will take action. Sennin Shimasu, observing the situation, urged, Little Jiraiya, it's best to retreat for now. Jiraiya looked at Xiao Nan and Emo-chan, filled with disappointment and helplessness. He sighed deeply. Xiao Nan, I hope you do not regret your choices. With that, he turned to leave, prompted by Sennin Shimasu. Emo-chan sighed in relief as he watched Jiraiya's retreating figure. He turned to Xiao Nan and asked, Sister Xiao Nan, are you all right? Xiao Nan gently shook her head, her gaze still fixed on the direction Jiraiya had gone, her expression somewhat melancholic. Seeing this, Emo-chan took her hand and reassured her, Sister Xiao Nan, don't dwell on it. No matter what, I will stay by your side. Xiao Nan turned to Emo-chan, her heart warmed by his sincere gaze, and she nodded slightly. Together, they returned to their base amidst the rain. Shortly thereafter, a frog leaped in the rain village, and from within a building, it opened its mouth to release an elderly figure with flowing white hair. Jiraiya had returned once more. Be cautious, don't let that mad little brat discover you, Sennin Shimasu whispered. After their departure, Sennin Shimasu, keenly sensing his surroundings, detected subtle chakra amidst the torrential rain. Realizing it was a form of perception ability, determined to uncover the reasons behind Xiao Nan's survival and her involvement with the Akatsuki, as well as the fates of his other 2 disciples, Nagato and Yahiko, Jiraiya chose to disregard the advice of the 2 sages and ventured deeper into the rain village. Navigating cautiously among the buildings, Jiraiya aimed to avoid detection. However, Emo-chan's sensing abilities exceeded his expectations. P.S. back. What do we do? Emo-chan, halting his origami with Xiao Nan, inquired of Pain. Without emotion, Pain replied, I'll handle it myself. If he refuses to leave, we may have no choice but to take lethal action. Xiao Nan interjected, Nagato, he is our former teacher, can't we? Pain interrupted, Xiao Nan, Emo-chun. The plans of the Akatsuki must not falter. If he insists on obstructing us, we have no alternative. With that, Pain turned to confront Jiraiya. Emo-chun and Xiao Nen exchanged glances, both filled with resignation. Emo-chun had already urged Jiraiya to depart, respecting him but unwilling to allow any disruption to their plans, which explained Pain's decision to act while he remained silent. Meanwhile, Jiraiya continued to tread carefully. Suddenly, the animal path appeared before him, coldly stating, "You should not have returned." Jiraiya spun around to face a man with orange hair tied in a ponytail. When he recognized the eyes, he gasped, "Nagato?" The animal path stared expressionlessly at Jiraiya and slowly said, "Sensei, why are you so persistent?" Jiraiya, heartbroken, responded, "Nagato, what are you all doing? Xiaonen is with you. Why have you chosen this misguided path?" Disinterested in Jiraiya's words, the animal path launched an attack, summoning various summoning beasts to charge at him. Jiraiya swiftly countered with his ninjutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball. A fierce blaze surged toward the summoned beasts. The animal path continued to summon more beasts, and Jiraiya watched as the two toads maintained Sage Mode, effortlessly dealing with the onslaught. However, he also sensed something amiss and, smiling, remarked, "Nagato, do you really think these summoning beasts can defeat me?" Without delay, the animal path performed the summoning technique once more. Poof! White smoke dissipated to reveal not more beasts, but two figures, the hungry ghost path and the human path. As the hungry ghost path and human path advanced in tandem with the animal path to attack Jiraiya, he grew solemn. Rapidly forming hand seals, he unleashed Sage Art, 5 right gates. A torrent of flames, boiling oil, and powerful wind blades intertwined, creating a formidable force directed at the three paths. The hungry ghost path rushed forward, extending its hands to absorb the massive wave of fire and oil. Seizing the opportunity, the human path darted toward Jiraiya with incredible speed. Jiraiya sidestepped the attack and kicked out in response. However, the animal path simultaneously summoned even more powerful beasts surrounding Jiraiya. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, thinking, "This won't do." While defending against the three paths' attacks, he scanned his surroundings for an escape. After several exchanges, Jiraiya discerned the peculiarities of the three paths. Acting on Sennin Shimasu's advice, he decided to temporarily retreat to analyze the information on Pain. Otherwise, even in Sage Mode, he would be unable to cope. With the assistance of the two toads, Jiraiya finally broke free from the encirclement of Pain's paths and swiftly exited the battlefield. The three paths watched Jiraiya's retreating figure without pursuing him. Chapter 70. One of the three sages, Jiraiya with the assistance of two toad sages. Jiraiya finally broke free from the encirclement of the three Pain bodies and swiftly retreated from the battlefield. The three Pains gazed at Jiraiya's receding figure without pursuing him. In a secluded passage, Jiraiya, alongside Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima, began to analyze Pain's abilities. The powers of Pain were exceedingly peculiar. One could even absorb ninjutsu, while another, who merely summoned creatures, proved to be quite troublesome. Jiraiya's expression grew grave as he spoke. "This Pain's strength far exceeds our expectations." Sage Fukasaku nodded. "It seems, Jiraiya, that Pain and Appo's abilities are beyond what we imagined." Sage Shima added, "My boy, your disciple is quite formidable. We should retreat for now." Jiraiya diligently analyzed the intelligence regarding Pain. As far as he knew, the Rinnegan should consist of only a single pair of eyes, yet he encountered three Pain bodies simultaneously possessing them. Moreover, he felt an unsettling familiarity with their faces. Furthermore, the great Toad Sage had once mentioned that his disciple would either be the prophetic child who brings peace or a harbinger of disaster. The current situation evidently leaned towards the latter. Realizing he had strayed from the right path, Jiraiya, as a teacher, felt it was his duty to eliminate this threat. Ultimately, he resolved to confront them, while the two Toad Sages, though reluctant, supported him, aware of Jiraiya's determination. Moments later, the croaking of frogs echoed through the passage, and the three Pains seemed to have heard it, as they hurriedly entered the tunnel in search of him. Cautiously, they advanced, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and the two Toad Sages had already set an ambush. "Here they come," Sage Fukasaku whispered. As the Pains approached, Jiraiya suddenly leapt from the shadows, unleashing the Sage Art, super large Rasen Shuriken. The powerful spiraling sphere, accompanied by a howling wind, surged towards the trio of Pains. The beast path reacted swiftly, summoning several summoning beasts to shield itself. Boom! The Rasen Shuriken collided with the summoned beasts, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Seizing the moment, the hungry ghost path charged at Jiraiya. Fire style, Great Fireball technique erupted from behind. Jiraiya and Appo's shadow clone expelled a massive fireball, leaving the hungry ghost path no escape in the narrow passage. It turned to absorb the fireball instead. As the human path prepared to assault Jiraiya, the croaking grew louder, and Pain's eyes spun ceaselessly. By the time the three Pains regained their composure, they found themselves ensnared within a water tank, surrounded by four enormous frogs wielding gigantic swords. The beast path slowly spoke. "Jiraiya-sensei, I never imagined you possessed such formidable illusionary prowess. Jiraiya, standing outside the water tank, replied with a serious demeanor, Nagato, abandon your plans. It and Appos, it's not too late to turn back. However, the three pains remained unfazed, with the beast path sneering, Teacher, you are too naive. This is irreversible. With that, Jiraiya's expression hardened, and he declared, if that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Farewell, Nagato. With a piercing gaze, Jiraiya unleashed a lethal strike. Beyond the illusion, he wielded a great sword, piercing the hearts of the three pains in succession. Memories of his teachings to them flooded back. He had always believed Nagato was the prophetic child destined to bring significant reform to the ninja world, yet he ultimately found himself killing his own disciple. It is over, Jiraiya murmured, as he prepared to leave the passage. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jiraiya's ear. Did you not teach me to never let my guard down, Jiraiya-sensei? Startled, Jiraiya spun around to find Pain's Deva path had inexplicably appeared behind him. Boom. The walls of the passage crumbled as a figure burst forth from the dust. Jiraiya slid across the surface of the water for several meters before finally stabilizing himself. Drip, drip. Blood fell into the sea, prompting Sage Shima to exclaim, Kid, your left arm. Jiraiya gazed at his severed left arm, his expression darkening. I'm fine, he shouted through gritted teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Sage Fukasaku looked up at the shattered opening, questioning, what happened? Were they not already dealt with? Jiraiya squinted at the opening, explaining, those three were just a distraction. As they conversed, the Hell Path drew its sword, using its ability to restore the human path, hungry ghost path, and animal path. In no time, 6 figures emerged from the passage, coming into Jiraiya's view. Pain's 6 paths, reporting for duty. Jiraiya regarded the 6 paths of pain with a resolute and determined gaze, inwardly acknowledging that today marked a battle of life and death. The 6 paths of pain remained expressionless, with the Deva path coldly stating, Jiraiya-sensei, you have no escape. As Jiraiya recognized the face of the Deva path, his eyes widened in shock. Yahiko, I thought you were dead. Why do you possess Nagato's eyes? The Deva path remained impassive, offering no response to Jiraiya's inquiry. Slowly, it raised its hand, and the other 5 pains simultaneously launched an onslaught, unleashing a torrent of ninjutsu towards Jiraiya. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya, with the assistance of the 2 toad sages, unleashed all his power to counter the assault. However, the relentless and powerful attacks from the 6 paths of pain began to overwhelm him, leaving him increasingly fatigued and wounded. Could it be that he would perish here today? A fleeting sense of despair crossed Jiraiya's mind, yet he quickly steeled himself. Even in death, he sought the truth behind all of this. In the land of fire, within the village of Konoha, rain fell steadily. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade gazed anxiously at the downpour outside, a deep sense of unease brewing within her. Following Jiraiya's departure to investigate the Akatsuki's intel, she noticed an inexplicable turn of luck in her favor, a peculiar stroke of good fortune that did not bring her joy, but rather heightened her anxiety. Reflecting on her wager with Jiraiya, a dull ache settled in her heart. Suddenly, Shizun burst into the office, her expression fraught with concern. Tsunade-sama, there is still no news of Jiraiya-sama. Tsunade furrowed her brows, her fists clenching involuntarily. Send more people to investigate. We must find his whereabouts quickly. Shizun nodded and prepared to leave. Just then, Tsunade seemed to remember something and called out to Shizun, wait, inform the Umbu to heighten security around the village, lest the Akatsuki take advantage of our vulnerability. Shizun acknowledged her command and swiftly departed. Tsunade gazed out at the rain, murmuring, Jiraiya, you must not come to harm. Meanwhile, in the rain village, Jiraiya panted heavily, his vision blurring as he fought against the 6 paths. He had knocked off the beast path and Appos, as forehead protector, revealing the scar on its brow, and upon glancing at the other 5, he discerned the truth about Pain's identities. All 6 were individuals he had encountered throughout his ninja journey. Now gravely injured and unable to escape their encirclement, he could only relay the information to Sage Shima, urging her to find a way to return to Konoha. Jiraiya mustered his strength, looking towards Sage Shima with difficulty. Head, please ensure that the intel reaches Konoha. Sage Shima's eyes were filled with sorrow, yet she resolutely nodded in agreement. The 6 paths of pain closed in relentlessly, offering Jiraiya no respite. Bang! As the smoke cleared, Sage Shima vanished back to Mount Myaboku, while Sage Fukasaku remained behind to assist Jiraiya in his retreat. From a vantage point above, Konan watched the unfolding events with a heavy heart, closing her eyes as Moku-chan, observing her distress, shook his head helplessly. Allow me to escort the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. On his final journey, Moku-chan leaped down in front of the 6 paths, speaking calmly, but with an undertone of respect. Chapter 71. The news of Jiraiya's death. Jiraiya gazed at Machin with a sorrowful smile. Little brat, do you think this can deter my resolve to protect Konoha? Machin sighed softly. Senior Jiraiya, this is your choice, yet it is also my mission. Haha, young one, make your move. My death is merely a mark of life and Appos' passage. The journey I have traversed will be chronicled by others. This is not an end, but the inception of a new tale, Jiraiya proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Showing no fear of death, Machen bowed deeply in respect, turning to wave his arm as thousands of specialized grenades materialized around Jiraiya. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, engulfing the area in smoke. As the haze cleared, only devastation remained, and Jiraiya and Appo's figure had vanished. Machen stood in silence, staring at the ruins. Pain, the leader of the Six Paths, turned to leave, while Konan approached Machen, whispering, "It is over." Machen offered no reply, instead lifting his gaze to the sky, where the rain continued to pour, as if weeping for the fallen ninja. Meanwhile, within Myoboka Mountain, Sage Shima, burdened with grief, prepared to deliver the intelligence Jiraiya had sacrificed his life to obtain back to Konoha. Would Jiraiya's tale conclude with his demise while delving into the Akatsuki to uncover the truth? Elsewhere, in a building, Sasuke Uchiha finally found the trace of Itachi Uchiha. At that moment, Itachi sat calmly on a stone chair, gazing at the person before him, his younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi inquired placidly, "Now, how far can your Sharingan see?" Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. "I can see enough to know the murderer of our clan. Itachi Uchiha, today marks your death." Itachi sighed softly. "Sasuke, you remain so naive." With a roar, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and charged at Itachi wielding the Kusanagi sword. Itachi stood slowly, responding to Sasuke's assault with unhurried ease. Their figures intertwined within the building, the clash of ninjutsu and swordplay resounding through the air. Fueled by his fury, Sasuke aimed for lethal strikes, yet Itachi effortlessly countered each attack. "Sasuke, is this all you are capable of?" Itachi remarked coldly. Sasuke, enraged, intensified his assault, oblivious to the faint sadness and helplessness hidden within Itachi's gaze. As the fierce battle raged, two figures, Kagaya and Black Zetsu, peered from above, observing the standoff without any sign of engagement. "A Jinjutsu duel, perhaps?" Black Zetsu rasped. Within the Rain Village, after dealing with Jiraiya, Nagato appeared before Machen and Konan in a wheelchair. Weakly, he stated, "The intelligence has been leaked. I have decided to head to Konoha to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Naruto, Uzumaki. "I cannot agree. Have you forgotten my words? That place will lead to your demise." Machen yelled. Nagato remained silent for a moment before responding. "Machen, this is our mission. It must be fulfilled." Konan watched the two with a worried expression. Machen's eyes widened. "Mission? Is it truly more important than your life?" Nagato raised his head, his gaze resolute. "I know, but you require something from the plan. As long as you succeed, a temporary departure holds no fear." Nagato fixed his determined eyes on Machen, seemingly aware of what Machen needed, yet unwilling to speak it aloud with Konan present, fearing her opposition. Machen began, but Nagato interrupted. "Enough, Machen. Regardless of the outcome, you must at least try." Machen clenched his fists, frustration etched on his face. "Nagato, are you jesting with your own life?" Konan, observing their dispute, softly suggested, "Let us not bicker. Can we not consider other options?" Nagato shook his head. "There is no time." Konan, Machen, prepare to depart. Machen scratched his head, biting back his words. Konan sighed helplessly. The three figures appeared particularly heavy as they stepped into the downpour, embarking on a perilous journey to Konoha. Meanwhile, the brotherly duel had concluded. Even with the use of lightning release, Sasuke was unable to defeat Itachi. Seizing the moment of Sasuke's fatigue, Orochimaru emerged from the cursed seal, intending to claim both brothers' bodies and Sharingan. Ultimately, Itachi summoned Susanoo to seal Orochimaru with the Tensigen. Itachi slowly approached the trembling Sasuke, finally placing a gentle finger on his forehead, whispering, "Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time." After uttering those words, Itachi's body gradually slumped. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Eventually, he too succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. In a nearby forest, the masked Tobi, Obito Uchiha, was playing with Kakashi and Yamato's team. Suddenly, Zetsu appeared, casually stating, "It is over there. The victor is Sasuke Uchiha." Obito's eyes flickered beneath his mask, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Oh? Sasuke won?" That was to be expected. Kakashi, wary of the sudden appearance of Zetsu and Obito, demanded, "What is your purpose?" Obito ignored Kakashi, continuing to speak to himself. "From here on, things will become even more interesting." With that, Obito and Zetsu vanished in an instant, leaving Kakashi and Yamato standing in solemnity. Days later, within a cave, Obito evaded Itachi's Amaterasu, revealing everything Itachi had done to protect Sasuke and disclosing his true identity as Uchiha Madara. Sasuke ultimately reached an agreement with Obito, transforming Team Snake into Team Hawk, as the four prepared to capture the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. On their journey to seize the Eight Tails, Sasuke's expression remained cold, consumed by his obsession for vengeance, while Suigetsu, Yugo, and Karen followed closely behind, a heavy atmosphere enveloping them. Meanwhile, in the distance, at the Cloud Thunder Gorge, Killer Bee remained oblivious to the impending danger. Back in Konoha, a messenger frog relayed the news of Jiraiya's death. Instantly, The village was shrouded in sorrow. Naruto stood frozen, tears streaming down his face. Pervy sage. How could this happen? Iruka stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on Naruto and Appo's shoulder, unsure how to offer solace. Tsunade and Appo's face paled, her body trembling slightly. It was I who sent him. Shizune stood silently beside her, her eyes filled with grief. Kakashi furrowed his brow, reminiscing about the time spent with Jiraiya, his heart heavy with regret and guilt. Villagers bowed their heads in mourning for the great ninja. Above Konoha, a somber cloud seemed to envelop the village. Ribbit. In a forest, a bright red toad, clutching a cork in its mouth, was hopping in a particular direction. Chapter 72. The monk may flee, but the temple remains in the village of Rain hidden, atop a tall building. Emo-chun and his companions were preparing to venture to Konoha to capture the Nine Tails. During this time, Nagato contemplated many matters. He was aware of a portion of Emo-chun's plans, and as he grasped more of the abilities conferred by his Rinnegan, he increasingly understood the essence of Emo-chun's strategy, his Rinnegan being one of the pivotal elements. Although he was oblivious to how Emo-chun had acquired knowledge of the Rinnegan's innate techniques, their prolonged companionship led Nagato to place his trust in Emo-chun's schemes, which partially motivated his insistence on heading to Konoha. Emo-chun was cognizant of the outcome of this endeavor, yet he felt compelled to proceed. It was a critical aspect of his plan. Additionally, he harbored another significant objective, to locate Danzo, that cunning old man, and determine if he could eliminate him beforehand. If not, he would have to devise another approach later. Xiao Nan, observing the two lost in thought, spoke softly. Regardless, we must exercise caution. Emo-chun nodded. Rest assured, Sister Xiao Nan. This time, we will undoubtedly succeed. Nagato, propelling his wheelchair, stated slowly, let us depart. The three figures gradually receded into the rain, advancing towards Konoha, where an unknown and fierce battle awaited them. Meanwhile, Naruto emerged from the sorrow of Jiraiya's demise, guided by Fukasaku, to Mount Myaboku for sage training. Fukasaku informed Naruto that Jiraiya might still be alive. He had intended to resist Emo-chun's assault alongside Jiraiya, but when Jiraiya dispelled the summoning technique, he was returned to Mount Myaboku amidst the explosion. Naruto's eyes widened in urgency. Is that true? Fukasaku, where is that perverted sage now? Fukasaku shook his head. I do not know, but since he dispelled the summoning, he may have his reasons. Naruto, your priority now is to focus on mastering sage techniques and becoming stronger, so you can protect the village and search for him. Naruto nodded resolutely, his gaze firm. I understand, Fukasaku. I will train diligently. In the harsh environment of Mount Myaboku, Naruto commenced his rigorous training, driven by his concern for Jiraiya and his determination to safeguard Konoha. In the land of lightning, within the Yunlei Gorge, Sasuke Uchiha, accompanied by his Hawk team, approached Killer Bee, ready to initiate the capture of the Eight Tails. Simultaneously, in a concealed location, Zetsu gradually materialized beside Obito. They were nearing Konoha. And that madman followed as well, intending to plant another pawn in the rain-hidden village. Obito's expression was inscrutable beneath his mask. After a moment of silence, he remarked, no need to rush. Let us assess the situation first. That lunatic Emo-chun's presence may pose some complications, but it should not be significant. Zetsu nodded, his form melding into the ground. Obito gazed towards the Yunlei Gorge, his mind calculating the forthcoming plans. Days later, outside Konoha, Pain of the Six Paths eliminated the perimeter guards before joining Xiao Nan and Emo-chun. Xiao Nan wore a look of exasperation as she regarded the iron chains in Emo-chun's grasp, at the end of which were several white bodies, clones of white Zetsu sent for surveillance and communication. Upon seeing Pain approach, Emo-chun scratched his head and asked, is it confirmed? Might Guy isn't in the village, right? Devapath Pain nodded slightly. It is confirmed. He is absent. Prepare for action. Emo-chun grinned widely. As long as he is not here, I can relax. Currently, the most formidable individual in Konoha is absent, which eases my concerns. Might Guy, known as the Blue Beast of Konoha, was nearly responsible for a catastrophic ending in the plot. It is no wonder I was apprehensive. If he truly opens the eighth gate, even flight would be of little use. I do not wish to face that individual. Devapath spoke expressionlessly. The diversion will be executed by Azura Path, Animal Path, and Preta Path. Reconnaissance will be conducted by Human Path, Deva Path, Hell Path, and Xiao Nan. Emo-chun, you are free to act. Emo-chun nodded, spreading his hands. Very well, I shall entertain myself. Once preparations were complete, Azura Path hurled Animal Path into the air above Konoha, a tactic to mislead the village's barrier perception of intruders. As Animal Path breached the barrier, Konoha's sentries detected an intrusion, with one sensing ninja urgently announcing, enemy incursion. One individual. Instantly, alarms blared throughout Konoha, and ninjas sprang into action. As Animal Path landed, it immediately formed seals to execute the summoning technique, and the other 5 paths, summoned, swiftly dispersed. Outside Konoha, Xiao Nan smiled at Emo-chun, advising, do not go too overboard. I will prepare a meal for you upon your return. Emo-chun chuckled mischievously. That is a promise, Sister Xiao Nan. With that, Xiaonan transformed into a white paper and floated towards Konoha. Emo-chun activated his magnet release, beginning to levitate, directing his gaze towards the Hokage building, soaring swiftly in that direction. As the alarm resonated, Tsunade immediately notified all personnel to prepare for battle, while also instructing the summoning frog to relay a message to Naruto to return. Unfortunately, before the message could be dispatched, Danzo dispatched the frog. After Tsunade summoned the slug for support and medical assistance, a chilling voice echoed behind her, demanding, "Where is that dog, Danzo?" Tsunade whirled around to find Emo-chun had appeared behind her without her noticing. "Members of the Akatsuki, you shall not wreak havoc in Konoha," she bellowed. Emo-chun, ignoring her, scanned the surroundings as if searching for their leader, a smirk forming on his lips as he bypassed Tsunade and charged into the Hokage and Appo's office. Tsunade, fuming, pursued him closely. Inside the Hokage office, Danzo stood with a sullen expression, blood pooling on the desk before him. Upon seeing Emo-chun burst in, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes, quickly masked by a facade of composure. Emo-chun's smile brightened upon spotting Danzo. "Prepare to meet your end, you wretched cur." With a swift motion, he brandished a rocket launcher, firing it within the confines of the cramped room, convinced that Danzo could not evade it. Before the explosion erupted, Danzo sneered, "What a dull child." Boom. In an instant, half of the Hokage building was obliterated. Emo-chun's eyes widened in disbelief and fury. He realized he had been deceived. This was merely Danzo's shadow clone. Emo-chun soared from the wreckage, shouting angrily, "Danzo, you cannot escape." Coughing, Tsunade seethed, "Damn it. That despicable Akatsuki." She had assumed Emo-chun sought to confront Danzo, but instead, he launched an immediate attack. It seemed Danzo had fled. And with half of the Hokage building destroyed, what difference was there between this and complete ruin? Tsunade, filled with rage, prepared to confront Emo-chun, only to witness him suddenly levitate, hovering in midair while scanning the vicinity, as if searching for something. Emo-chun shouted in fury, "Danzo, the monk may flee, but the temple remains." With that, Emo-chun darted towards the outskirts of the village, vanishing from Tsunade's and the other's sight in an instant. Chapter 73, Damn. I haven't even left yet. After Emo-chun's departure, Tsunade surveyed the devastated Hokage building, her expression dark and foreboding. She swiftly organized the ninjas to initiate rescue and defensive measures, anticipating further assaults from the Akatsuki organization. Meanwhile, Emo-chun frantically searched the outskirts of the village for Danzo's whereabouts, his eyes ablaze with fury and determination. At that moment, Danzo was concealing himself in a secret underground chamber, scrutinizing Emo-chun's movements through a crystal ball, plotting how to counteract this deranged adversary. Emo-chun searched for a long time without catching sight of Danzo, his rage intensifying. Suddenly, a potential location struck him, and he shot off in that direction. As he departed, his furious roar echoed, "Danzo, I will find you." Observing Emo-chun's flight path, Danzo's unbound eye widened in alarm, hastily issuing orders to his subordinates to disperse and retreat, while he himself prepared to exit the village. Danzo's frantic command stemmed from his acute awareness of Emo-chun's perilous nature and the likelihood that his visit to Konoha was aimed squarely at him. Danzo, the leader of the Root organization, had long been engaged in numerous clandestine operations within Konoha, accumulating many enemies both within and beyond the village. The moment he laid eyes on Emo-chun, he recalled the schemes concocted alongside Hanzo against the Akatsuki. Emo-chun's long-standing animosity towards him further compounded the threat. Previously, Emo-chun had articulated his intent to eliminate Danzo, making him the primary target upon arriving in Konoha. To avert significant losses for himself and the Root organization, Danzo had no choice but to retreat swiftly, conserving his strength and biding his time for future opportunities to confront Emo-chun and any other impending crises. "Yes, Lord Danzo," a Root member promptly replied, rushing to relay the message. Danzo rose, grasping a cane, and departed the area with several elite members of Root. In midair, Emo-chun soared forward, his gaze piercing, leaving no stone unturned in his quest for Danzo's trace. Meanwhile, Danzo and his elite team hastened along a concealed path, his expression grim as he silently cursed Emo-chun's intrusion for disrupting his plans. "Sir, do you really believe we can evade that madman?" One of the Root members couldn't help but inquire. Danzo scoffed, "As long as we move swiftly, he won't find us so easily." Yet, Emo-chun's sensory abilities, enhanced by his magnet release, grew increasingly acute, and he sensed an unusual presence, altering his course to pursue it. As Konoha faced the onslaught of pain from the Six Paths, elite ninjas quickly devised a response to impede Pain's actions. Among them, Asuma Saratobi. After ensuring the safety of his pregnant wife, Kurenai Yuhi, prepared to lend support. He leaped atop a building, observing the smoke-filled Konoha. And just as he was about to move in a specific direction, a familiar figure caught his attention. Asuma, a formidable close-combat Jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village, possessed a strong sense of responsibility and would not remain passive during such a crisis. The familiar figure he noted might unexpectedly influence the unfolding situation, adding complexity to the events at hand. Contemplating this, Asuma swiftly pursued the figure. Unbeknownst to Imo-chin, Asuma had taken notice of his trajectory. He landed at the village's edge, spotting several masked Ambu members preparing to depart. Hey, you are from Root, aren't you? Imo-chan inquired excitedly, a smile gracing his face. The Root members halted abruptly at the sound of Imo-chin's voice, their expressions shifting to caution. One among them coldly retorted, Akatsuki member, do not obstruct our path. Fully aware of the narrative at play, Imo-chan promptly swung his arm, conjuring a multitude of ninja tools that hurtled towards the Root members. Once a member entered Root, Danzo would ensure they were marked with a curse, rendering any information extraction impossible. Imo-chan had come to sever Danzo's roots, and thus he acted decisively. Stop! A voice boomed. Clang, clang, clang. Before the speaker could arrive, the kunai that had fallen to the ground seemingly sprang back to life, embedding themselves back into the bodies of the Root members. How is this happening? A gravely injured Root member gasped in agony as he faced death. Imo-chan crouched before him, a radiant smile on his lips. Want to know? I won't tell you. At that moment, Asuma arrived on the scene, witnessing the unfolding chaos. Why? He shouted angrily. Imo-chan turned to Asuma, his tone indifferent. Are you out of your mind? I'm here in Konoha to eliminate dogs. What else would I be doing sightseeing? Asuma's brow furrowed, his chakra blade gripped tightly. Regardless, wanton slaughter in Konoha is unacceptable. Imo-chan rose, dusting off his clothes nonchalantly. Asuma, don't block my path, otherwise, I'll take you down too. Asuma's gaze was resolute, displaying no sign of retreat. Then let us see about that. Simultaneously, Deva Path approached Tsunade, inquiring fruitlessly, while Human Path, having gathered information, spread his arms and began to levitate, uttering profound words. Outside Konoha, Konan and the other 5 paths arrived, and after Human Path extracted the Silent Soul, they learned that Naruto was not in the village and resolved to destroy Konoha. Beast Path spoke slowly, I will employ that technique. These bodies will be entrusted to you. Konan's eyes flickered with concern as she asked. That will place a tremendous burden on your body. Is it truly necessary? Xiaochen has yet to emerge. Beast Path firmly gazed at Konan, stating, Xiaochen has his own intentions, and he can fly. Konan nodded slightly, her expression grave. As it was said, the 5 paths, drained of chakra, collapsed to the ground. Just as Imo-chan was about to engage Asuma, his peripheral vision caught sight of the levitating Deva Path, his pupils dilating in alarm as he cursed, Damn. I haven't even left yet. Without further regard for Asuma, he hastily flew towards the outskirts of Konoha. Meanwhile, Deva Path floated, proclaiming, Feel pain, experience pain, accept pain, understand pain. Those who do not know pain will never comprehend peace. He continued rising into the air, his arms outstretched. Chapter 74. Division. As the Deva Path pain unleashed the almighty push, a cataclysmic repulsive force erupted from his core, engulfing the surroundings. The village of Konoha was immediately plunged into chaos. Buildings crumbled, the earth fractured, and the overwhelming power sent people flying. In midair, Imo-chan gazed upon the ravaged village and the vast pit beneath the Deva Path, reflecting on the misfortunes that had befallen Konoha. At that moment, Asuma arrived, surveying the devastation with fury as he confronted Imo-chan. Is this the outcome you desired? Imo-chan scoffed dismissively. What concern is it of mine? Go find him if you wish. I have matters to attend to. With that, he turned away from Asuma and sped off towards where Konan and the others awaited. Asuma watched Imo-chan's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in frustration, yet feeling powerless. He redirected his efforts to assist the injured villagers. Meanwhile, upon seeing Imo-chan return, Konan sighed in relief. I'm glad you're safe. Imo-chan shrugged. I nearly fell prey to that guy. Thankfully, I managed to escape swiftly. Within Konoha, the scene was one of devastation, with the groans and cries for help of the wounded echoing amidst the ruins. Tsunade, relying on the split of the slug, tirelessly healed the injured, her heart heavy with anger and sorrow. Meanwhile, the Deva Path, having expended a significant amount of chakra, appeared somewhat weakened, yet his gaze remained cold, devoid of any compassion for Konoha's plight. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke dissipated nearby, revealing 3 enormous toads. Atop the largest sat a figure carrying a scroll, Naruto Uzumaki. Having completed his sage training, accompanied by the 3 great sages of Mount Myaboku, Fukasaku, Shima, and Gamabunta. Fukasaku, exhaling a plume of smoke, inquired, Shouldn't we have appeared in Konoha? Where are we? Naruto, surveying the desolation of Konoha, was filled with shock and rage. He leapt from Gamabunta's head, fists clenched. Gritting his teeth, what in the world happened? Who did this? The toad sage inhaled deeply and replied, It seems Konoha has faced tremendous calamity. Naruto glared at the Deva Path, shouting, Was it you who destroyed Konoha? The Deva Path regarded Naruto coldly, offering no response. As the other 5 paths gathered beside him, their expressions grave, Konan remained calm, suggesting, Let us return to Nagato. Imo-chan, overhearing Konan, frowned. Sister Konan, you go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Without waiting for a reply, he departed. Konan sighed softly as she watched him leave, then summoned a pair of white wings from paper and flew towards Nagato. Meanwhile, Naruto engaged in a fierce battle with the 6 paths of pain. The air crackled with the brilliance of various jutsu, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In the village, rescue efforts continued amidst the ruins. Once Emo-chan completed his preparations, he stealthily returned to the outskirts of the battlefield, concealing himself as he observed the unfolding situation, his mind seemingly calculating something. As he silently watched the intense clash between Naruto and the 6 paths of pain, his plans became increasingly clear. Not far from the village, several masked figures scrutinized the battle scene. In the shadows, Danzo's unbandaged eye gleamed with anticipation. He felt a thrill at the destruction pain had wrought upon Konoha. Many formidable elites had perished, and Tsunade, in her desperate attempts to protect the remaining villagers, had overextended her chakra, appearing aged and unconscious. Although unexpected damage had occurred to his roots, the core elite remained intact. The more Danzo contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. The position of the next Hokage would undoubtedly be his. Emo-chan, concealed in the shadows, kept a close watch on the battlefield, his schemes weaving together like an intricate web. Danzo, hidden away, eagerly awaited Konoha's further weakening amidst this disaster, facilitating his ascent to the Hokage position. His ambitions and desires were known only to that exposed eye. Meanwhile, Obito and others pondered their next steps following Sasuke's failure to capture the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. The entire world of shinobi seemed ensnared in a colossal vortex, with an uncertain future looming ahead. Before long, Emo-chan observed Naruto, having escaped the Deva Path's gravitational pull and vanquished the Deva Path, heading in a certain direction. He had no intention of intervening, having watched the entire battle unfold. And upon failing to locate Danzo, he sighed and followed suit, fully aware that a pivotal moment was at hand. Arriving at a colossal tree made of paper, he found Naruto seated across from Nagato, who was preparing to perform the outer path, samsara of heavenly life, to resurrect the fallen of Konoha, book in hand. As Nagato began to cast the jutsu, he noticed Emo-chan's entrance and smiled. Emo-chan, it's time to abandon the plan. Our path has been misguided. Jiraiya-sensei. Emo-chan furrowed his brow, interrupting, Nagato, why must you persist? With unwavering resolve, Nagato replied, Emo-chan, after all we've endured, I now understand that our hatred only brings forth more suffering and death. Emo-chan remained silent for a moment, then spoke, but what of our sacrifices, our efforts? Are they to be rendered meaningless? Nagato shook his head. It's not meaningless. Rather, we have strayed from our course. Peace achieved through violence is not true peace. Naruto, standing by, affirmed with determination, Nagato, I believe you can make the right choice. Emo-chan clenched his teeth, his tone icy. Nagato, perhaps I should never have joined you. You are the true kin, while I am the outsider. It is your choice to sacrifice your life to save them, but I must forge a path for their survival. Konan, anxious, replied, Emo-chan, how can you think this way? We have always been together. We simply chose the wrong path. We must return to our original course. Have you forgotten Yahiko's ideals? Having sensed Emo-chan's emotional turmoil upon his arrival, Konan's concerns intensified after witnessing the exchange between him and Nagato. For so long, they had pursued a path to peace, embodied by the spirit of the Akatsuki founded by Yahiko. Yet, following Yahiko's death, the organization's course shifted under Nagato's leadership, collaborating with the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara to capture tailed beasts as a means to intimidate the shinobi world into peace. However, complications arose, causing members like Kakuzu to remain hidden. Emo-chan's plans had progressed smoothly. Prior to arriving in Konoha, he had even foreseen Nagato's fate. Yet, they still came, and everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Nagato's suggestion to abandon the plan left him feeling that their efforts had been in vain, leading to an inevitable rift. Chapter 75. The 5 Kage Summit. Emo-chan's expression darkened as he scoffed. Yahiko's ideals? Humph, merely a beautiful fantasy. Look where we stand now. What have we sacrificed? To surrender so easily is to betray those who have sacrificed so much. Tears welled in Xiao Nan's eyes as her voice trembled. Xiao-chun, it is not like this. Our past actions will only breed more hatred and suffering. Only by rectifying our mistakes can we truly achieve peace. Emo-chan glared fiercely. Sister Xiao Nan, you are too naive. This world has never known true peace. Only the strong have the power to dictate everything. Nagato spoke slowly. Emo-chan, we have all been blinded by hatred, believing that extreme measures could bring about peace. But that is far from the truth. Emo-chan clenched his teeth. Nagato, I respect your decision, but I will not give up as you have. I will pursue the peace that resides in my heart in my own way. With that, Emo-chan turned and left without looking back. Xiaonan watched his retreating figure, tears streaming down her face. Xiao-chun. Nagato sighed deeply. Let him go. Perhaps one day he will understand. After Emo-chan departed, his heart was filled with anger and resentment. He ran wildly through the wilderness, silently vowing to become stronger and carve out his own path to peace. In Emo-chan and Appo's absence, Nagato persisted in utilizing the outer path to resurrect those who had fallen in the battle for Konoha, thereby sacrificing his own life. Outside of Konoha, Emo-chan gazed at the countless orbs of light, shaking his head and dismissing them, for he had already sown the seeds for the future. When the time came for his plans to unfold, any resistance would be met with his will, capable of reducing Konoha to ruins once more. With a cold expression, he regarded the brilliant lights, a smirk playing on his lips, laced with disdain. Humph, Nagato, what can your futile sacrifice possibly change? With that, he turned and walked away, his silhouette fading into the darkness. Upon returning to the Akatsuki base, Emo-chan intensified his frenzied research on weapons and ninjutsu. He fused magnetism with technology to create even more formidable weaponry. His room was cluttered with intricate blueprints and components, and he worked tirelessly, utterly focused on enhancing his own strength. Meanwhile, Konoha, having endured the devastating calamity, gradually began to regain its vitality. Naruto and his peers were continually growing and training, preparing to face the new challenges that lay ahead. However, unbeknownst to them, Emo-chan's plans were quietly taking shape in the shadows, heralding an even greater storm. Within Konoha, as Tsunade fell into a coma, Shimura Danzo, with the backing of the Land of Fire's daimyo and the upper echelons of Konoha, successfully ascended to the position of Hokage. Seated in the Hokage's office, his one eye gleamed with pride and ambition. He surveyed the rejuvenating village of Konoha, secretly calculating ways to consolidate his power. The villagers murmured about Danzo's rise, with many harboring feelings of worry and doubt. Meanwhile, the younger generation of Konoha, including Naruto and Shikamaru, remained vigilant against Danzo's ascendance. Shortly after Danzo's appointment, news of the Five Kage Summit reached the neutral Land of Iron, initiated by Raikage A of the Cloud Village. The meeting was convened in response to the abduction of the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, by the rogue ninja Uchiha Sasuke. Unbeknownst to them, Killer Bee had escaped after losing his tail. The other Kages, having also suffered losses of their tailed beasts, felt compelled to respond. Upon hearing of the summit, Danzo's brow furrowed, his mind racing. This summit does not bode well. They are likely plotting against Konoha. Humph, I, Shimura Danzo, shall not let them succeed. At that moment, in the Land of Iron, the Kages from various nations began to arrive. Raikage A, with a furious demeanor, declared, "We must demand an explanation from Konoha." The Tsuchikage, Anoki, squinted, calculating his own strategy. The Mizukage, Mei Terumi, sat elegantly, her eyes glinting with shrewdness. The Kazekage, Gaara, wore a grave expression, fully aware of the significance of the meeting. In Konoha, Danzo, accompanied by two subordinates, embarked on the journey to the Land of Iron, where a discussion critical to the future of the ninja world was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito informed Sasuke of Danzo's participation in the Five Kage Summit. Sasuke, accompanied by his team of 4, set out, driven by a desire for revenge against the Uchiha clan and his brother, Itachi. During the summit, discussions regarding the resolution of the Akatsuki organization ensued, with each of the 5 great nations harboring their own agendas. The negotiations were fraught with tension, culminating in a furious Raikage smashing the table before him. Ultimately, the leader of the Land of Iron, Mifune, proposed the establishment of a united ninja army, wherein all nations would contribute equally. He then recommended Danzo as the leader of this coalition, to which the other 4 Kages vehemently opposed. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the guard from the Rain Village, Ao, utilizing a transplanted Byakugan, discovered that beneath Danzo's bandages lay an eye imbued with green chakra. Identifying it as the Sharingan of Uchiha Shisui, Danzo's expression darkened, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Raikage exclaimed with fury, "Danzo, you despicable villain! How dare you steal the eyes of the Uchiha clan?" Anoki snorted contemptuously. "It seems Konoha is far more treacherous than we imagined." Mei Terumi's eyes brimmed with disdain. "How can one like you lead the united army?" Gaara spoke calmly. "Danzo, you must provide an explanation to everyone." Feigning composure, Danzo retorted, "This was necessary to protect Konoha. It was a decision made out of necessity." Just then, Sasuke and his team forcefully entered the meeting venue. As the Kages prepared to confront Danzo further, a white Setsu clone appeared in the conference room, announcing Sasuke's arrival. Raikage swiftly dispatched it, along with his guards, to confront the intruder. Shortly thereafter, Sasuke, empowered by Susanoo and Amaterasu, severed Raikage's left arm. Amidst the ensuing chaos, he sought out Danzo, who seized the opportunity to escape with his guards. As Sasuke and Karin pursued, they were obstructed by the Tsuchikage and Mizukage, nearly losing their lives, until Uchiha Obito intervened. When Raikage and Gaara arrived, Obito emerged, carrying Sasuke, and proclaimed the commencement of the 4th Great Ninja War. Raikage glared at Obito, incredulous. "What treachery is this, you shadowy figure?" Obito sneered. "The 4th Great Ninja War will be a reshuffling of the ninja world. Brace yourselves for despair." Gaara's expression was serious. "No matter what schemes you have, we will not back down." Obito ceased further dialogue, vanishing with Sasuke in an instant. Anoki frowned. "This is troublesome. We must prepare for the impending war swiftly. Mei Terumi nodded. Inform all nations to expedite the formation of the United Ninja Army. Meanwhile, Danzo retreated under the protection of his guards, his heart brimming with rage and indignation. Damn it, how could so much chaos erupt at such a crucial time? In the ninja world, the declaration from Obito had plunged everything into a state of tension and turmoil. Chapter 76. Kage of the Heavens. On a desolate bridge leading back to Konoha, an eerie silence enveloped the area, devoid of any life. High above, Emochin stood quietly, his gaze fixed intently upon the bridge and its surroundings. Upon hearing news of the 5 Kage summit, he understood that a fierce confrontation between Danzo and Sasuke was imminent. Sensing a splendid opportunity, he arrived early to await the unfolding drama, ready to reap the rewards. Soon after, Danzo arrived with 2 guards, and Uchiha Obito appeared out of thin air. Witnessing this, Danzo discarded his cane and began to dismantle the shackles on his right hand. The guards, Yamanaka F and Akimichi Choji, launched a vigorous assault on Obito, believing they could buy time for Danzo. However, their well-meaning strategy crumbled as they were swiftly defeated and drawn into the Kamui dimension. After subduing the 2, Obito released Sasuke and Karin from the Kamui space. Upon encountering his nemesis, Sasuke immediately engaged in combat with Danzo. Drawing upon the Hashirama cells embedded in his right arm, Danzo fought fiercely against Sasuke. After an intense battle, Sasuke utilized the power of his Manjiki Sharingan to deplete the ocular resources Danzo required for his Izanagi. Danzo, contemplating the possibility of using Karin as leverage to threaten Sasuke into retreat, found his attempts futile. Undeterred, Sasuke pierced through both Karin and Danzo's chests with his lightning techniques. Realizing escape was no longer an option, Danzo tore open his shirt, revealing a cursed seal on his chest. Contemplating sealing both Sasuke and Obito within the 4 symbol seal during his final moments. At that critical juncture, Emo-chan, who had been lurking in the skies, descended like a specter. With a swift motion, Danzo's consciousness faded as he realized blood was flowing from his body. Obito and Sasuke regarded the newcomer with solemn expressions. Oh, Obito, or should I call you Uchiha Madara? Emo-chan landed gracefully, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he addressed Obito. And Sasuke, what an enthralling performance this has been. Obito's eyes narrowed. Emo-chan, how did you come to be here? Holding Danzo's severed head, Emo-chan replied with a chilling smile. I have come for vengeance, for Yahiko. Sasuke, panting heavily, scrutinized Emo-chan with suspicion. Who exactly are you? Emo-chan cast a fleeting glance at Sasuke, but chose not to respond. Instead, he turned his attention back to Obito. I am aware of your true identity, so it would be wise for you to steer clear of my territory. I will seek you out again, Obito. With that, Emo-chan vanished from sight. Carrying Danzo's head with him, Sasuke watched the direction in which he departed, his brow furrowed in contemplation. That individual is quite enigmatic. Obito remained silent for a moment before speaking. Put him aside for now, Sasuke. Your mission remains unfinished. As Emo-chan departed, a sinister light flickered in Obito's eyes. Meanwhile, Sakura and the others arrived, and the ensuing events unfolded as dramatically as in the original tale. Emo-chan returned to the Rain Village, placing Danzo's headstone at the grave of the original Akatsuki members. Raindrops fell upon him as he solemnly declared, "Rest assured, I will not let a single one of them escape." After Emo-chan's exit, the atmosphere in the Rain Village remained thick with gloom. The rain pattered against the ground, producing a crisp sound. Konan, appearing behind Emo-chan unbeknownst to him, softly inquired, Emo-chan, do you truly believe this will lead us to freedom? Emo-chan slowly turned, his gaze resolute. Sister Konan, this is merely the beginning. Danzo is just one among many. There are still others who must pay the price. Konan sighed softly. But can this path of vengeance truly yield peace? Emo-chan clenched his fists. I do not know, but I am certain that without taking this course, we shall forever remain trapped in the shadows of our past. At that moment, before Nagato's grave, Emo-chan's silhouette appeared solitary yet resolute. He gazed skyward, allowing the rain to drench his face, silently vowing to ensure that all those who had inflicted harm upon them would receive their due punishment. Deep within the recesses of the Rain Village, in a concealed base, Emo-chan commenced his research on the intelligence and items acquired from Danzo. Aware that the battles ahead would be increasingly arduous, he felt no fear. In the outside world, following Uchiha Obito's declaration of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the leaders of the 5 great nations unanimously supported the Ninja Alliance, prompting each village to urgently gather their elite ninjas. Meanwhile, with Obito's assistance, Sasuke began the process of implanting Itachi's eyes. Moreover, Kabuto, having integrated Orochimaru's cells, had located the Dragon Cave to learn Sage Mode, and had unearthed numerous ninja graves to resurrect a multitude of powerful deceased individuals, thus forming an alliance with Uchiha Obito. Prior to these events, the 5 great ninja villages united to form the 5 Great Alliance, launching an assault on 80,000 elite ninjas. Under Raikage's suggestion, the 5 Kage unanimously decided to send the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, to Turtle Island alongside Killer Bee to learn to control the power of the tailed beasts. thus safeguarding both of their hosts. After assisting Sasuke in the transplant of the Sharingan, Obito resolved to reclaim the Rinnegan from Nagato. As those very eyes belonged to the deceased Uchiha Madara, having been implanted in Nagato during his schemes. Obito recognized that to retrieve the Rinnegan, he would need to confront Imo-chan in the Rain Village, which posed a significant challenge for him. Imo-chan's mere words indicated he was aware of many matters, leaving Obito wary of the formidable combat style Imo-chan exhibited, especially with his unique ninja tools. Using Jinjutsu against him would only render him more terrifying. Currently, Obito harbored regrets, lamenting his decision to eliminate Imo-chan before he could fully mature, thus complicating his own endeavors. A piercing eagle's cry echoed through the Rain Village as Imo-chan emerged from the laboratory. Just as Konan approached, she noticed a majestic eagle perched upon his shoulder. Its eyes strikingly unique, one sharp and keen, the other bearing the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. Imo-chan, what is this? Konan asked, her curiosity piqued by the eagle with the Sharingan. Imo-chan tenderly stroked the eagle's feathers, looking at Konan with warmth. Sister Konan, it is done. My plan can now unfold. I shall prove to you that unification is the true path to peace. Konan furrowed her brow, expressing concern. Imo-chan, can your so-called plan truly bring about peace? Might it not lead to further bloodshed? Imo-chan's gaze remained steadfast as he grasped Konan's hand. Sister Konan, trust me. This is the last chance to revive Yahiko and the others. The genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shirsue's eyes, will allow me to wield the Kodoame Tsukumi that even the enemy cannot thwart. Chapter 77. Evacuation. Xiao-nen gazed into Imo-chan's resolute eyes and let out a soft sigh. Xiao-chen, I only hope you do not lose yourself. Imo-chen smiled gently. Sister Xiao-nan, rest assured, I am fully aware of what I am doing. At that moment, the eagle with Sharingan seemed to sense Imo-chen's determination and soared high into the sky. Imo-chen looked up at the eagle, murmuring, soon. Everything will change. Xiao-nan watched Imo-chen with mixed emotions. She understood that he had sacrificed so much to achieve peace and had resorted to many reckless actions. Yet, she could not contest his resolve, for they both yearned for a world devoid of war and suffering. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito was plotting how to deal with Imo-chan, acutely aware of his tenacity and the difficulty of reclaiming the Rinnegan. The situation in the ninja world was increasingly precarious, and an unprecedented war was on the horizon. Utilizing the data and intelligence obtained from Orochimaru, Imo-chan successfully transplanted the Sharingan taken from Danzo's decapitated head, alleviating some of the heavy burdens he had long carried. Now, he and Xiao-nen stood amidst the torrential downpour, facing a multitude of Rain Village personnel, including the former Akatsuki member Pai Pa Shirzong and the students of the hydrangea he personally mentored, a veritable gathering of the elite. Imo-chan ascended a high platform and solemnly addressed the crowd. Everyone, since the emergence of ninjas, the ninja world has been engulfed in chaos, and our Rain Village lies at the heart of this turmoil. Although we desire peace, the avaricious great nations disregard our lives for their own gain. The fourth great ninja war is imminent, and we are once again to suffer the consequences of the conflicts between these nations and their foes, oblivious to our plight. Tell me, do you wish to endure such treatment? The crowd erupted in unison, shouting no. Their voices echoed through the rain, filled with anger and indignation. Imo-chan clenched his fists and continued, can we sit idly by? No. The crowd responded even louder. With unwavering determination, Imo-chan proclaimed, excellent. If that is the case, we shall fight for our own destiny. We must let everyone know that the Rain Village will no longer be a place to be bullied. We will wield our strength to claim the peace that rightfully belongs to us. Xiao-nan stood beside Imo-chan, observing the fervent crowd, a flame of hope igniting within her heart. Imo-chan continued, this battle will be incredibly arduous, but I believe that as long as we stand united, nothing can hinder us. For the future of the Rain Village, for peace, we shall fight. Fight, fight, fight. The shouts of the crowd resonated through the heavens, the rain unable to extinguish the fire of their resolve. Imo-chan brandished an enhanced rocket launcher, aiming it skyward. Boom. The thunderous explosion, accompanied by flames and smoke, dispersed the dark clouds. The crowd beheld the brilliant light illuminating Imo-chan and Xiao-nan, as if they were divine beings. Suddenly, a Rain Village ninja shouted, Lord Imo-chan, Angel Lord. Immediately, numerous Rain ninjas followed suit, calling, Lord Imo-chan, Angel Lord. Imo-chan raised the rocket launcher high and bellowed, let us unite and fight for the future of the Rain Village. Xiao-nan, witnessing Imo-chan's passion and the high spirits of the crowd, felt tears of emotion glisten in her eyes. Imo-chan continued, we are no longer the weak, no longer the ones to be trampled upon. We shall use our power to make the world tremble. The crowd erupted once more in deafening cheers. In this electrifying atmosphere, Imo-chan and Xiao-nen envisioned a radiant future for the Rain Village, seeing the dawn of peace. After invigorating the crowd, Imo-chan solemnly turned to Pai Pa Shirzong, saying, I must trouble you to take some elite jonin and escort the civilians of the Rain Village to evacuate. Utilize a strategy of division and proceed to the borders of the Wind Country, where Brother Scorpion will meet you. Pai Pa Shizong nodded earnestly. Do not worry, Emo-chun. I will complete the task. Emo-chun patted Pai Pa Shizong's shoulder and said, be cautious along the way and ensure the safety of the civilians. Subsequently, Pai Pa Shizong led a team of elite jonin into action, organizing the evacuation of the civilians. Emo-chan watched their departing figures, silently praying for their safe passage. After Scorpion, Deidara, Kakazu, and Haiden faked their deaths to depart from the Akatsuki, Emo-chun had them lie in ambush within the Wind Country, a land dominated by desert, which could not rely on its abilities for reconnaissance. During his multiple outings, Emo-chun had already cleared the paths of White Zetsu's clones. With the impending war, White Zetsu's attention was focused on the allied forces. He needed to gather intelligence to relay to Obito. Emo-chun's plan was to deal with Obito first. And when the God Tree descended, with all the people converging there, he would launch a surprise attack on the Wind Country, using it as a starting point to initiate a unified war. The reasons for choosing the Wind Country were twofold. First, its vast deserts would facilitate the effectiveness of his weapons, and since top-tier combatants like Scorpion and Shao Nen could not utilize water release, this would significantly diminish the forces of the 5 major nations. The second reason was that he had thoroughly surveyed the deployment, numbers, and positions of the Sand Village's ninjas during the Chunin exams with the Hydrangea trio. After Pai Pa Shizong led the civilians away, Emo-chan turned to Shao Nan and the others. Sister Shao Nan, the next steps are in our hands. Emo-chan's gaze was resolute. Shao Nan slightly nodded. Yes, everyone is prepared. Emo-chan took a deep breath. All right, let us act according to the plan. We shall conceal ourselves and await our opportunity. The group swiftly dispersed, hiding in various corners of the Rain Village. Emo-chan stood alone at a high vantage point, observing the surroundings. Though the Rain Village appeared calm, a tempest brewed beneath the surface. As time ticked away, Emo-chan and Appo's anxiety heightened, yet he reminded himself to remain composed and await the opportune moment. Meanwhile, within the Wind Country, Scorpion, Deidara, Kakazu, and Haiden were also preparing with bated breath, awaiting Emo-chan's signal. The Great War in the ninja world was poised to enter a new phase, and whether Emo-chan's grand design would succeed remained an enigma. Chapter 78, Sealing Technique Beneath the Ground. A congregation of 100,000 White Zetsu clones, cultivated by Obito, awaited the arrival of the masked man. After forming an alliance with Kabuto, Obito set forth towards the Rain Village. Above a vast sea, in midair, Kuratsuchi gazed coldly at Obito as he emerged from the distorted space, stating, I warned you not to step into my territory, Akatsuki. Upon hearing that familiar name, Obito responded with a sinister tone. Ah, Kuratsuchi-senpai, what a stern warning indeed. Kuratsuchi observed him quietly, while Obito, shedding his playful demeanor, declared, hand over Nagato's eyes. And I might spare you. Kuratsuchi couldn't help but laugh. Under Obito's menacing gaze, he gradually ceased his laughter, retorting, you don't really believe that wearing a mask and claiming to be Uchiha Madara is enough for others to trust you, do you? Obito's expression hardened as he exclaimed, Kuratsuchi, you know too much, and that will not bode well for you. Folding his arms, Kuratsuchi scoffed, not good for me? Do you really think you can easily take the Rinnegan from me? Dream on. With a cold snort, Obito replied, then don't blame me for being rude. With that, his chakra surged around him, preparing for battle. Unfazed, Kuratsuchi shouted back, come on, let's see who will be the last one laughing today. The atmosphere above the sea became tense, signaling the impending clash. In the distance, Konan watched the two with concern, aware of some intelligence regarding the masked man. Despite her confidence in Kuratsuchi's abilities, a sense of worry lingered. Kuratsuchi floated midair, using magnetic release, a reason for Obito's hesitance to strike. The power of Obito's Kamui posed a challenge for Kuratsuchi, who possessed the memories of a traversing soul, making it difficult to seize the opportunity when Obito materialized to attack. Suddenly, a black rod shot from Obito's hand. Kuratsuchi tilted his head and dodged the attack, swiftly drawing out a Gatling gun that erupted with blue flames. Countless Senbon pierced through Obito's ethereal form, while Obito's visible Sharingan glimmered ominously at Kuratsuchi's assault. As Kuratsuchi unleashed a barrage of fire, he taunted, Akatsuki. Is that all you've got? Ignoring Kuratsuchi's jibes, Obito focused on reclaiming the Rinnegan, finding Kuratsuchi's relentless onslaught to be a troublesome predicament. Obito darted across the sea's surface, seizing an opening to form hand seals and combining fire release with Kamui in a technique called Flame Dance of the Storm. A roaring inferno, infused with the power of distorted space, surged towards Kuratsuchi. With a sharp gaze, Kuratsuchi quickly manipulated his magnetic release to conjure a metallic barrier before him. The collision created a powerful shockwave, forcing Kuratsuchi to stagger slightly. Seizing the moment, Obito launched another assault, sending several black rods from various directions towards Kuratsuchi. He adeptly evaded while continuously firing at Obito. Is this really your only skill, Akatsuki? Kuratsuchi mocked loudly. Obito retorted angrily, don't get too cocky, Karatsuchi. The ocean roiled violently as their battle intensified, igniting the very air around them. Using Kimui to become intangible, Obito rushed towards Karatsuchi, believing that mere contact would transport Karatsuchi into the Kimui dimension, thus ensuring his victory. Just as he was about to touch Karatsuchi, he did not dispel his intangibility. Instead, numerous shuriken appeared around him, and he passed through Karatsuchi's body. Upon returning to the ocean's surface, a slight anger flickered in Obito's Sharingan. Realizing the troublesome nature of Karatsuchi's replication ability, Karatsuchi smirked. "What's wrong, Akatsuki? My ability seems rather difficult to contend with, doesn't it?" Obito gritted his teeth. "Don't get too pleased with yourself, Karatsuchi." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, manipulating the surrounding seawater into a massive water vortex aimed at Karatsuchi. Karatsuchi reacted immediately, amplifying the force of his magnetic release to form a sturdy shield of metal against the oncoming vortex. The clash between the water vortex and the metallic barrier produced a resounding noise, causing water to spray everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Obito once again became intangible, attempting to flank Karatsuchi. However, Karatsuchi had anticipated this, swiftly switching his Gatling gun for a massive rocket launcher, firing in the direction Obito might appear. The explosion illuminated the sea's surface, forcing Obito to retreat once more. "Damn it, this guy is too troublesome," he cursed inwardly, while Obito ruminated. He noticed Karatsuchi discard the rocket launcher and form a complex series of hand seals. Obito's Sharingan widened in disbelief. This was the first time he had witnessed Karatsuchi performing ninjutsu. Previously, he had only seen Karatsuchi utilize unique ninja tools or rely on that peculiar replication ability. Now, as Karatsuchi formed seals, Obito realized that even with the power of the Sharingan to replicate techniques, he could not duplicate Karatsuchi's unique magnetic release. With a clap of his hands, Karatsuchi shouted, "Magnetic release, attraction technique." Countless kunai and other ninja tools materialized around him, animatedly pursuing Obito. Obito's expression shifted drastically as he hastily became intangible once more to evade. The tools, relentless and swift, shadowed him closely, leaving him overwhelmed. "Damn it, this guy has more tricks up his sleeve," Obito thought in alarm. Karatsuchi grinned, his hands continuously shifting through seals, directing the ninja tools in an all-encompassing assault on Obito. On the sea's surface, Obito flickered as he dodged the barrage of attacks, while Karatsuchi remained composed, seemingly assured of victory. "Akatsuki, today is your end," Karatsuchi proclaimed. Obito scoffed. "It's not that easy." Just then, Obito halted, ceasing to evade as the tools pierced through his form. However, in the next moment, his body dissipated into smoke. "Shadow clone." Karatsuchi's heart raced. "Karatsuchi, meet your demise." Obito's voice echoed from behind him. "What?" Karatsuchi gasped, realizing too late that Obito had switched places with a wooden substitute. As black rods pierced the wooden figure, Obito's Sharingan widened in disbelief. With a sudden explosion, several kunai embedded with explosive tags struck Obito's arm, leading to a detonation. As the smoke cleared, Obito's clothing lay tattered, and his right arm was severed, his Sharingan gleaming with rage as he glared at Karatsuchi. Karatsuchi chuckled coldly, "Akatsuki. With such feeble abilities, you cannot claim the Rinnegan." Obito, seething with anger, retorted, "Karatsuchi, don't get too arrogant." "Is that so? Allow me to show you something even more interesting." As he spoke, Karatsuchi formed seals once more, declaring, "Magnetic release, arrival of 100 weapons." At that moment, the sky above the rain village darkened, as countless kunai and various ninja tools rained down. Tick-tock. As Obito watched the grim sky, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Just as he prepared to retreat into the Kimui dimension, a kunai pierced through his body. Clearly, he had abandoned the use of Kimui, avoiding the attack by becoming intangible. Karatsuchi, hands clasped together, continuously channeled his magnetic release chakra, grinning as he said, "So, Akatsuki, what will you do next? This technique can last for half an hour, while your intangibility seems to last only 5 minutes." Chapter 79. Evacuation of Amegakure. Upon uttering those words, a look of profound astonishment flickered across Obito Uchiha's visage. He hadn't anticipated Imo-chen's profound understanding of his Kimui. He now contemplated how to counter. As Imo-chen's palm aimed at him clenched into a fist, a barrage of ninja tools descended upon him from the heavens. Obito gritted his teeth, desperately evading the torrential onslaught of weaponry. "Damn it, how could this guy be so formidable?" Obito lamented inwardly. However, the sheer volume of ninja tools proved overwhelming, and Obito's body sustained an increasing number of lacerations. "Imo-chen, don't presume you can defeat me so easily," Obito roared. Imo-chen remained unfazed, relentlessly manipulating the ninja tools in his assault. In short order, Obito Uchiha was engulfed by a tempest of weaponry, accompanied by the incessant clang of metal and the detonations of explosive tags. From a distant vantage point, Konan breathed a sigh of relief. Prior to this, her heart had pounded erratically. Now, only she and Imo-chan remained of the original Akatsuki members. Moments later, Imo-chan hovered in the air, Jesting, Izanagi, was it? A commendable maneuver. Obito emerged from the smoke, his form somewhat disheveled, yet the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Emo-chun, you have succeeded in infuriating me. Obito bellowed, his chakra surging uncontrollably. Emo-chun, however, appeared nonchalant, tossing a box in Obito's direction. He merely sought to inflict a beating upon him, for he had no desire for a life-or-death struggle, as his subsequent plans required Obito's involvement. Obito Uchiha caught the box Emo-chun had hurled, his animosity undiminished. He inquired icily, what trickery are you plotting now? Emo-chun crossed his arms, grinning. Open it, and see for yourself, Toby. It contains something that might appease you. Obito hesitated momentarily before cautiously opening the box. Upon beholding its contents, his pupils dilated. This. Obito's voice trembled slightly. Emo-chun stated, well, can we agree to a temporary truce? There's no need for a bloody confrontation. Obito gnashed his teeth, but ultimately suppressed his homicidal intent. Emo-chun, you've outsmarted me this time, but this is far from over. With these words, Obito vanished. Emo-chun gazed in the direction of Obito's departure, exhaling deeply. Konan floated to Emo-chun and Appo's side, inquiring, Shao-chun, what exactly did you give him? Emo-chun offered a cryptic smile, a bargaining chip to ensure his temporary absence. Konan regarded Emo-chun quizzically, but Emo-chun remained reticent, merely remarking, let's go, Konan. There are many tasks awaiting us. The box Emo-chun presented to Obito contained the Rinnegan, albeit one of them was a replica devoid of any ocular power. After extracting Nagato's Rinnegan, Emo-chan attempted to replicate it, but experimentation revealed it to be merely an eye adorned with peculiar patterns, serving no practical purpose. To manipulate Obito Uchiha as a pawn, it was imperative to provide him with the Rinnegan, and he had formulated a strategy to ensure Obito utilized the genuine Rinnegan. Within the Kamui dimension, Obito Uchiha scrutinized the Rinnegan within the box, upon which was inscribed the phrase, treating people with disdain. Obito was consumed by rage upon reading these words. Emo-chun, how dare you humiliate me in such a manner? However, after his initial fury subsided, he regained his composure and meticulously examined the two Rinnegan. He was acutely aware of Emo-chun's devious nature and knew that he would not relinquish the Rinnegan so readily. Obito picked up the replica Rinnegan, scrutinizing it intently, and a conjecture began to form in his mind. Humph, attempting to deceive me with such tactics? Not so easily. Obito scoffed, returning the replica Rinnegan to the box, and then selected the other, carefully implanting it into his eye socket. As soon as the Rinnegan was successfully implanted, a potent ocular force surged through him. Emo-chun, you believe you can manipulate me in this way? Just you wait, I will make you pay dearly. Obito muttered to himself, his eyes brimming with resentment toward Emo-chun and ambition for the future. Amegakure, after consolidating their belongings, the group congregated at this location. Xianghua gazed upon the rain-soaked village. Her eyes filled with reluctance. Teacher, are we truly abandoning the village? Emo-chun approached Xianghua, gently patting her shoulder. Xianghua, this is only temporary. Once we achieve peace, Amegakure will be even better than before. Xianghua bit her lip, nodding. Teacher, I trust you. Konan addressed the assembly. Is everyone prepared? The group responded in unison. We are? Emo-chun gestured grandly. Let us depart. The group gradually receded into the rain, Amegakure fading from their view. Emo-chun glanced back, vowing silently. I will ensure that this place is restored to peace. To avoid entanglement in the impending conflict between the allied forces and Obito Uchiha, Emo-chun led the entire population of Amegakure to evacuate, including all civilians. Despite the reluctance of many, as this was their ancestral home, they all chose to place their faith in Emo-chun. After departing Amegakure, the group dispersed to avert detection by the 5 great nations. Even if discovered, the smaller groups would merely be perceived as individuals fleeing the village to escape the ravages of war. Raikage's land, Amegakure, tens of thousands of elite ninja, hailing from various ninja villages, had assembled here. Within the former Raikage's office, the 5 Kage-level figures convened. The 4th Raikage, Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, Chief Strategist of the Allied Forces. The 5th Kazekage, Gaara of the Sand, General Captain of the Allied Forces. Allied Forces Strategists, Narashikaku of Konohagakure, Mabui of Amegakure. Allied Forces high-ranking officials, the 5 Kage. Raikage crossed his arms, his expression grave. With the impending war, we must be thoroughly prepared. Tsunade concurred. Indeed, we must closely monitor all movements and avoid any negligence. Gaara's gaze was resolute. We shall fight for peace and never yield. Narashikaku analyzed the enemy and Appo's precise deployment remains unknown, but we must prepare for all eventualities. Mabui added, intelligence gathering must not be neglected. We must promptly ascertain the enemy's latest strategies. At that moment, a ninja hurried in, saluting before reporting. Report, there are indications of a large-scale evacuation from Amegakure. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present tightened. The Raikage furrowed his brow. Amegakure? Their evacuation at this juncture suggests a conspiracy. Tsunade pondered for a moment. Dispatch individuals to investigate and determine their objective. The others nodded in agreement and began discussing their next course of action. Chapter 80. Planning the Land of Wind. Shortly thereafter, the Intelligence and Sensory Division, led by Yamanaka Inoichi, received a message. The hundreds of elite ninja who had gathered to rendezvous were swiftly incapacitated by Imo-chun, who issued a warning that they were merely attempting to escape the war's epicenter, and that if the Allied forces attempted to obstruct them, they would align themselves with the enemy. Upon hearing this news, Reikage slammed his fist on the table in fury. Damn it! This Akatsuki dares to be so audacious. Tsunade frowned. Calm yourself, Reikage. It appears that Imo-chun is a formidable adversary. We must not provoke him rashly. Tsunade was aware that this individual had relentlessly pursued Danzo within Konoha and had even demolished the Hokage building. Gara stated, we cannot allow them to simply withdraw, as it may undermine the morale of the Allied forces. Nara Shikaku pondered, addressing Reikage and the esteemed Kage. I believe we should temporarily disregard the rain-hidden village. Reikage's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, why? Are we simply going to let them go? Unperturbed, Nara Shikaku explained, Honorable Reikage, with the imminent war upon us, our primary focus must be on Uchiha Madara. As for this individual named Imo-chun, I have some knowledge of him. He is unpredictable and operates outside the bounds of reason, possessing formidable strength. If we intervene, we risk facing yet another adversary, which could complicate our situation. However, adding the rain-hidden village, which has survived 3 great wars, would likely lead to greater losses among our ranks. Thus, I propose we postpone any action against the Akatsuki members until after this conflict, especially as it is evident that discord has arisen within their ranks. Upon hearing Nara Shikaku's reasoning, Reikage's expression remained grim, though his ire lessened slightly. After a moment of silence, he declared, very well, we shall let them be for now. But once the war concludes, they will pay for their actions. Tsunade nodded slightly, stating, for now, we have no choice but to concentrate our efforts on addressing the threat posed by Uchiha Madara. Gara added, let us hold our positions and continue to monitor their movements. The assembly reached a consensus to temporarily overlook Imo-chun and the retreat of the rain-hidden village, redirecting their focus towards the impending conflict. After analyzing the situation with the 5 Kage, Nara Shikaku felt confident in his assessment, yet sensed he had overlooked something crucial. He understood the necessity of comprehensively analyzing the enemy's position and strategizing to mitigate further casualties. Outside the borders of the Land of Wind, thousands of elite ninja from the rain-hidden village gathered, led by 5 members of the Akatsuki, Sasori, Deidara, Kaksu, Haiden, and Hozuki. Except for Hozuki, the remaining 4 had faked their deaths and concealed themselves within the deserts of the Land of Wind. Having rendezvoused with the personnel from the rain-hidden village, they now convened in a secluded area. Their mission was to ascertain the safety of this location to prevent any subsequent actions from being compromised. Before the 5 lay a sand table, with the exception of Deidara and Haiden, the other 3 engaged in discussions regarding their operational plans. Sasori, arms crossed, coldly asserted, we must establish a foothold in the Land of Wind without delay. Kakuzu nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, we must gather intelligence and understand the defensive arrangements of the Land of Wind. Hozuki furrowed his brow, cautioning, however, the sand-hidden village is no trivial adversary. We must remain vigilant. At that moment, Deidara, growing impatient, interjected, oh, stop with the endless chatter. Can't we just charge in and blow things up? Haiden chuckled from the sidelines. Huh? I don't care, as long as I can indulge in some slaughter. Sasori shot them both a stern look, warning, don't act recklessly. We must adhere to Imo-chun's directives. Kakuzu grunted, let's proceed according to plan and await Imo-chun's next instructions. The group fell silent for a moment before resuming their deliberations on the specifics. If they were to engage directly, they could conquer a major nation within half a day. Yet, Imo-chun sought a comprehensive starting point, leaving them feeling conflicted. While they excelled in combat, their strategic planning paled in comparison to the likes of Danzo. As they pondered their predicament, Sasori's peripheral vision caught sight of a rain ninja nearby. Come here, he beckoned. Imo-chun mentioned you possess a sharp mind. What is your name? The timid rain ninja approached, stammering, Sasori-sama, my name is Aoki. Sasori gestured towards the sand table, saying, Imo-chun believes you are clever. Now tell us, how can we seize the Land of Wind without causing excessive destruction? Aoki swallowed hard, gathering his composure before responding, esteemed leaders. Didn't Imo-chun already gather intelligence on the sand-hidden village? Once the war commences, if we can have Sasori-sama's hidden pieces relay the remaining stationed list, we can infiltrate and eliminate all station personnel, thereby securing a base. Moreover, the ninja tools provided by Imo-chun will make defense manageable. Sasori nodded slightly. That sounds plausible. But how do we execute this? Aoki continued. We could divide into several teams, with Deidara and Haiden staging a feigned assault on key positions of the sand-hidden village to draw their attention. Kakuzu and Hozuki can lead another team from the rear to cut off their escape routes. Sasori-sama, You would then lead an elite unit to infiltrate the village and deal with the station personnel. Deidara grimaced. Humph, a feigned assault? How dull. Haydn, however, was unfazed. Whatever. As long as I can kill. Kakuzu interjected. This plan is feasible, but we must ensure operational secrecy and coordination. Hozuki concurred. Let's proceed with this plan. Hoping to successfully capture the Land of Wind. Aoki added. Furthermore, Imo-chun has indicated the necessity of waiting for the Divine Tree's emergence, as this will prevent the allied forces and our enemies from focusing on us, thus allowing us to secure a base and gain more time for deployment. Sasori surveyed the group, stating, let us prepare according to this plan and await Imo-chun's further instructions. The others nodded in agreement, each beginning their preparations. Deidara muttered, Humph. I hope this plan is initiated soon. I can hardly wait for the action. Haydn, brimming with excitement, brandished his scythe. Huh? Just wait, and I'll show them my prowess. Kakuzu and Hozuki swiftly summoned their subordinates to arrange the specifics of their operations. Aoki nervously assisted, silently praying for the plan's success. In no time, the camp was abuzz with activity, making final preparations for the impending battle. Despite the looming conflict, none among the rain-hidden village felt fear. After all, they were at the epicenter of warfare. Those who survived in the rain-hidden village understood its significance, encircled by 3 great nations, a focal point of conflict. During Hanzo's reign, they had no need to fear enemy assaults, for a demigod possessed unparalleled strength. It was then they realized that only through the rain-hidden village's strength could they endure. After Hanzo's demise, under the leadership of the Akatsuki, the rain-hidden village thrived through Imo-chun's improved ninja tools. Under their guidance, the villagers held immense respect for the Akatsuki. Thus, upon learning of the impending war, they felt not fear but anticipation as they lay in wait beyond the borders of the Land of Wind. Chapter 81. Yakushi Kabuto in a corner of the camp. Several rain shinobi sat together, engaged in hushed conversation. This time, we will surely succeed. Following Lord Imo-chun, we cannot go wrong. One exclaimed. Indeed. Our rain-hidden village will not fear war. We have endured before, and we shall do so again. Another added. Once we conquer the Land of Wind, our village will possess abundant resources, and we will no longer have to bow to others. At that moment, a young rain shinobi clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with determination. For the sake of rain-hidden village, for our future, we shall fight. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with resolve. Meanwhile, on the other side of the camp, Imo-chun and Xiao-nen observed the crowd. Xiao-nen softly remarked, Xiao-chun, everyone is in high spirits. Imo-chun smiled slightly. They are the pride of rain-hidden village. With such companions, how can we fail in our great endeavors? Xiao-nen nodded, her gaze filled with hope. I wish for everything to go smoothly. Imo-chun placed an arm around her shoulders, reassuring her, do not worry, it will. As a gentle breeze swept through, it seemed to herald the impending storm. On Turtle Island, a colossal turtle bore an island upon its back. After training with Killer Bee, Naruto had successfully acquired a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra. Upon entering the Nine-Tails mode, he was enveloped in golden chakra and could sense malice. When Naruto activated the Nine-Tails chakra mode, he detected the presence of ill intent within the Samahata, which Killer Bee carried. Sensing the threat, the rogue ninja, Kisame Hashigaki, swiftly manipulated the sword to escape. He had hidden within it to gather intelligence. As he fled Turtle Island, he was pursued by Might Guy, and after an intense battle, he was defeated by Guy's 7th gate of the 8 gates. To prevent the enemy from obtaining any information, Kisame chose to end his own life, encasing himself in a water prison technique and allowing a summoned shark to consume him entirely, leaving no chance for his adversaries to glean any intelligence. In his final moments, Kisame lamented, Itachi, you were right. Only when faced with death can one truly see oneself. How regrettable. You allowed me to witness that madman's plan. Yet I fear there may be no opportunity to confront him again. I long for another encounter with that lunatic. You were correct. I was defeated when facing an opponent devoid of chakra. On Turtle Island, the atmosphere grew heavy as the group gazed at the spot where Kisame had perished. Naruto retracted the Nine-Tails mode, his expression grave. That despicable man went to such lengths to conceal information. Killer Bee also sheathed Samahata, reflecting, he was indeed a worthy adversary. Panting, Might Guy slowly stated, regardless, we have prevented him from relaying intelligence, and that is what matters most. At that moment, nearby ninjas began to clear the battlefield. As Might Guy opened the scroll Kisame had intended to send, several streams of water erupted, enveloping them. A shark emerged from the water, soaring away, disappearing into the sea. The group gasped in shock, with Might Guy exclaiming in frustration, cursed it, we fell for his trap. Naruto furiously shook his fist, that guy, even in death, will not allow us peace. Killer Bee furrowed his brow. It seems he had prepared for this all along. Might Guy shook his head in dismay. I was careless. I didn't anticipate this contingency. The group gazed towards the direction the shark had vanished, their hearts laden with anxiety, uncertain of how the stolen intelligence would impact the battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Naruto declared, no matter what, We must work harder to prepare for whatever may come. Killer Bee nodded. Indeed, we cannot allow Kisame's schemes to succeed. Might Guy straightened his posture. Let us all strive forward, for the sake of preserving peace. Though the atmosphere on Turtle Island remained somber, the eyes of the group shone with unwavering determination and resolve. In an underground cavern, Uchiha Obito received intelligence indicating that the 8-Tails and 9-Tails Jinchuriki were on an island. His ally, Yakushi Kabuto, also made his way there. Before heading to Turtle Island, Kabuto entered a forest where several rain-hidden village ninjas and villagers had gathered. Before he could approach, numerous shinobi tools surrounded him, and a commanding voice echoed, "Kabuto, are you here to deliver yourself to death without preparing for Edo Tensei?" Kabuto maintained his enigmatic smile as he replied, "Emo-chun, there is no need for such anger. I am merely passing through." Emo-chun emerged from the shadows. His gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Kabuto. "Passing through? Do you take me for a fool? Speak plainly. What is your true intention?" Kabuto shrugged. "It seems I cannot deceive you. I am in search of strong genes. There are several powerful members within the Akatsuki that I wish to resurrect with Edo Tensei. They must still be alive, after all." This was Kabuto's reason for seeking Emo-chan during his attempts to unearth and collect the strong of the ninja world. Many of his experiments had failed. However, after gathering Akatsuki members, the only ones he could successfully resurrect were Uchiha Itachi and Nagato. Others, like Sasori, had proven elusive, leading Kabuto to suspect that they had not perished. He was also keen to uncover Emo-chan's plans and the details of his past dealings with Orochimaru. Raising an eyebrow, Emo-chan considered his options. He was preparing to relocate personnel before seeking out Kabuto, but now that Kabuto had come to him, it saved him time. "If you only wish to ask dull questions, then leave. State your desires plainly." Kabuto narrowed his eyes. "Emo-chan, do not be so hasty. I wish to know the details of your transaction with Lord Orochimaru." Emo-chan scoffed. "Humph, is this not something you discovered upon finding that man? Are you merely amusing yourself at my expense?" Kabuto chuckled lightly. "Emo-chan, do not be so unyielding. I merely seek confirmation." Emo-chan crossed his arms, a look of disdain on his face. "Confirmation? Do you take me for a fool? Tell me, what can you offer me in return?" Emo-chan was acutely aware of Kabuto's intentions. In the world of anime, Kabuto might have seemed inconsequential, but now that Emo-chan found himself in this realm, he held a newfound respect for him. A man capable of implanting Orochimaru's genes into himself, adorned with white scales and training in sage arts within the Dragon Cave. Emo-chan doubted Kabuto was simply here to engage in idle chatter. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and inquired, "What is it that you desire?" "Quite simple," Emo-chan replied. Narrowing his eyes and producing a scroll, Kabuto accepted the scroll, opened it, and his expression shifted slightly. "This is no easy task." Emo-chan retorted, "For you, it should not be a challenge. Complete this, and I shall reveal what you wish to know." Kabuto pondered for a moment before nodding, agreed. "But you had best not deceive me." Emo-chan smiled. "I, Emo-chan, am a man of my word. However, do not attempt any tricks." Kabuto tucked the scroll away and turned to leave. "Rest assured, until the mystery is unraveled, I shall comply." As he watched Kabuto's retreating figure, Emo-chan's gaze deepened. Lost in thought. Chapter 82. The war begins after the departure of the pharmacist Do. Xiaonan stepped forward and softly inquired, "Xiaoqing, do you truly believe he will honor the agreement?" Machin shook his head, expressing, "The pharmacist Do is cunning and treacherous. Thus, he cannot be entirely trusted. However, for now, we must proceed cautiously and take it one step at a time." Xiaonan furrowed her brow slightly, asking, "What exactly is the task you entrusted him with in that scroll?" Gazing at the sky, Machin sighed. "It's a transaction. Let us hope it unfolds smoothly." Xiaonan looked at Machin, her eyes filled with concern. "Xiaoqing, no matter what happens, I will remain by your side." Turning to her, Machin replied gently, "Sister Xiaonan, with you here, I fear nothing." At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing their hair to flutter softly. After leaving, the pharmacist Do examined the scroll in his hand, his eyes filled with profound intensity. Before letting out a soft chuckle and shaking his head, now concealed within the second generation of the Great Serpent, he navigated the waters. For he had not sought out Turtle Island as the narrative suggested, due to Deidara's survival. The second generation serpent swiftly traversed the ocean, while the pharmacist Do sat within it, pondering the task assigned by Machin. "This Machin certainly knows how to create trouble for me," he mused. "Yet, if I can accomplish this, it may prove worthwhile." He felt the surrounding currents of the ocean, his thoughts drifting far and wide. Recalling his journey and the current chaotic state of the ninja world, he understood the need for utmost caution to achieve his objectives amidst the impending storm. Regardless, the priority is to locate Turtle Island, the pharmacist Do resolved, his gaze sharpening as he urged the second-generation serpent to accelerate. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Ninja Allied Forces, upon learning of the breach regarding Turtle Island, the 5 Kage convened and decided to place Turtle Island under strict surveillance. Dispatching the 3rd Tsuchikage, Anoki, along with the formidable Kuratsuchi and Akatsuki. Flying through the air, Anoki wore a serious expression, closely followed by Akatsuki and Karatsuchi. We must ensure the safety of Turtle Island, Akatsuki urged. Inoki nodded. We cannot allow the enemy's schemes to succeed. We must proceed with caution. Karatsuchi clenched her fists. Rest assured, grandfather, we will not afford the enemy any opportunities. The trio accelerated towards Turtle Island, the wind howling in their ears. Currently, the ninja allied forces had gathered, consisting of the 1st Division led by Darui from the Cloud Village, the 2nd Division from the Rock Village led by Lus, the 3rd Division from the Leaf Village under Kakashi Hitaki, the 5th Division led by the Iron Country S leader, Mifune, and the 4th Division commanded by Gaara from the Sand Village, totaling 80,000 elite ninjas. In the allied camp, all divisions were making final preparations. Darui fixed his determined gaze on his comrades and declared loudly, "Brothers, for the sake of peace and the ninja world, we shall accept no defeat in this battle." The team responded in unison, their spirits soaring. Lus led the Rock Village ninjas, all solemn in demeanor, fully aware of the arduous battle ahead, yet unafraid. Kakashi stood before the Leaf ninjas, his tone steady. "Everyone, remain calm and unleash our strength to protect all that we hold dear." Mifune's 5th Division sharpened their weapons, ready to demonstrate their prowess on the battlefield. Gaara looked upon his subordinates and slowly stated, "We fight for the future. May our convictions illuminate the path ahead." The entire allied camp was enveloped in a tense yet resolute atmosphere, awaiting the sound of the battle horn. On another front, the Tsukiji Inoki successfully returned with Turtle Island, but at the cost of Yamato, who possessed the cells of Hashirama and was capable of utilizing a subpar version of would release. The pharmacist Do had aimed to capture Yamato, employing a feint to successfully seize him. Back in the cave where Obito resided, the pharmacist Do extracted the Hashirama cells from Yamato, significantly enhancing the capabilities of his 100,000 white Zetsu clones. Simultaneously, he utilized the impure world reincarnation technique to resurrect a large number of fallen warriors, leading a multitude of white Zetsu clones to launch an offensive against the allied forces. Thus, the 4th Great Ninja War officially commenced. Darui's 1st Division encountered a vast number of white Zetsu clones on the beach, facing formidable opponents resurrected through impure world reincarnation, including the infamous Kin and Jin from the Cloud Village, Kato Dan from the Leaf Village, and Hinata Hizashi. The 2nd Division, led by Lus, prepared to engage the white Zetsu clones emerging from below ground. Kakashi's 3rd Division faced off against the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen, including Zabuza Momochi and Haku. Gaara's 4th Division awaited the enemy's arrival in the desert. Mifune's 5th Division confronted the resurrected Hans of the Salamander, Chiyo, and Kimimaro. Darui regarded Kin and Jin with a grave expression. "I didn't expect to encounter you here." Kin and Jin laughed boisterously. "Today marks your demise." Darui inhaled deeply, forming hand seals, lightning release, black lightning. A torrent of powerful lightning surged toward Kin and Jin. Lus shouted from above, "Warriors of the Rock Village, prepare for battle. We must not allow these fiends to breach our defenses." The ground trembled as the white Zetsu clones were forced out from underground. Kakashi, wielding a kunai, fixed a fierce gaze upon Zabuza and Haku. "It seems we meet again. This time, you shall not prevail." Zabuza swung his massive blade. "Kakashi, today is your end." Gaara hovered in the air, scanning the endless desert. "Everyone, stay alert. The enemy may strike at any moment." The ninjas beside him stood ready for action. Mifune faced Hans and declared, "Hans, your former glory has faded into oblivion." Hans scoffed. "Words are meaningless. Let our skills speak for themselves." In an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos, the 4th Great Ninja War plunging into a fierce and brutal conflict. In a forest on the outskirts of the desert, a gathering of Rain Village villagers convened, centered around a large tent where Scorpion and over 10 elite Rain Village Jonin stood. As they listened to the reports of the ongoing warfare, their gazes turned towards Machin, who meticulously studied the sand table. Machin's gaze was intense, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. "The situation is critical. We must identify the opportune moment to act." Scorpion crossed his arms, his demeanor indifferent. "Let them engage in their deadly struggle. We shall reap the rewards later." Kakuzu interjected with a curt snort. "Do not underestimate the situation. Unexpected events could arise." Haiden impatiently chimed in. "Stop rambling, and let us get this started." Hibishes advised, "Let us heed Machin's strategy. We must ensure our victory is guaranteed." Machin raised his head, surveying the group. "Everyone, remain calm. We will proceed as planned and await the ideal moment." The members within the tent nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with a fervent desire for victory. Chapter 83. Undercover Emo-chan gazed intently at the sand table, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. He held no fear of the 5 shadows. Rather, it was the 2 players utilizing cheats, a towering figure and a colossal beast, that stirred uncertainty within him. He pondered the potential strategies embedded within the narrative, having considered eliminating the 2 during Naruto and Sasuke's injuries. However, the threat of infinite Tsukuyomi left him feeling utterly powerless, as he would inevitably succumb to the illusion, which remained his most tormenting dilemma. Xiaonan approached Mo-chun, her voice a gentle whisper, Xiao-chun. Do not be overly troubled, there will always be a solution. Mo-chun furrowed his brow slightly, replying, Sister Xiaonan. This is not a matter that can be resolved easily. The powers of Susanoo and the Nine Tails are exceedingly formidable. We must prepare thoroughly. Scorpion scoffed, Humph. We can always fight them head-on. Mo-chun shook his head. We cannot act impulsively. We must employ our wits. Kakuzu inquired, Have you devised any strategies? Mo-chun remained silent for a moment before responding, Not yet, but I firmly believe that as long as we unite, we shall uncover a solution. The group fell into deep contemplation, the atmosphere within the tent growing increasingly tense. Suddenly, Deidara recalled something and produced a blueprint, exclaiming, Yes, this is based on your idea. Something Scorpion and I have been working on. Could it counter them? Mo-chun took the blueprint, scrutinizing it closely, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. The others watched him intently, awaiting his verdict. After a moment, Mo-chun lifted his gaze, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. This may indeed be a viable approach. But it requires further refinement and enhancement. Deidara grinned widely, Huh? I knew it would work. Scorpion, however, cautioned, Let us not celebrate prematurely. The actual effectiveness remains to be seen. Mo-chun nodded. Indeed, but this has provided us with a new perspective. Let us pool our ideas and continue to develop this plan. Everyone agreed and resumed their discussions surrounding the blueprint. Meanwhile, the battlefield across the ninja world was ablaze with conflict, the cries of the wounded echoing in the air. On the very first day of fighting, the coalition had already suffered thousands of casualties, an unfortunate reality of war. As night fell, the medical team faced a dire crisis, with white Zetsu clones infiltrating their ranks. These clones, possessing physical forms, could absorb the chakra of their enemies and adopt their appearances, making them indistinguishable even to sensory ninjas. As such, the white Zetsu clones began to transform within the coalition, leading to a situation where comrades had to be wary of one another. Never knowing when a friend might turn foe, tension reached its zenith within the coalition camp. A ninja vigilantly observed his comrades, suspicion and unease swirling in his gaze. Everyone, stay alert. Do not let your guard down. A captain shouted. Yet, before his words could settle, a seemingly ordinary ninja suddenly erupted into violence, thrusting a kunai into an unsuspecting comrade. Blood spattered, inciting chaos. Damn it! Another white Zetsu clone. Someone roared in anger. Inside the medical tent, medical ninjas scrambled to treat the wounded while remaining ever vigilant against the potential infiltration of white Zetsu clones. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to identify these clones. An anxious Jonin exclaimed. However, in the midst of such disorder, discerning the nearly indistinguishable white Zetsu clones proved to be an arduous task, leaving the coalition in an unprecedented predicament. On Uzumaki Naruto's side, having sensed a troubling development, he entered sage mode outside the training room on Turtle Island. He became aware of the war's emotional turmoil across various fronts. Ignoring the protests of those around him, and with Irika's support, he resolutely decided to head to the battlefield. This war to protect the Eight Tails and Nine Tails had taken a transformative turn. After Naruto and Killer Bee broke the barrier, they unleashed tremendous power against Reikage A and Tsunade. Tsunade, seeing the reflection of her dear friend in Naruto, altered her stance to support him, while Reikage was swayed by Killer Bee's persuasion to cease his opposition. Together, they ventured to the battlefield, and as they did, Zetsu sensed their presence and immediately relayed the message to Uchiha Obito. Naruto and Killer Bee raced forward, their figures resolute against the winds. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the cries of battle resounding fiercely. Upon receiving Zetsu's message, Uchiha Obito's expression darkened. Naruto, you have arrived sooner than expected. Rising from his seat, Obito prepared to personally apprehend the two, accompanied by 6 reincarnated Jinchuriki. As he arrived on the battlefield, Naruto, utilizing the malice of the Nine Tails, effortlessly discerned the transformations of white Zetsu and promptly dispatched hundreds of clones to various battlefronts. Among the coalition, the news of the Jinchuriki's involvement and Naruto's ability to identify enemies significantly boosted morale. In a corner of the camp, a ninja delivered intelligence to a messenger hawk before returning to the encampment. Naruto directed his clones to charge into battle, engaging fiercely with the white Zetsu clones. Under Naruto's encouragement, the coalition fought with renewed vigor, their battle cries growing ever louder. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the camp, the ninja who had delivered the intelligence was suddenly silenced as a hand clamped over his mouth. It was a hidden white Zetsu clone, its eyes glinting with cunning as it prepared to strike. With a swift motion, the white Zetsu clone transformed back into its white form. Astonished as it gazed upon the ninja before it, incredulous as it stammered, You are. Mo, before it could finish. The ninja cleaved it in two, spitting in contempt. What a fool. You thought you could ambush me? I am an undercover agent meticulously trained by Lord Mo-chun, complete with hidden weaponry. Bah. Having dispatched the white Zetsu clone, the ninja quickly adjusted his attire, resuming his seemingly casual movements within the camp while keenly observing his surroundings. At that moment, Naruto's clones on the battlefield unleashed a myriad of ninjutsu, overwhelming the white Zetsu clones. The coalition's spirits soared, and they fought valiantly against their foes. Ka, a messenger hawk landed within the camp, and a rain ninja swiftly retrieved it. Upon inspection, he rushed to Emo-chan, reporting, Lord Emo-chan, the 8 Tails and 9 Tails Jinchuriki have entered the fray. Emo-chan, without turning, replied, understood. Instruct those embedded within the 4th Division to exercise caution. As soon as Naruto's clones appear, they are to withdraw from that area immediately. The rain ninja responded affirmatively, yes, Lord Emo-chan, before promptly relaying the orders. On the battlefield, the activity of Naruto's clones further invigorated the coalition, their battle cries echoing thunderously. Chapter 84. That man Emo-chan remained fixated on the sand table before him, contemplating quietly, with the 8 Tails and 9 Tails joining the fray. The situation has tilted in favor of the allied forces. We must proceed with utmost caution. Xiao Nan, standing nearby, remarked, Xiao-chun, it seems we need to make some adjustments to our plan. Emo-chan nodded slightly. Indeed, let us observe the circumstances before deciding. On the battlefield, the clash between the allied forces and the white Zetsu clones raged on fiercely. On the second night of the war, concealed personnel within various units, under the assurance of safety, transmitted vital intelligence regarding the movements and casualties of the allied forces. In the forest bordering the desert, as the gathered individuals scrutinized the incoming information, Kakazu furrowed his brow, realizing that the masked man was aware that defeating the allied forces necessitated first neutralizing their medical ninjas, especially since the casualty count had now dwindled to merely a few hundred. Sasori interjected, adding, this is indeed the most troublesome aspect. While we possess medical ninjas, they are few in number and not particularly skilled. Emo-chan, arms crossed in contemplation, remarked, medical support is undeniably our Achilles heel, but we can seek breakthroughs through other avenues. Haydn shouted, who cares? Let us charge in and strike hard. Emo-chan shot him a glare. Acting recklessly will only lead us into dire straits. Pipa Juzong suggested. Could we devise a way to sabotage the allied forces' medical supplies? Emo-chan nodded thoughtfully. That is a viable line of thought, yet implementing it will be fraught with difficulties, as the allied forces will undoubtedly safeguard those resources. A heavy silence enveloped the group as they pondered their strategies. Emo-chan gazed towards the desert, silently hoping for assistance from that man. Since Akatsuki assumed control of the Rain Village, he had orchestrated a series of plans, embedding numerous spies within the allied forces to glean intelligence on enemy movements and material transport. This was war, not mere animation. Emo-chan understood that a single misstep could plunge them into the abyss. Xiao Nan gently approached Emo-chan, saying, Xiao-chun, do not burden yourself too heavily. We will succeed. Emo-chan took a deep breath. Sister Xiao Nan, I comprehend, yet every step must be taken with caution. These spies are our eyes and ears, and should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Kakuzu snorted. As long as they remain undisclosed, we still have a chance. Emo-chan's gaze hardened. We must prepare for the worst while seizing every possible opportunity. The atmosphere within the tent was tense. All understood that the outcome of this war held immense significance. Among the allied forces, through collective effort, they managed to seal the powerful users summoned by Edo Tensei, while the white Zetsu clones began suffering considerable losses following Naruto's involvement. In the desert, 4 figures advanced slowly towards the 4th Division, led by Gaara. These 4 were the formidable users of Edo Tensei summoned by Yakushi Kabuto, the 3rd Reikage. Renowned for his unmatched spear and shield, the 2nd Tsuchikage, a master of dust release, the 2nd Mizukage, equally famed in his era, and Gaara's father, the 4th Kazekage, who could manipulate sand and gold with magnet release. At the Allied headquarters, upon receiving intelligence, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, resolved to lend support to Gaara. Meanwhile, Killer Bee and Naruto encountered 2 formidable adversaries by a lakeside, Itachi Uchiha, wielding the Manjikyu Sharingan, and Nagato, possessing the Rinnegan. In a subterranean cavern, Yakushi Kabuto sensed the 2 and prepared to command Nagato into action, but he recalled the scrolls. After careful consideration, he decided to test whether the information provided by Emo-chan was accurate. By the lakeside, Naruto widened his eyes at the sight of Itachi and Nagato, nervously exclaiming, Uncle B, this is going to be tough. Killer Bee gripped his sword, expression serious. Kid, stay alert. In the cavern, Yakushi Kabuto furrowed his brow, pondering. Is the intelligence Emo-chan provided reliable? I shall observe first. Itachi's gaze remained calm as he regarded Naruto and his companions, while Nagato's expression was impassive, heightening the tension. At that moment, Itachi instinctively unleashed a fire technique, the Great Fireball Jutsu, sending a massive fireball roaring towards Naruto and the others. Killer Bee swiftly positioned himself in front of Naruto, brandishing his sword to cleave the fireball in 2. Simultaneously, Nagato summoned creatures from the animal path, sending a lizard and a giant bird to attack. Seeing the assault unfold, Naruto's determination solidified as he rapidly formed hand seals, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantly, numerous clones erupted forth, charging towards the enemies. Killer Bee swung his sword, shouting, "Naruto, watch your surroundings." The battlefield was engulfed in smoke and the cacophony of battle cries. From a distance, Nagato coldly declared, "You cannot escape." The lizard and giant bird opened their maws wide, unleashing torrents of flames. The allied ninjas responded with their own techniques to counter the onslaught. Amidst the chaos, Naruto surged towards Nagato, proclaiming, "I will bring this to an end." Yet Nagato remained expressionless, intensifying his attacks. At that moment, Nagato was under the direct control of Yakushi Kabuto, unleashing an array of techniques. Although Itachi was immobilized, his will was unbroken, continually advising Naruto and Bee. As Nagato employed the universal pull technique to draw Killer Bee closer, Bee, unable to resist the force, transformed into his tailed beast state. With 8 tails thrashing about, enveloped in crimson chakra, he gathered immense power in his hands and struck towards Nagato. However, upon impact, Bee's tailed beast form rapidly receded, and Nagato's frail body began to return to its normal state, his white hair turning back to its original red. Killer Bee's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? Meanwhile, Itachi's Sharingan whirled, transforming into the Manjikyu, as a raven emerged from Naruto's mouth, possessing a Sharingan. In that instant, when Itachi and the raven locked eyes, the raven morphed into the Manjikyu Sharingan. This was the raven that Itachi had implanted within Naruto, containing the most potent Jinjutsu left by Shisui Uchiha, designed to protect the Leaf Village. He believed that when Sasuke Uchiha learned the truth, he would seek vengeance against Konoha. A plan now set in motion as the Jinjutsu enveloped Itachi, liberating him from the control of Edo Tensei. As Itachi broke free from control, his eyes regained clarity. He glanced at Naruto, offering a subtle nod of acknowledgement. The moment Itachi regained his autonomy, Yakushi Kabuto sensed something amiss and observed the contents of the scroll on the ground, smirking to himself. So, a new technique has been layered over? Itachi is indeed remarkable. With that, Yakushi Kabuto altered his hand seals, and behind Nagato, a coffin materialized, causing Nagato to vanish from their sight in an instant. Naruto stared in confusion at Nagato and Appo's sudden disappearance. What just happened? Itachi replied gravely. It seems the caster is up to something. Killer Bee tightened his grip on his sword. Damn it, we cannot let him succeed so easily. At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto surveyed the unfolding scene, a smirk forming on his lips. The game has only just begun. Naruto furrowed his brow, declaring, "Regardless, we cannot falter." Itachi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I will pursue the caster while you two continue towards the main battlefield." The complexity of the battlefield escalated, and their battle raged on. Chapter 85. The Coalition and Appo's troublemakers. The speech instructors in the midst of the desert, the battle commenced. Gaara manipulated the sands, conjuring a tidal wave of sand towards the 4 shadow-level figures, only to be thwarted by the 4th Kazekage, Rasha, who utilized magnetic release to counter the assault. Simultaneously, Gaara seized the opportunity to ensnare 3 of his adversaries with the very sands beneath their feet. The second Tsuchikage, Inoki, adept in dust release and a sensory ninja, swiftly evaded the grasp and gazed upward. At that moment, Inoki was forming hand seals for a dust release attack, while Mu similarly unleashed his own, resulting in a violent clash. The immense energy generated by the collision of their dust techniques caused the surrounding air to feel as though it were igniting. "Mu, today I shall demonstrate my might," Inoki declared through gritted teeth. Mu coldly retorted, "Do not be so arrogant, brat." The battlefield was a tumult of flying sand and stones, the tension escalating. Gaara and Rasha were locked in fierce combat, their sand and magnetic gold clashing in a rapid exchange that quickly determined the outcome. The trio was enveloped by sand, while Rasha's assault on Gaara was thwarted by the protective power bestowed by his mother. Before being sealed, Rasha confided in Gaara that he had always been sheltered by his mother. Meanwhile, the 3rd Raikage and the 2nd Mizukage broke through their seals, launching an assault on the ninja coalition. The coalition forces, taken aback by this sudden onslaught, faltered momentarily. "Steady yourselves. Do not panic," a coalition leader bellowed. The 3rd Raikage charged forward like a ferocious beast, leaving chaos in his wake. The 2nd Mizukage unleashed his enigmatic water release techniques, confounding the coalition and Appo's response. "Curse it, these two are too powerful," a ninja lamented. Gaara, gazing at the sealed Rasha, felt a tumult of emotions but quickly regained his composure, shouting, "Do not retreat. Fight for peace." Inspired by his words, the coalition rallied, unleashing their respective techniques in a desperate struggle against their foes. The battlefield was ablaze with light as ninjutsu intertwined, creating a chaotic yet fierce spectacle. In the rear of the 4th Division, a group of 10 or so ninjas shouted, "Brothers, do not fear. Fight for peace." Their voices rose above the din, bolstering the spirits of their comrades as they charged towards the 2 reanimated shadows. Yet, the shouting ninjas hesitated, exchanging glances and whispering, "Are you also?" "Indeed, I did not expect to find comrades here," one replied in a hushed tone. Let us keep it down for now. We must assess the situation, another cautioned, casting a wary glance around them. The group exchanged knowing looks, silently acknowledging their shared understanding. Meanwhile, the fierce battle continued unabated. Cries of combat echoing across the field. Although the group appeared anxious, each harbored distinct thoughts as they awaited the opportune moment to execute their undisclosed mission. Similar scenarios unfolded in various locations as the war intensified. Despite some of Naruto's shadow clones providing support, the vastness of the battlefield, compounded by the presence of these troublemakers, resulted in previously wounded personnel who intended to return to the medical unit for treatment, now resolutely choosing to continue fighting, spurred on by the clamor of encouragement. Consequently, within the coalition headquarters, Reikage and Tsunade were taken aback as casualty reports indicated an increase of nearly 1,000, yet the number of injured had significantly decreased. Reikage furrowed his brow, slamming his fist on the table. What in the world is happening? Tsunade, with a grave expression, pondered for a moment before saying, I fear that enemies have infiltrated our ranks, inciting the wounded to continue fighting, resulting in the rising death toll. Nearby, the advisors exchanged anxious whispers, their expressions filled with concern. We must swiftly identify these hidden enemies. We cannot allow the situation to worsen, Tsunade asserted with determination. Reikage rose to his feet. I will personally inspect the front lines. However, Nara Shikaku interjected, cautioning Reikage against venturing forth, emphasizing that the enemy possessed white Zetsu, capable of altering appearances and launching surprise attacks within the coalition. He pointed out that Naruto's clones were already providing support, and with the ability of the Nine Tails to discern enemies, Reikage was needed to maintain morale among the coalition forces. Uchiha Madara has yet to appear on the battlefield. We cannot act recklessly. Furthermore, Gaara's forces are already facing formidable foes. I have devised a plan to detach half of the 4th Division for rapid reorganization, allowing the remaining units to conclude their battles before providing support, Nara Shikaku explained. Reluctantly, Reikage considered Nara Shikaku's words, ultimately taking his seat again. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, but we must resolve these troubles expeditiously. Tsunade nodded, rallying her troops. Everyone, let your spirits rise. Victory in this war shall undoubtedly belong to us. Meanwhile, the front line's turmoil intensified as Naruto's clones diligently sought to identify the infiltrating enemies, while Gaara's troops valiantly resisted the overwhelming threats. In this tense atmosphere, every decision carried immense significance, shaping the trajectory of the entire conflict. Although Naruto's clones effectively dealt with the infiltrating white Zetsu, their capacity for sensing malice proved ineffective against the group of troublemakers, who, under the tutelage of Imo-chin, fancied themselves as speech instructors. Their mission was to inspire the ninjas of the coalition while avoiding direct combat, hence they refrained from expressing any malicious intent towards the coalition. As the battlefield's complexities deepened, uncovering these hidden speech instructors became an urgent priority for the coalition. On the 4th day of the war, the morale of the coalition soared, a boon for the various divisions, yet a dire predicament for the coalition headquarters. The rising death toll, coupled with a significant reduction in injured personnel within the reserve medical unit, puzzled the medical unit leader, Shizune. Over the past 2 days, the number of injured had plummeted, alleviating pressure on the medical staff, yet with the war ongoing, the reduction of casualties seemed counterintuitive, suggesting an increase in fatalities. Furrowing her brow, Shizune paced within the medical tent, contemplating, this is deeply troubling. Could there be a conspiracy at play? Summoning several assistants, she instructed, investigate to determine if there are any unknown circumstances. Her aides promptly set off, while Shizune continued to ponder the myriad possibilities. Meanwhile, in other corners of the battlefield, coalition warriors continued to fight valiantly, unaware of the lurking crisis behind the scenes. Chapter 86, Uchiha. Madara within the Rain Ninja encampment, a group of teenagers, led by the hydrangeas, mercilessly pounded the white figure sprawled on the ground. This was none other than the white Zetsu's main body, dispatched to gather intelligence, rather than the clones cultivated by Obito. Sensing a large congregation of individuals on the outskirts of the desert, the white Zetsu had notified Obito and received orders to investigate the gathering. However, upon its arrival, it was immediately detected by the perceptive ninjas, Sleeping Lotus and Hibiscus, who, having been thoroughly trained by Imo-chan, swiftly surrounded and began to pummel it. As sensory ninjas, their awareness of white Zetsu's chakra was akin to a beacon in the dark. They could sense its presence the moment it materialized. Stop hitting me, please. The white Zetsu cried out in distress. Yet, the hydrangeas persisted, their fists raining down relentlessly. Unfazed by the capture of the white Zetsu clone, Imo-chan continued his course, fully aware that this was merely a reconnaissance mission orchestrated by Obito. Even if Obito were to learn of the situation, he would be unable to intervene effectively. He is currently preoccupied with capturing the 8 Tails and 9 Tails. Thus, within the camp, a group of a dozen young boys and girls has engaged in a lively entertainment program. Xianghua twisted her sore wrist and cheerfully declared, all right, it's your turn now. This fellow can really take a beating. The other youths eagerly rubbed their fists, gathering around. Upon witnessing this, Baiju turned pale with fear, his voice tinged with a whimper, "Please, spare me." Yet, no one paid heed to his pleas. And a new round of punches commenced. Mo-chan, observing from the sidelines, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, thinking, "It's good for this fellow to endure some hardship. Let us see if he dares to recklessly intrude again." The camp was filled with joyous laughter, starkly contrasting the tense atmosphere of the battlefield outside. In the desert battleground, the third Raikage, clad in his lightning armor, was impervious to attacks, leaving the coalition unable to seal him and resulting in significant casualties. The wind-style ninjas, led by Shoju, attempted to unleash a large-scale wind net, yet failed to leave a mark on him. Just as Shoju lamented that no one here could surpass her wind techniques, Naruto appeared, wielding the wind release, spiraling shuriken, engaging in battle with the third Raikage. Meanwhile, a group of observers known as the Stirring the Pot Gang exchanged knowing glances and began to withdraw from the battlefield unnoticed, as all attention was focused on the clash between the third Raikage and Naruto. In the Rain Ninja camp, Mo-chan received intel that Naruto's clone had manifested in the desert, prompting him to rise and inform the others to await his return. He was determined to wait for that man's arrival. With the swiftness of the wind, Mo-chan made his way towards the desert battlefield. The Stirring the Pot Gang discreetly faded away from the edge of the battlefield, unnoticed. Shoju watched anxiously, silently cheering for Naruto. By the time Mo-chan arrived, he witnessed Naruto attacking the Raikage's arm with the spiraling sphere, causing the Raikage to pierce his own shield with his strongest spear, enabling the sealing team to successfully imprison the third Raikage. High above, Mo-chan surveyed the battlefield, while Gaara and Inoki managed to seal the second Mizukage. As they celebrated their victory, Mo-chan spotted a figure shrouded in bandages, accompanied by a man clad in armor reminiscent of the Warring States period. Has he finally appeared? A sensory ninja from the coalition suddenly halted his cheers, directing his gaze toward a figure atop a stone pillar. The atmosphere shifted from jubilant to grave as the crowd turned their attention to the stone pillar. Upon seeing the second Tsuchikage, someone questioned, "But wasn't he sealed?" Inoki responded, splitting, "It's a technique belonging to the second Tsuchikage. It can be considered both a clone and an entity, but his power is halved after the split." Simultaneously, the figure in Warring States armor emerged, causing Inoki's eyes to widen in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How can he be here?" "Inoki-sensei, do you know this person?" Naruto inquired urgently. Inoki, his expression grave and voice trembling slightly, replied, "He is Uchiha Madara." Naruto and Gaara exchanged shocked glances, equally incredulous. If this was indeed the reincarnated Uchiha Madara, then who was the man wearing the mask? Only Mo-chan, high above, comprehended the full scope of the situation. Feeling his blood boil as a voice echoed in his mind, "He has appeared. Let me out to play with him." Suppressing the frenzied thoughts, Mo-chan fixed his gaze on Uchiha Madara, his mind racing. So he has truly shown himself. It seems an arduous battle is inevitable. Below, chaos erupted among the coalition ranks, and Naruto clenched his fists, declaring loudly, "No matter who he is, we shall not be afraid." Gaara, maintaining his composure, advised, "Let us not act impulsively. Let us assess his intentions." Uchiha Madara, tilting his head back, laughed heartily, "A bunch of ignorant ants. Today marks your demise." At that moment, the armored man joined in with a chilling laugh, intensifying the tension and fear that enveloped the battlefield. As Uchiha Madara descended towards the ninja coalition, his presence surged like an overwhelming wave, causing cold sweat to break out among the ranks. In the face of this terrifying force, someone shouted, prompting a throng to charge at Uchiha Madara. Mo-chan observed with a smirk, against such a godlike adversary, victory could not be secured merely through numbers. In the coalition headquarters, Yamanaka Ino also received word that Uchiha Madara had appeared in the 4th Division alongside Gaara, hastily notifying the Raikage and Tsunade. Upon hearing the news, both the Raikage and Tsunade's expressions turned serious. The Raikage clenched his teeth. "This man is Uchiha Madara. But who is that masked man?" Tsunade, equally concerned, remarked. "Regardless of who he is, the true Uchiha Madara has appeared, and wind and earth shadows are certainly no match for him. We must hurry to provide support." The Raikage nodded gravely and declared, "Let us go." They entered a secluded chamber where Mabu had been waiting, preparing to employ the Cloud Village's heaven-sent technique. Meanwhile, the Mizukage was guarded by the 4th Hokage's escort team, consisting of 3 who surrounded Mei Terumi, forming a protective barrier to execute the Flying Thunder God technique. Mei Terumi, glancing at her 3 protectors, said with urgency, "Prepare yourselves. We must reach the battlefield swiftly." The trio responded in unison, "Yes." In the chamber, Mabu formed hand seals, muttering incantations, as the Raikage and Tsunade were gradually enveloped in light. Simultaneously, Terumi and her trio also readied themselves to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. With a flash of light, the Raikage and Tsunade vanished from the chamber, while Terumi and her companions also disappeared, racing towards the battlefield. Chapter 87. The system's replication in the arid battlefield, Uchiha Madara stood alone against an army of tens of thousands of ninja, exuding an overwhelming presence as he decisively defeated them with sheer physical prowess. Despite suffering relentless defeats, the allied ninjas displayed unyielding courage, continually launching assaults. Everyone unite. We cannot allow him to act with such arrogance, cried a commanding officer. However, the speed and strength of Uchiha Madara were astonishing. Each strike he delivered carried unparalleled force. With a cold smirk, he taunted, "Do you truly believe you can hinder me?" At that moment, a ninja skilled in earth techniques attempted a surprise attack from below, only to be sent flying by a single stomp from Madara. "Pathetic," echoed his voice across the desert battlefield. When faced with an approaching ninja wielding a blade, Madara effortlessly sidestepped, seizing the ninja by the throat, asking mockingly, "Do you wish to dance as well?" Suddenly, a powerful wind technique was unleashed by another ninja, who brandished a fan and shouted, "Stop underestimating us." Madara was momentarily pushed back by the wind, and standing opposite the allied forces, he brushed off the dust from his armor, forming hand signs to unleash a fire technique, great fire destruction, sending forth a wave of flames that surged toward the coalition. In response to the impending inferno, a battalion of water-style ninjas rushed forward, collectively executing water-style, water barrier technique, directing waves of water to collide with the flames, creating an immense mist that enveloped the battleground. Within this obscuring vapor, Uchiha Madara's figure appeared elusive, as he disdainfully remarked, "Childish tricks." Taking advantage of the cover provided by the mist, the allied ninjas swiftly reformed their ranks, preparing to launch another offensive. "Everyone be cautious, do not let your guard down," urged a seasoned jonin. Yet, Madara offered them no respite, bursting forth from the mist to unleash another ferocious assault. Gaara and Naruto joined forces against Uchiha Madara, coordinating their attacks. In response, Madara activated his Mangekyou Sharingan, conjuring a colossal skeletal figure of blue chakra, Susanoo, in its second state. The massive skeletal form wielded a giant chakra sword, while countless ninjutsu struck against it, proving ineffectual. Gaara manipulated sand to envelop Susanoo, simultaneously obstructing its strikes to prevent further casualties. Madara scoffed, "You think you can shake my Susanoo with such feeble efforts?" High above, a voice echoed in the mind of Imo-chin, who calmly inquired, "Is there any way to counter a complete Susanoo?" A frenetic voice replied, "Stop joking. How can we combat that with mere conventional weaponry? Unless we unite, there's no hope." Imo-chan furrowed his brow, contemplating, "It appears brute force will not suffice. I must devise a strategy." Meanwhile, Gaara gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of control over the sand to restrain Susanoo's rampage. Observing this, Madara intensified his chakra output, rendering Susanoo even more formidable, breaking free from some of the sandy restraints. "How foolish," he mocked. Amidst Gaara's turmoil, Naruto's voice rang out, "All right." With that, Inoki placed his hands on Gaara's back, utilizing earth-style, lightweight rock technique, causing Gaara to feel the weight of the sand nearly vanish. Naruto entered Sage mode, gathering Sage art, wine-style, Raisin Shuriken. Employing the sand beneath Madara's feet, Gaara successfully extracted him from Susanoo's grasp, while Naruto hurled the Raisin Shuriken. Madara's eyes spun with the Mangekyou Sharingan, manifesting a series of circular patterns. With a resounding explosion, the Raisin Shuriken dissipated upon contact with Madara's hand. Upon witnessing Madara's eyes, Naruto's gaze widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Why do you possess eyes akin to pains?" Madara smirked, derisively stating, "You child, this is a power beyond your comprehension." With a swift leap onto a stone pillar, he contemptuously addressed the allied ninja, declaring, "Behold the power of a god." Susanoo manifested, for chakra arms forming hand signs for heavenly shockstar. As the sky darkened, the coalition's morale plummeted, their weapons falling from trembling hands. Some questioned in disbelief. "Is this truly a power human beings can wield?" Gaara shouted, "Everyone, do not panic. Steady yourselves." Yet, panic swiftly spread among the ranks, many trembling in fear. At that critical moment, Naruto stepped forward, boldly proclaiming, "What is there to fear? Together, we can defeat him." Madara erupted in laughter. "A bunch of ignorant fools." Massive meteors plummeted from the sky, carrying an aura of annihilation towards the allied ninja. Suddenly, a small figure soared toward the meteor, shouting, "Don't give up easily. Evacuate now." Madara, observing this, muttered, "Is that the little brat from 2 days ago? Is there yet another person up there?" During the conflict with the allied forces, Madara had neglected to notice the situation above until Inoki took flight toward the meteor, realizing another figure was also approaching it. That figure was Imo-chan, who had been observing the battlefield, waiting for this precise moment. He smiled to himself, "This technique will soon be mine." As he placed his arm upon the descending meteor, he simultaneously commanded within his mind, "System, replicate." With his command, the system promptly responded, its mechanical voice echoing, "Meteor replication successful. Meteor count increasing." As the system responded, Imo-chan felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the true essence of the system's replication. Gradually, He withdrew from the battlefield, indifferent to the fate of the coalition, finding their potential demise advantageous to his plans. Inoki, straining against the weight of the meteor, struggles valiantly. Gaara quickly manipulated sand to form two colossal arms, supporting the meteor in midair. Witnessing their efforts, Madara remained unfazed, coldly stating, "Impressive. You've caught the first one, but what about the second?" No sooner had he spoken than the sky darkened again, another massive meteor hurtling down, crashing onto the first. The entire desert battlefield trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Even the fringes of the desert felt the disturbance, with figures like Kankuro rushing to stabilize themselves and peer into the chaos. Witnessing the emergence of a colossal meteor within the sands, even the seasoned Kakuzu could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, "What a joke! How did that appear?" Others stood agape, staring into the desert. "Enough. This is not our concern. This is the true power wielded by Uchiha Madara," Emo-chun replied, descending from the sky, addressing their bewilderment. Chapter 88. A test of mortality. All eyes turned expectantly and curiously toward Emo-chun. Kakuzu was the first to inquire, "Little ghost, how do you intend to confront such power? In all my encounters, only Senju Hashirama possessed this level of strength." Gazing at the meteorite that had fallen in the desert, Kakuzu couldn't help but ask. As someone who had survived for a considerable time and had even fought against the legendary Senju Hashirama, he regrettably felt a Hashirama-s would release techniques. This indicated that Kakuzu himself was exceptionally strong. However, he found himself utterly powerless against such a force capable of manipulating meteorites. Noticing the concerned expressions of the crowd, Emo-chan appeared remarkably relaxed. "Since we aim to unify, there is nothing to fear. Besides, what do you think I went there to do?" At this, the eyes of Sasori lit up in astonishment. "Wait, your replication ability can't possibly." Emo-chan smiled, pointing at the meteorite in the desert. "Indeed, I can replicate this thing even more." The crowd was left in a state of shock. "What did you say? How is that possible?" Deidara exclaimed incredulously. All right, since the little ghost claims it's feasible, then it must be so," Kakuzu interjected, breaking their astonishment. He, who frequently partnered with Emo-chan, was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of his replication ability. Now that Emo-chan had replicated this massive meteorite, they felt emboldened to face the 5 great shinobi villages. In the battlefield of the desert, dust filled the air. Under Uchiha Madara's heavenly obstruction, thousands of ninjas had suffered heavy casualties. Some fortunate souls managed to withstand the blow. A few struggled to rise, searching for their comrades, only to uncover lifeless bodies beneath the rubble. Since the emergence of Uchiha Madara, this battlefield had become the most brutal of all conflicts. Gaara, sheltered by the sands, escaped severe harm, while Inoki, who bore the brunt of the meteorite, was gravely injured. He struggled to rise, supported by Gaara, amidst the continuous cries of agony around them. Naruto's shadow clone had survived under the protective rubber of a Wagakure, but he himself perished during the attack. Gaara looked at the severely injured Inoki, anxiety welling within him. "Elder Tsuchikage, you must hold on." Inoki gasped, struggling to speak. "Don't worry about me. Go help the others." "But, Uncle Tsuchikage, I'm just a clone." "Why?" Naruto's expression was pained as he gazed at the fallen Tsuchikage. In the forest, the ninjas of Amegakure were checking their weapons and supplies, preparing for the imminent battle. Sasori and Deidara led a portion of their forces towards Sunagakure, all orchestrated by Emo-chun's scheming. Following Madara's use of heavenly obstruction, the battlefield was poised for a swift transformation. Emo-chun stood atop a vantage point, surveying the chaotic battleground with contemplative eyes. Konan approached him and softly remarked, "This battlefield appears advantageous for us, but other fronts may not harbor such formidable individuals." Gazing at the dust-laden desert, Konan couldn't help but reflect that having chosen the path of continued warfare, they could no longer turn back. For the Ninja Alliance, the greater the casualties, the more favorable their position in the ensuing conflict. The total fighting force that Amegakure could muster was merely over 3,000. Compared to the vast shinobi villages, this number posed no threat, as the 5 great shinobi villages alone could summon 80,000 elite ninjas, not to mention the likes of Konoha, which boasted top-tier ninjas like Kakashi and Might Guy. However, when compared to smaller villages, Amegakure was indeed more powerful. Emo-chan shook his head, assuring no, the situation in other areas will proceed smoothly. If we can secure Sunagakure as our stronghold, we shall remain invincible. Konan frowned slightly, expressing her concerns. But Sunagakure is not easily taken. Their defenses and ninja prowess are formidable. Emo-chan smiled confidently. "Fear not, Sister Konan. I possess a method to catch them off guard." Konan regarded him thoughtfully and gently said, "Let us hope so. This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option." Emo-chan nodded, his gaze resolutely fixed on the direction of Sunagakure. Indeed, success is assured. In the desert, Uchiha Madara prepared to summon the Nine Tails for a test. Unfortunately, he could not summon it yet, as the Nine Tails remained trapped within Naruto. In a moment of resignation, Madara formed seals, imploring would release. After receiving chakra from the Nine Tails linked to Naruto's clone, multiple shadow clones utilized the Rasengan to defend. At that moment, Raikage A, Hokage Tsunade, and Mizukage Tsurumi arrived on the battlefield. The trio appeared instantaneously. Tsunade hurried to treat Inoki while the 5 Kage conveyed their will and spirit to Naruto's clone, who then relayed the information to his original self. Thus commenced the monumental confrontation between the 5 Kage and Uchiha Madara. The 5 Kage exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them as they charged toward Uchiha Madara, igniting a cataclysmic battle. On the outskirts of the desert, Kakuzu remarked, little ghost. It seems they have come to provide support. Emo-chan waved his hand dismissively. It should be the other Kage. We need not concern ourselves. They are no match for him. He is merely toying with them. For Emo-chan, unlike others, he was acutely aware of Uchiha Madara's true nature, a figure who had orchestrated plans for decades, ultimately becoming a pawn for others. Yet, his strength was formidable, and Emo-chan felt no pressure facing him. As he observed from a distance, he could sense Madara's overwhelming aura, his frenzied spirit clamoring to confront Uchiha Madara. Emo-chan had no desire to test the waters, lest he meet his demise. Kakuzu snorted derisively. Humph, these Kage seem overconfident. Emo-chan, arms crossed and expression calm, replied, let them be, we shall focus on our own tasks. At that moment, Konan approached and cautioned, we must remain vigilant. The situation could change unexpectedly. Emo-chan glanced at her and nodded, assuring, rest easy, I am well aware. On the battlefield, the conflict between the 5 Kage and Uchiha Madara intensified, with dazzling displays of ninjutsu illuminating the scene and the earth trembling beneath their might. Emo-chan watched from afar, contemplating, Uchiha Madara is indeed terrifying. I wonder how long the 5 Kage can endure. Chapter 89, All Old 6 in the desert battlefield, Uchiha Madara stood alone against the 5 Kage, unleashing a myriad of ninjutsu. With merely his incomplete Susanoo, he rendered the 5 Kage utterly helpless. He further demonstrated his prowess by employing would-release techniques to summon the flower tree world, overwhelming the 5 Kage. Onoki, relying on sheer willpower, rose once more to retaliate with dust release. A new round of combat was on the verge of commencing. Machi observed the fierce battle from a distance. Unable to suppress his astonishment, Madara's strength is truly terrifying. Even the combined efforts of the 5 Kage struggle to compete. Konan furrowed her brow, sensing the dire situation. It seems we must prepare for various contingencies. Kakuzu, standing nearby, expressed his impatience. Humph, the 5 Kage are far too weak. They are no match for Uchiha Madara. Machi shook his head in disagreement. One cannot underestimate them. Madara and Appo's power surpasses imagination. And it is commendable that the 5 Kage have managed to hold on this long. On the battlefield, although Onoki's dust release was formidable, Madara effortlessly evaded the attacks, launching a relentless barrage that once again ensnared the 5 Kage in peril. In the land of wind, Sunagakure, a ninja village nestled within the desert, found itself vulnerable as the 4th Shinobi World War unfolded, leaving its defenses weak. Only the elite Jonin Maki remained to oversee the defenses. Sunagakure was strategically advantageous to defend due to its singular entrance. However, aerial assaults posed a significant threat, especially with Deidara's previous exploits in mind. Not far from Sunagakure, hundreds of ninjas gathered, clad in yellow cloaks that camouflaged them against the sands. Machi's strategy was one of overwhelming force. This operation was led by Sasori and Deidara, the latter performing a feint to divert Sunagakure's attention, while Sasori swiftly eliminated any resisting personnel. Within Sunagakure, a few individuals prepared meals for the defenders. One ventured to the entrance to check, nodding to the others. They produced several vials, pouring their contents together. As night fell, the defenders took turns dining, with some returning to rest after their meals, while the night watch ascended to higher ground. One patrolling guard, feeling drowsy, remarked on the meal's excellence, but noted a sudden wave of fatigue. His companion yawned in agreement, stating his own weariness. Before long, one guard swayed and nearly fell, while another, struggling to stay alert, sensed something was amiss. This isn't right. Why am I so tired? Before he could finish, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Soon, the entire patrol team succumbed to slumber. In the shadows, several figures emerged, their eyes glinting with cunning and satisfaction. Observing the fallen defenders, they swiftly bound them with ropes. One whispered, how could they not be drowsy? We administered a potent sleeping drug. Another urged, quickly, notify Lord Sasori. Perhaps we can seize the village without a fight. Nodding, one drew a signal flare from his pocket, pulling the cord to send a radiant light soaring into the night sky. Before long, Sasori arrived with his subordinates. What is the situation? He inquired in a hushed tone. My lord, the defenders have been incapacitated. We have them bound, came the reply. Sasori narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings. Do not let your guard down. Be wary of traps. Send someone to scout ahead. Several subordinates responded and shortly returned with the report. My lord, there are no abnormalities inside. Sasori then relaxed slightly. Very well, prepare to enter. Who are you? Sasori, how are you still alive? I thought you were killed by Chiyo, Maki shouted, having come to inspect the defenses after feeling uneasy in his rest. He had not dined with the others, leaving him the only one alert. Sasori snorted dismissively. Humph, I am not so easily defeated. Maki, today marks your end. With a grim expression, Maki quickly formed hand seals. You shall not breach our defenses so easily. Sasori laughed derisively. Is that all you have? Such arrogance. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates surged toward Maki. Maki unleashed wind release in an attempt to fend off the attackers, but the overwhelming numbers soon proved too much for him. In mere moments, he was surrounded and beaten to the ground, as several rushed forward to bind him. Maki, glancing at their torn garments, was incredulous to find them clad in iron armor. Who fights in such attire? And to send nearly 100 against me? How shameless. Little did Maki realize that the Rain Village's inhabitants had been taught by Machi to embrace shamelessness, rendering them invincible. Thus they were all old six. Deidara descended on his clay bird, dazed. Is it over already? Wasn't I supposed to be the distraction? Sasori shot him an irritated glance. Is it not preferable to resolve this easily? It saves you from unnecessary trouble. Deidara scratched his head, muttering, this is no fun. I was ready to showcase my skills. Unfazed by Deidara's complaints, Sasori summoned an aide to relay the news of their conquest to Machi, while he and his team began to eliminate the remaining resistors. Upon receiving the message, Machi's lips curled into a slight smile. Sasori is quite efficient. Konan remarked from the side. This will further strengthen our forces. Kakuzu, having put away his binoculars, stated gravely, should we proceed now? Back on the desert battlefield. As Uchiha Madara activated his complete Susanoo, not only were the 5 Kage astonished, but even the observers from the Rain Village, Kakuzu and Haiden, were taken aback by the towering chakra giant, which cleaved through mountains with a single stroke. Just as Madara prepared to strike, his Susanoo dissipated, and a white light emanated from him, indicating that the Edo Tensei was undone. Madara gazed toward a particular direction, murmuring, has the caster encountered difficulties? Before the 5 Kage could breathe a sigh of relief, Madara formed hand seals, and the fissures on his body reformed instantly. The 5 Kage's faces paled, as the glimmer of hope that had just ignited was extinguished. Anoki gritted his teeth. This man still possesses such tricks. Gaara, manipulating sand, braced himself. It appears the battle is far from over. Tsunade clenched her fists, her resolve firm. No matter what, we cannot falter. The Raikage roared, continue the fight. The Mizukage resumed her stance, preparing to face Madara's next onslaught. Chapter 90. The world's strongest on the other side. Naruto Uzumaki and Killer Bee were engaged in a fierce battle against Obito Uchiha, struggling against both him and the 6 reincarnated Jinchuriki. Fortunately, Kakashi and Might Guy arrived just in time to lend their support, and the 4 once again confronted Obito. Meanwhile, Imo-chun, having witnessed the 5 Kage being defeated by Uchiha Madara, instructed Konan and the others to lead the Rain Village personnel towards the Sand Village for preparation. He then took to the skies, following Madara towards Naruto, intent on executing his next plan. As Imo-chun soared above, his gaze remained fixed on Madara's movements below. Konan, filled with concern, watched Imo-chun's receding figure, silently praying for his safety. Under her leadership, the Rain Village team made their way to the Sand Village. The battle against Obito intensified. Kakashi, this guy is tough. Might Guy exclaimed. Kakashi, with unwavering focus, replied, don't let your guard down. Give it your all. Naruto, panting heavily as the chakra of the 9 tails surged around him, declared, we absolutely cannot let him succeed. Killer Bee transformed into his tailed beast form, preparing for another assault. At that moment, Uchiha Madara descended from the sky, landing not far away. Everyone gasped, turning their attention cautiously towards him. Madara smirked. Looks like you and Appos, having quite a bit of fun over here, Obito. Obito scoffed, so you and Appos, VE managed to escape the Edo Tensei. That's quite typical of you. In the high altitude, Imo-chun observed the standoff below, choosing not to intervene, but rather waiting for the opportune moment to execute his plan. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan territory, Sasuke Uchiha liberated Orochimaru from the curse mark placed by Anko in order to understand the truth about the Uchiha clan and to consult the previous Hokage. After obtaining the Shinigami mask with J-Go and Suigetsu, Orochimaru donned the mask and released the soul of the former Hokage from the Shinigami's grasp, subsequently using J-Go's sage art to implant it within Sasuke, forcing the 6 white Zetsu hidden within Sasuke's body to emerge. Finally, he utilized the white Zetsu to reincarnate 4 former Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze. The atmosphere in the Uchiha clan territory was tense and somber. Sasuke gazed coldly at the 4 Hokage resurrected through Edo Tensei, his heart a tumult of emotions. Hashirama surveyed the surroundings, perplexed. What is happening here? Tobirama, with a serious expression, quickly analyzed the current situation. Hiruzen sighed. I never imagined we would return in this manner. Meanwhile, in the land of wind, at the Sand Village, Deidara and Sasori led the advance forces from the Rain Village to eliminate the resisting personnel, settling the subsequent troops led by Konan within the village. Upon entering the sand village, Konan immediately instructed Zinnia to take her team to set up defenses, positioning all weapons at elevated locations. Deidara, leading a portion of the troops in the desert, meticulously arranged Mo-chan's explosives. The remaining personnel took the opportunity to rest, for a new round of war was imminent. Zinnia promptly complied, swiftly mobilizing her team. Deidara, not to be outdone, shouted for a portion of his team to assist in laying the mines in the desert. Observing the bustling activity, Sasori turned to Konan and inquired, "Do you think this arrangement will hold? Let us not encounter any mishaps." With a determined expression, Konan assured him, "Rest assured, this is our best plan for now. As long as we follow the strategy, we have a chance of victory." Kisame, with a pained expression, looked up at the heights where Zinnia produced cards, retrieving weapons such as artillery from them. The members of the Rain Village gradually arrived to claim them, positioning rocket launchers and other heavy weaponry high above. Sasori nodded slightly, his gaze still fixed on the actions below. Kisame couldn't help but grumble, "What a waste of my money. These items are quite valuable." Konan shot him a glance, retorting, "This is not the time to be concerned about that. Achieving victory is what matters most." Zinnia directed her team with precision, calling out, "Move quickly, no dawdling." In no time, the heights were filled with various formidable armaments, awaiting the enemy's arrival. In the desert, Deidara led hundreds, tirelessly digging pits and burying metal objects. He shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. The sensory personnel must record the positions, as we need to clear them during our counterattack." The group responded in unison, "Yes." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Deidara continued to work diligently. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust. "Ugh, this dreadful weather," someone complained. Deidara shot them a glare, "Less talk, more work." Through their collective efforts, the mines were swiftly laid out. Standing up, Deidara surveyed his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. "Humph, when the enemy arrives, they will be in for a surprise." While they prepared their arsenal, on the main battlefield, Uchiha Madara and Obito summoned the Ten Tails. The allied forces, fully assembled, found themselves powerless against the Ten Tails' overwhelming might. Ultimately, with the support of Sasuke and the four resurrected Hokage, they collectively executed the four Red Yang formation, ensnaring the Ten Tails within its confines. Hashirama utilized wood release to create an opening, allowing the allied forces to launch their counteroffensive against the Ten Tails. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi entered the Kimui space to duel, leaving Madara sitting idly on the battlefield. In midair, Mo-chan furrowed his brow, as the voice of madness within him clamored, "Why not test the strongest in this world now? It could facilitate the subsequent plan." Clenching his teeth, he fought to suppress the chaotic thoughts surging within. "No, it is not the right time. Rash actions will only disrupt our plans." Yet, the maddening voice echoed insistently in his mind, "What are you afraid of? This is a golden opportunity. It may not come again." Taking a deep breath, Mo-chan forced himself to regain composure. "Patience, we must await the optimal moment." Below in the battlefield, the Ten Tails struggled violently within the confines of the four Red Yang formation, as the allied forces unleashed a relentless tide of assaults upon it. Uchiha Madara, observing from the sidelines, displayed an expression of disdain. Gazing at the chaotic scene, Mo-chan found himself increasingly torn, unsure of the path to take. Madara, surveying the battlefield, noted the allied forces' arduous struggle and felt a sense of boredom at their weakness. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up at the sky. Upon noticing Mo-chan hovering above, his blood surged and his heart raced. The other side of him ceased its madness. Speaking earnestly, he has noticed. "Let me give it a try. Those two protagonists below can only surpass him, which will reveal our chances for victory." Mo-chan clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, wrestling with intense inner conflict. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, resolved. "All right, but cautiously." Chapter 91. Ghana. Mo-chan clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, wrestling with intense inner conflict. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, resolved. "All right, but cautiously." With that, Mo-chan descended from the sky. Boom. As he landed before Uchiha Madara, dust and smoke billowed, revealing a figure emerging from within. The entire battlefield fell silent, an eerie quiet enveloping the scene. As the four former Hokage maintaining the four Red Yang formation pondered the identity of the newcomer. Among the allied forces, questions arose. Was this an ally or a foe? Uchiha Madara, intrigued, remarked, "Ah, you're the little brat hovering over the desert, seeking to challenge me?" Emerging from the haze, Mo-chan fixed his determined gaze upon Uchiha Madara, declaring, "Indeed, it is I?" A chorus of astonished voices echoed within the allied forces. "Who is this? How dare they challenge Madara?" The four Hokages exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. Hashirama Senju remarked, "Let us first assess the situation. This child must possess some skill to dare approach." Is that the leading instructor from the Hidden Rain village?" Hira Senju exclaimed in surprise, as the figure of Mo-chan gradually came into view. Adorned in a crimson cloud robe, someone shouted, "He is a member of the Akatsuki organization." Madara Uchiha looked upon Emo-chun with keen interest. The Akatsuki? Intriguing. It appears Obito has not led them well. The allied forces buzzed with speculation. Isn't the Akatsuki a rogue ninja organization? What could he possibly want? Could he be attempting to take advantage of the chaos? Regardless, they resolved to observe how far he could go. Tobirama Senju's gaze sharpened. No matter his intentions, we must remain vigilant. Minato Namikaze stood ready to offer support. Everyone, prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Emo-chun strode confidently towards Madara, his demeanor calm and unwavering. Leader? He is unworthy of that title. I merely wish to test the might of the strongest in this world. Upon hearing this, Madara erupted into laughter. Ha! Such arrogance. Do you truly believe you can gauge my strength? Unfazed, Emo-chun continued his advance. Only through combat will one discern arrogance from capability. The allied forces watched with bated breath, their anxiety palpable as they focused on the confrontation between Emo-chun and Madara. The audacity of this Akatsuki member was astonishing. Perhaps he possessed some unique talent. The four Hokages remained wholly attentive, ready to respond to any unexpected turn of events. Madara's laughter subsided as he regarded the audacious youth before him, rising to confront him. Child, do you not perceive the vast chasm that separates us? The chasm? Emo-chun retorted. That term does not exist in my lexicon. I merely seek a contest against you. You? Madara questioned, puzzled. He was aware that only Hashirama Senju could match him in this world, and now, with the Rinnegan, he believed even Hashirama could not stand against him. As Emo-chun approached, now within mere meters of Madara, he smiled and said, with your Jinjutsu, you will soon realize who he is. Madara scoffed. Humph, what a charade. Allow me to unveil your tricks. With that, his eyes glimmered with power as he unleashed a Jinjutsu upon Emo-chun. A wave of formidable mental force surged toward him, causing a momentary dizziness. Yet, he quickly steadied his mind, for he knew that he would astonish Madara. Moments later, Madara's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? It has no effect. Unlike other Jinjutsu, the Uchiha clan and Appo's Sharingan relied on ocular prowess, easily dominating opponents through mere eye contact. The only scenarios where Jinjutsu might fail were either if the caster's power exceeded that of the target or if the target was a Jinchuriki, capable of awakening their inner consciousness. Madara, a figure who could effortlessly control the Nine Tails, could not comprehend why his Jinjutsu had failed against this boy, which only deepened his astonishment. The allied forces, witnessing Madara's change in demeanor, were engulfed by confusion and concern. Hashirama could not contain himself. Madara, what is happening? Yet Madara remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Emo-chun as if re-evaluating this seemingly arrogant youth. Haraha, it is my turn to play, Madara. Let me test the strength of the world's mightiest. Suddenly, Emo-chun's aura shifted dramatically, transforming from an elegant youth into a wild tempest. Madara's eyes glimmered with newfound interest as the two locked gazes, a gentle breeze stirring the dust around them. Clang. Emo-chun initiated the assault, his executioner's blade slicing through the air, only to be effortlessly deflected by Madara's fan. What an intriguing ability, Madara remarked. I cannot even discern how your blade appeared. Unbeknownst to Madara or anyone else, Emo-chun possessed a replication system, leading them to believe it was a rare form of copying ability. Emo-chun scoffed, retracting his blade to launch another attack. His form was like the wind, his strikes fierce, the gleam of his blade flashing amidst the dust. Yet Madara remained composed, effortlessly parrying each of Emo-chun's strikes, commenting, "This is merely insufficient, little brat." With a steely gaze, Emo-chun shouted, pouring even more strength into his blows. The onlookers held their breath, secretly rooting for Emo-chun. At that moment, his singular focus was to gauge Madara's power, preparing for his subsequent plans. As the battle raged on, the Ten-Tail Split Forms launched an unexpected assault on the distracted allied forces. This is bad, someone cried out. Hashirama's clones and Naruto, along with Sasuke, sprang into action, swiftly turning to confront the Ten-Tail's manifestations. Meanwhile, seizing the instant Madara was distracted, Emo-chun intensified his onslaught, seeking a flaw in Madara's defense. Madara's brow furrowed as he coldly muttered, "You foolhardy child." With a swift kick, sending Emo-chun flying, he tumbled several times before regaining his footing, charging once more at Madara. What a bore, Madara complained, observing Emo-chun's simplistic assault. Having resisted the Jinjutsu, the youth's demeanor had drastically changed, and Madara had anticipated a bit of amusement akin to his encounters with Hashirama. However, after several exchanges, he lost all interest. Bang! Crack! Emo-chun's executioner's blade shattered against Madara's strength, followed by another kick sending him sprawling. Clatter! A series of metallic clangs echoed as several iron objects rolled at Madara's feet. Kana! Emo-chun's voice rang out as he launched several specialized grenades at Madara. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted, engulfing Madara in a cloud of smoke. Did it work? Someone from the allied forces could not help but exclaim. Yet as the smoke dissipated, Madara emerged unscathed, his attire untouched. Is that all you've got? Madara sneered, his disappointment evident. How predictable. I shall leave the rest to you. Emo-chan observed Madara's skeletal defense, clearly activated Susanoo to withstand the assault. Now, let me have my turn. Let me witness the might of the strongest. In an instant, Emo-chan's tone shifted to one of wild zeal. Madara and Appo's eyes flickered with disdain. Humph, such an ignorant fool. Yet Emo-chan pressed on, charging once again, his executioner and Appo's blade slicing through the air with ferocity. Madara merely waved his arm, a surge of power repelling Emo-chan. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Madara declared scornfully. Emo-chan steadied himself, a mad glint in his eyes. This has only just begun. At that moment, a sudden transformation overtook Emo-chan's body, and an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. His eyes turned blood red, and the energy surrounding him became exceedingly ferocious. Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback. The coalition forces were equally astonished by this abrupt change. What has happened to him? Someone inquired. I don't know, but he feels even more terrifying now. With a maniacal laugh, Emo-chan charged once more at Uchiha Madara, exclaiming, Come on, let us engage in a thrilling battle. As he approached Madara, a skeletal hand of Susanoo reached out to seize him. Without even glancing back, Emo-chan swung his arm, and countless ninja tools materialized from thin air, blocking Susanoo's grasp. Madara huffed disdainfully as the skeletal hand intensified its grip, attempting to breach Emo-chan's defenses. Gritting his teeth, Emo-chan roared, Break for me. As his voice echoed, a torrential downpour of ninja tools surged forth, colliding fiercely with the skeletal hand and igniting brilliant sparks. The onlookers were captivated by the intensity of this clash. Their gazes fixated on the battlefield. This young man can actually hold his ground against Madara for so long, Senju Hashirama murmured to himself. At that moment, Madara's Susanoo was adorned with a multitude of ninja tools, and after pressing his left hand against the skeletal frame of Susanoo, Emo-chan swiftly evaded the ensuing attacks. Madara, displeased by this maneuver, regarded him with a scornful glare, as if to say, You went to such lengths just to touch Susanoo? Once at a safe distance, Emo-chan, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, retrieved a box-style rocket launcher, which appeared to them merely as a metal tube, leaving them puzzled about his intentions. A manic smile crept across Emo-chan's face as he declared, Uchiha Madara, taste this. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger of the rocket launcher. With a thunderous roar, a powerful shockwave, accompanied by flames and smoke, surged toward Uchiha Madara. The coalition forces were jolted by the sudden explosion. What kind of weapon is that? Someone exclaimed. Senju Hashirama's eyes widened in astonishment. This kid certainly has a plethora of tricks. Namake's Minato furrowed his brow, intently observing the developments within the smoke. As the haze gradually dissipated, Madara's Susanoo remained steadfast, yet its surface bore minute cracks. Madara's expression darkened. You have successfully enraged me, brat. To be toyed with by a mere youth was one thing, but that peculiar ninja tool had actually managed to fracture the armor of his Susanoo, igniting a flicker of fury within him. Although Hashirama was maintaining the four red suns formation, his attention was drawn to this confrontation, leaving Madara feeling somewhat humiliated as a formidable warrior. As his words fell, an immense chakra surged from Madara, and the blue chakra armor of Susanoo ascended, transforming into a colossal figure towering several meters high, adorned with two great swords, and clad in armor reminiscent of the Warring States period. The complete form of Yada no Kagami's Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's figure materialized within the chakra of Susanoo, gazing down at the figures below. Emo-chan looked up, his smile radiant. His eyes filled with envy as he beheld Susanoo. Ah, how I envy you. As he spoke, he levitated slightly higher, positioning himself just above Susanoo. Haha, Susanoo. It would be fitting to use your techniques against you. Madara's voice dripped with disdain. Arrogant brat, you will perish in my hands, reveling in your pride. Emo-chan did not respond. Instead, he pointed above Madara. The latter followed his gaze and was met with a shadow looming over Susanoo, his eyes widening in disbelief. As he beheld the descending sphere, understanding dawned upon Madara. This was what the boy meant by using his own techniques against him. For what was plummeting from the sky was none other than the heavenly obstruction star he had once unleashed. How is this possible? Madara bellowed in disbelief. Yet, the enormous meteor relentlessly descended. The coalition forces were left dumbfounded by the spectacle, momentarily paralyzed, as the Ten-Tails fragmented forms resumed their carnage against the coalition. Naruto hastily created shadow clones to rescue some individuals. Meanwhile, Emo-chan cackled wildly. Uchiha Madara, savor your own technique. Just as the meteor was about to strike Susanoo, Madara unleashed a torrent of chakra, drawing his twin swords. As the meteor neared, he crossed his blades, cleaving the colossal rock into four pieces that tumbled to the earth below. Is that all you can do? My power is beyond your comprehension, you little brat. Madara retorted with a condescending tone. Yet, Emo-chan, still wearing a maniacal grin, stroked his chin and weakly remarked, Indeed, but I don't recall saying there was only one. Madara's expression shifted dramatically as he looked up to see dozens of massive meteors cascading down from the sky. Damn it! Madara cursed. chakra surging wildly as Susanu's aura escalated once more. The coalition forces were engulfed in terror, instantly descending into chaos as they scattered in panic. Naruto, while desperately rescuing individuals, shouted loudly, "Everyone, stay calm. Quickly find a place to hide." Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow, his face etched with seriousness. How many more tricks does this kid have? Namake's Minato, resolute, remained poised to employ the Flying Thunder God technique for rescue. Just then, the multitude of meteors roared toward them, and Madara's eyes widened as he wielded his swords with all his might. A tremendous clash erupted as his formidable force collided with the meteors, shaking the very ground of the battlefield. Chapter 93. 6 Paths of Obito. The battlefield was a sight to behold, as the unique methods of Machin led to the coalition forces suffering devastating losses from the merciless slaughter of numerous ninjas by the Ten Tails manifestations. The 4 reanimated Hokage were unable to provide support due to their need to maintain the 4 Crimson Sun formation, leaving only Senju Hashirama would clone to engage in battle. However, clones are inherently weaker and could only contend with the Ten-Tail split forms. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan spun as his Susanoo cleaved through the meteors raining down, leaving no opportunity to address Machin, who had landed on the ground and produced a scroll. With a loud bang, white smoke dissipated to reveal a peculiar armored vehicle equipped with a massive iron cannon, a 406mm armor-piercing gun. Designed by Scorpion and Deidara based on Machin and Appo's concept. The 381mm rounds were crafted from materials imbued with lightning attributes, known for their unparalleled penetrating power. At that moment, Machin aimed the cannon at Uchiha Madara, who was busy slicing through the meteors, chuckling to himself, "Let us give this weapon a try." A manic grin spread across Machin's face as he firmly grasped the control lever and shouted, "Uchiha Madara, brace yourself." With a resounding boom, a brilliant beam of lightning shot forth from the cannon, heading straight for Madara, who, caught off guard by the formidable threat from behind, was momentarily startled. However, he had no time to evade as he was fully engaged in dealing with the meteors. In a critical moment, Madara roared, and his Susanoo spun around instantaneously, raising its massive shield in an attempt to block the incoming attack. Yet, the power of the lightning-infused armor-piercing projectile was immense, piercing through the shield and striking Susanoo directly. Madara's form shattered into a cloud of paper ash, only to quickly coalesce back into his original shape. The coalition forces were left astounded by this display. Reanimated bodies truly are troublesome, someone exclaimed. Senju Hashirama's expression grew solemn. The Akatsuki organization possesses remarkable capabilities. Machin, witnessing Madara's regeneration, laughed heartily. "Haha, Uchiha Madara, what does it matter if you can restore yourself? I have even more tricks up my sleeve." Madara, now thoroughly enraged, found it intolerable that a mere child had breached the defenses of his Susanoo. After shattering the last meteor, he descended to the ground, ready to act when an unexpected event occurred. From the head of the Ten Tails, space warped, and Uchiha Obito emerged, severely injured, indicating the conclusion of his duel with Kakashi. "What a waste," Madara scoffed, observing Obito's disheveled state. "Well then, let your last breath serve my purpose." As he spoke, Madara formed seals, and half of Obito's body was engulfed in dark mud, his hands moving uncontrollably to form seals as golden light enveloped Madara. Machin stood nearby, watching dispassionately, while Hashirama hastily summoned more wood clones, and Tobirama summoned 2 shadow clones, rushing towards Madara. Machin, arms crossed, observed with a cold gaze, contemplating the next strategy. The light surrounding Madara intensified, and Obito's hair began to turn white, while Naruto and Sasuke hurried towards him. In a moment of crisis, a figure cloaked in yellow light appeared before Obito, wielding a kunai raised high. As Obito collapsed atop the Ten Tails, the onlookers recognized it as the 4th Hokage, Namake's Minato's clone. "Obito, stand down," Minato commanded, his expression grave. Struggling to rise, Obito's eyes reflected madness and defiance. "Minato-sensei, are you going to stop me too?" At that moment, Naruto and Sasuke finally arrived. "Obito, you've made too many mistakes," Naruto shouted, while Sasuke stood ready, sword in hand, vigilant. Machin pondered his own role in this battle. "What is the current situation?" he asked as Hashirama's clone arrived. Madara, indifferent, replied, "It seems we have failed." As they conversed, a sudden change occurred near the Ten Tails. Its colossal form was being absorbed by Uchiha Obito. Machin exclaimed in excitement, "Oh, how spectacular! Will it explode?" He found the sight of the Ten Tails being consumed by Obito utterly exhilarating. The others watched with furrowed brows, anticipating the outcome. Once Obito finished absorbing the Ten Tails, he was enveloped by a white sphere. When the sphere shattered, Obito's body turned pale, and dark spheres appeared behind him, showcasing his immense chakra. 6 Paths Sage Mode. Hashirama's clone observed gravely. Minato frowned. "We must find a way to counter this." Naruto clenched his teeth. "No matter what, I will not back down." Sasuke's gaze was resolute. "Let us go all out." Before they could launch their attack, Obito effortlessly shattered the 4 Crimson Sun formation cast by the 4 Kage, causing a chill to sweep over the coalition. Oh, how powerful, Machin remarked nonchalantly, observing the battlefield through binoculars. Beside him, Madara, who was dealing with Hashirama and Tobirama's clones, turned and inquired, "You don't seem surprised by his strength, kid?" Machin shrugged, responding, "Why should I be surprised? It's only natural for powerful figures to emerge." Yet in his heart, he thought, what is there to be surprised about? Anyone who has seen it knows he is merely a pawn. Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. An interesting child. I hope you can survive this battle. With that, he turned to engage Hashirama once more before his resurrection. Watching Madara depart, Machin slowly seated himself upon a stone, his demeanor calming from the earlier frenzy. Come forth, Kagaya. It is time for us to converse. Chapter 94. The Unorthodox. The Art of Reincarnation. As Imo-chen's voice faded, a shadow gradually emerged from the ground behind him. None other than Kurizetsu. I didn't expect you to discover me. Kurizetsu's voice echoed, cold and eerie. Imo-chen smirked. Your concealed presence is not so easily overlooked. Kurizetsu began to circle Imo-chan, inquiring, what do you seek from me? Imo-chan crossed his arms, retorting, there's no need for pretense. I can surmise your intentions. Kurizetsu halted, a hint of surprise in his tone. Oh? Then do enlighten me. Imo-chen's gaze remained tranquil as he replied, it is nothing more than the resurrection of Kagaya. But do you truly believe it will proceed smoothly? At this, Kurizetsu's eyes widened. The notion of reviving his mother Kagaya had been buried deep within him, never spoken to anyone. For so long, he had existed under the will of Uchiha Madara, and now that his long-conceived plan had been unveiled by Imo-chan, fear gripped him. How? How do you know this? Kurizetsu stammered, his voice quivering. Imo-chan's lips curled into a slight smile. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. No matter how deeply you conceal your thoughts, traces will always be found. Kurizetsu swayed slightly, appearing flustered. No, it cannot be. My plan is flawless. Imo-chan scoffed. Flawless? Do you truly believe everyone is at your mercy? Kurizetsu forced himself to regain composure, asserting, even if you know, what of it? You cannot thwart me. Imo-chan shrugged. That remains to be seen. Perhaps I could become the greatest variable in your scheme. Kurizetsu glared intently at Imo-chan, demanding, what do you want? Imo-chan's expression turned icy, his eyes piercing like swords. It is quite simple. After Obito is weakened, when you resurrect Uchiha Madara, I want you to bring back Yahiko and the others whom you and Obito killed. Upon hearing this, Kurizetsu bellowed in anger. Impossible. That is out of the question. Their fates have no bearing on my plans. Stepping forward, Imo-chan unleashed a formidable aura. Then we have nothing further to discuss. I shall do everything in my power to sabotage your plans, ensuring you can never resurrect Kagaya. Kurizetsu's expression fluctuated, weighing his options before gritting his teeth. Fine, I agree. But if you dare to play tricks, I will ensure you have no place to rest. Is that so? Imo-chan replied dismissively, looking down at Kurizetsu while producing a box. If you attempt any deception, I will destroy this Rinnegan. Seeing the Rinnegan within the box, Kurizetsu was once again taken aback. How is this possible? Wasn't he the other Rinnegan hidden by Obito? Imo-chan and Appo's smile widened, a glimmer of pride illuminating his face. Kurizetsu, you are thinking too simplistically. You have forgotten my abilities, and more importantly, who took the Rinnegan from Obito. Kurizetsu was aware of Imo-chan's replication ability, but after Obito retrieved and transplanted the Rinnegan, he believed it had been successfully reclaimed. However, he had not anticipated that Imo-chan's replication skill was so unique that even the Rinnegan could be duplicated. Feeling an increasing trepidation towards Imo-chan, Kurizetsu realized that if everything was within Imo-chan's calculations, any attempt to resurrect his mother Kagaya would likely fail should Imo-chan intervene. Kurizetsu's expression darkened further, his voice laced with fury. What exactly do you intend to do? Imo-chan, arms crossed, replied leisurely. I seek nothing but to remind you not to underestimate me. Adhere to our agreement, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Kurizetsu trembled in rage, yet refrained from impulsive actions, muttering bitterly, Humph, we shall see. Imo-chan chuckled nonchalantly. I am at your service whenever you wish. With that, he turned and walked towards the battlefield. Kurizetsu watched his retreating figure, filled with unease and doubt, uncertain whether acquiescing to Imo-chan's demands was a grave error. Observing the distant battlefield shrouded in smoke, where the ninja coalition relentlessly threw themselves against Obito, Imo-chan felt a sense of satisfaction. For once the war concluded, the coalition's numbers would dwindle significantly. As he witnessed Naruto and Sasuke coordinating with Senju Tobirama and Minato against the formidable Obito, Imo-chan's gaze shifted to another front. There, the conflict raged fiercely. The god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, clashed with his old adversary, Uchiha Madara. One wielded colossal wooden giants while the other summoned towering Susanoo, each strike causing the very earth to tremble. Imo-chan's gaze flitted between the two battlefields, his mind racing with calculations. As time progressed, after Sasuke enveloped Naruto's nine tails with his Susanoo, they made a decisive move against Obito, extracting the nine-tailed beast from his body. Rising to his feet, Mo-chan formed hand seals, causing several coffins to rise from the ground with a resounding thud. These were the fallen comrades of the original Akatsuki, Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, and others who perished in the pursuit of resurrection. A hawk descended from the sky, landing gracefully on Mo-chan's shoulder, one of its crimson Sharingan eyes observing the coffins as if preparing for something significant. Yahiko surveyed his surroundings, murmuring, "Is this the world after death?" Nagato turned to Mo-chan, his voice somber. "Mo-chan, have you continued with your plan?" Yet, his inquiry received no reply, as Mo-chan's focus remained fixed on the pit below where Obito lay. Meanwhile, atop the divine tree, Naruto concentrated, forming an enormous Raisin Shuriken, ready to strike the subdued Uchiha Madara. Facing him was Senju Hashirama, his back riddled with kunai, the two clearly locked in a stalemate. As Naruto launched the Raisin Shuriken at Madara, Sai prepared to unleash a sealing technique with his super beast imitation technique. At that moment, Obito, intent on following Nagato's lead, sought to use the unorthodox art of reincarnation to resurrect the fallen members of the ninja coalition, with Kurizetsu appearing beneath him, merging into his form. Kurizetsu's dark and raspy voice declared, "It is time for a change." Above the pit, the resurrected original Akatsuki members stood quietly behind Mo-chan, aware of the changes and growth he had undergone over the years in his quest to bring them back. They felt a profound sense of relief, witnessing the once young boy blossom into a formidable figure. Only Yahiko remained silent, disapproving of Mo-chan's war-driven plans, as his own ideals were centered on striving for a world free of conflict. Mo-chan understood this, yet he was prepared for everything, waiting for Kurizetsu to resurrect them, after which the Sharingan implanted within the hawk on his shoulder would play its crucial role. The unorthodox, the art of reincarnation. Chapter 95, Firearms. As the technique of Black Absolute was unleashed, a powerful radiance instantly enveloped the original Akatsuki members. Within this brilliance, Yahiko furrowed his brow and turned to Ink Dust, asking, "Ink Dust, does war bring anything but pain and death? Can this truly bring an end to it all?" With a sharp gaze, the crimson-eyed hawk perched on Ink Dust's shoulder glanced at the Akatsuki members before soaring into the sky, its eyes regaining their piercing sharpness. The activation of the Divine Tree's technique was successful. Save for Nagato, everyone else had unconsciously altered their mindset, shedding their aversion to war and believing that only unification could lead to peace. Nagato, however, remained unaffected by the Divine Tree's influence, for after his resurrection, his Rinnegan had been taken from him long before. Upon revival, his eyes fell apart like shattered glass. Ink Dust approached Nagato, his tone serious as he remarked, "Nagato, those eyes were never truly yours. Once we return, I shall transplant a new pair for you." Nagato looked up, his expression complex as he regarded Ink Dust. "Ink Dust, what are you truly plotting? Can this really bring about peace?" With unwavering resolve, Ink Dust replied, "Nagato, trust me, this is the necessary path to end the war." At that moment, Yahiko and the others gathered around. Yahiko declared, "Ink Dust, regardless of the circumstances, since we have been revived, we shall march forward together with you." Ink Dust nodded. "Very well, let us fight for peace together." The group responded in unison, indeed. Just then, the distant battlefield erupted with fierce cries of battle. The reawakening of Uchiha Obito had occurred, and now the nine-tailed beasts, extracted from Naruto, were en route to aid the allied forces. As Ink Dust prepared to lead the original Akatsuki members away, White Zetsu appeared, addressing Ink Dust. "Black Absolute has fulfilled your conditions. Shouldn't you now hand over the other true Rinnegan to us?" As it spoke, a box was tossed before it, and Ink Dust calmly replied, "Take it." After relinquishing the Rinnegan to White Zetsu, he guided the others towards Sunagakure, their designated stronghold for unification. Returning the Rinnegan to Uchiha Madara was a deliberate choice by Ink Dust. He wished to avoid altering the course of events. Only through the ensuing battle between Naruto and Sasuke, when both suffered grievous injuries, would he be able to initiate his next offensive. White Zetsu picked up the box, a look of confusion crossing its face. "You truly just gave it up so easily?" Ink Dust let out a cold laugh. "Take it and leave. Do not hinder my endeavors." White Zetsu glanced at Ink Dust before swiftly departing. Ink Dust led the group onward to Sunagakure without pause. The atmosphere was heavy with silence as they traveled. Finally, Yahiko could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Ink Dust, can we truly succeed?" Ink Dust's gaze remained steadfast as he looked forward. "We will, as long as we follow the plan." The group fell silent once more, quickening their pace. Upon reaching Sunagakure, Ink Dust commenced the deployment of various strategies in anticipation of the impending clash between Naruto and Sasuke. Regardless of the situation on the battlefield with the allied forces, they had successfully secured Sunagakure as their starting point, paving the way for smoother operations ahead. After their resurrection under Ink Dust's machinations, the original Akatsuki members found themselves somewhat disconnected from the current state of the ninja world. With Tenten's assistance, they persevered, and Ink Dust assigned them to defensive roles. Konan spoke to Yahiko and Nagato about the hardships of the past years, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Ink Dust, who was issuing commands. Ink Dust meticulously organized the tasks at hand, his demeanor focused and serious. His voice echoed through the vastness of Sunagakure, resonating with undeniable authority. Konan whispered, Yahiko, Nagato. Look at Ink Dust. He seems to have changed so much. Yahiko nodded. Indeed, his abilities are formidable. Perhaps he can truly lead us to peace. Nagato remained silent for a moment before slowly replying. Let us observe further. I hope he does not disappoint us. Konan smiled softly. I believe in him. At that moment, Ink Dust concluded his arrangements and approached them. What are you discussing? He inquired. A flush crept onto Konan's face as she stammered. Oh, it was nothing. We were just chatting. Ink Dust glanced at her, but did not press further, redirecting the conversation. Now, we simply await the right moment. Yahiko observed their expressions and vaguely guessed their sentiments, but chose not to confront them. To him, the priority was peaceful coexistence, and he felt it unwise to interfere in their relationship. Meanwhile, Nagato, having lost his Rinnegan, was now in a state of blindness. Kakuzu had taken him to receive a new pair of eyes, a procedure for which he owed gratitude to Orochimaru, who had extensive experience in eye transplants. In Sunagakure, on the city defenses, Ink Dust was collaborating with Sasori on an intricate machinery. This weapon was a formidable creation, even more powerful than the penetrating artillery Ink Dust had previously employed. Should Naruto and Sasuke appear during the Allied forces' assault, this weapon would prove invaluable. Watching the construction of this weapon, Konan's attention was wholly captivated by Ink Dust, gradually becoming lost in thought. She marveled at how this boy, younger than herself by a few years, had matured into someone capable of protection and was diligently striving for the unification of the ninja world. Ink Dust, fully absorbed in the mechanical components, was oblivious to the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sasori occasionally offered suggestions, their collaboration seamless. Konan, please hand me that wrench. Ink Dust called without turning. Konan snapped back to reality, hastily retrieving the wrench and passing it to him, a hint of embarrassment on her face. Ink Dust accepted the tool, continuing his work as he murmured, with this, our chances of success will increase. Ink Dust, don't overexert yourself, Konan advised softly. Ink Dust smiled reassuringly. It's fine. Once this is complete, we will be even closer to our goal. At that moment, Yahiko approached, observing the machinery taking shape. This is the ninja tool you've been researching, right? Nagato mentioned that this so-called firearm can be used without chakra. Ink Dust lifted his head, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Exactly, Yahiko. The power of these firearms is not inferior to ninjutsu, and ordinary individuals can wield them. With this, we can shatter the monopoly ninjas have on power. Yahiko pondered thoughtfully, nodding. If it is as you say, it could indeed change many things. Konan regarded Ink Dust with admiration, noting his unwavering confidence. Not only was Ink Dust convinced that firearms rivaled ninjutsu, but he believed even basic rocket launchers could surpass ninjutsu in distance and efficacy, requiring no hand seals. Moreover, the desert concealed numerous landmines, which did not require chakra and eluded the senses of ninja. Ink Dust continued. Once our weapons are deployed on a large scale, those so-called powerful ninja villages will no longer be invincible. Yahiko's eyes sparkled with hope. Then we are one step closer to peace. Konan murmured, Ink Dust. You always bring unexpected surprises. Ink Dust chuckled. This is merely the beginning. There are even more impressive weapons yet to be revealed. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over. Reporting, weapons are ready. We can engage in combat at any time. Ink Dust waved his hand decisively. Excellent. Proceed as planned. The crowd instantly sprang into action. As a battle poised to transform the very landscape of the ninja world was about to commence. Chapter 96. Infinite Tsukuyami. Beyond the realm of ninjas lies a picturesque land known as my Bokuzen. In this serene setting, the long unconscious gourd toad awakens. The two sage toads, Fukasaku and Shima, hasten to his side, their voices tinged with urgency. At last, you have regained consciousness. What transpired after we departed from the rain village? What has become of Jiraiya? The gourd toad slowly opens his eyes, his voice frail as he begins to recount. It was that individual. When Lord Jiraiya transported me back, during the moment of the explosion, Lord Jiraiya submerged himself in water and entered my body. I intended to prepare for the return, but there were those iron cans in the water, and I was knocked unconscious, drifting into a village within a forest. Upon emerging, Lord Jiraiya sent me back, but he too fell into a state of unconsciousness, and I fear he is yet to awaken. He mentioned, that deranged boy has a terrifying plan. Shima Sage interjects anxiously, we must first locate young Jiraiya. That lunatic is a member of the Akatsuki, and it is likely that Jiraiya discovered something during his time in the rain village, but he did not have the opportunity to clarify it with us. Fukasaku furrows his brow. Then let us make haste. We cannot allow Jiraiya to come to harm. With that, the two sages transform into smoke and swiftly head towards the land of rain. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Uchiha Madara, resurrected. employs the power of a single Rinnegan to absorb the nine-tailed beasts into the outer path. Naruto, having lost the nine tails, begins to fade, while Uchiha Sasuke lies on the ground, his heart pierced. Their fates intertwined, influenced by an old sage residing within their consciousness, the Sage of Six Paths. Upon summoning the Ten Tails, Madara absorbs it, achieving the Sage Mode. True to the narrative, he approaches Tobi, intending to reclaim another Rinnegan. However, Uchiha Obito has since returned to his original aspirations, seizing the One Tail and Eight Tails from within Madara and Appo's body, while transporting the nearly lifeless Naruto into the Kamui dimension. Once there, he places the captured tailed beasts into Naruto. And outside, the formidable Might Guy unleashes the Eighth Gate. Surrounded by a red steam, Guy's aura radiates with intensity as he shouts, "Madara, behold this technique." Madara watches with interest. "Oh, is this your ultimate power?" Like a burning meteor, Guy charges at Madara, each blow imbued with cataclysmic force. Initially, Madara can counter with ease. But as Guy's assault intensifies, pressure begins to mount. Guy unleashes his most potent strike, the Night Guy, distorting the very fabric of space with its might. At last, a glimmer of excitement crosses Madara's face. "This power. I acknowledge you. In the realm of Taijutsu, I, Uchiha Madara, deem you the strongest." The Night Guy, infused with boundless momentum, hurtles towards Madara. With all his might, Madara defends, but the land around them shatters, dust billowing in the aftermath. Following this earth-shattering clash, Guy collapses, his body pushed to its limits. Ultimately, Madara remains unscathed, and as Guy's form begins to dissipate, Naruto appears, placing his palm over Guy's heart, stabilizing his life force. With Sasuke's timely arrival, the two inherit unique powers from the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto gains the power of the Sage, while Sasuke awakens a Rinnegan in one eye. After a brief skirmish with the two, Madara, realizing his strength has not yet peaked, retreats using the Rinne Tensei to Obito, reclaiming the other Rinnegan. He activates the infinite Tsukuyomi, bathing the world in a luminous glow akin to daylight, illuminating the earth. Save for the four members of Team 7 shielded by Sasuke's Susanoo, and the Black Zetsu enveloping Obito, all others succumb to the exquisite illusion. In the land of wind, the inhabitants of Sunagakure find themselves ensnared in this illusion, while Moku-chun, cradling the entranced Konan, hovers in the air. His expression betrays a semblance of madness as he mutters, "So, the infinite Tsukuyomi has no effect on me." Glancing down at the unconscious Konan, a fleeting pang of sorrow crosses his features, quickly replaced by insanity. He laughs maniacally, "Ha ha ha! This so-called infinite Tsukuyomi is nothing but a trifling matter." At that moment, the surrounding illusionary light flickers dreamily. Moku-chin surveys the slumbering masses below, scoffing, "Let them wallow in this illusory paradise. Only I can face reality with clarity." As the gentle breeze caresses him, he clutches Konan tighter and ascends into the distance, murmuring, "Konan, when you awaken, I shall not allow you to fall into this predicament again." Suddenly, the moonlight wanes. Yet those deeply ensnared in the illusion remain ensconced in the tendrils of the god tree. Moku-chun, soaring through the air, continuously detonates grenades to obliterate the encroaching vines. For Konan too lies ensnared in the illusion. As he carries her aloft, the relentless vines persist in their pursuit, seemingly unwilling to relent until they ensnare another victim of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Moku-chun, cursing under his breath, hurls grenades with fervor. Each explosion severs a portion of the vines, yet new ones emerge in their place. Damn it, this is never-ending. Veins bulge on his forehead, his gaze growing increasingly ferocious. Konan remains in a deep slumber, igniting Moku-chun and Appo's desperation. Gritting his teeth, he accelerates his ascent, striving to escape the clutches of the obstinate vines. However, the pursuit intensifies, constricting Moku-chun's space to maneuver. "Get away from me," he bellows, launching several grenades that ignite in a blaze. Just then, a thick vine breaches his defenses, lunging at him with fervor. Moku-chun narrowly evades the attack, realizing this cannot continue. With a huff, he retrieves a cloak, draping it over Konan, and ascends to greater heights. As he climbs higher, the air grows increasingly thin and frigid, yet his determination remains unwavering. He only halts when the god tree's tendrils cease their relentless growth. Chapter 97. Shadows. Mo-chin gasped for breath, gazing down at the dense tangle of vines below. Feeling a quiet relief within, he glanced down at the small figure of Xiao Nan, shrouded beneath his cloak, and softly reassured her, "Xiao Nan, I will ensure your safety." At that moment, the chilling winds howled from above as Mo-chun held Xiao Nan closely, attempting to share his body warmth with her. He remained vigilant, keenly observing his surroundings, fearful of any impending danger. It was only when a surge of chakra coursed in a singular direction that Mo-chun felt at ease. He understood that the formidable Kagaya Tsutsuki had emerged, now engaged in battle with the two protagonists. He disregarded the ongoing chaos and flew straight back to Sunagakure, where he beheld the villagers ensnared like mummies by the branches of the divine tree. Shaking his head, he gently placed Xiao Nan in a room, As time passed and the first light of dawn broke, heralding the end of the Allied forces' war, Naruto and Sasuke prepared for their final confrontation. In the Land of Fire, at the Valley of the End, two boys endowed with the powers of the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto and Sasuke, clashed in a titanic struggle. Their battle raged on, shattering the colossal statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, and only as the sun began to set did a victor emerge. One lost his left arm while the other lost his right. Ultimately, reconciliation ensued between the two, with Kakashi and Sakura attending to their injuries. As a new day dawned and the sun ascended, the two, with their remaining arms, began a joint hand seal, liberating all ensnared in the infinite Tsukuyomi. The beautiful illusion shattered, and everyone awoke simultaneously, heralding the arrival of peace. Basking in the warm sunlight, Sasuke and Naruto sat side by side, both grievously wounded, yet wearing expressions of profound relief. Kakashi and Sakura busied themselves tending to their wounds, with sweat glistening on Sakura's forehead as she tirelessly worked. The surrounding crowd gradually regained consciousness, gazing around in confusion until they realized the genjutsu had been dispelled, erupting into jubilant cheers as peace was finally restored. In the Land of Wind, at Sunagakure, Xiaonan awoke from the illusion, her eyes falling upon Mo-chen's frenzied visage. She gently lifted her arm to caress his cheek, whispering, "Xiao-chun, I'm sorry for worrying you." Upon hearing her words, Mo-chen's wild demeanor instantly softened. His eyes glistened with emotion as he trembled slightly. "You're finally awake. I was so afraid of losing you." Xiaonan smiled tenderly, her eyes filled with warmth. "With you by my side, how could I possibly come to harm?" As the noise outside grew chaotic, everyone sprang into action now that the Allied forces' war had concluded, indicating that their time had come. Mo-chan embraced Xiaonan tightly, as if to fuse her into his very being. After a moment, he inhaled deeply, stating, "We must prepare for what lies ahead." Xiaonan nodded resolutely. "Yes, together." Stepping out of the room, they found everyone moving with urgency, their expressions tense. Mo-chan called out, "Everyone, remain calm and proceed as planned." Hearing his voice, the crowd steadied themselves, hastening to their respective posts. Mo-chan turned to Xiaonan, advising, "Be careful." She replied, "You too." They then plunged into the frenzied preparations. At the village exit, Maki was forcefully kicked out by Deidara, who mockingly shouted, "Get lost and hurry to deliver the message." Maki tumbled several times before regaining his footing, glaring at Deidara. "Deidara, don't get too cocky." Deidara crossed his arms, indifferent. "Hurry up, or you might miss your chance." Grinding his teeth, Maki realized this was not the time for confrontation and sped off into the distance. Above, members of the Akatsuki observed Deidara's antics, shaking their heads in disbelief. Scorpion even covered his face, exclaiming, "He still acts like a child." Deidara, overhearing Scorpion, protested, "Scorpion, I am not a child." Haiden chuckled nearby. "Deidara, you're just a little brat." Deidara shot Haiden a glare. "What do you know? My art is the most perfect." Kakuza scoffed, "Enough bickering. We have serious matters to attend to." The group fell silent, awaiting the unfolding events. On the battlefield, the Allied forces gathered the bodies of their fallen comrades, while medical ninjas hurriedly treated the wounded. The five Kage clustered around Naruto and Sasuke, who had each lost an arm in their climactic duel. Just as Sakura finished bandaging them, a Sand Village ninja rushed in, breathless. "Lord Gaara. Lord Gaara. Maki has sent word. Sunagakure has been attacked by the Akatsuki." Gaara's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet. "What happened? Clarify the situation." The ninja, panting heavily, replied, "Sunagakure has fallen under attack by the Akatsuki, led by Mo-chan, who has rallied the people of Amegakure to defend it." And Gaara's eyes widened in fury. "And what else? Speak." The ninja trembled, continuing, "Also, the supposedly deceased S-rank renegades, Scorpion, Haiden, Deidara, Kutsu, and Nagato, have reappeared at his side." At this revelation, not only the five Kage but also Sasuke and Naruto were taken aback, for Nagato had resurrected the fallen of Konoha using the Rinnegan. This was witnessed firsthand. Deidara, too, was remembered by Sasuke, who believed he had perished after evading an explosion with the help of the Great Serpent, which could not have survived such power. Gaara furrowed his brow, speaking gravely, "What on earth is happening? This is utterly incomprehensible." Tsunade clenched her teeth, regardless of the reason. The return of these formidable foes poses a significant threat. Inoki scoffed, "Humph, who cares about the reasons? If they are foes, we shall engage them once more." Sasuke clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. "No matter what, I will not allow them to run rampant again." Naruto echoed loudly, "Indeed, we shall face this together." At that moment, a figure in the distance began to draw near, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Chapter 98. The resurgence of war. As the figure drew nearer, everyone stood poised for action. To their surprise, the approaching individual was none other than Orochimaru, who had been sealed by Itachi and released by Sasuke. A peculiar smile adorned his face as he greeted, "Ah, it and Appos. It's been a while, everyone." Tsunade and Appos, voice thundered with anger. Orochimaru, what tricks are you playing now? Orochimaru chuckled softly. There's no need to be so tense. After all, I did lend a hand in this great war. I simply have some information regarding that mad little brat I wish to share with you. As soon as Orochimaru's words fell, varied expressions crossed the faces of those present. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, cautiously stating, Orochimaru, your words are hardly trustworthy. With a nonchalant shrug, Orochimaru replied, believe it or not. That boy named Emo-chan is far from ordinary. His frenzied fighting style and those peculiar weapons are not something an average ninja can contend with. Naruto could not hold back, exclaiming, no matter how powerful he is, we will definitely defeat him. Orochimaru scoffed, such naive confidence. Emo-chan's strength surpasses your wildest imaginations. His magnetic release, coupled with those strange inventions, can wreak untold havoc. At this moment, Gaara spoke calmly. Orochimaru, you should provide us with the specific details. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk. That will depend on what benefits you can offer me. Tsunade glared furiously. Do not push your luck. Orochimaru laughed heartily. Just kidding. Now, pay close attention. After Orochimaru divulged all the information he possessed, a heavy silence enveloped the room. The special ninja tools he described were familiar to them. They could even penetrate the Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. Moreover, aside from the deceased Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki, the remaining members of the Akatsuki possessed powers exceeding that of the Kage, not to mention the madman Emo-chan, whose unique abilities allowed him to manipulate even meteorites. Had it not been for Orochimaru's prior experience with the Akatsuki, many lives would have been lost to their ignorance. Tsunade furrowed her brow, breaking the silence. Regardless, we cannot afford to retreat. We must devise a counter-strategy. Kakashi pondered for a moment before speaking. We need to analyze the weaknesses of his ninja tools and the characteristics of his magnetic release. Orochimaru interjected with a mocking tone. Humph. It's not going to be that simple. Naruto clenched his fists, resolutely asserting, no matter how difficult it may be, we will not be afraid. Gaara analyzed the situation calmly. By uniting everyone's strengths and formulating a detailed strategy, we may yet find a glimmer of hope. Nods of agreement filled the room as the gravity of their situation weighed heavily on them, and they began preparing for the impending battle. Following the Fourth Great War, approximately 50,000 ninjas remained capable of fighting, but the casualties were dire, with nearly 10,000 ninjas lost. Nara Shikaku, the strategist of the Allied forces, and Yamenka Inoichi from the intelligence unit had perished in the assault by the Ten Tails. In a makeshift tent on the ravaged ground, the 5 Kage and various leaders of the Allied forces gathered, including Naruto and Sasuke. Despite both having lost an arm, they remained pivotal figures in the current coalition. Reikage, in a fit of fury, bellowed that after finally achieving an end to the war, the wretched Akatsuki had seized the opportunity to attack Sunagakure, which could only muster 3,000 defenders. We have 50,000. The advantage is ours. We must strike hard. Tsuchikage Inoki coughed a few times and replied slowly, Reikage, do not act impulsively. The Akatsuki has managed to hide in the ninja world for so long. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Mizukage Terumi may frown slightly. Inoki is right. We cannot act recklessly. While we may have the numerical advantage, their methods are treacherous, and we must remain vigilant. Kazekage Gaara maintained a serious expression. Moreover, we have just emerged from battle. Our ninjas are exhausted and need to recuperate. Naruto quickly concurred. Yes, we need to plan carefully, Reikage. Sasuke remained silent, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Nara Shikamaru stepped forward, stating, Reikage, impulsiveness will only lead us into greater peril. We must craft a comprehensive battle plan based on the intelligence provided by Orochimaru. Reikage grunted heavily, still seething with anger, but no longer insisting on an immediate assault. The group began to huddle around a map, discussing strategies to confront the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, as the 5 nations deliberated, Emo-chan was preparing to ambush them with a clever misinformation tactic, instructing Deidara and Sasori to take 500 elite from Amegakure to the land of Earth, specifically Iwagakure. With Deidara being intimately familiar with the area, Sasori's calm demeanor would ensure that everything proceeded according to plan. Together, they formed a formidable partnership. The 500 elite from Amegakure were not merely powerful, but had already integrated back into the fold. Having learned the ways of cunning under the guise of a returning undercover mission, they were adept at employing modern weaponry. Among them were a dozen skilled puppet masters. While they may not rival Sasori's strength, each could manipulate 10 puppets, all crafted by Sasori and designed by Emo-chan. Identical in appearance and equipped with weapon mechanisms like explosives. Deidara rode atop a massive clay bird, while Sasori sat within his meticulously modified scorpion. Behind them trailed the 500 elite ninjas. Deidara exclaimed with excitement, Haha, this time we'll show Iwagakure our true might. Sasori replied with composure. Do not let your guard down. Adhere to the plan. Under the cover of night, they swiftly advanced towards the land of Earth. As they approached Iwagakure, Deidara whispered, Prepare for action. Sasori directed the elite to scatter and cautiously advance, releasing their puppets as they proceeded carefully. Meanwhile, The guards of Amegakure remained blissfully unaware of the impending threat. On the other side, within the ninja alliance, Orochimaru, inheriting his father's legacy, formulated a battle plan, leading nearly 10,000 ninjas under Darui towards Sunagakure, while Kakashi escorted the supplies with another contingent of forces. The remaining 5 Kage and their respective ninja squads were also preparing for action. Darui led from the front, quickly advancing, while the 1,000 ninjas employed various ninjutsu to hasten their progress. Stay alert and watch for enemy ambushes, Darui called out. The procession moved forward with the swiftness of a gale. In the rear, Kakashi led the supply unit at full speed. Be careful and protect the supplies, he reminded his soldiers. At that moment, within the allied camp, the 5 Kage were fervently organizing their defensive strategies. Sachiki Jinoki gazed at the map, stating, "Let us hope this operation proceeds smoothly." Mizukage Terumi May nodded. "We must prepare for all possible contingencies." Kazekage Gaara's gaze remained resolute, no matter what. "We must protect our homeland." Reikage clenched his fists, exuding a fierce aura. Humph, should the Akatsuki dare to come, let them find no path of return. The war was poised to reignite.